This is an era where the entire populace can awaken their innate talents, with talent levels ranging from F to SSS. Some individuals awaken lower-tier talents, while others begin their journey with an SS-level talent. Lin Yu awakened a B-level talent of duplication at the outset, and just as he was feeling disheartened, the system awakened. Ding! Would you like to bind the talent of duplication? Yes. The talent of duplication can be upgraded. Ding! The talent of duplication has been upgraded to A level. Ding! The talent of duplication has been upgraded to SSSS level. Several years later, it was discovered that among the entire world's population of 10 billion, 8 billion were Lin Yu's duplicates. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the System and Binding of the Talent of Duplication. Please line up, students, and do not cut in. A slightly plump female teacher called out loudly from the front. No need to rush, one at a time. Lin Yu silently queued, observing his classmates placing their hands upon a white stone tablet under the teacher's guidance. Then, the white stone tablet emitted a dazzling light, and as the radiance dissipated, lines of text appeared upon its surface. These inscriptions revealed the talents and levels of the students. Li Zong, talent, physical enhancement, D level. Wang Long, talent, flame manipulation, C level. The teacher's voice rang out, relaying each student's talent to the gathered crowd. Some possessed high talents, while others were less fortunate. The highly talented rejoiced with elation, while those with lower talents wore expressions of despair. Among the crowd stood a young man of striking features, who appeared aloof and detached from the world around him. His name was Lin Yu, who had crossed over into this world 3 days prior, and had since absorbed the memories of his predecessor. The predecessor's life was marked by tragedy. Abandoned by his biological parents at a young age, he grew up in an orphanage, solitary and friendless, which shaped his introverted and serious demeanor. 3 days ago, the predecessor met an untimely demise, allowing Lin Yu to inhabit this body. Through the memories of his predecessor, Lin Yu learned that this was an extraordinary world known as Blue Star. Centuries ago, various realms invaded, unleashing a tempest that magnified the entire planet 1,000-fold. Creatures evolved, acquiring countless incredible abilities. Over the course of centuries, humanity developed to the point where every citizen could awaken their talents at the age of 18 through the awakening altar. Talents are categorized into 9 tiers, with the lowest being F and the highest SSS. Combat abilities are similarly classified, with rumors of a divine realm beyond the 9th tier. Humans can enhance their combat prowess through meditation, with levels ascending from low to high, referred to as the 9 transformations. The first tier is the lowest, while the 9th is the highest. The pace of cultivation varies significantly between different talent levels. The training speed of SSS level and F level talents is worlds apart, rendering them incomparable. Thus, the level of talent often dictates an individual's future combat potential. It is precisely through these innate abilities that humanity has survived and thrived in the face of interdimensional incursions, safeguarding the borders of their kind. Lin Yu, it's your turn. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu had reached the front of the line, and the teacher, with an expressionless face, instructed him, place your hand on the awakening altar, clear your mind, and refrain from overthinking. Lin Yu complied, placing his hand upon the altar. It felt cool to the touch, yet his palm began to radiate warmth. Before he could further attune to it, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, he felt a wave of disorientation, and a bright white light enveloped his vision. Before he could take it in, the teacher's voice broke through. All right, you may remove your hand now. Following her instruction, Lin Yu withdrew his hand, revealing a line of text that indicated his talent. Lin Yu, talent, duplication B level. Although duplication was indeed his talent, he felt a twinge of disappointment upon discovering its B level designation. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yu bowed respectfully, as was customary. All right, you may leave. Do not disrupt the students behind you. The teacher gestured toward the next in line. Next one, prepare. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly stepped aside. Looking back, he saw the teacher repeating her earlier instructions, her monotone voice resonating in his ears. Suddenly, time seemed to momentarily freeze, followed by her sharp intake of breath. Zhao Ku, talent, Thunder Emperor's Descent, SS level. Her announcement ignited a frenzy among the crowd. Countless gazes turned in astonishment towards the girl with an ice-cold demeanor. In that instant, she became the focal point of the world, receiving a myriad of looks ranging from admiration to flattery. Even the teacher nodded approvingly, a smile breaking through her usual stoicism. An SS-level talent, and she is the only one in our entire school, truly deserving of being the class flower, beautiful and talented. If only I had awakened an A-level talent, I could have aspired to be her equal. Please spare me. With your pathetic appearance, what gives you the right to compare yourself to the class flower? She is like the moon in the sky, to be worshipped, not compared to a sycophant. The teacher's face lit up with satisfaction as she nodded. This was the first time in her decade-long career that she had taught a student with an SS-level talent. Bonuses were now within reach, and her reputation would surely soar. In her eyes, Zhao Ku was now a dazzling gem. All right, quiet down. Zhao Ku, you may step down. I will call for you again shortly. Next one, prepare. Zhao Ku's performance had completely electrified the atmosphere. With her, as a precedent, expectations for the upcoming student's talent soared. However, after Zhao Ku, the highest talent level among the remaining students was merely B, leaving the crowd disheartened. Lin Yu's heart also felt the sting. He returned to his seat, gazing enviously at Zhao Ku, who was basking in the limelight. How splendid it would be if he were in her place. An SS-level talent guaranteed entry into one of the top 10 prestigious schools. As long as he survived, he would undoubtedly become a figure of prominence. Yet, with his mere B-level talent, he could only aspire to be a team leader or perhaps a teacher in elementary school. His talent, though not insignificant, paled in comparison to hers. With his current combat prowess barely reaching the first tier, he could only manage a single duplicate, which would inherit only 10% of his combat power. It was no wonder such a remarkable ability was rated as merely B-level. Tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Just then, an emotionless voice echoed in his ear. Ding! Infinite upgrade system binding successful. Talent skill duplication detected. Locking in talent duplication. Lin Yu was momentarily astounded, quickly followed by overwhelming joy. This was the essential golden finger for a time traveler. Though the delivery was slightly delayed, taking a full 3 days, the words of the ancients proved true. The fate of a time traveler is indeed extraordinary. With a golden finger in hand, what was there to fear about having a low talent? Ding! The system has initiated, granting the host a beginner's gift package. Would you like to receive it? Claim. Lin Yu thought eagerly without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring one opportunity to upgrade their talent. Would you like to upgrade your talent of duplication? System. How does one obtain upgrade opportunities? The host can earn upgrade points by defeating enemies. When it appears next to the talent on the panel, you may upgrade the talent. Upgrade the talent of duplication. Ding! Upgrade successful. Chapter 2. The system wears the promised A rank. How did you manage to produce a B rank? A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your talent clone has been upgraded to B rank, allowing you to create 2 clones at once, each inheriting 50 of the host's combat power. Why isn't it A rank? Host, please refrain from harboring unrealistic expectations. This classification has been meticulously designed by the system to facilitate your progression. You are clearly deceiving me, claiming it is for my benefit. Lin Yu's mouth twitched in annoyance. There was no such classification as B in reality. This was evidently the system's trickery. The system remained unyielding, insisting it was all for his own good. Host, I must inform you, not only is there B, but also a S, SS, SSS, and SSSS, an infinite hierarchy. The system continued, with an additional minor level. You possess a combat edge over others of the same rank, ensuring your superiority. So, my combat power is indeed greater. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. So, I mistakenly accused you? Since this system is bound to the host, all decisions are made in the interest of the host. Please refrain from conspiracy theories. All right, I'll tentatively trust you. He closed the system interface just as Zhao Ku approached. He no longer envied Zhao Ku. With the system at his disposal, his future achievements would surely surpass all expectations. After observing Zhao Ku for a moment, he was about to turn away. But Zhao Ku glanced over, perplexed. What is it? Why are you staring at me? Nothing, just admiring your talent. Lin Yu replied dismissively. Zhao Ku assumed Lin Yu genuinely envied his abilities and smiled warmly. A great person once said, there are no useless individuals, only unrefined talents. Even low-level talents can evolve into high-level ones. Indeed, lower-level talents can experience a transformation, as each breakthrough in combat power may trigger a talent metamorphosis. However, the probability is exceedingly small, making it a rare achievement. Yes, you are absolutely right. Lin Yu continued to feign agreement. Zhao Ku, appearing cold and aloof, revealed a different side in his presence. She relished the role of a mentor. She particularly enjoyed educating Lin Yu, citing numerous examples and imparting wisdom, filling his mind with motivational aphorisms. Each time Lin Yu offered a few words of affirmation, he was met with an endless stream of encouragement. So, he learned to play along, thinking, if you educate me, I will praise you. Indeed, this approach fostered a more harmonious relationship between them, devoid of previous quarrels. Yet, it presented another challenge. Her mentor-like zeal intensified. Now, she not only lectured him verbally, but sometimes resorted to physical demonstrations. He found himself unable to argue or fight back. As Zhao Ku prepared for another round of instruction, Lin Yu quickly interjected, I need to step out. Where are you going? To test my abilities in the secret realm. Oh, all right. After all, there were few students left in class. Most had already ventured into the secret realm, just awakened to their powers. They resembled children who had received new toys, eager to rush into the secret realm and unleash their newfound strength upon the monsters within. Thus, she understood his urgency. Exiting the classroom, he followed the stone path toward the secret realm building. Having grown up as an orphan, he was naturally reserved, Even with Xiao Ke's mentoring disposition, their relationship had not reached the level of close friends. They were more like ordinary friends, albeit with a slightly closer bond. The Secret Realm building. This grand structure stood 3 stories tall, its black facade reflecting blinding light, making it difficult to behold. Approaching the entrance, he presented his student card at the machine. Beep. Verification successful. Lin Yu, we wish you a pleasant trial. The Secret Realm was a byproduct of the interdimensional invasion. The collision of worlds generated immense spatial energy, which merged to create countless independent spaces. These spaces became known as secret realms. The Jiqing Third High School was allocated several educational secret realms specifically for students to hone their talents. The building had 3 floors. The first floor served as the entrance to the secret realm, while the upper 2 floors housed the staff's offices. In the center of the first floor hall stood a pedestal-like apparatus. He approached and scanned his student card. Beep. Verification successful. Lin Yu, you have 30 minutes for your trial. Please leave promptly when time is up to avoid disrupting other students. In this era, technology had advanced significantly, far surpassing levels from centuries ago. However, technology merely served as an aid. Innate talent and combat prowess remained paramount. Nodding, Lin Yu stepped into the entrance of the secret realm. Passing through a layer of spatial membrane, the landscape before him transformed dramatically. This was the secret realm. A desolate expanse lay before him, the sky shrouded in gray, devoid of sun or moon. The ground was littered with broken bones, and zombies roamed in the distance. This was undoubtedly a necromantic secret realm. The monsters within the school's secret realm were not particularly formidable, making it ideal for him to experiment with his talents. Observing the undead creatures in the distance, he silently activated his talent ability. Clone. His innate ability manifested effortlessly. 2 flashes of white light flickered and vanished, and 2 identical figures appeared before him. Go. Lin Yu commanded, pointing at a nearby skeletal monster. The clones turned, seemingly dazed, yet instinctively picked up bones from the ground and charged forth. Without any flourish, they swung their makeshift weapons. Bang. The small skeletal monster was struck, disoriented and unprepared for the follow-up attack. Bang. 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 A flurry of blows rained down upon the small skeleton, leaving it no chance to retaliate. Soon, bones lay scattered, and its soul fire extinguished. Its demise was sealed. You have slain a skeletal monster. Upgrade point 1. Continue the assault. He commanded the clones again, who obeyed Lin Yu's orders without hesitation. One clone charged towards another skeleton, and without a moment's thought, engaged it in combat. They were oblivious to the concept of death, serving as the finest instruments in Lin Yu's hands. Following the same strategy, they swiftly dispatched another skeletal monster. You have slain a skeletal monster. Upgrade point 1. After eliminating yet another, Lin Yu continued to direct his clones in their relentless pursuit of slaughter. You have slain a skeletal monster. Upgrade point 1. This secret realm was not extensive, merely the size of a soccer field, yet it was filled with corpses, and the stench was quite pungent. Lin Yu had no desire to linger. Issuing further commands for his clones to attack, the fearless warriors quickly vanquished 2 more. Ultimately, Lin Yu commanded his clones to engage in free combat, while he took a moment to rest. Before long, he was inundated with the system's notification sounds. You have slain a skeletal monster. Upgrade point 1. You have slain a skeletal monster. Upgrade point 1. You have slain a bone monster. Upgrade point 2. You have slain a beast bone monster. Upgrade point 2. Chapter 3. The Daring Clones, truly in perfect harmony. System. How many upgrade points are necessary to elevate my talent level? Currently, 10,000 points are required. Killing 10,000 monsters to accumulate sufficient points seems reasonable. System. Is it possible to enhance my combat rank? Indeed. Is this a hidden function of the system? Yes. Your response is rather perfunctory. I demand an elevation in my combat rank now. Host, your upgrade points are insufficient. However, you may enhance a portion of your combat prowess. Although you cannot surpass the initial rank of 0. In other words, I cannot attain the first rank, but I can still be stronger than a 0 rank, correct? Precisely. Then let us proceed. Ding. Consuming 100 upgrade points, your strength has increased to the mid-tier of 0 rank. Lin Yu, feeling a surge of confidence in his newfound abilities, murmured to himself, I must have doubled my strength. System, you've once again taken it upon yourself to categorize ranks. Dividing combat power into 3 stages, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, is to facilitate the host's growth. Alright, you have a point. I cannot argue with you. As Lin Yu sensed his power, rationality reminded him of his still diminutive stature, yet the recent enhancement inflated his confidence. He felt as if he could shatter dimensions with a single blow. However, he was aware that this was merely an illusion stemming from his recent power boost. Soon, this state began to wane, gradually fading away. He couldn't help but envision a future where he could summon thousands of clones, imagining himself as a legion. With countless duplicates spread across the battlefield, he felt a rush of exhilaration. At his command, thousands of clones would charge fearlessly into the fray, a sight that stirred his blood. In that moment, he would be the stuff of nightmares for his foes. With the slaughter of his clones, the nearby monsters diminished significantly. It was time to seek new grounds to continue his rampage. One of the reasons various academies favored the necromancer's realm was that fallen skeletons could be reborn. As long as the realm's death energy persisted, new skeletons could be continuously produced, rendering it a renewable resource. Consequently, he showed no restraint in his killing spree. Directing his clones to continue the assault, he observed the surrounding monsters, commanding his clones to attack the more vulnerable ones. Continue the slaughter. Strive for another increase in strength. He shouted. The clones surged forth, wielding their bone clubs as they charged, while he remained in the rear, rallying the troops. The clones were as valiant as ever. And he was frequently greeted by the system's notifications. You have slain a skeleton, earning 1 upgrade point. You have slain a skeleton, earning 1 upgrade point. You have slain a bone monster, earning 2 upgrade points. You have slain a beast bone monster, earning 2 upgrade points. As his strength increased, so too did the prowess of his clones. Their attacks became swift and decisive. The first clone swung its bone club downward towards the face, while the second clone seized the opportunity to strike at the legs. The two clones coordinated with remarkable synergy, one attacking above while the other defended, waiting for a chance to strike. In less than 10 minutes, the surrounding monsters were vanquished, prompting him to direct his clones to other areas. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 25 minutes had elapsed. With only 5 minutes remaining in the realm's 30-minute duration, Lin Yu planned to continue fighting for a while longer before departing. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A towering silver skeleton, standing at 3 meters tall and wielding a rusted great sword, approached him. Although its speed was unremarkable, its imposing presence sent a jolt of alarm through him. It was none other than the boss-level monster of the necromancer's realm, the silver skeleton warrior. This creature was the most formidable within the realm and rarely made an appearance. It seemed his excessive slaying had drawn its attention. Would you like to consume 1 upgrade point to investigate the target's attributes? A voice echoed in his mind. System. Do you require payment again? Host, will you pay or not? I will pay. Ding, 1 upgrade point deducted. In the next moment, a translucent blue box materialized before him, displaying lines of luminous white text detailing the monster's information. Silver Skeleton Warrior Combat Power, Late Stage 0 Rank Skills, / Energy Cut. Is this all the information you provide? Host, this monster is inherently weak. If I were to probe your attributes, rest assured the information would be even less. Are you belittling my weakness? Please assert that with certainty. Lin Yu, feeling frustrated, ceased his conversation with the system and turned his gaze towards the Silver Skeleton Warrior. A late-stage 0 rank monster, slightly stronger than himself, yet he possessed a numerical advantage. He immediately commanded his clones to encircle the Silver Skeleton Warrior. The two clones, now seasoned in battle, wielded rusted bone swords in lieu of their previous clubs. The first clone charged forward, leaping high to strike at the monster's head. Roar! The Silver Skeleton Warrior raised its weapon, aiming to cleave the first clone in return. Seizing the moment, the second clone struck at the monster's calf. A resounding crack echoed as the skeleton's bone fractured, causing the Silver Skeleton Warrior to stagger. This momentary imbalance turned the tide of their clash. The first clone narrowly dodged the monster's blade, landing a blow to its skull. A faint crack sounded as a small hole was made, revealing the flickering soul fire within. The second clone, recognizing the opportunity, delivered several vicious strikes to the same spot on the monster's calf. With a series of shattering sounds, the calf broke apart, causing the monster to kneel on the ground. The first clone continued to assault the head, while the second aimed for the other calf. The two clones' seamless cooperation and ruthless tactics left Lin Yu astonished. Are these my clones? Cunning, decisive, formidable. The monster was now on its last legs. 2 minutes later, it collapsed in defeat. You have slain the Silver Skeleton Warrior, earning 20 evolution points. As the creature fell, its soul fire extinguished. A radiant white crystal materialized at the spot. Approaching to investigate, Lin Yu was filled with immense joy. He had stumbled upon a skill crystal. As the name implies, a skill crystal allows one to directly learn the skill contained within. Defeating monsters grants a chance to obtain skill crystals, and absorbing one would instantly teach the respective skill. However, the drop rate for skill crystals is exceedingly low, classifying them as rare items. I can't believe my luck. I wonder which skill this Silver Skeleton Warrior possesses. He placed the crystal to his forehead to examine it. Instantly, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Skill, Energy Cut. Fortuitous indeed, far superior to mere slashing. I am in dire need of skills. I shall learn this. With a thought, the skill crystal transformed into a beam of light and entered his consciousness. He soon realized he had acquired a new skill. Let us give it a try. He raised his arm, concentrating approximately 1/5 of his energy into his palm. After 2 seconds, a blade-like strike manifested in his hand, spinning rapidly. Go, he exclaimed, swinging his arm forward. In the next instant, a 10-centimeter-long cut flew from his palm. Slicing through the air, the strike traveled a distance of about 10 meters before coming to a halt. Boom. The energy cut struck the ground, creating a half-meter deep crater. Chapter 4. My deskmate Zhao Ku is at it again, pumping me up. 30 minutes have passed. Lin Yu hastily retraced his steps. arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, where he communicated with the intelligence managing the domain. I wish to exit the secret realm. The gate to the secret realm is now open. Cross the threshold to depart. Lin Yu advanced, stepping through the vortex portal, vanishing from his previous location. In the next instant, he found himself in the outside world. At that moment, within the secret realm building, others were also emerging from various secret realms. I'm infuriated. I didn't slay a single monster and nearly perished instead. A classmate solemnly cautioned, I implore you all, avoid the primal forest secret realm. That place is rife with toxic creatures and ferocious beasts. It's utterly unbearable. I strongly recommend the underground cavern secret realm. The monsters there are gentle and accommodating, even offering full body massages. More like massages that would turn you into minced meat. Among those just exiting the secret realm, sentiments were decidedly mixed. Some students managed to endure for 30 minutes, while others were swiftly vanquished. Had it not been for the protective measures of the realm, they might have met their demise inside. Some students, possessing commendable combat experience, held on for a full 30 minutes. Others, endowed with high talent levels, rampaged through the realm, besting every monster they encountered and emerged boasting triumphantly. Naturally, there were also individuals like Lin Yu, who remained modest and unassuming, departing in silence. In essence, the disparities among them were glaring, with experiences varying greatly. Complaints among students were to be expected. After all, who hasn't heard a chorus of grievances about difficult exam questions once the tests conclude? Many would lament their anticipated poor performances, yet when grades are revealed, it is often those very students who complain that achieve the highest scores. Such scheming classmates irked him immensely, prompting him to mentally filter out their grievances. Lin Yu continued his path outside. Along the way, a rotund and affable classmate approached him. Excuse me, could you spare a moment? Lin Yu halted, turning to face him. Have you dropped any skill crystals? He inquired. Lin Yu shook his head. I had one, but I've already used it. What a pity. A skill crystal is worth 100,000. Lin Yu remained silent, curious about the intentions of this chubby fellow. He was well aware of the dismal drop rate for skill crystals. The classmate likely sought to purchase one. However, with the scarcity of such items, it seemed a waste of time to linger here. If one desired skill crystals, they ought to seek out the black market. The chubby student chuckled. You seem quite modest in attire. I take it your family isn't well off? Lin Yu nodded, never shying away from his background. Seeing this, the chubby student continued. Would you care to be my attendant? I offer 3,000 star coins a month. What do you say? 3,000 star coins equate to the monthly salary of an average worker. Such a proposal indicated both wealth and sincerity. Yet, as a distinguished transmigrator endowed with a golden finger, Lin Yu had no desire to serve under anyone, finding it beneath his dignity. He promptly shook his head, apologies. But I am not interested in working for anyone. Is there anything else? The chubby student, undeterred, smiled. No worries. We can be friends. Here is my business card. Should you acquire any skill crystals in the future, feel free to sell them to me at market price. And if you reconsider about working for me, my door is always open. Lin Yu mused that this individual was quite the orator, likely not new to this pitch. Nevertheless, he accepted the business card. Glancing at its simple details, just a name and a phone number, he tucked it away and said, farewell. As he passed by the chubby student, several classmates took notice and began to murmur. There's that obnoxious fatty, Lewin, recruiting attendance again. What could one expect? He's the son of the Liu group. With such a powerful father, he can afford to act this way. So what if he is wealthy? He still awakened a worthless talent. Indeed, that D-grade talent of hair proliferation, how is that even useful in combat? Is he supposed to ensnare enemies with his hair? Lewin, overhearing the whispers, flushed with anger and bellowed, silence, all of you. As his words echoed, his burly lackey stepped forward, muscles bulging and a fierce demeanor that instilled fear, causing the surrounding students to lower their voices. Let us go. Lewin commanded his henchmen, leading the way outside. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhao Ku greeted Lin Yu enthusiastically. Which secret realm did you visit? The undead realm. Zhao Ku exclaimed in surprise. I've heard that realm has a particularly foul odor. Is that true? Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, it's incredibly stinky. It nearly suffocated me. When I undergo trials, I will absolutely avoid that realm. Zhao Ku asserted. Lin Yu chuckled. With your talent level, it wouldn't matter which realm you choose. You wouldn't fare well against any of them. Zhao Ku replied. But we must be complacent. After all, a talent that hasn't yet grown cannot be deemed a true talent. She then began to rattle on, delivering various motivational platitudes. In our interactions, we must be cautious. Though I am stronger, I also face greater dangers. You must not lose heart due to your lower talent. Remain steadfast, and through hard work, a bright future awaits us. Zhao Ku's words flowed forth, overflowing with encouragement. Lin Yu couldn't help but think she was well suited to be a teacher or a motivational speaker, perpetually brimming with enthusiasm and a radiant outlook on life. In her eyes, darkness did not exist. With effort, one could surely pierce through the shadows and witness the rainbow after the rain. To her, success belonged to those who toil. With diligence comes reward. Naturally, Lin Yu absorbed her words with a degree of skepticism, finding it surreal and lacking in persuasive power coming from an SS-level talent. Yet, he nodded frequently, ensuring he maintained the appearance of engagement. You are correct. We must not abandon ourselves. With effort, success will undoubtedly follow. Zhao Ku beamed with satisfaction. Yes, let us strive together to witness the world of tomorrow. We shall traverse the realms, subdue foreign deities, and vanquish otherworldly demons, restoring Blue Star to its former glory. Zhao Ku's fervor mounted as she spoke, her delicate features radiating determination. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, occasionally interjecting with affirmations. Witnessing his support, Zhao Ku grew even more animated, her passion igniting her words. As her spirit of teaching surged, she began to inspire both herself and others, awakening her talent and transforming into a motivational figure. However, just as she was becoming increasingly impassioned, the class teacher appeared at the door. Zhao Ku, please come here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ku paused her discourse and turned to Lin Yu, saying, good luck, before trotting toward the door, following the teacher out. Chapter 5. The Initial Practice of Meditation Techniques. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang, signaling the return of students to the classroom. After a while, the homeroom teacher and Zhao Ku returned together. Once Zhao Ku settled back into her seat, Lin Yu softly inquired, what did the homeroom teacher want with you? She asked which school I was considering applying to, and I replied that I had not yet decided. Lin Yu remarked, with your talent, gaining admission to one of the top 10 universities should pose no challenge. Zhao Ku chuckled, there are still 3 months until the college entrance examination. I mustn't become complacent. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded repeatedly, acknowledging Zhao Ku's humility and caution. Although she occasionally enjoyed playing the role of a mentor, she approached tasks with prudence and restraint, and her exceptional talent promised boundless potential for future achievements. At that moment, the homeroom teacher rapped on the blackboard. Silence. The students turned their attention towards the podium. The teacher proclaimed, first and foremost, let us congratulate Zhao Ku for awakening her SS-level talent, the Thunder Emperor. Applause erupted. In addition to Zhao Ku, we extend our congratulations to Li Wu for awakening his A-level talent, the Diamond Body. The teacher continued, this cohort of students, apart from Zhao Ku and Li Wu, possesses talents that are dismally poor. This is the weakest class I have ever taught. However, do not underestimate yourselves. Strive to improve, for even with modest talents, there remains a chance to reach the pinnacle of success. Take, for instance, our nation's sword god, Li Qinglian, who once possessed a B-level talent in swordsmanship and, through several transformations, ascended to the SS-level sword intent, becoming a pillar of strength for our country. Thus, with effort, the future is indeed bright. The homeroom teacher's words ignited a fervor within the students, who felt their spirits soar as if envisioning their own triumphs. The teacher continued, now that your talents have awakened, it is time to learn the meditation technique. This method is quite simple, and only those who have awakened their talents can master it. Close your eyes and visualize the universe. Clear your mind of distractions, connect with your innate abilities, and you will discover countless points of light. Then, attempt to draw these points into your being. This is the process of cultivation. With your talents awakened, practicing the meditation technique becomes significantly easier. Lin Yu gently shut his eyes, seeking to connect with his innate abilities. In the darkness of his mind, he indeed perceived numerous small points of light emerging in his consciousness. He hurriedly attempted to capture these lights, yet they proved elusive, darting away with remarkable agility. Unyielding, he persisted in his efforts, but the lights seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, evading him with incredible speed. Frustrated, he reluctantly opened his eyes to find many classmates sharing his plight, all exhibiting expressions of difficulty, save for Zhao Ku, who appeared relaxed and even bore a hint of a smile. It was evident that differences in talent resulted in varying levels of difficulty in cultivation, Lin Yu mused. He closed his eyes once more, attempting to capture the points of light. This time, having learned from his previous attempts, he employed a strategic approach, executing swift and precise movements. As a result, he successfully captured a fair number of points of light with relative ease. Nevertheless, the pace of his capture remained slow, and the lights did not gravitate towards him. He had to seek them out, which heightened the challenge. However, as the lights entered his body, he sensed a gradual strengthening within himself. Though the increase was minuscule, the sensation of even this slight enhancement was utterly captivating. He became immersed in the pleasure of absorbing the points of light. An hour later, the homeroom teacher's voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Everyone awaken. The students gradually stirred from their meditative states. Those lights are incredibly cunning. I must have attempted to capture them dozens of times without success. I've managed to capture several hundred attempts, yet just as I was on the brink of success, the lights swiftly evaded me. With your F and D level talents, do you truly expect to succeed on your first attempt at cultivation? At that moment, Li Wu's classmates gathered around him, inquiring, Li Wu, how many points of light have you captured? Li Wu, brimming with pride, replied, just over 30 points of light, nothing noteworthy. As he spoke, he cast glances towards Zhao Ku, feeling a pang of irritation upon witnessing Lin Yu engaged in conversation with her. Those around him, upon hearing that he had absorbed over 30 points of light, expressed astonishment. That's impressive. I, with my B-level talent, only managed to absorb 5 or 6. You're fortunate. I captured merely 2. Meanwhile, Zhaoku turned to Lin Yu and asked, how many points of light did you absorb? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and responded. About 35. Zhaoku exclaimed, are you truly a B-level talent? How did you capture more than an A-level talent? During the initial cultivation, B-level talents typically absorb between 5 to 15 points of light, while A-level talents generally range from 15 to 50. Lin Yu's count had already reached the level of a top-tier A-level talent. Lin Yu chuckled, perhaps I am exceptionally gifted. In truth, his ability to capture more than Li Wu stemmed from a prior enhancement in his strength and the fact that he was a B-level talent. These factors combined allowed him to absorb the light points more efficiently. What about you? Lin Yu inquired. Zhaoku replied, over 200. What? Lin Yu asked incredulously. More than 200 points of light. Zhaoku nodded, affirming her claim. Lin Yu felt a twinge of frustration, internally lamenting, I managed to absorb just over 30 points. And you react as if it's extraordinary, yet you absorbed over 200. What is so surprising about that? In that moment, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of emotional injury. Observing Lin Yu's expression, Zhaoku quickly offered words of encouragement. In truth, talent merely determines the starting point. The path ahead requires perseverance and determination. Some say the victors are kings, but I believe it is the survivors who reign supreme. As long as we endure, miracles will eventually come. Do not lose hope. Lin Yu regarded her, surprisingly finding himself nodding in agreement rather than dismissing her words. Living brings hope. Indeed, Zhaoku affirmed. As long as we endure, miracles will appear, even if the probability is exceedingly slim. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, inwardly scoffed. If the odds are so minuscule, what makes you so certain that I will be among the fortunate few? Was there a belief in fate at play here? Zhaoku seemed oblivious to Lin Yu's complex inner musings, frequently rallying him with motivational words. Lin Yu had grown accustomed to her encouragement, maintaining a stoic demeanor while occasionally nodding and offering his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner, a youth was glaring at him with jealousy ablaze. Lin Yu remained oblivious to this, and even if he were aware, it would not trouble him. After all, it was merely an A-level talent. One that was not even as formidable as his own B-level talent, hardly worth his concern. At this juncture, the teacher began to elucidate some foundational knowledge. During the initial practice of the meditation technique, individuals with F and D-level talents often perceive the light points, but struggle to capture them. I believe many of you can relate to this experience. The lower-tier talent holders nodded in deep understanding, having felt that sense of helplessness during their cultivation. They could see the lights, but could not grasp them. C-level talent holders typically manage to capture fewer than 5 points. B-level talents capture between 5 and 15. A-level talents capture between 15 and 50. S-level talents capture between 50 and 100, while SS-level talents can capture between 100 and 1,000 points. However, do not be disheartened, for as you grow more acquainted with the art of meditation, the number of light points you absorb will gradually approach the theoretical limit. Take the S-class as an example. With proficiency in meditation, the limit will reach 100, while the SS class will elevate to 1000. Consequently, the cultivation speed of the SS class will be tenfold that of the S class. Enough said. With merely 3 months until the college entrance examination, you must exert yourselves diligently in your training. Both your talent level and combat power will serve as standards for assessment. Dismissed. Chapter 6. Zhaoku has been accepted into one of the top 10 prestigious schools. After school, Lin Yu returned home directly. This abode was modest. Merely around 10 square meters, devoid of a kitchen, encompassing only a bathroom and a bedroom. As an orphan raised in a welfare institution, he naturally had no source of income. Fortunately, he received a monthly orphan subsidy of 300 star coins, which, with careful budgeting, barely sufficed for his basic living expenses. Seated on a stool, he activated his wristwatch, and a luminous screen instantly materialized. The wristwatch, issued to every citizen by the government, functions akin to a sophisticated smartphone. It requires no charging, as basking in sunlight quickly replenishes its power. At that moment, a notification appeared on the screen. You have a new message. Upon opening the message, an email unfolded. Clicking to view it, he read, Dear Lin Yu, congratulations on becoming a B-class Awaken 1. Based on your talent level, you are eligible to receive a monthly subsidy of 1000 star coins, and this month's subsidy has been credited. Please check your account. In 3 months, university admission assessments will take place. Please prepare accordingly and enroll in your chosen school promptly. Wishing you grand aspirations and soaring dreams. This was a rather official email, and every Awaken individual would receive similar correspondence, with content that broadly mirrored this one. However, the subsidies varied according to the awakened individual's level. The higher the level, the greater the subsidy, and conversely, the lower it would be. Faced with the looming threat of invasions from various realms, humanity in this era remained remarkably united. In this age of universal awakening, even an individual who does not work can manage to sustain themselves solely on the subsidies provided to awaken ones. Yet, to live well, to marry and raise a family. One must strive and struggle. The financial sources for awakened individuals come from two primary avenues. One is employment income, which necessitates joining various institutions, such as teaching in schools or working in administrative roles within government agencies and corporations, professions that do not require venturing out to hunt. Such careers offer security but often come with modest remuneration. The other avenue involves hunting in the wild, undertaking missions that necessitate leaving the city. These professions yield the highest income but are fraught with peril, with numerous awakened individuals meeting their demise in the wilderness each year. It is through these brave hunters that humanity has managed to maintain a foothold in a chaotic world. Upon checking his bank balance, Lin Yu discovered an additional 1,000 star coins. He switched off his wristwatch, and at that moment, his stomach grumbled, prompting him to rush downstairs to purchase something to eat. After a simple dinner, he spent a while online gathering information before retiring to bed, as he had to attend school the next day. A night passed in silence, and morning arrived swiftly. Rising early, Lin Yu freshened up and made his way to school. The atmosphere in the school was as lively as ever, with students bustling about in a hurry. Noticing the time, he quickened his pace as class was about to commence. As Lin Yu entered the classroom, he immediately overheard his classmates engaged in spirited discussions. Did you know? Our class beauty, Zhao Ku, has been accepted early into the Chaos Element Academy, one of the top 10 schools. With her SS class talent, it's only natural she would be admitted. Indeed, it's rather disappointing, you know? The SS class Awaken one from the high school next door wasn't accepted early, which clearly indicates that our class beauty possesses superior talent. Lin Yu lowered his head, sighing inwardly. Indeed, people are different. Some are born standing at the finish line of others. Students like Zhao Ku, with such extraordinary talent, are the favored ones, blessed by fate. As long as she remains alive, she is destined to become a prominent figure in the city, though her path in life may be fraught with challenges. The dangers she faces are beyond what others can imagine. Nonetheless, her future is one that many will look up to. For most young people, they would rather experience a brief, glorious peak than languish in mediocrity until death. Yet, as one ages, growing more astute and cautious, the fear of death becomes more pronounced. Thus, it is said that the youth are the driving force of societal progress. Regarding Zhao Ku's acceptance into the Chaos Element Academy, he felt genuinely pleased for her. While his classmates could only express envy, Lin Yu felt little of it. With the assistance of his system, SS class talent was not something he deemed worthy of envy. His life's journey was bound to be distinct. Some aimed to venture into more developed cities, to hunt fiercer monsters, or even to witness the marvels of other realms. His aspiration, however, lies in the divine realm, the demonic realm, to slay gods and demons, and to become the sovereign of all realms. At that moment, the class beauty, Zhao Ku, entered with an icy demeanor. Upon her arrival, the chatter among the students diminished immediately. Everyone knew Zhao Ku was a cold beauty, unyielding and distant, making her hard to approach. However, once she settled into her seat, her inner teacher instinct seemed to awaken. She began lecturing Lin Yu. You must not be like them. Gossiping behind others' backs like a common gossip. That is the behavior of the weak. We should be forthright and embody the qualities of a gentleman. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly, replying, Indeed, you speak the truth. Internally, he sighed, accustomed to letting her words flow in one ear and out the other. Sometimes Lin Yu wondered if it was his indifferent nature that prompted Zhao Ku to continuously lecture him. He inquired, Is it true that you've been accepted into the Chaos Element Academy? Yes, thank you. The sudden chill in her demeanor left Lin Yu somewhat disoriented. Looking up, he noticed their homeroom teacher had already taken to the podium. No wonder she reverted to her cold beauty persona. Was she concerned about revealing her nurturing side in front of the teacher? The homeroom teacher cast a few appreciative glances at Zhao Ku before commencing the lesson. The subject was history, a course Lin Yu had long grown weary of. 300 years ago, the realms invaded. The revival of spiritual energy led countless creatures to evolve and acquire extraordinary abilities. Humanity, too, gained the capacity to create divine platforms, thus initiating an era of universal awakening. However, despite acquiring extraordinary powers, the formidable beings from various realms and the locally evolved monsters have consistently encroached upon humanity's space for survival. After 3 centuries of effort, we have finally established a foothold. Yet, compared to 3 centuries ago, when humanity was the ruler of Blue Star, we now occupy but a corner. Humanity possesses only 300 cities, claiming less than 1/10,000th of the world's territory. Meanwhile, monsters and forces from alternate realms dominate the majority of the land. This is humanity's sorrow and our disgrace. Henceforth, the arduous task of reclaiming lost territory is entrusted to you. I fervently hope that you can enable our teacher to witness, within their lifetime, the moment when humanity ascends once more to its pinnacle. Furthermore, due to the invasion from various realms, our world has transformed into a transit station, allowing passage to any other world. A transit station, indeed, is a coveted battleground. Consequently, our world has become inundated with a myriad of beings from alternate dimensions. Fortunately, formidable deities are unable to breach our realm. They wander in the ethereal realms, only partially absorbing the teachings presented by our homeroom teacher. This knowledge, they have long since assimilated from the memories of the original host. Not only that, but their understanding surpasses even the detailed explanations provided by the teacher. With the invasion of various realms, Blue Star has become a transit station, thereby making it a contested territory. Countless factions have established their presence on Blue Star. And while deities cannot intrude, they still pose a significant threat to humanity's existence. As a result, humanity has engaged in countless wars with these otherworldly beings. Therefore, despite the current semblance of safety, one cannot ascertain when conflict might erupt. A single city could be obliterated in an instant. This pervasive sense of crisis hangs overhead like the sword of Damocles, instilling a profound urgency within one's heart. He yearns to venture out and hunt, to elevate his innate abilities and combat strength, believing that only through empowerment can he quell his inner turmoil. After what felt like an agonizing 40 minutes, Zhao could diligently recorded every point of knowledge. Lin Yu glanced at his blank notebook and shook his head. All right, as class is about to conclude, I have an announcement to make. Congratulations to Zhao Ke from our class, who has been accepted early by the prestigious Chaos Element Academy, one of the top 10 universities. Let us all applaud. A resounding round of applause erupted. Now, let us be quiet for a moment. As you all know, upon awakening your talents, the next step is to prepare for university. Each institution has its unique entrance examination, so you should register as soon as possible and prepare in the meantime. I recommend that students with A-grade talents consider applying to the top 100 universities. As for those with talents below A-grade, I would advise against applying to prestigious institutions, as passing the assessments will be exceedingly difficult. Additionally, to avoid encroaching on your training time, we will hold class meetings every other week from now on. You need not come to school outside of these meetings. You are now free. All right, that concludes my remarks. Class dismissed. Afterward, the homeroom teacher called Zhao Ke aside. Once they departed, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Our class has only one SS grade talent, the class beauty, and only Li Wu possesses an A grade talent. Sai, what am I? A mere C grade talent, supposed to do? Should I pursue university or enter society? Never mind. I'll focus on training first and see where that leads me. Yes, getting accepted would be ideal, but if not, I can always find a class to join. Lin Yu remained distracted throughout, which was quite typical of him. Zhao Ke was once again summoned by the homeroom teacher, leaving Lin Yu in an unusually quiet space. An hour later, the school bell chimed, signaling the end of the day. Chapter 7. Hunting outside the city, breaking through to first-order combat power. From this day forth, daily attendance is no longer required. You only need to come to school once a week for a class meeting. Of course, if there are important matters, the teacher will notify everyone in the group. This has become a tradition for every graduating class, aimed at providing students with more time for training. After all, university admissions primarily consider combat power and innate talent, while academic performance is generally manageable. Moreover, during the 2 years of study before awakening, all necessary knowledge has been acquired. Now that everyone has awakened their talents, training is the primary focus. This news is quite favorable for Lin Yu. He can finally venture outside the city to hunt and level up. Upon leaving school, he headed straight for the city gates. After walking for a short while, he caught sight of the towering walls and gates of Jiqing from a distance. There were no guards at the gate, as the entire city is monitored by a central intelligence system, eliminating the need for human sentinels. The gate, although referred to as such, is actually a network structure woven from blue energy. Should anyone attempt to force their way through, they would be met with high-energy beams that would turn them into a sieve. Should an enemy emerge that the gate cannot handle, the city guard station nearby would swiftly respond to repel the threat. This is the defensive system at the entrance of Jiqing. As Lin Yu approached the gate, he produced his student card and placed it on the sensing device. Instantly, a series of prompts sounded. Beep, identity verification successful. Jiqing 3rd High School student Lin Yu. Please state your purpose for exiting the city. I wish to go outside to hunt, Lin Yu replied. Beep, verification successful. You may exit the city. Your information has been registered. Reminder, the wilderness is fraught with danger. Please exercise caution and ensure you return before nightfall. In the next moment, the energy of the gate retracted, creating a passage. Lin Yu hurriedly stepped through. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with a desolate expanse, barren and devoid of life, leading one to suspect that the city lay within a desert. However, he understood that this was a deliberate measure for the city's safety, designed to present a desolate facade. In fact, the area surrounding Jiqing for a radius of 1,000 meters is completely devoid of vegetation. If flora were allowed to flourish, it would obscure visibility, providing cover for ferocious beasts, thereby compromising the city's safety. Hence, there are regular efforts to clear the area. Jiqing is bordered by mountains on one side and a river on the other, with the south and west flanks open. His destination is the Necromancer's Canyon, located 10 miles to the west. The monsters here are not overly strong, making it perfectly suited for his current capabilities. Thus, he set off. Having already enhanced his combat power once, his speed was commendable. After 10 minutes, he paused. This is it. The Necromancer's Canyon, surrounded by mountains. The Necromancer's Canyon is dark and damp, shrouded in perpetual gloom, teeming with countless undead. This place was once a normal canyon, but 300 years ago, it fell victim to an invasion from the realm of the undead, unleashing a torrent of death energy that has since given rise to eternal mists of demise. Consequently, it has become a breeding ground for undead creatures. However, the concentration of death energy is not particularly intense, meaning that the undead creatures here are generally not formidable. Roughly a notch above those found in the school's undead secret realm. This is precisely why he chose to hunt here. Lin Yu found a large rock to conceal himself behind and activated his doppelganger ability. Instantly, two identical doppelgangers materialized before him, shimmering with white light. Brothers, I'm counting on you. Go forth. The two doppelgangers nodded, picked up two bone clubs, and ventured into the distance. Through the eyes of his doppelgangers, Lin Yu observed that they did not delve deeper but instead circled the periphery, attacking only isolated monsters. At this moment, they stealthily approached a solitary skeletal mage from behind. The first doppelganger feigned an attack, provoking the skeletal mage to angrily chant a spell. Seizing the opportunity during the incantation, the second doppelganger sprang forth from behind the skeletal mage, delivering a powerful blow to its skull. Bang! The skeletal mage was struck, causing its spell to falter, momentarily dazed. Observing this, the first doppelganger immediately targeted the skeletal mage's neck. Boom! The second doppelganger also took the opportunity to strike at the skeletal mage's neck. The two doppelgangers, one after the other, swung their bone clubs with precision against the fragile neck of the skeletal mage, resulting in a decisive break. Its head tumbled to the ground, rolling away with a clatter. Two avatars simultaneously bent down, wielding their bone clubs with fervor as they struck relentlessly at the skull of the skeletal mage. Bang! 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 In no time, the mage's head was shattered, and the flames of its soul dissipated swiftly. Lin Yu heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding! Skeleton mage defeated, earned 2 upgrade points. Continue the slaughter. Lin Yu silently commanded his avatars. They nodded in response and resumed their tactics, targeting isolated monsters. They would encircle their prey, with Avatar 1 feigning an attack to draw fire while Avatar 2 executed a surprise assault to interrupt the enemy's skills. Subsequently, they would execute a coordinated strike, delivering blows to the creature's neck, incapacitating it, and ultimately smashing its skull to extinguish the soul fire, achieving the kill. Their methods were astonishingly proficient. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu felt a surge of surprise. The avatars had become increasingly cunning and their combat experience had significantly improved. Could it be that the avatars were capable of self-learning? This thought sparked in Lin Yu's mind. If the avatars could indeed learn independently and share combat experiences, could he also share in that knowledge? With this idea, Lin Yu felt a thrill of excitement. After the avatars dispatched another monster, he commanded them to return. Share your combat experiences with me, he ordered. Why was there no response? Lin Yu continued to try, yet still met with silence, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. If experience could be shared, then his avatars could effectively replace him in learning, whether it be martial skills or knowledge, allowing him to reap the rewards effortlessly. Host, your current talent level does not possess this ability. In other words, once his talent reached a level, he could share experiences? Lin Yu ventured a question. Yes, host. Lin Yu rejoiced and hastily instructed his 2 avatars to continue slaying monsters. Time flowed slowly. Ding. Skeleton mage defeated, earned 2 upgrade points. Ding. Skeleton assassin defeated, earned 2 upgrade points. 3 hours elapsed, and Lin Yu had vanquished over 100 monsters, accumulating more than 300 evolution points. However, these points were still far from sufficient to elevate his talent level. Hence, he urged his avatars to delve deeper. This time, they indeed encountered stronger foes. The skeletal creatures were shrouded in black bones, reflecting the glimmer of dark iron. Lin Yu recognized them as black iron skeleton warriors. But if silver skeleton warriors posed no challenge, why would he fear the black iron ones? He promptly commanded his avatars to attack. The 2 avatars remained crafty and ruthless, never engaging head-on even when they could. Their movements were increasingly elusive, their tactics ever more vicious. One avatar targeted the monster's arm, provoking a retaliatory swing of its weapon. The other seized the opportunity to strike at the monster's neck from behind. The blow landed. Bang! The creature staggered, nearly losing its weapon. The first avatar rushed in, delivering a blow to the monster's neck. Bang! After sustaining 2 attacks, the creature's frail neck buckled under the strain, and its head plopped to the ground, rolling away. Upon witnessing this, the avatars surged forward in unison, delivering a flurry of strikes to the skeletal head. Though it appeared to take a long time, in reality, only a few seconds had passed. The avatars had honed their efficiency to an art form. Furthermore, as their kills mounted, their combat strategies evolved. Clearly, the avatars demonstrated growth potential. You have slain a black iron skeleton warrior, earned 4 upgrade points. You have slain a black iron skeleton mage, earned 4 upgrade points. With each monster's demise, Lin Yu was rewarded with upgrade points. He felt elation, as he need not engage in battle himself. He could simply hide and summon a new wave of avatars once the current ones perished, although he could only maintain 2 avatars at once, even after their demise. The next batch would inherit their experiences and abilities. The avatars only grew stronger with each kill. As dusk approached, Lin Yu had amassed 1,000 upgrade points. System. Can I elevate my combat power tier this time? It requires 900 upgrade points. Host has sufficient points and can upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Yes, let us upgrade. I have waited too long for this moment. Ding. Combat power level breakthrough in progress. Suddenly, golden light enveloped Lin Yu. He felt as though his cells were immersed in a warm spring, voraciously absorbing energy, his strength continuously augmenting. The sensation was intoxicating, prompting involuntary moans of pleasure. So delightful. Just as the euphoria reached its peak, it abruptly ceased, leaving him yearning for more. Ding. Congratulations on your breakthrough. You are now at the initial stage of first-tier combat power. That was it. The breakthrough felt almost too effortless. He hadn't had enough of the experience. Damn. Just a 3-second wonder, huh? Nevertheless, despite the grumbling, Lin Yu was profoundly exhilarated. It was common knowledge that others aiming for a breakthrough would require at least 3 months of diligent training, even with the same B-level talent. Yet he? All this in merely 2 days. In terms of training speed, he wondered how he compared to Zhao Ku. Lin Yu shook off his reverie, reveling in the surging power within him, his smile almost splitting his face. This was first-tier combat power. How formidable. Lin Yu felt a surge of strength coursing through him, an impulsive desire to punch through the heavens. At that moment, the avatars discovered a cave, and Lin Yu, upon seeing it, exclaimed with excitement, "What a perfect opportunity to test my newfound strength." Chapter 8. Wounded are you? I'll take your life while you're ill. He directed his gaze toward the cave in the distance. The entrance was modest, surrounded by scattered stones. Such caves were typically occupied by formidable monsters. So he commanded his avatars to investigate. Should the monsters prove too powerful, he would retreat. If they were weak, he would take the opportunity to eliminate them. Lin Yu instructed his avatars to advance. The 2 avatars, upon receiving the command, wasted no time and proceeded toward the cave. Lin Yu concealed himself at a distance, utilizing the avatar's perspective to observe the cave's interior. It was evidently a mine. The marks on the surrounding stone walls indicated that it had been excavated long ago. However, it had been ages since anyone had entered, as the mine was now adorned with cobwebs. As they ventured deeper, the space within expanded dramatically. Suddenly, a chilling shriek echoed through the air. Defend. Lin Yu immediately commanded. The avatars assumed defensive stances, cleverly positioning themselves against the stone walls. One to the left and one to the right, watchful of the depths of the cave. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps gradually approached, becoming clearer with each passing moment. After a brief interval, a pair of crimson eyes glowed ominously in the darkness, followed by the emergence of a monstrous figure. Lin Yu gasped in shock upon seeing the creature that stepped forth. Before him stood a beast with scarlet eyes, a platinum skeleton, wielding a battle axe, the platinum skeleton warrior. How could this be? This creature was comparable to a second-tier combat power. Wasn't he? It said that the strongest monsters here were merely second-tier? Why was he so unfortunate as to encounter a second-tier platinum skeleton warrior at the periphery? With his newly attained first-tier strength, how could he contend with it? What to do? Flee. Lin Yu immediately commanded his doppelganger to retreat. Upon receiving the order, the doppelganger hesitated for a brief moment, a flicker of combat fervor gleaming in its eyes. However, in the next instant, that emotion was swiftly suppressed as it dashed towards the exit. Simultaneously, Lin Yu also retreated from the Death Canyon. Yet, in the following moment, the crimson-eyed platinum skeleton warrior zeroed in on the first doppelganger, raising its axe to cleave down upon it. Would you like to expend 5 upgrade points to check the target's attributes? At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Lin Yu's heart surged with joy as he commanded the doppelganger to withdraw, while simultaneously examining the monster's attributes. Yes. Ding. 5 upgrade points. Platinum Skeleton Warrior. Combat Power, Early Second Tier. Skills, Energy Slash, Whirlwind Axe. Note: this monster is severely injured, possessing only a fraction of its combat power. It is strongly advised to eliminate it. With early second-tier combat power, severely injured, and possessing merely 2 skills, victory was still within reach. At worst, he would only lose 2 doppelgangers. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and issued a command for attack. Upon receiving the command, the doppelganger's eyes sparkled with excitement. They fixated on the monster as if it were a delectable feast. The 2 doppelgangers coordinated perfectly. The first doppelganger attacked the monster's head from the left side, while the creature slowly raised its axe in defense. In that moment, however, the second doppelganger's palm suddenly radiated a ghostly blue light. Boom! A blue slash shot forth from its palm, striking the monster's calf with astonishing speed. A cracking sound echoed. The monster's leg bone shattered instantly. Lin Yu, witnessing this, was taken aback. When had the doppelganger learned the energy slash? It seemed his doppelganger was not quite the same. To his knowledge, B-grade talent doppelgangers were incapable of inheriting the skills of their host. Only those with A-grade talent could randomly inherit a skill. Due to this restriction, The doppelganger's talents had always leaned towards reconnaissance rather than combat, focusing on abilities such as intelligence gathering and espionage. Yet now, his doppelganger had surprisingly acquired a skill before reaching A grade, which was utterly unexpected and exhilarating. At that moment, the second doppelganger unleashed another energy slash, striking the monster's calf once more. Crack! The leg broke, and the monster collapsed to its knees. Seeing this, the first doppelganger disregarded defense and brought its bone club down fiercely upon the monster's neck. Roar! The monster bellowed, swinging its axe. Whirlwind axe. Instantly, the axe became a blur, enveloped by a whirlwind, and struck fiercely at the first doppelganger. The first doppelganger had no time to retreat and was cleaved in half by the axe, dissolving into sparkling motes of light. The first doppelganger had fallen. The second doppelganger, witnessing this, felt a pang of sorrow as it roared and aimed for the monster's other leg. Crack! The monster's remaining leg was severed. Thud! The monster knelt, struggling to move. At that moment, it unleashed a brilliant blue energy slash from its hand, the slash half a meter long, twice the size of the second doppelganger's strike. With a thunderous roar, it obliterated the second doppelganger. The second doppelganger had fallen. The platinum skeleton warrior, having vanquished 2 foes, let out exultant howls. It had slain 2 intruders, but was left with 2 shattered leg bones, hindering its mobility. Thus, it began to search the ground for bones to replace its own. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, seeing his 2 doppelgangers slain, immediately summoned 2 more. Go avenge your fallen brethren. The 2 doppelgangers nodded, indignantly making their way toward the cave. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the platinum skeleton warrior attempting to affix mismatched leg bones. It was evident these belonged to other skeletons, differing in color and size. Yet even mismatched bones were better than none. The creature, engrossed in its task, raised its head, flickering with the fire of souls, upon hearing the noise. In the next moment, its jaw dropped in astonishment. Though its intellect was not high, it retained a decent memory. It could not fathom why humans, upon death, could return to life. Yet this did not deter its resolve to slay its adversaries. However, it clearly underestimated the capabilities of the doppelgangers. Having perished once, the doppelgangers now possessed significantly enhanced combat experience, maneuvering with newfound ease against the monster. As the platinum skeleton warrior executed its skill, the 2 doppelgangers swiftly retreated. When the creature advanced, they countered with energy slashes. The monster moved forward, they fell back. When the monster retreated, they pursued. They adeptly exploited the creature's impaired mobility, gradually leading it toward its demise. At that moment, the monster's neck was nearly severed, its head drooping precariously, on the verge of detachment. Energy slash. The doppelgangers unleashed their energy slashes in unison. Instantly, 2 slashes cleaved through the air, aimed at the monster, already battered beyond recognition. It was unable to defend itself and fell victim to the 2 strikes, severing its neck entirely. As the head tumbled to the ground, the doppelgangers rushed forward, hacking wildly at it. In no time, the monster's skull was shattered, and without its head to protect it, the fire of its soul quickly extinguished. Concurrently, a notification echoed in Lin Yu's ears. Ding! Elimination of the platinum skeleton warrior grants 500 upgrade points. With a clatter, a crystal shard fell to the ground. Lin Yu commanded the first doppelganger to pick it up for examination, only to find it was yet another skill crystal. He quickly checked and discovered it was a crystal for the energy slash skill, leaving him somewhat disappointed. It seemed it could only be sold for money. Glancing at the time, Lin Yu realized it was already past 5 in the afternoon and called his doppelgangers back. Once they returned, he also made his way back to the city. After all, the wilderness at night was exceedingly perilous. Chapter 9. You are unworthy. On the way back to the city, Lin Yu encountered no troublesome events, leading him to question whether he was indeed the protagonist. Wasn't it said that protagonists faced numerous tribulations, with chaos ensuing at every turn? Why was it so tranquil upon his exit from the city? The journey was smooth sailing? Lin Yu scoffed, feeling dissatisfied, yet deep down, he hoped for a safe return. After all, he was no dragon king, with powerful beings flocking to him. Throughout his journey, he encountered several travelers, some in pairs and others alone, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. No one approached to converse or forge new connections. Everyone kept an appropriate safety margin. As this was Lin Yu's first venture outside the city for hunting, he observed the heightened wariness of these individuals and emulated their caution. He walked deliberately, avoiding the center of the path, while keeping his mind attuned to his gifted abilities, ever vigilant for potential threats. The 10-mile trek had taken him merely 10 minutes on the way out, yet the return journey consumed half an hour. Upon reaching the city gates and gazing at the imposing walls, he finally exhaled in relief. I've finally returned. Approaching the gates, he produced his student card and placed it on the detection platform for verification. Instantly, a mechanical voice emitted from the detection platform. Ding. Detection complete. Welcome back, Lin Yu, the student of the prestigious Sangao. With a crisp sound, the blue energy barrier dissipated, and Lin Yu hurriedly stepped inside. As he entered the city, a cacophony of footsteps echoed behind him. Turning to glance back, he saw a group of similarly aged students trudging forward, their faces etched with fatigue. Upon reaching the city gates, their expressions transformed into excitement as they swiftly produced their identification cards for verification. A chorus of detection sounds filled the air, and with jubilant cheers, they surged into the city. Lin Yu observed this scene, shaking his head in bemusement, pondering whether their exhaustion was truly warranted. Before turning away and making his way home, having been out for the day, his stomach was now grumbling in protest. As he strolled into the central square of the city, a sudden voice called out to him. At the sound, he halted, pivoting to see Zhao Ku. Her face alight with excitement, waving enthusiastically. Lin Yu, Lin Yu. With a resigned smile, Lin Yu dashed toward her. Just as he reached Zhao Ku, a boy of similar age approached from behind her, inquiring, Zhao Ku, who is this? Zhao Ku glanced at him coolly and replied, my classmate. The boy, taken aback by her frosty tone, felt a flicker of irritation but managed to restrain himself. Extending his hand with a smile, he introduced himself. Hello, classmate. I'm Li Yuan. I possess an S-level talent in storm manipulation. What about you? Lin Yu, taken aback, wondered what provocation he had incurred to warrant such scrutiny. Was it merely the burden of being the protagonist? After all, every leading character encounters their share of trivial troubles. However, observing the smug expression on Li Yuan's face, he remained impassive and replied nonchalantly, B-level, duplication. Upon hearing that Lin Yu was of B-level talent, Li Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Casting furtive glances at Zhao Ku, noting that she had yet to acknowledge him, disappointment crept into his heart. It was sheer luck for him to encounter Zhao Ku during his leisurely stroll. He had hoped to invite her to dinner, but her consistently frosty demeanor left him feeling dejected. Though he possessed S-level talent, which paled in comparison to Zhao Ku's SS-level prowess, he still ranked among the top in their school. His admiration for Zhao Ku, a paragon of beauty and talent, was tinged with ulterior motives. He was not alone in this sentiment. Many male classmates harbored similar thoughts, for Zhao Ku was the brightest gem in their senior year, having already secured admission to the prestigious Chaos Element Academy. How could he not be captivated? He too held an S-level talent and believed that, with diligent training, he might someday evolve into an SS-level talent. As he regarded Lin Yu, a mere B-level talent, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. What could a B-level talent possibly contest against him? Upon learning of Lin Yu's B-level status, Li Yuan's hostility dissipated. To him, Lin Yu was merely a minor character, and once they entered university, they would inhabit entirely different realms. Zhao Ku would no longer cross paths with him. Flashing a radiant smile, Li Yuan said, Lin, if you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out. I still hold some influence at Sengao. Lin Yu cast him a sidelong glance, ignoring the comment entirely. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Li Yuan pressed on. Your talent seems somewhat lacking. The duplication skill is best suited for reconnaissance. Would you be interested in working under me? Lin Yu shook his head, responding, I'm afraid I'm not interested. Zhao Ku interjected, what if you came to work under me instead? Lin Yu looked at her in surprise, but still shook his head. Zhao Ku, amused, remarked, see? I can't even coax you into my service. What right does your S-level talent have to expect Lin Yu to be your subordinate? Li Yuan, stung by Zhao Ku's derision, felt a surge of anger but forced a smile. Haha, I'm merely jesting, don't take it to heart. How about this? I see the hour is getting late. Let us all go out for a meal together, shall we? Lin Yu shook his head, concocting a convenient excuse. I'm sorry, but it's getting late, and my family is waiting for me. Zhao Ku, raising an eyebrow, added, you can go eat on your own. We need to head home. Li Yuan attempted to extend another invitation, but both were unyielding in their refusals. Ultimately, he bid them farewell, left standing alone as they departed. He had just begun to pursue them when he was astonished to find that their pace surpassed his, and in a mere moment, they vanished from sight. Truly, what an inexplicable turn of events. Once they had gone far enough, he flushed with embarrassment, gazing at the direction they had taken. Lin Yu, I shall investigate this fellow. Who dares to walk so closely with Zhao Ku? Under the streetlights, Lin Yu and Zhao Ku strolled side by side. Zhao Ku remarked, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Aren't you worried about Li Yuan seeking revenge? After all, he possesses S-level talent. And if he truly were to strike, the school would likely turn a blind eye. In this world, those with formidable talents are inherently privileged. Lin Yu chuckled. But you're here to protect me, right? If he dares to bully me, can you really stand idly by? Zhao Ku burst into laughter. Exactly. If he dares to trouble you, I shall make him kneel at your feet and sing your praises. How does that sound? Then I'll be counting on you. If I get beaten up, it'll be your reputation on the line. Lin Yu replied. Zhao Ku clenched her tiny fist, brimming with determination. Rest assured, I will safeguard you. However, you must not become complacent, understand? Train diligently. There will always be opportunities to ascend to greatness. Just look at the sword god. The ever-teaching spirit of hers surfaced once more, and as Lin Yu listened to her advice, he nodded fervently, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Fearing that if she didn't feel satisfied, she would continue lecturing, and he'd never make it home today. Do you understand? Train hard. Yes, I understand. Good. It's getting late. See you again. Goodbye. Chapter 10. Selling Skill Crystals. We are now wealthy. The following morning, Lin Yu stretched lazily, completing a quick wash-up before recalling the skill crystal he had acquired yesterday. He hurried downstairs, made his way to another street, and found a public telephone booth, where he produced a business card. This was the card given to him by the affluent Lu and when he exited the secret realm a few days prior. Following the number on the card, he dialed. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, the call connected. Who is this? I have skill crystals. Lin Yu had no intention of revealing his identity. After all, caution was the key to longevity. On the other end, the voice responded eagerly. I'll take it. No matter the price. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, while he was aware of the rarity and value of skill crystals. He anticipated such fervor from a wealthy individual. Skill crystals allowed one to learn abilities, although the skills acquired did not scale with battle prowess like innate talents. They provided a significant avenue for lower-tier talents to surpass their higher-tier counterparts. Consider this. If one party possessed various advanced skills while another only had a single innate talent, the outcome of their confrontation would be unpredictable. However, skill crystals had an exceedingly low drop rate. Being consumables, they were snatched up immediately upon availability. In the marketplace, skill crystals held their value exceptionally well, even more so than star coins. Some individuals have amassed an entire room filled with skill crystals, akin to how earthlings convert their assets into real estate. Indeed, these crystals are more valuable than property, and in times of crisis, they can be utilized to forge armed factions. However, acquiring skill crystals is no simple feat. Most individuals who come into possession of these crystals tend to use them for personal gain. Those wishing to sell would typically offer them to reputable stores, leaving Lewin with no choice but to pay a hefty price if he desires to procure them. More often than not, the market is saturated with demand but lacking in supply, rendering it nearly impossible to purchase them. While Lewin may be a scion of wealth, he is still overshadowed by numerous siblings, and due to his D-grade talent, he does not command much attention at home. Thus, securing skill crystals through legitimate means is unattainable. Even if someone were to sell, the competition would be fierce, and given his financial standing, he would be hard-pressed to outbid others. Lin Yu, having yet to delve into this realm, possesses scant knowledge about it. If obtaining skill crystals proves challenging for a wealthy heir like Luen, it is all the more daunting for an orphan like Lin Yu. Consequently, his awareness of such matters is minimal. Yet, fortune seems to favor Lin Yu, as he has managed to acquire 2 skill crystals after battling monsters on 2 occasions. Should others discover this, they would undoubtedly curse him for his extraordinary luck. Lin Yu inquired, aren't you curious about what type of skill crystals they are? Lewin responded, firstly, your combat prowess is modest, so the crystals you obtain are unlikely to be of high caliber. Secondly, skill crystals are precious. No matter the price, I would deem it worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded, realizing the value of skill crystals had ascended in his mind. In that case, what price are you offering? 300,000. Lewin declared. 300,000 star coins could purchase a 100-square-meter residence in Jiqing. It is worth noting that the average salary for a common worker in this city is merely 3,000 star coins per month. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yu's breath quickened. Just as he was about to agree, Lewin, sensing Lin Yu's hesitation, quickly added, the market price is 300,000. But given the nature of skill crystals, which are often scarce, how about 500,000? Beyond that, I currently lack sufficient cash. Lin Yu took a deep breath and replied, deal? Lewin rejoiced, exclaiming, splendid. I shall consider you a true friend. Where are you? I will come to find you. Lin Yu provided the name of a cafe, and Lewin indicated he would arrive shortly before hanging up. As Lin Yu set down the phone, his heart raced with excitement. 500,000. In Jiqing, that could buy a 150-square-meter house, a sum that would take an ordinary salaryman nearly 18 years of frugality to amass. Yet, he had acquired it so effortlessly. No, Lin Yu shook his head. It was not so easily gained. After all, it required venturing outside the city, which posed a threat to his life. In other words, this fortune was earned at the price of his life. No wonder hunting outside the city is so perilous. It is evidently quite lucrative. At that moment, Lin Yu comprehended why adventurers who hunt outside the city are so well compensated. After a while, Lin Yu regained his composure, creating a doppelganger, donning a hat and mask, and sending it to the cafe. As soon as the doppelganger entered, Lewin followed closely behind. Upon entering, Lewin immediately noticed the doppelganger's disguise. But he was not surprised. After all, this was a significant transaction, and prudence was understandable. He asked, is that you? The doppelganger nodded and produced the skill crystal. Lewin, seeing the crystal, eagerly exclaimed, may I examine it? The doppelganger remained silent, gazing intently at him. Lewin, feeling a bit awkward, said, how about I pay you first? The doppelganger simply uttered 2 words, cash. Lewin reassured him, rest assured, I am equipped with cash. He was familiar with such transactions. After all, they were strangers, and cash dealings were safer as they left no trace. He then removed his backpack and retrieved the cash within. The doppelganger counted it, confirming it was substantial and genuine, before placing the cash into his own backpack and finally handing over the skill crystal. Lewin held the skill crystal and pressed it to his forehead for inspection. After a considerable time, he set it down, muttering, "Energy slash, not a bad deal." When he turned around, the doppelganger had already departed. Lewin observed the figure leaving and hurriedly checked the phone number, only to find it was a public phone. He mused to himself, "This person is exceedingly cautious, quite intriguing." Back at Lin Yu's residence, he gazed at the backpack brimming with money, a grin stretching across his face. "I have money now, time for a grand feast." Lin Yu descended the stairs, heading toward the nearest restaurant. As an orphan, he had always been frugal, never having stepped foot in even a decent eatery. Now, entering this upscale establishment, he felt no trepidation. After all, in his previous life, he frequently dined at high-end restaurants. He summoned a waiter and ordered a lavish spread of dishes. Once the food arrived, Lin Yu waved the waiter away and began to indulge. "Delicious," he exclaimed. "The meat has such a satisfying texture. It must be the flesh of a mutated beast. This far surpasses the food on earth." After eating, he felt a warm satisfaction enveloping him. It was utterly delightful. As a first-tier awakened individual, his appetite was tenfold what it used to be. He consumed the entire table of dishes single-handedly. When he finished, he called the waiter to settle the bill. "Sir, your total comes to 1,500 star coins." This amount equated to half a month's salary for an ordinary person, yet Lin Yu felt no remorse. He paid the bill and exited the restaurant, ignoring the admiring gazes of the waitstaff behind him. With money comes a lightness of spirit. It felt as though his heart had been inflated with joy. He walked with newfound vigor, his mind clearer than ever. On his way back, he purchased 2 outfits, and just as he was about to head home, he stumbled upon an equipment store. With its dazzling array of gear, he paused in admiration. The store owner, noticing him, looked up from his calculations and warmly greeted. "Young man, come in and take a look." Lin Yu instinctively considered leaving, but recalling that he was now a man of means, he straightened his posture and boldly entered the shop. "What equipment do you have? Please, enlighten me," Lin Yu said with confidence. The owner, a white-bearded elder with fair skin and a military crew cut, stood at about 6 feet tall. Though slender, he carried himself with an air of dignity, akin to a robust pine tree. This prompted Lin Yu to take a second glance, for he did not resemble an ordinary individual at all. Chapter 11. Young man. "You have a secret." Lin Yu stepped into the shop. It was not large, with various weapons hanging on the walls, including firearms and melee weapons. This era has inherited technological advancements from the previous age while integrating the unique traits of awakened individuals, resulting in a distinctive form of energy technology. The types of weapons have undergone significant evolution. For instance, there exists a firearm utilized by awakened individuals known as the awaken gun. This weapon does not employ metallic bullets, instead utilizing an energy conversion array within to condense its own energy into bullets for firing. It could be likened to a gun with infinite ammunition. However, its glaring drawback is the necessity to expend one's own energy. Lin Yu glanced at the price and decisively chose to forego the purchase. 100,000. Although he could afford it, he was reluctant to part with such a sum. In his usual manner, he preferred to let his clones engage in battle while he himself remained concealed away. Furthermore, such weaponry was only effective against first-tier awakened beings. Once one ascended to the second tier, their perceptual abilities would be significantly enhanced, allowing them to effortlessly evade gunfire. As one progressed further, the importance of individual combat strength became increasingly paramount, with technology shifting its focus more towards defensive and supportive roles. Thus, cold weaponry remains the eternal deity. Lin Yu grasped a Tang Dao and declared, "I shall take 3 of these blades." The elderly vendor chuckled, "That will amount to 30,000 star coins. Will you be paying in cash or via online transfer?" Lin Yu replied, "Cash, please." He promptly produced 30,000 star coins and handed them to the proprietor. The vendor casually placed the money into a box and remarked, "Young man, with your first-tier combat prowess at such a tender age, your innate talent must be quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback. To discern his combat level, one would need to be at least 2 tiers above him. This implied that the old man before him was at least a 3rd-tier awakened being. The elder laughed heartily. "Do not be so tense. Why are you youngsters always so cautious? It reminds me of that girl I met the other day. Her reactions were quite similar to yours. Truly, I am not a fearsome beast." He shook his head, thinking of the youth of today. Lin Yu grumbled internally. Could one not be cautious? Each year, countless reckless individuals meet their demise. "Senior, I am afraid I cannot divulge that information." The old man replied, "No matter, my curiosity is merely piqued. Judging by your age, you must be a senior in high school. To attain first-tier combat strength in just 3 days of training, your talent should be no less than S rank, or perhaps even superior." The elder appeared contemplative. "In G City, there are 46 individuals with S rank talent across 3 high schools. Which one might you be?" Lin Yu, drenched in cold sweat, clasped his hands together and said, "I hope you will not press me further, esteemed senior. I must take my leave." With that, he hurriedly departed. The old man, witnessing Lin Yu's swift exit, called out, "Hey, don't go. Tell me your name so I can assist you and offer you an opportunity. Consider it my mentorship of a junior." However, Lin Yu had already vanished, oblivious to the words spoken behind him. The elder gazed in the direction Lin Yu had fled, chuckling to himself. How intriguing. I have encountered all the awakened beings above S rank in G City this year, yet here is one who, despite not being S rank, possesses such rapid cultivation speed. This lad's talent must be remarkable. Perhaps his comprehension is also exceptional. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, the elderly figure was not merely the owner of an equipment shop. He held a far more significant identity. We shall meet again, the elder mused, closing his shop and striding away into the distance. Breathless, Lin Yu returned home, his heart racing with a mixture of astonishment and fear. Thanks to Zhao Ke's incessant indoctrination of the principle of survival, his subconscious had become notably cautious, making him distrustful of strangers. Additionally, he often concealed his abilities. Yet he had not anticipated that a simple visit to an equipment store would reveal his true capabilities. I must hasten to enhance my strength. I need to leave the city at once. After preparing himself, he promptly made his way to the city gates. It was still just past 10 o'clock, with ample time before nightfall, making it an opportune moment for hunting. Arriving at the gates, he presented his identification card. Ding. Verification successful. Identity, high school student Lin Yu. With a click, the blue energy dissipated, and Lin Yu hurriedly exited. Once outside the city, Lin Yu summoned 2 clones, equipped them with the Tang Dao, and swiftly set off towards the Death Canyon. As a first-tier awakened being, his speed had significantly increased, allowing him to reach his destination in just 5 minutes. Upon arriving at the Death Canyon, he noticed the absence of adventurers. The area was littered with skeletal monsters, which were unattractive to adventurers due to their lack of valuable loot, thus providing Lin Yu with an advantage. As usual, he commanded his clones to engage in combat while he found a concealed spot. This time, both clones wielded sharp metallic Tang Daos, greatly boosting their combat effectiveness. Through the perspective of his clones, he observed their unchanged fighting styles. They targeted isolated foes, one engaging in feigned attacks to draw fire, while the other executed stealthy strikes. With swift precision, they dispatched the skeletal monsters. Silver Skeleton Warrior defeated, 20 experience points. Skeleton Mage defeated, 2 experience points. Black Iron Skeleton Warrior defeated, 4 experience points. The proficiency of the clones with their weapons increased, making them increasingly adept at slaying monsters. Realizing the weakness of their foes, they quickly adapted their strategies, moving from a cautious approach to a more aggressive one. Now, the 2 clones operated independently, targeting the weaker skeletons. Clone 1 headed east, while Clone 2 ventured west. Upon encountering feeble skeletal monsters, they unleashed a flurry of attacks, each monster succumbing to their blades. Lin Yu's mind was flooded with system notifications, and his experience points surged rapidly. In just a few hours, he had accumulated over 1,000 points, fueling his excitement to the brink of euphoria. He was confident that he could amass 10,000 experience points today. The slaughter continued as Lin Yu diverted his attention from his clones and opened his wristwatch to browse the internet. Who says clones are weak? While others toil and labor to defeat monsters, I can simply go AFK. Lin Yu reveled in his thoughts. Suddenly, a breaking news alert caught his attention. A massive beast tide has erupted in Yuan City, resulting in heavy casualties among adventurers outside the city. He hastily clicked to read more. Reports indicated that this morning, Yuan City was besieged by a swarm of flame locust beasts, numbering in the billions. Adventurers outside the city were caught off guard, suffering tremendous losses, with over 300 confirmed dead. However, despite their overwhelming numbers, the locusts were of low combat strength and did not pose a threat to the city itself. Currently, the swarm had shifted its direction towards G City, urging adventurers to refrain from venturing outside today. Upon reading this, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, is it too late for me to return? Lin Yu gazed up at the sky, which was an azure expanse, devoid of clouds. Such a serene sky appeared tranquil, yet often the calmest surfaces conceal the most perilous dangers. Enough of this. I must return to the city. My life is paramount. Lin Yu quickly recalled his clones and sprinted towards the city. 5 minutes later, he finally spotted the towering walls of G City. A sigh of relief escaping him as he prepared to enter. Suddenly, a deafening alarm resonated from the direction of G City. Ding ding ding. Detection of flame locust swarm. Closing city gates and activating defense systems. Adventurers outside the city, please seek shelter immediately for self-preservation. Please seek shelter immediately for self-preservation. Chapter 12. Talent ability upgraded to A rank. Combat power enhanced to late first tier. G City. This small town located on the southwestern frontier was particularly bustling today. In the sky, countless flame locusts formed a crimson tide, relentlessly crashing against the protective barrier above the city. Streams of azure energy intertwined to create a network, repelling the locust attacks. The swarm, akin to moths drawn to a flame, suffered heavy casualties, yet an endless wave continued to surge forth. However, G City was a fortress weathered by time, and in light of the locust invasion, the relevant authorities deemed the monster assault to be of low-level threat. More perilous than this, the city faced an onslaught of monstrous invaders, having endured far too much. To all citizens, This monster siege involves a swarm of flame locusts, numbering in the tens of thousands. We urge all citizens to take necessary precautions. The annihilation energy net has been activated. Assessment indicates that the threat level of the flame locust swarm is low. Estimated duration of the siege is within 12 hours. Upon hearing the broadcast proclaiming the low threat level, the citizens sighed in relief. A siege of low-threat monsters could hardly breach the city's defenses. The annihilation energy net was capable of repelling these creatures, alleviating their concerns, prompting many to take out their cameras and capture the moment, returning to their daily activities. They had witnessed such monster sieges countless times before and had grown accustomed to them. Was there a year that passed without a few monster assaults? They would have found it peculiar otherwise. Boom. A portion of the flame locusts perished, only to be replaced by new waves, seemingly endless. Like a vast expanse of fiery clouds colliding with the energy net, the sounds of sizzling flames echoed incessantly, reminiscent of electric swatters dispatching mosquitoes. Although the sheer quantity of flame locusts was overwhelming, this wave of assault merely depleted a fraction of the annihilation energy net, far from breaching its defenses. Yet, the flame locusts continued their relentless assault, disregarding their own demise. As the flame locusts persisted in their attacks, countless bodies fell from the sky, accumulating on the streets and rooftops in layers. Observing this, the sanitation workers promptly began their cleanup efforts. These toxic locust carcasses were inedible, but with proper processing, they could be transformed into livestock feed, affordable yet abundant in quantity. Many joined the effort, recognizing the financial opportunity. The swarm of flame locusts above G City grew ever larger, with some still assaulting the protective shield while others dispersed into the surroundings. These locusts devoured everything in their path, leaving barren wastelands in their wake. The nearby forests were ravaged, sending countless beasts into a frenzied escape in all directions. Some fled toward G City, the thunderous sound vibrating the ground, a spectacular sight, resulting in many adventurers being trampled. At this moment, Lin Yu, after much labor, finally excavated a hole in the ground. Gazing at the spacious pit, over 3 meters deep, he immediately jumped inside. With this hole, his true self was secure. As for the happenings above, he entrusted them to his avatars. He directed his avatars to gather some covering materials to block the entrance, then began commanding them to slay the monsters. The avatars, seasoned in combat, required no intervention from him. He primarily utilized their vantage point to observe the external situation. The avatars remained exceedingly cautious, inheriting his prudent nature. 2 avatars specifically targeted weaker foes, effortlessly dispatching the lower-tier monsters as if chopping vegetables, slicing through the flame locusts with ease. You have slain a flame locust, gaining 2 upgrade points. You have slain a flame locust, gaining 2 upgrade points. Inside the pit, the incessant system notifications rang in Lin Yu's ears, and he felt elated as his upgrade points continued to rise. Who claimed avatars were weak? This was truly an extraordinary talent for stealthy development. He was determined to silence those who belittled the avatar talent. His avatars were exceptionally formidable, amassing over 2,000 upgrade points in no time. He now possessed nearly 4,000 points. This was an opportune moment. He aimed to accumulate a total of 10,000 upgrade points to enhance his talent. Experiencing the joy of becoming stronger, he had cast aside trivial amusements, leaving only the desire for advancement in his heart. This was more enjoyable than playing games, while indulging in games could be detrimental to health. Immersing oneself in monster slaying and leveling up was undoubtedly beneficial, and he reveled in it. The system notifications that echoed in his ears were as melodious as music, bringing him great comfort. You have slain a flame locust, gaining 2 upgrade points. You have slain an elite flame locust, gaining 10 upgrade points. As time flowed slowly into the night, the flames upon the locusts illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day. Looking up, the swarm of flame locusts appeared boundless, seemingly undiminished in number. However, Lin Yu knew that once a certain number of flame locusts were slain, they would retreat voluntarily, just as they had during the assault on the Abyss City. At this moment, due to the devastation wrought by the flame locusts, the area surrounding G City had been completely stripped bare, transformed into a desolate wasteland, with innumerable monsters either perishing or fleeing, exacerbating the chaos. Adventurers outside the city, particularly the experienced ones, had distanced themselves from G City, while those unable to escape, like Lin Yu, sought refuge in underground holes. Others, relying on sheer numbers, stood their ground against the locusts' onslaught. Lin Yu retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and gulped it down. Having grown parched and hungry after his prolonged stay in the pit, his avatars had perished several times, but each time, he promptly summoned new ones. With the energy within him, summoning 10 avatars posed no challenge, and he was overjoyed to find his upgrade points nearing 10,000. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind, and upon hearing its content, he felt a surge of joy. Ding! Congratulations, host, your upgrade points have reached 10,000. Would you like to upgrade your avatar talent? Lin Yu's heart raced with excitement as he quickly responded, yes. Ding! Upgrading. Upgrade complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, your B-grade avatar talent has undergone a metamorphosis. Becoming an A-grade avatar talent. Ding. A-grade avatar talent allows the summoning of up to 10 avatars, with each avatar inheriting 100 of the host's combat attributes. Avatars can assist in learning, and upon recalling them, the host will receive their experiences, knowledge, and more. The combat prowess of the avatars had significantly increased, and their quantity had multiplied fivefold, augmenting his overall strength by at least 10 times. The final feature was the one Lin Yu desired most. This was akin to the shadow clone technique from Naruto. Yet, he pondered whether recalling the avatars would result in a headache or even render him an imbecile from the influx of information. In Naruto could create thousands of shadow clones without being overwhelmed, largely due to his unique lineage. Would his avatar talent also bear such a flaw? With this thought, Lin Yu quickly conducted an experiment. Soon, he exhaled in relief, upon recalling the avatars. Their experiences and information did not flood into his mind, but could be selectively integrated into one or several aspects. For instance, the memories, knowledge, and combat experiences of the avatars would be categorized, allowing him to choose which to merge, such as integrating only the knowledge while discarding the others. This alleviated his concerns about the risk of being overwhelmed by an avalanche of information and becoming an imbecile. A-grade talent was vastly superior to B-grade talent. No wonder those with higher talent levels were innately superior. Lin Yu's understanding of talent deepened, yet his avatar talent remained stronger than others of the same tier, as his avatars had undergone a second transformation. The first transformation was from B-grade to B-grade, a minor metamorphosis with limited enhancement, but he had gained an additional minor transformation, making his talent superior to others of the same level. Let us begin. Avatars. Instantly, a flash of light illuminated above the pit as 10 identical avatars emerged, while the first and second avatars, who had been hunting outside, also returned, merging into 2 of the newly summoned avatars. Lin Yu immediately felt an odd sensation in his heart. Among the 10 avatars, numbers 1 and 2 still existed. He sensed that the eyes of numbers 1 and 2 were remarkably vibrant, as if they had attained enlightenment, while the other 8 avatars resembled the former number 1 and number 2, expressionless, with vacant gazes, evoking the impression of mere puppets. Could it be that as his talents advanced, the avatars could evolve into independent entities, perhaps even become external manifestations endowed with distinct personalities? Lin Yu pondered silently, but he cast aside these thoughts for the moment. With a smile, he declared, "Go forth, my brothers, slay." As his words echoed, the 10 avatars sprang into action. They swiftly divided into 2 teams. Number 1 wielded a tang knife, accompanied by 4 avatars, while number 2, also armed with a tang knife, led another 4. The 2 provided mutual support, advancing east and west, reveling in the thrill of battle. Lin Yu listened to the incessant chimes of the system notifications, grinning widely. Oh, 3,000 upgrade points accumulated. System, enhance my combat power. Ding. Congratulations, your combat power has ascended to the late stage of the first tier. With a leap from the early stage of the first tier to the late stage, Lin Yu's strength surged twofold once more. The explosive energy within him instilled a profound sense of security. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air, causing all avatars to cease their assault on the monsters. The voice was unmistakably familiar, tightening Lin Yu's heart. It was Zhao Ku. This was bad. She was in danger. Hurry, we must save her. Chapter 13 finally arrived. 10 minutes earlier, 5 miles from G City, amidst a landscape of jagged rocks, 7 youths formed a circle, desperately fending off the onslaught of a locust swarm. Hold fast. Everyone, do not waver. The swarm will soon retreat. Indeed, according to projections, the swarm would disperse within 3 hours at most. Among the group, a strikingly beautiful girl. Her complexion pale, unleashed a chain of lightning, obliterating dozens of locusts in the sky. The others also activated their innate abilities, fire, frost, and various powers glimmered in a dazzling array of colors. Oh no, another massive wave of locusts is approaching. One of the boys, gifted with the celestial eye ability, could perceive events within a radius of 3 miles and unleash annihilation energy to attack targets. It was a remarkable ability, both supportive and offensive in nature. Everyone, form a formation, Zhao Ku urgently called out. The others sprang into action. Zhao Ku, possessing the strongest talent, was undeniably the core of the team. They quickly encircled themselves, bracing for the imminent threat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A vast expanse of red clouds swiftly approached, countless locusts. The sight of such a multitude sent shivers through the hearts of the group. How can there be so many? The leading locust was the swarm's commander, with first-tier combat power, accompanied by 30 deep red elite locusts, all first-tier monsters. The celestial eye boy calmly analyzed the situation and relayed his observations to the group. A chill settled in their hearts as their worries intensified, and they all turned their gaze toward Zhao Ku. Zhao Ku furrowed her brow and said, "There are too many locusts. Fleeing will only lead to our demise. We are all the chosen ones of heaven. If we exert our full strength, we can withstand this." The celestial eye boy nodded in agreement. Zhao Ku is right. Fleeing is a dead end. They're coming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The locusts surged forward, At a glance, the sheer number was unfathomable. The celestial eye boy stated, at least tens of thousands. Everyone, proceed with caution. Attack. As the locust swarm drew near, countless locusts unleashed torrents of flames, raining down like a fiery deluge. The group braced themselves. Zhao Ke frowned and instructed, Li Yuan, use your storm to blow away these flames. Li Yuan replied, I can't. There are too many flames, it's beyond my capability. He harbored ulterior motives. With such a multitude of locusts, the likelihood of survival was slim, and he wished to conserve his strength. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he wouldn't have shamelessly followed them out. The S-tier awakened ones frequently formed small groups to hunt and hone their abilities. When he heard Zhao Ke was embarking on a trial, he eagerly tagged along. His intentions were obvious to many, yet they cared little. Whether the team had one more member or one less mattered not. The celestial eye boy noticed the situation unfolding and felt a sinking sensation. His fears were materializing. In critical moments, it was paramount that everyone exerted their utmost effort, devoid of selfishness. Are you truly not going to contribute? I'm utterly spent. I truly apologize. You are despicable. Zhao Ke shot him a cold glare, sending a chill through Li Yuan's heart. Nevertheless, in the interest of his own survival, he gritted his teeth and persevered. You all give it your all. Once you tire, let us see how you escape. He glared at Zhao Ke, whose graceful figure ignited a wicked thought deep within him. Just wait. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Oh no! The fiery locust commander and its guards are attacking. A locust, as thick as a barrel and over 2 meters long, descended from the sky, accompanied by 50 smaller locusts. Charging downwards, Zhao Ke shouted, do not hold back, otherwise, we shall all perish. At this point, aside from Li Yuan, no one had any thoughts of restraint. They unleashed their full power. However, during the initial wave of assault, they barely managed to hold their ground. Turning, they saw Li Yuan, pale-faced, collapsed on the ground. Concerned voices asked, Li Yuan, are you alright? Li Yuan feigned nonchalance. I'm fine, just had a cramp. How about you? Oh no, another wave is coming. This time, the locust's onslaught was even fiercer. Fiery rain fell from the sky, overwhelming their defenses. Boom. The defensive line crumbled, and the formation of the 7 dispersed. They were already fatigued, and now faced with the assault of tens of thousands of locusts, their plight worsened. To make matters worse, some were deliberately withholding their strength, leading to dire consequences. Run! Li Yuan shouted, spotting an opening in the southwest. He immediately summoned a storm and fled with all his might. Yet, to his utter dismay, he found the locust commander waiting just a few meters outside. How could this happen? He looked back in despair, seeing similar expressions on the faces of the others. They had initially thought they could escape if they lost, but now they were surrounded. Glaring at the locust commander, he gritted his teeth and noticed an injured boy nearby. He extended his hand and summoned a gust of wind, sending the boy flying toward the locust commander. The boy had no time to comprehend the situation before being thrust into the jaws of death. Li Yuan Yu. In the next instant, the locust commander unleashed a torrent of flames. The boy was instantly reduced to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuan thought, what a chance. He summoned the storm and charged forth with all his strength. With the storm's aid, his speed was extraordinary, and in no time, he vanished into the distance, escaping. The others stood in stunned silence, followed by an overwhelming wave of fury. Li Yuan, if we survive, you will pay for this. Rage filled their hearts, observing his speed. It was evident he had never fully exerted himself when confronting the locusts. He has brought calamity upon us all. The resentment within everyone's hearts is palpable. Yet, confronted with this seemingly insurmountable deadlock, despair has engulfed them. My life is at an end. Zhao Ke furrowed her brows, a blaze of anger igniting within her. Had it not been for Li Yuan's negligence, they could have averted this catastrophe. If they could just hold their ground, she would have the time to unleash her newly comprehended innate skill, Thunder Emperor, to obliterate all the monstrous foes in one fell swoop. But alas, it is too late. The release of such a skill demands extensive preparation and accumulation of energy. Do not lose hope. Gather around me. Grant me half an hour, and I am confident I can eradicate these locusts. Do not inquire further. Conserve your strength. Everyone, heed my command. There remains a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we are doomed. The crowd hesitated. The seer boy proclaimed, trust in Zhao Ke. She is an SS-level talent, our only beacon of hope. Very well, let us gamble. Zhao Ke, encircled by her companions, silently closed her eyes. Bolts of lightning danced upon her body, all converging behind her to slowly form a vague humanoid silhouette. As the thunder intensified, the outline sharpened in clarity. Alas, they are upon us again. Everyone, brace yourselves. The ground trembled as countless fireballs rained down from above. The onslaught of the monsters was overwhelming. The locust leader charged like a raging bull, battering against them time and again. The group struggled to hold their ground, faces etched with bitterness. Suddenly, a young boy was ensnared by the locust leader's jaws, a sickening sound echoing as a large chunk of flesh was torn away. The boy clutched his arm, howling in agony. Witnessing this, the others felt a pang of sorrow and rallied to push back the locust leader. Fight! We have 20 minutes left. These precious moments are our only chance for survival. Surrounded by locusts, escape seemed impossible, and they fought with every ounce of strength they possessed. Zhao Ku's Thunder Emperor silhouette grew increasingly distinct. The locust leader, noticing her, set its sights on Zhao Ku and charged forth. Despite the desperate attempts of her comrades to shield her, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers and faltered. Boom! The locust leader exhaled flames, aiming directly at Zhao Ku. With her eyes wide open, Zhao Ku channeled the thunder, and the indistinct silhouette of the Thunder Emperor raised a finger. A slender bolt of lightning shot forth, dispersing the flames with a resounding crack, showcasing the might of the Thunder Emperor. Yet, in the next moment, the silhouette behind Zhao Ku dimmed significantly. Buzzing. The locust guards surged forward. Zhao Ku commanded the Thunder Emperor silhouette to resist with all its might, but the relentless tide of locusts proved too formidable. Finally, she collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Suddenly, her thigh was bitten. In a fit of rage, she unleashed a bolt of lightning, sending the locust guard flying. It is over. A sense of despair enveloped the hearts of the crowd. Help us! In unison, Zhao Ku and her companions cried out their final lament. Despair blossomed within their hearts, and vivid scenes flashed through their minds. Was this how their lives, just beginning, would come to an end? They felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Suddenly, they noticed something amiss. All the locusts were retreating. What is happening? There are sounds of battle. Someone has come to rescue us. Zhao Ku's heart soared with joy at this revelation. Quickly, she commanded, "Protect me, so I may summon the Thunder Emperor." Indeed, the chaos around them was caused by the arrival of Lin Yu's avatars. He had not anticipated the sheer volume of locusts assaulting Zhao Ku. A seemingly endless wave of at least tens of thousands had descended upon them. Furthermore, the leading locusts were all of first-tier combat strength. Although his 10 avatars boasted late-stage first-tier prowess, akin to the fire leader, they found themselves in a grueling battle against overwhelming numbers. The challenge was significant, but sustaining for half an hour was well within reach. After that, Zhao Ku would be able to escape. The loss of avatars mattered little, as long as Zhao Ku remained safe. Kill. One by one, locusts fell beneath his blade, and Lin Yu's upgrade points surged. In a mere 10 minutes, he had slain a dozen first-tier locust guards, and his upgrade points skyrocketed. His avatars suffered heavy losses, with 5 perishing. But Lin Yu promptly created 5 more to maintain his count of 10 avatars, while the number of locusts dwindled. Elation filled Lin Yu's heart. What he initially thought impossible was becoming increasingly manageable. If this is the case, then let us eradicate them all. Haha, nearly half an hour has passed, and my upgrade points have finally reached 10,000. Time to elevate my combat strength. System, enhance my power. Chapter 14, The Power of the Thunder Emperor, Earth-Shattering and Cataclysmic. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your combat strength has been upgraded to early 2nd tier. The 10,000 upgrade points vanished, and his power surged once more. In the cavern, Lin Yu radiated with a brilliant white light, his internal energy multiplying tenfold. Not only that, but he found his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He could vaguely perceive the circumstances around him and hear sounds that formed indistinct images in his mind. This must be the perceptive power of the 2nd tier. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, one's senses become increasingly acute, rendering firearms a mere threat to those below the 2nd tier awakened. He could anticipate the enemy's next moves, akin to a weakened form of divine perception, sensing distant occurrences. If the 2nd tier is this formidable, what might the legendary beings above the 9th tier be capable of? A yearning glimmer shone in his eyes as he clenched his fists. One day, he would compel all the celestial and demonic beings to bow before him, groveling at his feet. Meanwhile, Zhao Ku had finally summoned the Thunder Emperor. Behind her stood a silhouette composed of lightning, gazing intently ahead. Zhao Ku declared, "I shall annihilate the locust horde." Joy illuminated the faces of the onlookers. With Zhao Ku's Thunder Emperor intervening, the locusts stood no chance. Is this the terrifying power of an SS-level talent? It is simply astounding. Just a glimpse of the Thunder Emperor sent chills down their spines, its might palpable. The crowd lavished praise upon Zhao Ku, yet she maintained an expression of stoic seriousness, offering no smiles. However, as they advanced, a puzzling sight awaited them. Where had the fiery locust horde gone? As they delved deeper, the lifeless bodies of fallen fiery locusts came into view. Here lay a fiery locust guard, struck down by a single sword. And this one too, fell by a single blow. Remarkable. The number of deceased fiery locusts around them must tally in the thousands. Could it be that a team had arrived? Zhao Ku furrowed her brow, urging, "Let us press on." Nods of agreement followed, and they continued their journey. Yet, all they encountered along the way were the corpses of locusts. On the other side, an avatar had vanquished the locust leader and, uninterested in pursuing the fleeing locusts, returned to Lin Yu's side, clutching a skill crystal. Without hesitation, Lin Yu absorbed the skill. What he lacked most at present was abilities. This skill, Flame Breath, allowed him to unleash a fan-shaped burst of fire to attack foes. He tested it out, discovering it was far superior to Energy Slash. With a single strike, The area within 3 meters ahead was engulfed in its range. The high temperature and burning damage rendered it immensely powerful. Now that I am at the second tier, I shall elevate your combat strength as well. Lin Yu recalled his avatars, and then released them anew, all 10 avatars now boasting early second-tier combat prowess. Not only that, they also inherited their own skills of flame spewing and energy slashing. Go protect Zhao Ku. The clones nodded and departed. Zhao Ku felt a wave of frustration as she glanced at the phantom of the Thunder Emperor behind her. She was deeply vexed. The skill she had painstakingly cultivated had yet to be unleashed, and the crisis had already dissipated. However, others were not burdened by such complex thoughts, each one displaying a look of relief at having survived the ordeal. That was a close call. If it weren't for the mysterious stranger's assistance, we would surely have perished. Cursed be that despicable Li Yuan, who caused Wang Li's demise. Just the thought of how Li Yuan had abandoned Wang Li to the monsters while he fled ignited a wave of anger within them. Upon returning, he must be reported. While fleeing might not be a crime, causing a classmate's death certainly violates the rules. Escaping for one's life may reflect poorly on personal morals, but harming others reveals a wicked intent, and the law does not protect the malevolent. When we return, we must ensure he faces justice. Such a person will be a scourge in the future. He cannot be spared. If this vendetta is left unavenged, my thoughts will remain unsettled. The group seethed with indignation, united in their mutual enmity, lambasting Li Yuan unmercifully. Zhao Ku was equally furious, recalling how Li Yuan had joined their team at her insistence. Initially, she had opposed it, but the school's supervising teacher had insisted on his inclusion, nearly leading to their collective demise. The thought alone ignited her wrath. Upon returning to the city, he is as good as dead. Zhao Ku resolved to confront the principal upon her return to report this incident, ensuring Li Yuan receives his due retribution. She possessed SS-level talent, granting her a high status throughout the school. Moreover, she had already been accepted into the Academy of Chaotic Elements. With such formidable talent and backing from one of the top 10 prestigious schools, none dared to provoke her. Any request she made would warrant careful consideration, even from the principal. However, as she surveyed her surroundings, she found no sign of other locust swarms, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of desolation. Alas, I have not found my benefactor, and although the Thunder Emperor has manifested, it is of no use. The weight of her disappointment was palpable. At that moment, her expression brightened with joy. Before her stood 10 identical figures. Zhao Ku exclaimed, "Here, over here." They appeared like a young girl, leaving the others in stunned silence. Lin Yu's clones soon arrived. "Lin Yu, how did you end up here?" "I was out hunting and cannot return." "You too, I presume?" "Yes. If it weren't for someone saving us just now, we might have already met our end." Just as Lin Yu was about to mention the one who saved them, a voice interrupted. A young man said, "Zhao Ku, who is this?" Lin Yu replied, "I am Lin Yu, Zhao Ku's deskmate." Just now before she could finish, the young man introduced himself. "Hello, I am Zhao Xing, with S-level talent, Diamond Body." Lin Yu paused, noticing how he resembled that Li Yuan. Lin Yu, a level talent clone. Upon hearing Lin Yu's level talent, Zhao Xing's enthusiasm immediately waned, and he coldly remarked, "Oh, a level, my apologies, but I have matters to attend to. So I shall leave you to your conversation." With that, he retreated. The others, lacking any enthusiasm, refrained from engaging further. Meanwhile, the young seer, with a third eye glowing faintly in the middle of his forehead, discerned some secrets and approached. "Hello, I am Bai Xiaosa, with S-level talent, Heavenly Eye." Lin Yu returned the greeting, feeling positively inclined toward this young man. Zhao Ku inquired, "Has your talent transformed?" "Indeed." "Ah, I knew it. As long as one puts in the effort, rewards will follow. Continue striving. The sword god is your target. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations." As they conversed, their attention turned toward Bai Xiaosa. He awkwardly interjected, "Ah, I have something to attend to. Please continue your discussion." Bai Xiaosa then withdrew. The other participants gathered, casting disdainful glances at Lin Yu. What is up with Zhao Ku? Why is she chatting so long with someone of mere A-level talent? They are deskmates after all, so there's bound to be some bond. You don't think Zhao Ku could possibly fancy that boy, do you? Certainly not. Zhao Ku is a celestial being, while to put it bluntly, he is just a mudfish on the ground. At that moment, Bai Xiaosa approached, overhearing their conversation, and interjected, "Underestimating others can lead to great losses." The crowd shot him a disdainful glance, unimpressed. An A-level talent awakener? How could he possibly cause them to suffer significant losses? It was simply ludicrous. Just then, Bai Xiaosa's demeanor turned serious. "This is bad. Another swarm of locusts is approaching, and this time, it's on a larger scale." As his words fell, everyone immediately snapped to attention, preparing for defense. Do not even think about fleeing. Without speed-enhancing skills, you cannot outrun the locusts. "Zhao Ku, another swarm is coming. It's up to you now," Bai Xiaosa declared. "They will arrive in 1 minute." Before the minute was up, the group witnessed a crimson cloud approaching. This new swarm was even larger than the last. Furthermore, the leading creature was at least twice the size of the previous locust leader. Its 4-meter-long body shimmered with a golden-red sheen, reminiscent of metal, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. The crowd gasped in horror. The glimmer of hope that had just emerged was ruthlessly extinguished. How can we possibly fight this? This is a second-tier locust commander. It commands an army of 100,000 locusts. Although their strength is minimal, less than first tier, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Lin Yu, stay behind me. Fear not. I can assist you. Lin Yu, listen closely, keep hidden. Remember what I said? As long as you don't die, there's always a chance to rise again. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt warmth spread through him and ceased his resistance, quietly retreating while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, ready to rescue Zhao Ke should any danger arise. Among all present, only Zhao Ke truly mattered to him. The rest? Their demise would mean little. Thunder Emperor. Zhao Ke pointed toward the swarm. Thunder Emperor, go. The phantom behind her nodded slightly, departing from Zhao Ke and soaring toward the locust swarm. The Thunder Emperor's phantom stood over 3 meters tall, appearing insignificant against the vast horde of locusts. However, the Thunder Emperor raised a hand to the sky. Thunder descends. Crackle. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning coalescing within, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Like rain, it poured down, saturating a radius of 100 meters. In an instant, the thunder cleared the area, leaving all monsters decimated. Then, he unleashed a lightning storm on other regions. Crackle. Another area was obliterated, leaving barely any locusts remaining. Lin Yu watched in astonishment. His mouth agape. This is simply terrifying. SS-level talent is overwhelmingly powerful. Kill. Another bolt of lightning struck the locust commander. Yet, the Thunder Emperor began to fade, as if he might vanish at any moment. After unleashing this final bolt of lightning, the crowd exhaled in relief. The locust commander should be dead. The Thunder Emperor's attack power was too great for even a second-tier creature to withstand. However, to their astonishment, all of the guards surrounding the locust commander converged, transforming into streaks of red light that fused into the commander. Some became wings, others helmets, some armor, and others weapons. Upon closer inspection, the locust commander had transformed into a humanoid being adorned with wings. This is dire. He has employed a fusion technique. He has forcibly amalgamated hundreds of first-tier locusts to augment his power. The creature now possesses at least the prowess of a peak second-tier entity. This is troubling. The Thunder Emperor has dissipated. He expended too much energy and is now gone. Despair once again surged within the hearts of the onlookers. This is catastrophic. Just then, 10 identical figures abruptly materialized before them, brandishing an array of weapons as they swiftly charged toward the locust commander. Chapter 15. A bunch of rodents dare to look down on me? The 10 identical figures formed an impenetrable barrier in front of the crowd. After a brief moment of stupor, expressions of astonishment and mockery spread across their faces. What a mere A-class talent, rushing forth to meet death. They possess a clone ability. If one clone perishes, the main body remains unaffected. Perhaps they are merely making a final stand. I wish he could turn the tide, but that seems implausible. Amidst the derision, the youth with the celestial eye, by Xiao Shu, furrowed his brow and observed for a moment before gradually exhaling in relief. His celestial eye revealed secrets to him, and he was somewhat aware of Lin Yu's background. Yet, he was still astounded by the sight of 10 second-tier clones. His body trembling slightly. Casting a glance at his mocking companions behind him, he displayed a look of disdain. Zhao Ke, concerned, gazed at the 10 clones. Intending to dissuade Lin Yu from engaging in futile efforts, her anger boiling at the derisive voices behind her. Silence. As soon as the words left her lips, the crowd fell into a hesitant silence, still reeling from the shock imparted by the Thunder Emperor. Zhao Ke urged, Lin Yu, don't go. Lin Yu commanded the first clone to turn and replied, do not worry. This creature is no match for me. Just await the good news. With that, Clone 1 and Clone 2 split into 2 paths, each leading for clones as they advanced toward the monster. The 2 clones adopted a stealth tactic. Clone 1 maneuvered to the rear, directing the clones behind him to strike at the monster's claws. A flurry of sword light flashed by, but alas, they missed as the monster shifted laterally by a meter, evading the assault. The creature even let out a couple of exultant cries, mocking Clone 1's audacity. Seeing this, Clone 1 smiled faintly. Before he could react, Clone 2, like a specter, leapt high and swung his sword toward the monster's right wing. Hisses. The creature was covered in scales and managed to shift 2 inches, causing the strike to merely graze the scales on its back. With a ripping sound, a small gash was made, and green blood began to flow. At that moment, the crowd was rendered speechless. This clone is remarkably powerful. Could it possibly be a second-tier clone? It cannot be mistaken. It must be second-tier. First-tier simply does not possess such strength. No way. Is an A-class talent truly this formidable? The youth with the celestial eye, by Xiao Shu, smiled and nodded. He had already discerned the distinct nature of Lin Yu's clones. His own strength was merely first-tier. Yet his celestial eye possessed keen observational abilities, enabling him to identify the strength of individuals not exceeding 2 tiers above his own. When he first glimpsed the clone as second-tier, he was taken aback, having assumed they were an S-class talent, only to find they were merely A-class. having evolved from B class. This revelation was astonishing. The probability of talent evolution is exceedingly rare, especially for lower-tier talents, where the chances of transformation increase. The likelihood of B class evolving into A class is minuscule, akin to winning a grand prize in a lottery. Such an infinitesimal chance manifesting before him was truly astounding. High combat prowess and talent evolution. These two surprising revelations lay before him, and he seemed to witness the rise of yet another sword deity. Look! The monster is unleashing a skill. The crowd turned their gaze toward the battlefield. They observed the creature, increasingly agitated by the 10 clones, occasionally sustaining a wound. Moreover, the creature's wings had been severed by the clones, stripping it of its ability to fly. This was part of the clone strategy. Once the wings were incapacitated, the monster would become a lamb to the slaughter. As long as it remained within second-tier strength, they could wear it down to death. Roar! Suddenly, a fierce flame coalesced in the monster's mouth. This is perilous. It is heart fire. It is said that heart fire is a method of infusing mental energy into flames, capable of inflicting harm upon the soul. Who would have thought that a mere second-tier creature could wield such advanced techniques? The youth with the celestial eye explained with calm composure. Zhao Ku attempted to rise to assist, yet her body felt weak and powerless, her heart racing with worry as she watched the battlefield. Lin Yu commanded Clone 1, turning to reassure her. Do not fret, these are merely clones. My main body is elsewhere. Only then did Zhao Ku feel at ease. On the battlefield, the heartfire had coalesced into a massive fireball, hovering in midair. This heartfire embodied the creature's mental power, manipulated by its will, capable of soaring through the air. With a mighty roar, the monster hurled the flames toward Clone 2. Clone 2 shouted, "Do not retreat. Unleash the flame breath." The 5 clones immediately took their positions, unleashing torrents of flame. Boom! The half-meter diameter fireball collided with 5 fan-shaped bursts of flame. Observing this, Clone 1 thought, what an opportune moment. Release the energy slash. Boom! 5 energy slashes erupted from the palms of the 5 clones. The azure energy slashes struck the monster's head with a resounding crash. Hiss! The creature's skull was cleaved open, green blood gushing forth, spraying 3 meters away. The monster sustained severe injuries, and the heart fireball lost its control, being propelled away by the 5 fan-shaped flames, landing at a distance. Clone 2 shouted, "Unleash the energy slash." Boom! Clone 1 reiterated, "Release the energy slash." 10 energy slashes tore through the air, striking the monster's head and back. Yep, the creature's head was struck again, and it began to lose its senses. Seeing this, the clones rushed in for close combat. Were it the main body, it would surely wear the monster down to death. However, with the clones, it was best to engage in close-quarters combat, disregarding life and death to expedite the conclusion of the battle, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. The battle remained fierce. The insect's vitality was exceedingly tenacious, still struggling even after losing its head. Ultimately, at the cost of 5 clones, the creature was slain. Simultaneously, Lin Yu received a notification from the system in his ear. Ding! Killed the Flame Locust Leader, Fusion, reward, 1,000 upgrade points. With a thud, 2 skill crystals dropped at the spot where the monster perished. Elated, Lin Yu quickly commanded Clone 1 to retrieve them. The skill crystals were not only precious, but also immensely beneficial to him. The others, at this moment, were left aghast. As though their spirits had been struck a heavy blow. They stood frozen, unable to comprehend. How could this be? An A-class awakener surpassing all their S-class combined? If he were a senior, it would be understandable, but this was Zhao Ke's deskmate, a peer from their own cohort. The Youth with the Celestial Eye, by Xiao Shu, quickly stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. Thank you immensely for saving my life. Upon our return to the city, I shall certainly repay you handsomely. It's nothing. I came to rescue Zhao Ke. Lin Yu manipulated Clone 1, casting a sidelong glance at those present. As for them, they are merely collateral. Zhao Ke, upon hearing this, felt her face flush crimson, her heart pounding wildly. Others harbored a flicker of indignation within, yet dared not express it outwardly. Upon hearing their choice of words, Bai Xiaoshan exhaled in relief, for he found himself excluded from their sentiments. Thus, they had forged a semblance of camaraderie. Well, the beast tide is nearing its conclusion. You ought to prepare for departure, Lin Yu proclaimed. The boy with the celestial gaze, Bai Xiaoshan, queried with perplexity. How do you know? Suddenly, a jubilant cheer erupted from behind them. Look at the news. The flame locusts have retreated. Beep. The flame locusts have been repelled. The city gates are reopened. All adventurers, please return swiftly. In case of danger in the wild, please dial XXXX for assistance. During this beast tide crisis, there were no losses within the city, but the number of adventurer fatalities outside remains undetermined and is currently being tallied. The flame locusts numbered in the billions. The flame locust queen was not defeated. Thus the threat of another beast tide looms ahead. Citizens are urged to stay vigilant and keep abreast of the news for preparedness. The beast tide had indeed subsided. As they journeyed back to the city, Bai Xiaoshan surveyed the desolate surroundings. The once lush forest lay barren, the ground littered with the carcasses of flame locusts. The farmlands beyond the city had suffered grievously, with the newly sprouted wheat seedlings devoured completely. Fortunately, roots remained intact, allowing for potential regrowth, though the yield would inevitably be diminished. A glance revealed a wasteland devoid of any greenery. The locust plague was truly a harrowing sight. At this juncture, Lin Yu had reunited with Zhao Ku. He retracted the remaining injured clones and subsequently created 10 new ones to accompany their group back to the city. Along the way, Bai Xiaoshan endeavored to ingratiate himself with Lin Yu, while Zhao Ku maintained her steadfast presence by Lin Yu's side, her composed demeanor drawing astonished glances from those around. This appearance starkly contrasted with their preconceived notion of the elusive beauty, prompting them to rub their eyes in disbelief. Here we are. They arrived once more at the city gates. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they eagerly produced their identity cards. Beep. Identity verified. Lin Yu, student of the 3 highs. You may enter. As they stepped into the city, a sense of safety enveloped them. The group waved their farewells, though the glances directed at Lin Yu were laden with peculiar emotions, surprise, gratitude, jealousy, and more. Only Lin Yu, Zhao Ku, and Bai Xiaoshan remained at the spot. Zhao Ku and Lin Yu regarded Bai Xiaoshan, who felt a prickling unease under their scrutiny. Lin, let us add each other as friends. You saved me this time. I must express my gratitude with a suitable gift. There's no need for such formality. That won't do. I am someone who values gratitude. You saved me, and I must repay you, or I shall feel unsettled. Very well, as you wish. Bai Xiaoshan sighed in relief and remarked, then I shall not disturb you and your sister-in-law any longer. Farewell. With that, he hurriedly departed. Zhao Ku's face flushed with embarrassment as she stamped her foot. Don't heed his nonsensical chatter. But you, how have you become so formidable? Lin Yu's strength delighted her. Yet once she regained her composure, curiosity bubbled within. I possess the clone talent, so my cultivation speed is naturally accelerated. All these clones assist in my training. Zhao Ku, astonished, exclaimed, I understand now. Your cultivation speed is effectively multiplied tenfold, is it not? Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. In truth, the clones merely allowed him to acquire their experiences and knowledge. They could not directly aid in his cultivation. However, his statement was not entirely inaccurate. Throughout history, each transformative talent had its uniqueness. It was entirely plausible for his talent to manifest this auxiliary characteristic for cultivation. Believe it or not. Zhao Ku expressed her envy. How wonderful. Now I need not fear you catching up to me. I must also train diligently. Lin Yu exclaimed. You haven't been training properly? Zhao Ku nodded sheepishly. These past few days, I've only trained for 3 hours amidst a lackadaisical routine, fearing that if you saw me too powerful, you might distance yourself. Upon uttering this, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly added, but let us set that aside for now. The flame locust leader you defeated was indeed slain by you, correct? Indeed. I intended to mention it, yet you all repeatedly interrupted me. Ignore them. They are merely short-sighted individuals. Lin Yu concurred vigorously, thoroughly in agreement. After conversing a while longer, Zhao Ku's wristwatch chimed, alerting her to a call from her aunt, instructing her to return home for dinner. Best head back then. We shall reconvene for class next Monday. Zhao Ku nodded reluctantly. Lin Yu observed her departing figure, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Upon returning home, Lin Yu refreshed himself and retrieved the 2 skill crystals, pressing them to his forehead. The information regarding the skills blossomed in his mind. Same origin fusion. 2nd level heartfire. Same origin fusion. With the consent of those of the same origin and devoid of any stray thoughts. They may fuse into a more potent entity. The greater the number, the stronger the fusion, but it must not exceed 100. Lin Yu discovered this skill enables fusion among the same species. However, the prerequisites are exceedingly stringent. The counterpart must completely lower their guard. Any hint of malice would render the fusion unsuccessful. The reason the flame locust leader could successfully fuse was due to his absolute control over his subordinates. A characteristic inherent to insectoid creatures. Should humans attempt to utilize this, achieving success would be akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, for him, it was perfectly suited. His clones represented the ideal subjects for fusion. Lin Yu was elated and immediately set about learning the skill. He then turned his attention to the other skill. 2nd level heartfire. By infusing mental energy into flames, one can conjure heartfire of up to the 2nd level. Heartfire not only incinerates matter, but can also harm the soul. Excellent. Excellent. I can utilize my flame breath to create heartfire breath. Lin Yu swiftly learned this skill. Realizing that heartfire cannot be used independently, it must be integrated with flames. Should one lack a flame skill, it could be merged with the flames present in reality. However, such flames would be of a considerably lower grade. His flame breath skill was at the late 1st level, thus the heartfire merged within could only reach that same level. It would require gaining a 2nd level flame skill to produce true 2nd level heartfire. Bread will be plentiful, and so too will milk. 2nd level heartfire shall also be mine. Having acquired the 2 skills filled him with immense joy. He dispatched clone number 1 to fetch some food, while clone no. 2 was assigned to scour the internet for information. The remaining 8 clones were tasked with studying various texts. Meanwhile, he sat cross-legged and commenced his cultivation. Suddenly, The persistent beeping of his wristwatch jolted Lin Yu awake. He checked the watch and saw it was a call from his homeroom teacher. Answer. Lin Yu. Has your talent undergone transformation? Indeed, teacher. I only just heard Zhao mention it. Since your talent has reached grade A, you are entitled to certain privileges at school. Teacher, what privileges? I was unaware. Such policies are disclosed only to awakeners with grade A talents. Your previous talent level did not qualify. Very well then, please enlighten me. What are these privileges? Awakeners with grade A talents are granted a singular opportunity to enter the school's advanced secret realm, the sensory spirit realm. Teacher, what is the sensory spirit realm? This matter cannot be discussed at present. Please come to school tomorrow, and I shall conduct a reassessment of your aptitude level. If it is confirmed that you possess an A-level talent, I will inform you. Very well, what time should I arrive tomorrow? You should be at school before 9 o'clock. After 10, the school will organize a gathering of all A-level awakeners to venture into the spirit realm for training. Are there special realms for S-level and SS-level awakeners as well? Indeed, their realms are of an even higher tier, so do not dwell on that. It is already fortunate that your talent can undergo a transformation once, and it is impossible to experience such metamorphosis consecutively. Understood. As the call concluded, Lin Yu gazed up at the night sky. Who says I can only transform once? A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. You shall be astonished. Chapter 17. What nonsense is this? Is someone daring to provoke me? The following morning, Lin Yu returned to school. Instead of heading to the classroom, he made his way to the teacher's office. Knock, knock, knock. A voice from within beckoned him to enter. Upon entering, the homeroom teacher, upon seeing Lin Yu, smiled and said, You've arrived quite early. Let us proceed to the awakening chamber. The teacher did not elaborate much further, but his demeanor was noticeably more amiable. Previously, he had been rather indifferent towards Lin Yu, even ignoring him when they crossed paths. Now, however, he had suddenly become friendly, prompting Lin Yu to reflect on the reality of human nature, even among educators. Upon arriving at the awakening chamber, under the teacher's guidance, they approached the awakening pedestal. Please place your identity card on the nearby detection device, the homeroom teacher indicated. Lin Yu complied, and a prompt sound resonated. Ding, identity detected. Lin Yu, a student of exceptional achievement. Identity verification successful. The homeroom teacher announced. All right, verification is complete. You may place your hand upon the pedestal. Lin Yu followed suit, resting his hand on the pedestal once more. The surface was cool to the touch, and soon a warm current surged from his palm into his body, momentarily disorienting him as if he glimpsed a different world. In the next instant, he regained his composure. Aptitude level A. Congratulations, your aptitude level has been confirmed. And now I shall disclose the privileges afforded to A-level awakeners. Lin Yu inquired, Please do enlighten me, teacher. The homeroom teacher explained, having undergone a transformation from B-level talent. You should be acutely aware of the significant disparities in training speed across different aptitude levels. For instance, an S-level awakener can reach first-tier combat power in merely 3 days, while a B-level awakener requires 3 months. Therefore, do not resent the school's differential treatment. There is no comparison between low-level and high-level awakeners. According to school regulations, A-level awakeners are granted one opportunity to access the spirit realm. Lin Yu posed the question, What exactly is the spirit realm? The homeroom teacher elaborated. The spirit realm is a unique domain that aids in cultivation. The rules within this realm are quite special, whether slaying monsters or meditating. Both activities will exponentially enhance your skills and cultivation. It offers immense benefits to you. Often, a single entry into the spirit realm can save you half a month's worth of training time. Lin Yu grasped the concept. In essence, within this realm, the rules are distinct. Monster slaying can enhance skill proficiency, and meditation can accelerate cultivation speed. It serves as an auxiliary training ground. Lin Yu felt somewhat disappointed, as he was the possessor of a system, rendering this realm's allure rather average for him. Nevertheless, he was still eager to experience this unique domain and broaden his horizons. Well, now that you understand the concept of opportunity, it is almost 10 o'clock. Let me take you to the Advanced Realm Building. The Advanced Realm Building is situated on the back mountain of the school, a place unknown to ordinary students. This was Lin Yu's first realization that the school concealed such a mysterious area. The two made their way to the back mountain, where the structures were not particularly tall, but the distances between them were vast, and the buildings were quite expansive. Upon entering the Advanced Realm Building, they were greeted by a multitude of students engaged in conversations. At a glance, there were no fewer than 100 individuals. The homeroom teacher guided Lin Yu to their class's section, stating, In our class, there are only 2 A-level awakeners. Aside from you, there is also Li Wu. Perform admirably in the realm, and do not disappoint your teacher. With that, the teacher excused himself, mentioning that Li Wu had already arrived but was unaccounted for, urging Lin Yu to interact well with others. Lin Yu nodded as the teacher departed. Seated in a chair, Lin Yu closed his eyes and entered a state of contemplation. He sought to organize his thoughts. A-level aptitude, 2nd-tier combat power. His skills included energy slash, flame jet, fusion of essence, and 2nd-tier heartfire. The first 2 skills served as conventional methods, while the latter 2 were his trump cards. With these 4 skills, coupled with his second-tier combat power, he stood as a formidable presence throughout the entire high school. After all, progressing from 0 tier to 1st tier was not particularly challenging. 99% of individuals could achieve it. However, advancing from 1st tier to 2nd tier was considerably more arduous, with the difficulty increasing tenfold. Even the SS-level talent Zhao did not possess 2nd-tier combat power, let alone the A-level awakeners within this hall, where 1st-tier individuals were as rare as phoenix feathers. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through his thoughts, laced with sharpness and mockery, sending a chill through his heart. He opened his eyes to find a brash youth with a horse-like face, pointing at him in derision. Lin Yu recognized him immediately. This was none other than Li Wu, another A-level awakener from their class. Oh, is that not Lin Yu? What is this? Has the threshold for this place become so low that even a mere B-level talent can enter? His voice boomed, deliberately drawing the attention of those around them, seeking to humiliate Lin Yu. Indeed, most gazes turned toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu frowned slightly, glaring at Li Wu, who resembled a clown in his antics. Mistaking Lin Yu's silence for fear, Li Wu intensified his taunts. Get out. This is not a place for lowly awakeners like you. The onlookers exchanged glances, murmuring in confusion. Can a B-level awakener really enter? Surely not. There are detection mechanisms at the entrance. How could one possibly gain entry? Do you think the school allows just anyone to wander into the back mountain? What a joke. The audience's skepticism ignited Li Wu's fury. He reached out to grab Lin Yu's clothing, cursing, "Trash, get out of here. This is no place for you." However, before his hand could touch Lin Yu had already seized Li Wu by the collar, effortlessly lifting him off the ground as Li Wu flailed his legs helplessly. What are you even? What right do you have to question me? Is it merely because you possess that loathsome horse face? Li Wu, lacking even 1st-tier combat power, was no match for Lin Yu and was easily subdued, leaving him both astonished and enraged, his face reddening with humiliation. "Let me go?" he continued to shout. "Someone. A B-level awakener has infiltrated." Lin Yu's temper flared. "What nonsense is this? Even S-level awakeners would not dare to raise their voices in my presence. What audacity grants you the courage to act so brazenly, a mere A-level awakeners?" Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps echoed across Li Wu's face. Lin Yu did not exert much effort, yet he still caused Li Wu's face to swell at a visible pace, resembling that of a pig's head. "How dare you raise a ruckus in my presence?" Li Wu was filled with trepidation, but despite summoning all his strength, he could not break free. How could this be? Lin Yu, a mere B-level awakened talent, was somehow stronger than him? At that moment, the supervising teacher, having heard the commotion, arrived belatedly and surveyed the scene. What happened here? Chapter 18. You have multiplication, I have the immovable King Ming statue. What is there to fear? The newcomer was a portly middle-aged teacher with triangular eyes and a grim expression, glaring at Lin Yu. As classmates, instead of helping one another, you resort to violence. Such deplorable character. Tell me, whose student are you? Lin Yu felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. Addressing the oblivious teacher who continued to berate him, he replied, "Are you aware of the reasons behind this incident?" The rotund teacher chuckled derisively. "Your act of violence is wrong. Regardless of the reason, we can discuss that later. Come with me." Furthermore, he added, "Put him down. They are all pillars of humanity. You must learn to assist one another, not engage in internal strife. Do you understand?" The teacher's pompous rhetoric left everyone stunned. This educator seemed rather unreasonable. Moreover, he was clearly biased in favor of Li Wu. With a sullen expression, Lin Yu demanded, "Why don't you ask him why I struck him?" Seeing that the person who had arrived was his uncle, Li Wu feigned tears and lamented, "I wish to ask you the same. Why did you strike me?" Internally, Li Wu chuckled sinisterly, thinking, "Just wait. I'll ensure you lose your opportunity to enter the sensory spirit secret realm, and see how you can catch up to my cultivation." At that moment, he realized that Lin Yu had merely stumbled upon good fortune, experiencing a transformation in his talent. Initially, Li Wu had never considered Lin Yu a rival. But now that Lin Yu had become an A-level talent, it irked him greatly. With his uncle present, he seized the opportunity to play the victim, determined to make Lin Yu pay a price, preferably losing his chance to enter the sensory spirit secret realm. Observing Li Wu's pitiful demeanor, Lin Yu felt a chill in his heart. The teacher before him was intentionally complicating matters for him. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yu caught a glimpse of Li Wu's malicious grin flash momentarily. Everything became clear. These two were not only unprincipled, but also had a close relationship, deliberately plotting against him. Very well. Lin Yu clenched his fists and questioned, "He insulted me first, yet I am not allowed to retaliate? Do you expect me to take his blows and have you witness it before I am deemed justified?" Lin Yu's words resonated powerfully, garnering the empathy of those present. However, the portly teacher merely chuckled. "First and foremost, your act of violence was wrong. As for him insulting you, why did he single you out and not others? Surely, you must bear some responsibility." Lin Yu was left speechless with frustration. What kind of absurd reasoning was this? Blaming the victim. Gazing at the teacher's smug expression, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to crush him. Surrounding students began to murmur, evidently taken aback by the teacher's comments. As students, They had yet to be tainted by the harsh realities of society, retaining a fairly clear sense of right and wrong, except for a few bad apples. Isn't this reasoning rather peculiar? The teacher does make a point. Why did Li Wu specifically insult Lin Yu and not others? Clearly, Lin Yu must have done something to provoke him. Nonsense. If I insult you, does that make you guilty? Do you think this is just? The portly teacher bellowed, silence. Then, turning his attention to Lin Yu, he said, enough chatter. Come with me. Lin Yu remained rooted in place, unyielding. The teacher, noticing his defiance, frowned. You've made a mistake and yet remain so obstinate. Do you seek punishment? With that, he reached out to seize Lin Yu. Instinctively, Lin Yu sidestepped 3 meters away, evading the teacher's grasp. The teacher appeared surprised. What a clever boy, managing to dodge that strike. Suddenly, the teacher lunged again, this time clearly using all his strength. His palm emanating a dark glow, he was employing a skill. Recognizing that evasion would be futile, Lin Yu conjured a doppelganger. In a flash of white light, 10 duplicates materialized beside him. Block him. The doppelgangers, sensing Lin Yu's emotional state, wasted no time and began to retaliate. As the crowd witnessed Lin Yu summoning 10 doppelgangers, their suspicions were confirmed. Lin Yu was indeed an A-level talent, contrary to Li Wu's claims of him being B-level. They cast doubtful glances at Li Wu, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. Yet, buoyed by the support of his uncle, he straightened his chest, wearing a smug expression that left many feeling disheartened. Is there no justice in such overt oppression of students? However, when it came to taking action to assist, it was inconceivable. They could only offer moral support while physically shrinking back. The first doppelganger, accompanied by 4 others, maneuvered to the rear, while the second doppelganger led 4 others in a feigned assault. The portly teacher, observing this, burst into laughter. A mere newly awakened student dares to strike a teacher? Such audacity among this batch of students is truly remarkable. He shouted, Iron Body. Instantly, his form transformed into black, radiating a metallic sheen. This was Teacher Li's B-level talent, Iron Body. Teacher Li was an awakened being of 3rd-tier combat strength. Lin Yu was doomed. Alas, what a pity. However, the scene that unfolded next astonished everyone. The second doppelganger's feigned attack targeted the lower 3 routes, aiming for the teacher's vulnerable underbelly, as 5 doppelgangers unleashed energy slashes, zeroing in on that specific point. This startled Teacher Li, who hastily shielded his vulnerable spot. Yet, at that moment, he found himself under attack from behind. 5 arcs of flame, infused with heart fire, struck his back. Sizzle. The flames seared relentlessly. Due to the nature of heart fire, they could harm the soul, rendering conventional defenses useless. Regardless of how robust the Iron Body's defense was, it was ineffective against heart fire. Teacher Li was taken aback, as his greatest fear materialized before him. His soul felt disoriented, followed by excruciating pain that forced a scream from his lips. His eyes reddened as he fled the range of the heart fire. His hands expanded tenfold, crashing down like celestial meteors. The first 5 doppelgangers had no time to evade and were shattered upon impact, the force astounding. Lin Yu's pupils constricted, yet he calmly summoned 5 more doppelgangers. Go. The 5 new doppelgangers rejoined the fray. Enraged, Teacher Li retaliated with the same tactic, his hands striking like boulders, sweeping down with immense force. Once again, the 10 doppelgangers were annihilated. A look of exhilaration crossed Teacher Li's face. He had finally dispatched those pesky little bugs. This brat had caused him significant losses. He was determined to teach him a lesson. Moreover, having spent so long subduing a newly awakened high school student, his dignity was at stake. However, the very next moment, his expression froze. Another 10 doppelgangers appeared before him. Lin Yu's combat prowess was formidable. Could he be of 2nd-tier strength? His rate of cultivation surpassed even S-level talents. Unbelievable, he was fighting beyond his rank. Even if he were to lose, the school would not penalize him. After all, he was not in the wrong. Li Wu is doomed. Lin Yu possesses superior talent and has made no mistakes. So the school will undoubtedly favor Lin Yu, leaving Li Wu in a precarious position. How delightful this spectacle will be. I have long harbored disdain for him. Anger flickered across Teacher Li's face. Very well, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. He bellowed. Today, I will reveal my trump card and show you the vastness of the heavens and the earth. With a tremendous roar, he unleashed his full power, a 10-fold augmentation. Thunderous booms echoed as his form expanded, soon towering as a giant over 10 meters tall. Were it not for the 100-meter-high hall, he might have shattered the ceiling. The giant loomed like a mountain, exuding an oppressive aura that left onlookers gasping for breath. From his lofty vantage, the giant raised his foot to stomp down upon Lin Yu's true form. This was Li Teacher's signature technique. Even a 3rd-tier A-class awakened could only hope for a stalemate against it. Targeting Lin Yu's true form, defeat was imminent. Lin Yu, flee now. Lin Yu's expression was grave. Yet he did not retreat. He silently chanted, harmonize and merge. With a flurry of movements, 10 avatars transformed into light and merged into Lin Yu's being. A shroud of white light enveloped him, obscuring his true condition. When the brilliance faded, the crowd gasped in astonishment, for a mysterious figure now stood before them. This figure was nothing short of miraculous, evoking awe. It was a majestic deity, seated upon a stone pedestal, taking the form of a youthful monk. 7 topknots adorned its head, braided hair cascading over its left shoulder. The left eye was gently closed, the lower teeth biting against the upper lip, revealing a countenance of fury, while flames roared behind it. In its right hand, it wielded the sword of wisdom, and in its left, it grasped the chains of karma, poised to sever the bonds of suffering. It was none other than the immovable king of light. You may augment yourself, but I can merge. What is there to fear? The sword of wisdom proclaimed, I shall sever your myriad afflictions, cast you into hell, and bind you with the chains of karma. The massive sword was raised, and the chains danced like serpents, launching an assault. Chapter 19. The Prodigal Dog, Transformative Skills. After merging, Lin Yu could manipulate his transformed state into any desired form. This step was exceedingly challenging for others, yet his avatars were extensions of his being, obedient to his every command, thus he accomplished it with ease. The colossal Buddhist figure, with its sword in the left hand and chains in the right, emanated an aura of authority that left the onlookers in shock. Such grandeur. It seemed to embody the wrath of the Buddha. What extraordinary ability is this? I've never heard of avatars possessing such power. It must be a merging skill. He has integrated his avatars into himself, amplifying his strength manifold. A clash of titanic giants was a rare sight indeed. Lin Yu was at most second tier. Could he truly stand against Teacher Li? Even if he were to lose, Lin Yu would garner fame. Battling across tiers, a display of genius. Perhaps he could rival S-class awakened of the same rank. The spectators marveled, their perceptions of Lin Yu soaring, their emotions shifting from indifference to jealousy, and now to admiration and reverence. Look, they have engaged in battle. Lin Yu's sword descended from above, while the chains slithered like serpents, winding and constricting. He faced the onslaught with all his might, his arms trembling slightly under the strain. Teacher Li's heart quaked, for he sensed that Lin Yu's giant was not weaker than himself. How is this possible? How can a novice possess such immense strength? Even SS-class Zhao Ku had not achieved the second tier. Yet here stood Lin Yu, an A-class talent who had not only achieved second-tier combat prowess, but also possessed the ability to transform. Such incredibility left him profoundly shaken. This individual could not be allowed to remain. He clenched his massive fist and charged at Lin Yu. Boom. The colossal sword collided with the giant fist, producing a deafening roar. Lin Yu's right-hand chains, akin to divine order, seemed to possess a life of their own, swiftly scaling Teacher Li's arm. Teacher Li staggered, attempting to free himself from the chains, but found himself overpowered by Lin Yu's strength, his face paling in shock. How can he possess such power? Lin Yu seized the moment, swinging the giant sword down again, aiming for the opponent's left eye. Bang! The sword was caught by a pair of fleshly hands, producing a metallic clash. The defensive capabilities of the steel-bodied talent were indeed formidable. Lin Yu pressed the attack, leveraging his superior strength and weapon to target vulnerable areas. Lin Yu, cease this at once. Teacher Li suddenly shouted. Lin Yu frowned at the command, yet his sword continued its relentless assault, thrusting at the opponent's lower regions. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. Disregarding everything else, he raised his hands to defend. Crack! The sword pierced into the opponent's wrist, breaking the bone with sheer force. Teacher Li clutched his wrist, howling in agony. Lin Yu remained expressionless, the chains in his hands coiling around the opponent's neck like a serpent. How ruthless. This version of Teacher Li resembles a dog. Someone muttered quietly. Teacher Li's eyes blazed with fury, but he could not break free. Shrink. Suddenly, his body rapidly contracted. As he diminished in size, he also broke free from the chain's grasp, glaring at Lin Yu with venomous hatred. You dare to openly assault your teacher? I will report you and have you expelled. Lin Yu released his avatars, coldly stating, favoring Li Wu and assaulting students without cause. I have reason to suspect you are an undercover agent from another realm. How dare you slander me? Just wait. With that, he clutched his wrist and stumbled away. Lin Yu watched his retreating figure in silence. Were this a wilderness, he would have undoubtedly taken decisive action to eliminate future threats. But killing within the confines of a school would only serve to distort reason into absurdity. With Teacher Li gone, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward Li Wu, who now sat frozen in terror on the ground. He could not fathom how Lin Yu had become so powerful. Could his avatars also assist him in training? As Lin Yu approached, Li Wu instinctively prepared to utter defiant words, but Lin Yu raised his hand. Slap, slap, slap. Dozens of resounding slaps struck Li Wu's face once more. From now on, control that mouth of yours, Lin Yu stated blandly, his tone reminiscent of a reprimanding elder. Li Wu's heart seethed with anger, yet fear eclipsed his fury, rendering him speechless. The onlookers stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Incredible. Though his talent is A-class, his comprehension is undoubtedly superior to ours. Otherwise, how could he progress so rapidly? Perhaps his talent has mutated. Could his avatars indeed facilitate his training? 10 avatars equating to tenfold efficiency? Such a possibility exists. I am envious. At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm illuminated with a red light, prompting the crowd to exclaim, the secret realm has opened. Hurry, we must enter. We only have 5 hours. The throng surged toward the entrance. And Lin Yu also turned to step into the realm. Upon entering, he found himself standing atop a mountain peak, his feet upon a stone platform. On the platform lay numerous meditation cushions, and as he arrived, he noticed several individuals already seated and engrossed in their training. With many cushions available, Lin Yu chose a corner to sit down. As he settled, he became aware of numerous gazes fixated upon him. With a smile, he shook his head, reining in his emotions and ignoring the attention. If Teacher Li truly could have him expelled, then so be it. He held no deep attachment to university life. With the system at his disposal, he could level up through combat. The opportunities that others deemed precious held little allure for him. When one has attained sufficient strength, they shall exact revenge upon their former foes, one by one. Given his rapid progress, such a day is not far off. Closing his eyes and calming his mind, he embarks upon a meditative journey. During this meditation, he finds his thoughts flowing like a fountain, as if he has plunged into an ocean of knowledge. With countless ideas surfacing in his mind, insights regarding the application of skills, the development of new abilities, and luminous points of perception arise, all heightened compared to his external experiences. While he is not overly concerned with the acceleration of his training speed, he is deeply invested in the enhancement of his understanding. Yesterday, he instructed his avatars to absorb extensive knowledge and read numerous texts. What was once incomprehensible is now nearly clear to him. The environment here is nothing short of astonishing for the elevation of one's comprehension. Avatars. He opens his eyes and releases his avatars, allowing them to encircle him in their cultivation and insights. The commotion caused by Lin Yu soon captures the attention of those around him. Indeed, his avatars are aiding in his training. It is no wonder his progress is so swift. Even if not tenfold, a twofold increase is enough to evoke envy. Lin Yu is truly astonishing. They remain unaware that the avatars do not assist in training per se, but rather facilitate his acquisition of knowledge and skill enhancement. Here, Lin Yu's mind is remarkably vibrant. An hour later, retrieving his avatars, boom, an influx of information floods his mind, which Lin Yu meticulously filters and absorbs. He assimilates all insights related to skill enhancement, achieving a profound understanding. My proficiency in skills has escalated, and their potency has reached new heights. With training concluded, it is time to embark on a hunt. Chapter 20. Yesterday, you sheltered me. Today, I shall return the favor. In the principal's office, an elderly man is seated face-to-face with a middle-aged individual. The latter is Teacher Li, who, pounding the table, exclaims in anger, "That wretched boy is utterly insufferable. Not only does he brazenly bully his classmates, but he even dared to lay hands on me. Such a lawless student deserves immediate expulsion." The principal furrows his brow and inquires, "Oh, what is the name of this student who has dared to provoke Teacher Li?" "His name is Lin Yu. From the same class as Zhao Kuo," responds Teacher Li. The principal sets down his teacup, saying, "Oh, I recall that class has only one A rank awakened, namely Wu. Could it be he who has offended you?" "No, it is another student. He was previously of B rank talent, but, by sheer luck, has transformed into an A rank. Arrogant and disrespectful, he bullies his classmates. Such character is unworthy of remaining in our school. If we allow this to persist, it could spell disaster for humanity." Teacher Li laments, deliberately wiping his eyes to produce a few tears, as if his actions were solely for the school and humanity. The principal ponders, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he declares, "I shall take charge of this matter." "Secretary Qian." "Here." Secretary Qian enters, swaying her hips and enveloped in a fragrant aura, drawing Teacher Li's attention repeatedly. However, she does not acknowledge him, treating him as if he were air. A mere B-rank talent, approaching middle age, is hardly worthy of notice. Investigate the matter thoroughly. We must not allow our teachers to suffer unjustly. The principal advises earnestly. "Understood." She replies before exiting the office. The principal, half smiling, turns to Teacher Li. "You may leave now." "I leave." The principal waves his hand, and a gust of wind propels Teacher Li uncontrollably from the office. Once he departs, the principal sneers, "Can't even defeat a single student, yet has the audacity to come complain to me. The Li family has truly fallen. Were it not for the Li family's reputation, he would not even deign to meet him." The truth of the matter is soon uncovered, as Secretary Qian returns, pushing open the door. "Principal, I have clarified the situation." In brief, the incident began when Li Wu saw Lin Yu entering the Advanced Awakening building and insulted him as a low-tier awakened, threatening to expel him. Enraged, Lin Yu struck Li Wu several times. Teacher Li, being the supervising teacher, witnessed his nephew being attacked and attempted to apprehend Lin Yu, only to find Lin Yu's strength exceeded expectations. Ultimately, he was defeated by Lin Yu. The principal, taken aback, remarks, "Thus, he, humiliated, came to me for redress. Presuming I would expel Lin Yu for the sake of the Li family, correct? However, Lin Yu possesses remarkable strength. Your insight is indeed keen, penetrating as a bright light. Enough of the flattery. Principal, how do you intend to handle this situation?" Secretary Qian inquires. The principal remains silent for a moment, contemplating the implications. Should he expel Lin Yu, he would bear the blame for the Li family, and Lin Yu would harbor resentment against him. Conversely, protecting Lin Yu would displease the Li family, jeopardizing his own interests. This is indeed a complex dilemma. Do you have any information on Lin Yu? The principal turns to ask. Yes, I have obtained it. Secretary Qian responds. Please share. Lin Yu, initially a B-rank talent, has now transformed into an A rank, capable of manifesting 10 avatars, and can merge them back into his body, becoming a figure enveloped in flames. His combat power is at least above 2nd tier, and upon transforming, he possesses the strength of an ordinary 3rd tier. It is this transformation that enabled him to defeat Teacher Li. The principal, astonished, remarks, I must say, this boy is a genius. Zhao Ke only broke through to 2nd tier this morning, yet Lin Yu has achieved it even earlier. Secretary Qian adds, Principal, I suspect his avatars have mutated, aiding in his cultivation, which explains his rapid advancement. The principal nods in agreement. Indeed, this aligns with my thoughts. Principal, should we extend special consideration to this individual? Secretary Qian proposes. The principal ponders in silence. He weighs the potential consequences of offending the prominent Li family for the sake of an A-rank awakened. Is it worth it? He shakes his head. To have undergone a single transformation in talent has already depleted much of his potential. The likelihood of further transformation is minimal and thus not worth our additional investment. Secretary Qian's face reflects concern. Principal, Lin Yu has offended the Li family. They will not let this matter rest. Should the school not intervene to caution the Li family? They brazenly attacked a student on campus. Should we not curb their arrogance? The principal, indifferent, waves his hand dismissively. There's no need. An A-rank talent does not warrant our excessive effort. We should focus our resources on cultivating S-rank awakened, for they represent the future of our school. As for the Li family, a warning will suffice. Although Secretary Qian is apprehensive, she recognizes the futility of persuading the elderly gentleman before her. What then do you plan to do regarding Lin Yu? She asks. The principal contemplates for a long while before responding. We shall revoke Lin Yu's privileges as an A-rank awakened. As for the Li family, you will personally deliver a warning. But remember to maintain a gentle tone. Isn't that rather unfair? Secretary Qian hesitates, her eyes flickering, her resolve wavering. In this world, where fairness is a rarity, Lin Yu is not Zhao Ke. He must endure this injustice. The principal sighs. I hope he can comprehend my intentions. Now you must go? An announcement appears on the school's official website. Announcement concerning the punishment of student Lin Yu for assaulting teacher Li Tsongi. Due to Lin Yu's assault on teacher Li, demonstrating a lack of respect for authority, the following sanctions are imposed. Lin Yu's resources as an A-rank awakened will be confiscated, and his opportunity to enter the spirit realm again is revoked. In the principal's office, release it. As this announcement is made public, it immediately sparks a tremendous uproar. Unbelievable. Is there truly someone who dares to strike a teacher? Is it even possible to prevail against them? It is utterly absurd that within just a few days of awakening, one could defeat a teacher. I have heard of Teacher Li, a 3rd-tier awakened individual, albeit with only a B-level talent. This person must possess at least an S-level talent. The school is relatively fair. Students with such exceptional talent, yet who show disrespect towards their elders, should indeed be disciplined. Those upstairs, without understanding the context, should refrain from inciting chaos. I witnessed this incident firsthand. Lin Yu is not at fault. As soon as this message was sent out, it vanished without a trace, and the account that posted it was silenced, infuriating the individual to the point of stomping their feet. Thus, public opinion began to overwhelmingly sway. The young man by Xiao Shuai, known for his sharp perception, was dining with friends at home when he suddenly spotted this announcement, exclaiming in astonishment, truly worthy of my idol, how impressive. Others inquired, what news has so astonished you? Do you remember Lin Yu, the one who saved your life during the beast tide yesterday? Yes. That very person went to the Spirit Sense Secret Realm building today and confronted Teacher Li. What? He struck a teacher? How formidable. Curiosity piqued. They promptly checked their wrist devices and quickly encountered the announcement. Yet, upon reading it, confusion enveloped them. Wait a moment. Teachers at our school possess at least 3rd-tier strength. How could he possibly overcome them? Moreover, the school's punishment seems excessively biased. Xiao Shuai, think carefully. Who would dare strike a teacher? Exactly. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? Unless the teacher had bullied him, he would only act in self-defense. I doubt even the teacher anticipated defeat. Don't just rely on the school's official website. Those who questioned it have been silenced. Check the external forums. Enlightenment dawned upon them as they hastily opened a forum, revealing a myriad of diverse opinions. Within moments, thousands of comments surfaced, unraveling the confusion that had gripped their minds. I knew this matter was not simple. It defies logic. The truth is indeed astonishing. Lin Yu is truly powerful. He saved us before, so his character is beyond reproach. The school has mishandled this situation. I cannot allow my benefactor to suffer unjustly. I must rally support for him. He is currently in the secret realm and likely unaware of the news. I must assist him. Bai Xiaoshui felt a surge of indignation and promptly contacted the Bai family teacher at the school to uncover the truth. However, the responses he received were remarkably uniform. Do not involve yourselves in this matter. Their reluctance to assist left by Xiaoshui dissatisfied. So he reached out to other S-level awakened individuals, but responses were scarce. Even among the other 4 who had been saved by Lin Yu, only 2 were willing to help. I should contact Zhao Ku. Her bond with Lin Yu is profound. With her support, even the principal would think twice. Meanwhile, Zhao Ku was immersed in her training when her wrist device began to beep incessantly. She opened her eyes and glanced at the message. Moments later, her expression turned icy, and the very air around her crackled with electric fury. With a thunderous bang, she burst through the door, propelled by a storm of wrath towards the school. Lin Yu, you protected me yesterday. Today I shall seek justice for you. Chapter 21. You favor him. I shall strike him. Do you dare complain? In the principal's office, the principal, with his graying beard quivering, never anticipated that addressing a mere student would stir such a hornet's nest. Not only had Bai Xiaoshui come seeking an explanation, but Zhao Ku had also arrived, accompanied by 2 other S-level awakened individuals, all demanding answers on behalf of Lin Yu. Before his awakening, Lin Yu merely possessed a B-level talent, and his acquaintance with Zhao Ku stemmed from 3 years of sitting together as classmates. However, his connection with Bai Xiaoshui and the others was unexpected. If it were simply a matter of acquaintance, he would not have been surprised. But the underlying tone of gratitude in their words hinted at something deeper, what was truly going on. He glanced at Secretary Qian, who offered only a beautiful profile as she gazed out the window. Clearing his throat, he stated, "This matter has been concluded through a school investigation. You are all pillars of humanity and should refrain from causing unnecessary disturbances." He hoped to brush the issue aside, but Bai Xiaoshui discerned the principal's true intentions. "Principal, may I inquire about your investigation report? If this matter has indeed been investigated, why is it that, to my knowledge, this announcement was issued solely by you? I request a reasonable explanation." As a member of the Bai family, he felt little trepidation towards the principal. Moreover, as an S-level awakened individual, he was not without his own stature. Even the principal could not easily dismiss him. Furthermore, the presence of an SS-level awakened individual, Zhao Ku, bolstered his confidence. Each year, thousands of S-level awakened individuals emerge within humanity, yet the SS-level awakened are a mere 1%, numbering only in the hundreds. Additionally, Zhao Ku had been accepted into the Chaos Element Academy ahead of schedule, granting her a university background that the principal could not afford to disregard. At this moment, the principal found himself in a predicament. Retracting the announcement would damage his reputation, a course of action he could not entertain. This matter has been thoroughly investigated. Do not continue your unreasonable uproar. Please return to your training and avoid entangling yourselves in such matters. The principal's dismissive demeanor plunged the group into despair. They had not anticipated that the usually amicable principal would exhibit such favoritism towards the Li family, disregarding the facts in favor of oppression. Zhao Ku, unable to contain her frustration, declared, "I merely wish to seek justice for him. Do you truly intend to favor Li Chong?" Her assertiveness rendered the principal momentarily silent. Without Zhao Ku advocating for Lin Yu, he might have forgotten about him entirely in a matter of days. After all, an A-level awakened individual's future posed no threat to him, but Zhao Ku was a different story. In a decade, or perhaps even less, she would surpass him. Offending her would be unwise. What to do? He furrowed his brow, feeling for the first time that perhaps he had erred, yet recalling his own pride. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "Zhao Ku, do not act recklessly. You are not fully aware of the circumstances. The school has arrived at a reasonable conclusion following an investigation. You should all leave." Zhao Ku was about to respond when a gust of wind swept her out of the office. Outside the principal's office, the group stared at the closed door, their resentment palpable. Bai Xiaoshui exclaimed, "I can't believe the principal is so oblivious to right and wrong. I misjudged him." Another individual turned to Zhao Ku and asked, "Zhao Ku, what shall we do? Lin Yu saved my life. I cannot repay this debt without a clear conscience. Indeed, while I may not be a virtuous person, I cannot sleep soundly knowing I have not repaid this favor. Speak your mind. I shall follow your lead." Zhao Ku undoubtedly became the focal point for the group. Given the vast disparity between S-level and SS-level talents, it was not just a matter of strength, but also of status. In the city, no one dared to lay a hand on Zhao Ku, for she was constantly surrounded by protection. Even the city's intelligence systems safeguarding her, a privilege of being an SS-level awakened individual. Zhao Ku reflected on Lin Yu's current situation in the spirit sense secret realm, where he was likely unaware of the unfolding events. If he were to emerge from the realm and learn of the unjust treatment he had faced, how furious and distressed he would be. The mere thought of it caused her heart to ache for Lin Yu. If the school is biased, then I shall show them the true meaning of partiality. Bai Xiaoshui inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Zhao Ku said, "You'll find out soon enough." "Where are you going?" "The back mountain. The Advanced Awakening Building." Advanced Awakening Building, duty room. Li Tsong was sipping wine, comfortably crossing his legs. Someone beside him asked, "What has got you in such a good mood?" "Of course it's that kid Lin Yu getting punished," Li Tsong snorted. "Offending me? How could he possibly end well? That Lin Yu is nothing but a jumping clown." "Offending you? Teacher Li, he really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth," the people around him flattered. Hearing this, Li Tsong felt sweet inside and smugly took another sip of wine. He leaned back in his chair, wearing the look of someone who believed life had already peaked. His talent wasn't too strong. He had only reached tier 3 in middle age. But so what? He was a member of the Li family. Even the principal had to give him some face. As for Lin Yu, an orphan with no background whatsoever, what could he possibly use to compete with him? This isn't over. Once you leave the city, I'll take your life, Li Tsong thought viciously. Just then, bang, a deafening crash rang out. Li Tsong jumped in fright, springing to his feet and pointing at the door as he cursed. Which bastard dares to interrupt me while I'm drinking? Zhao Ku and 3 others stood at the doorway, backlit by the light. The 4 of them seemed to glow, making Li Tsong pause for a moment. When he saw that they were just 4 students, he chuckled. You 4. Barging into an office without permission. Tell me your names and wait for school punishment. Still, I'm a reasonable man. You smashed the door. So what is it you want? Zhao Ku coldly spat out 2 words. Beat you. Li Tsong froze, thinking he misheard. But the next instant, his heart jolted in alarm. Lightning flashed through the air. The Zhao Ku in his sight vanished. In the next moment, she appeared right beside him, grabbed his body, and viciously slammed him toward the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The floor instantly caved in with deep craters. Li Tsong, who had intimate contact with the ground, was covered in blood in the blink of an eye. You dare hit a teacher? I'll expel you. He stammered. What answered him was even fiercer violence. Bang, bang, bang. With each thunderous impact, Li Tsong's head became a bloody mess, his vision completely blurred. He tried to resist, but his entire body was numb, utterly unable to summon any strength. Zhao Ku's lightning was no joke. Electric currents coursed through Li Tsong's body, paralyzing most of him. The other teachers nearby were terrified by the scene and retreated, not daring to approach. Who is this? How can she be this fierce? Even stronger than Lin Yu. Lin Yu barely won. Who is she? She looks like a student, yet she is crushing Li Tsong so easily. I remember now. She is Zhao Ku, the only SS talent student in our school. It's her? But why is she beating Teacher Li? She must be venting anger for Lin Yu. I heard Zhao Ku and Lin Yu have been desk mates for 3 years. They're very close. Teacher Li is finished this time. Forget the principal. Even the Li family wouldn't dare offend Zhao Ku. At this moment, Li Tsong's consciousness was already fading. Zhao Ku grabbed him by the head and slammed it into the ground again and again, leaving massive craters in the floor. Even though his talent was steel body, he was already left with barely half a life. Seeing that he had passed out, Zhao Ku tossed him aside like trash. She swept her gaze over the surroundings and said, I am Zhao Ku. Tell Li Tsong this. From today onward, as long as I see him in this school, I'll beat him. Every time will be worse than the last, until death. With that, she led the others away. She came freely, and she left freely. Everyone stood stunned for a long while. The news spread rapidly across the internet. My God, this is explosive. Zhao Ku beat Teacher Li again. That teacher is really miserable. He kicked an iron plate. Deserved. Will the principal dare punish Zhao Ku the same way he punished Lin Yu? Let me say something blunt. Does the principal even dare? Why wouldn't he? Zhao Ku's talent is strong, but she has no background and hasn't fully grown yet. How naive. Who said she has no background? She has already been admitted early by the Chaos Element Academy. Anyone admitted early has the Academy as their backing. They even assign a Dao Guardian for protection. They won't act unless it's a crisis, but who knows? That Guardian might be watching you right now from somewhere you can't see. No wonder it's the Chaos Element Academy, ranked 3rd among the 10 great academies. Impressive. These 10 academies are the foundation of our human race. Almost all powerhouses come from them. Anyone who enters, at worst, becomes a city-level big shot. Looks like the principal is going to have a headache. Serves him right. Who told him to be slippery and unfair? Principal's office. The principal looked at the news and slumped weakly into his chair. Did I make the wrong choice? Secretary Qian looked at him and advised, You're not wrong, sir. But you must bow to reality. The principal smiled bitterly. You're right. I can't punish Zhao Ku. Strictly speaking, she is no longer from our school, since Lin Yu's backing is Zhao Ku. While Li Tsong is merely an unimportant branch member of the Li family, after weighing the pros and cons, we should issue a new announcement. You're very wise, principal. The principal could only respond with a bitter smile. Soon, a new announcement appeared on the school's official website. Chapter 22, Combat Power Increase. Thinking about creating Skill School official website, the old announcement was removed, replaced by a new one. Announcement. After investigation, it was discovered that the previous conclusion was erroneous. This was the responsibility of the Secretary Assistant of the All-Department Principal's office, who has been punished after the principal's fury. The previous announcement is hereby revoked. Li Tsong is suspended from duty. We sincerely apologize to the victim, Lin Yu. Principal's office. Publish. This really opened my eyes. The non-stick principal actually backed down? Didn't you know? Zhao Ku took people and beat Li Tsong up, even declaring she'd beat him every time she sees him, using someone's own methods against them. Brilliant move. Now the principal is stuck between a rock and a hard place, with his habit of weighing benefits. He'll definitely conclude that offending Zhao Ku isn't worth it. So withdrawing the announcement makes perfect sense. After all, if this drags on, The principal would only lose more face and be labeled muddle-headed and unjust. He is old and shrewd. Of course he knows what to do. Online discussions raged. In the hospital, lying on a bed, Li Tsong learned that he had been suspended and that the original announcement had been withdrawn. In a surge of rage and despair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hatred and regret twisted together in his heart. If only I hadn't helped Li Wu vent his anger if I'd known. Why did I do it? But things had already reached this point. If he didn't vent this resentment, he simply couldn't calm his heart. He clenched his teeth. Lin Yu, just you wait. This isn't over. Principal's office. The principal said, let this matter end here. In the future, I don't want to hear anything about this Lin Yu again. Secretary Chen replied, Principal, he is a genius. Do you really not want to meet him? An A-rank talent isn't qualified to meet me, the principal said arrogantly. Only when he reaches S-rank will he be worth seeing. Secretary Chen was stunned. S-rank talents were already chosen of heaven, dragons among men. To undergo another talent evolution, how difficult would that be? In human history, there had been people who continuously evolved their talents, but they did so under extreme conditions. They were exceedingly rare. It was almost impossible. Spirit sensing secret realm. Lin Yu traversed the dense forest, his 10 clones scattering in different directions, sweeping through the surroundings with relentless vigor. The chime of the system's notifications echoed in his ears. Ding. Killed a jungle wolf. Earned 5 upgrade points. Ding. Killed an ice python. Earned 8 upgrade points. Lin Yu moved through the wilderness like a reaper of monsters, dispatching creature after creature. Simultaneously, the combat experience and skill proficiency of his clones were steadily increasing. This enhancement was remarkably pronounced, multiplying several times compared to the outside world. Lin Yu could distinctly feel his strength growing, an evolution that was unparalleled elsewhere. This was indeed a treasure trove. Alas, the secret realm is too small. I am on the verge of clearing it out. Each of Lin Yu's 10 clones possessed the strength of an early-stage second tier, granting them the power to sweep through this secret realm with ease. Descending from the mountain peak, he slaughtered his way down to the mid-slope, where, to his gaze, monsters were obliterated. At this point, Lin Yu could see a mist gathering at the foot of the mountain. He understood that within the mist lay an emptiness, marking the boundary of the secret realm. The essence of this realm was a mountain, and he had already penetrated halfway through it. As he continued downwards, Lin Yu noticed that monsters became increasingly sparse, far less concentrated than those above. Ding. Killed a flying centipede. Earned 20 upgrade points. Upon vanquishing yet another creature, Lin Yu halted. Continuing on, he found it increasingly difficult to encounter monsters, and with a resigned sigh, he reflected, the monsters in this secret realm are nearly depleted. It is time to return, as my time is also drawing to a close. On his way back, Lin Yu discovered that he had accumulated sufficient upgrade points, allowing him to enhance his combat power once more. System, augment my strength. Ding. Are you sure you wish to proceed with the enhancement? Confirmed. Ding. Enhancing combat power. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, you have advanced to mid-stage second-tier strength. In the next instant, Lin Yu felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. His internal energy doubled, and he experienced an overwhelming sensation of power, as if he could punch through the heavens. Indeed, my strength has doubled. This journey has been fruitful. A sense of satisfaction enveloped Lin Yu, leaving him feeling at ease. Before long, he returned to the mountaintop, where the crowd had thinned considerably. Many had ventured off to hunt monsters and sharpen their skills. However, they were destined to feel disheartened, for Lin Yu had single-handedly dispatched the majority of the monsters, leaving them to scavenge the remnants. Suddenly, a figure caught his eye. Li Wu. This individual glared fiercely at him, eyes burning with fury as if he wished to devour him whole. Lin Yu scoffed dismissively, choosing to disregard Li Wu entirely. Li Wu's eyes blazed as he addressed Lin Yu. You struck my uncle. Prepare to be expelled. At these words, Lin Yu paused, turning sharply to face him. Feel free to continue with your threats. Utter a single word, and you'll receive 10 slaps. If you have thick enough skin, indulge yourself. Faced with Lin Yu's intimidation, Li Wu swallowed back the words he had intended to unleash. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, he thought. I'll take my revenge once we leave this secret realm. He silently conceded, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth as he resumed his training. He truly feared that Lin Yu would come up and slap him. His face was still swollen, and he dared not touch it. For the slightest contact sent a jolt of pain through him. Lin Yu chuckled softly and closed his eyes to meditate. Countless insights flooded his mind. Ideas for new skills pouring in, allowing him to grasp a thread of understanding. Learning skills could be achieved through skill crystals, manuals, or self-creation. The first two options merely involved borrowing the wisdom of others, whereas skills of one's own invention were far more attuned to individual circumstances, unleashing their full potential. However, creating skills was the most challenging endeavor, typically reserved for the elite. A practitioner of his youth and at the early second tier attempting to innovate skills would surely invite ridicule. Nevertheless, he was undeterred, wholly focused on the pursuit of skill creation. In this moment, inspiration struck. The collision of memories from his past life and this existence birthed a multitude of ideas. Clones. He recalled the shadow clones, water clones, wood clones, and earth clones from the world of Naruto. In that universe existed a unique energy known as chakra, which, when wielded through corresponding ninjutsu, produced specific effects. Various clone techniques were merely one application of this energy. Although he lacked chakra and did not know ninjutsu, he possessed a natural talent for clones and felt entirely capable of utilizing this concept to forge his unique clone skill. As far as he knew, this world also had clone-type skills, but such abilities were exceedingly rare and beyond his current reach. Lin Yu murmured to himself, however, my innate clone ability is generated from the energy within my body. As for the underlying principles, I remain uncertain. Lin Yu contemplated, recognizing that innate abilities are those one is born with, the principles of which eluded him. With this in mind, he began to dissect the essence of his capabilities. The energy within him could directly produce clones, and there was a complex transformation process involved. If he could comprehend it, he should be able to extrapolate and create other types of clones. For instance, elemental clones. In his vision, he needed to transform his internal energy into a specific element and then employ his cloning ability, thus allowing him to generate elemental clones. The fire clone he envisioned would be composed of flame energy, naturally immune to fire damage while enhancing fire-based skills, but conversely, it would suffer double damage from water and ice. Additionally, other elemental clones could be conceived. Flame eruption. He rose to his feet, unleashing a jet of flames towards the sky. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the energy within him, which transformed into fiery energy in an instant. This process was brief, yet he could distinctly perceive the change. He unleashed several more jets of flame, but despite witnessing the energy transformation, he could not convert his internal energy into flame energy. He observed the process yet lacked the means to grasp its essence. Perhaps this was the knowledge that academia sought to impart. The attribute changes of energy represent a blind spot in my current understanding. I must consult the library for relevant materials. He relinquished the pursuit of creating elemental clone techniques and returned to contemplating other skills, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the secret realm's time limit. Suddenly, a bell tolled from the heavens. The time within the secret realm has concluded. Chapter 23, Skewers as Incense, almost a brotherhood pact. High-level secret realm building. Hall. Outside the secret realm's gate, students flocked in droves, and in mere moments, the area was filled to capacity. Once everyone had exited, the massive gate to the secret realm thundered shut behind them. As they sensed their own transformations, the crowd erupted in animated discussions. This journey was worthwhile. These 5 hours of cultivation equate to 10 days of training. Too bad it was a one-time opportunity. If only we could enter every month. Dream on. The monsters inside have been exterminated. They need time to repopulate, don't they? Indeed, the chance to enter is once a year. By the next time, the monsters should have had the opportunity to reproduce. In a corner, Lin Yu remained silent, neither speaking nor attempting to draw attention to himself, quietly making his way outside. On the other side, Li Wu kept his head down, wishing to conceal his swollen visage from view, and he stealthily approached the duty office. Upon entering, he noticed a few teachers reviewing documents, but his uncle was notably absent. Confused, he inquired, "Where's my uncle? Who are you looking for?" Li Tsong. Li Tsong was severely injured by Zhao Ku and hospitalized. Additionally, due to defaming Lin Yu, he had been suspended. "You are Li Wu, right? You should hurry to the hospital to visit him." Upon hearing this, Li Wu was taken aback. What on earth had transpired? After emerging from the secret realm, it felt as though a multitude of significant events had unfolded. He hastily activated the internet on his wristwatch, and, after a brief moment, he grasped the underlying reasons behind the situation. How could this be? He felt utterly lost, his mind clouded with confusion. This series of blows led him to feel as though the entire world was conspiring against him. Having never faced setbacks before, he found himself questioning the very essence of life. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had just exited the building when he overheard discussions among the crowd, his name surfacing subtly within the chatter. He leaned in to listen closely and soon understood. So, it was Zhao Ku who had avenged me. He fell into a deep contemplation, a sweet smile breaking through. At that moment, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. A delicate hand rested there. Looking up, he was greeted by Zhao Ku's strikingly cold, yet beautiful visage. "You're out?" "Yes. Let's go celebrate." Lin Yu, still processing the situation, was pulled along by Zhao Ku as they made their way outside. Accompanying them were by Xiaosa and 2 others, who followed closely behind. Stifling laughter at the sight of Lin Yu's predicament. It was a rare and amusing scene to witness his embarrassment. Thus, Lin Yu was led to a private dining room in a restaurant outside the school. Once seated, Zhao Ku insisted that Lin Yu occupy the place of honor. Lin Yu remarked, "So you all even reserved a private room." Bai Xiaosa chuckled, "We wanted to give you a warm welcome, and we've been prepared for this." Gratefully, Lin Yu responded, "Thank you all for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been forced to swallow this bitter pill in silence." Zhao Ku interjected, "Now do you understand the importance of cultivation? After we finish eating, join me for a hunt tomorrow." Lin Yu was taken aback. Zhao Ku's concerned demeanor, which he would have found off-putting from anyone else, filled him with warmth. After all, Zhao Ku had risked offending the principal for his sake, a considerable favor. As for the others who had lent their support, a significant part of their motivation stemmed from a sense of indebtedness. Nevertheless, their willingness to help signified friendship. They were individuals who believed in repaying kindness, showcasing commendable character. Lin Yu's tone softened as he regarded them, feeling an inclination to forge connections. Just yesterday, he had little desire to engage with anyone besides Zhao Ku, viewing the rest as mere background figures. However, the events of today had profoundly moved him, prompting a decision to cultivate these newfound friendships. The group raised their glasses, toasting and reveling in the joys of life. To us, cheers. It is often said that the simplest way for men to strengthen their bonds is through shared intoxication, a sentiment with which Lin Yu wholeheartedly agreed. As the revelry unfolded, the four became increasingly inebriated, embracing one another, their camaraderie evolving to that of brothers. Zhao Ku observed them with a smile, her capacity for alcohol unparalleled, her physique honed by the might of thunder, remaining impervious even after countless drinks. Each of the four grasped a skewer, raising it towards the heavens, bowing in unison. Today, we four shall become brothers. I am the eldest, Lin Yu declared, slightly tipsy. I am the second, Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed, burping contentedly. I am the third, declared Feng Busi, a slender youth with a stern countenance, tilting his head with gravitas. And I am the fourth, chimed in Zhu Fei, a rotund and endearing boy, half supporting himself on the table, one eye open and the other closed. We do not seek to be born in the same year or month, but we do wish to share the same life journey. The group collectively belched, succumbing to their intoxication, collapsing onto one another in a heap, still managing to let out a drunken hiccup. Zhao Ku shook her head with a light-hearted chuckle, watching their antics. You've only completed half of the brotherhood ritual. May fate allow you to fulfill the rest and become true brothers. Alas, I must take you all home. With her eyes gently closed, she summoned the might of thunder, an ethereal figure of a thunder emperor manifesting behind her. This time, the figure was clearer. The thunder emperor opened his eyes, and with a gentle wave, thunder morphed into four serpentine forms, wrapping around the waists of the four, lifting them into the air. Zhao Ku exited the room with ease. The astonished staff, witnessing the spectacle, quickly realized it was Zhao Ku. Tomorrow, Bai Xiaoxiao will settle the bill, Zhao Ku commanded. Huh. The staff member, momentarily stunned, swiftly regained composure, replying. Of course, I'll keep a tab for you. Please take care. Zhao Ku moved with remarkable speed, quickly escorting the other three back. Finally, she arrived at Lin Yu's home, retrieved his keys from him, and opened the door. Gently placing Lin Yu on the bed, she whispered, sleep well. We have a hunt to embark on tomorrow. Lowering her head, her lips brushed against Lin Yu's forehead, leaving her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly turned to leave. Lin Yu, in a hazy stupor, murmured, drink, let us continue drinking. The night passed in silence, and before long, dawn broke. Lin Yu, clutching his heavy head, sat up. Memories of the previous day's events at the table began to resurface in his mind. Suddenly, he smacked his head in frustration, exclaiming, drinking led to trouble. This is far too dangerous. Thank goodness Zhao Ku was there. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. Having just offended the Li family, he had been reckless. How could he have been so careless? Yesterday, I almost pledged brotherhood. What was I thinking? The memory of their absurd antics filled him with embarrassment. They had mistaken skewers for incense and nearly sworn brotherhood. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Fortunately, they had been interrupted mid-ceremony, preventing any awkward conclusions. Nonetheless, there had been gains. Their relationships had undeniably deepened. Lin Yu shook his head, closing his eyes to rest, the remnants of his hangover gradually fading. Suddenly, his wristwatch chimed. Beep, beep, beep. Opening the watch, he discovered a message from Zhao Ku. Hurry to the Awakened Association. Understood. Lin Yu recalled his promise to Zhao Ku to join her for the hunt today. Let us set off. Destination, Awakened Association. Chapter 24, Awakened Association, Power Assessment. The Awakened Association stood as a majestic tower, towering 9 stories high, representing the 9 tiers of power. At the entrance, 2 imposing stone lions stood guard, flanking the main doors where 2 security personnel vigilantly scanned the crowd. At that moment, a graceful girl stood beside one of the stone lions, glancing around as if awaiting someone. As soon as Lin Yu appeared, she waved, calling, over here, over here. Lin Yu's heart stirred, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily as he hurried towards her. You woke up quite late. Luckily, you're not too tardy. What would happen if I were late? The consequences would be severe, for I would become very upset. Oh, I'm so scared. Lin Yu feigned a look of fear, prompting Zhao Ku to laugh heartily. You're insufferable. As they chatted, they made their way inside. Upon reaching the entrance, the security guard greeted them. Welcome. Please present your identification cards. The 2 produced their cards and placed them on the detection platform, which chimed in response. Beep, identity detected. Sangao student Lin Yu, welcome. Beep, identity detected. Sangao student Zhao Ku, welcome. You may enter. The 2 individuals nodded slightly and proceeded inward. This marked his inaugural visit to the Awakeners Guild. Although he had previously researched online and perused photographs, witnessing it firsthand filled him with astonishment. Before his eyes stood a substantial pillar in the center of the room, adorned with a high-definition screen that displayed a continuous stream of task information. Numerous individuals were gathered before the pillar, fixated on the screen. This is the task hall, Zhao elucidated. The screen on that pillar updates various task details in real time, serving as the place where adventurers accept their assignments. Lin Yu nodded in realization and inquired, "So, are we here to accept a task?" Zhao replied, "You must first assess your combat strength before you can become an adventurer and undertake tasks. Let's head to the second floor for your strength assessment." "All right, lead the way." Zhao took the lead, with Lin Yu trailing behind. As they walked, Zhao elaborated, "The Awakeners Guild consists of 9 floors, each representing a different tier of combat strength. Since you are already at the second tier, there's no need to visit the first floor. We can go directly to the second floor for your assessment." Lin Yu understood and asked, "By the way, have you assessed your combat strength?" Zhao nodded. "I completed mine yesterday." No wonder Zhao appeared so familiar with the place. It was because he had visited just the day before. The second floor was spacious and lacked the bustling atmosphere of the hall below. Under the guidance of an attendant, Lin Yu arrived at the room designated for testing combat strength. "This is the testing point for second-tier combat strength. Please enter this room for your evaluation. Once you pass, you will be recognized as a second-tier awakener and will receive an adventurer's credential, allowing you to accept tasks from the hall and earn rewards." Lin Yu nodded and stepped toward the room. The tests for lower-tier awakeners were conducted entirely by machines, while only higher-tier assessments involved live evaluators. As Lin Yu entered the room, a prompt sound echoed in his ears. "Ding. Please defeat the second-tier combat robot. Time limit, 30 minutes. The side door would open, revealing a silver robot wielding a shield. Lin Yu calmly summoned his clones, dividing them into 2 teams, and they swiftly encircled the robot. The clones, having undergone numerous battles, had developed a harmonious synergy and considerable combat experience. Although it was their first encounter with a robot, they quickly adapted their strategy, shifting their focus from the lower body to vulnerable areas such as the eyes and throat. "Release energy slashes," Lin Yu commanded. The clones immediately complied, unleashing a barrage of 10 azure energy slashes that surged toward the robot with a piercing intensity. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that while the energy slashes were uniform in size, their color was more pronounced and their destructive power enhanced. This was due to Lin Yu refining this skill within the spirit realm. Although the energy slashes had not undergone a transformation, their potency had increased by 30%. The robot reacted swiftly, raising its shield to block the incoming attack. A series of thunderous collisions ensued as the energy slashes shattered upon impact, causing the robot's shield to split into 2. Being merely a second-tier combatant, the robot stood no chance against 10 clones of the same tier. As it froze momentarily, Lin Yu quickly issued commands. "Close in, restrain the robot." The clones obeyed, rushing forward. Ignoring the robot's counterattacks, they used all limbs to tightly secure the robot's extremities, rendering it immobile for a brief period. The other clones seized the opportunity to unleash their skills, launching a relentless assault on the robot's head. Energy slash, flame burst, boom, boom, boom. A deluge of attacks descended upon the robot, and even its defenses were unable to withstand the onslaught. With a crack, its head fell to the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Just as Lin Yu was about to command further attacks, a notification rang in his ears. "Ding. Congratulations. You have passed the second-tier combat strength test." "Ding. Identity card information has been updated. Please check." Upon opening his identity card, he was delighted to find that his status had changed from a 0-tier awakener to a second-tier awakener. Moreover, he had now acquired the title of adventurer. "The door is now open. Please exit." With a click, the door swung open, and without hesitation, Lin Yu stepped outside. "Let's go downstairs to accept a task." Zhao was waiting outside, and seeing Lin Yu emerge in under 5 minutes, he expressed no surprise and promptly stated, "All right." The two returned to the task hall, this time joining others and standing before the pillar, engrossed in the task information displayed on the screen. Various tasks appeared before them. Some had already been completed and subsequently removed, while others were marked as urgent, typically offering substantial rewards, but also presenting considerable challenges. Additionally, there were simple tasks with minimal rewards, which Lin Yu promptly disregarded. He sought tasks that would allow him to combat monsters while also earning money. This was the purpose of his visit, as well as Zhao Ku's. Confidently scanning the screen, he quickly rejected one task after another. Task: 3 Frost Wolves. Reward: 5,000 star coins. Requirement: First-tier Awakener. Task: 1 Star Frost Herb. Reward: 2,000 star coins. Requirement: First-tier Awakener. Task: 1 Thunderstrike Wood. Reward: 50,000 star coins. Requirement: Third-tier Awakener. Task: Explore the ruins of an ancient city located 100 miles south of G City and create a map of the ruins. Reward: 100,000 star coins. Requirement: Third-tier Awakener. After passing on several tasks, Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment and thought, If he couldn't find anything suitable, he might as well settle for any task to get started. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a particular task caught his eye, igniting a flicker of hope within him, and he promptly accepted it. Chapter 25, Slaying Monsters, Completing Tasks, and Leveling Up. Task: collect silverwing rabbit wings, quantity unlimited. Each pair rewards 500 star coins. Requirement: second tier awakener or above. The silverwing rabbit is a first-tier ferocious beast that inhabits the Star Guardian Forest. Named for its pair of silver, translucent wings. Its wings contain a special substance that can be refined into potions to enhance physical agility, making it a highly sought-after medicinal material. However, the silverwing rabbit is notoriously cunning, utilizing multiple burrows for concealment, both underground and within trees, making it elusive and difficult to capture. Therefore, the demand for its wings far exceeds the supply. Lin Yu's purpose for this journey was not solely to complete tasks, but also to hunt monsters within the Star Guardian Forest. This expansive forest lies 20 miles southeast of G City, teeming with ferocious beasts and abundant medicinal herbs, and it was originally intended as his next hunting ground. With the task available, it was a fortuitous twofold opportunity. Zhao Ke, what do you think of this task? Lin Yu inquired, pointing at the task information on the screen. Zhao Ke furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, glanced at Lin Yu's eager expression. He eventually nodded slightly, saying, "Let's go with this one." Lin Yu was elated and urged, "You should accept the task too. After all, there is no limit to the quantity." Once Zhao Ke had also taken the task, Lin Yu quickly added, "Wait for me a moment. I need to buy a few weapons before we set off." "All right." Lin Yu hurriedly exited the Awakeners Guild and dashed toward the weapon shop. Upon arriving at the shop, he encountered the owner, who was idly reading a book. Noticing Lin Yu's arrival, he set the book aside and smiled. "Ah, it's you again. What kind of weapon are you planning to purchase this time?" Lin Yu quickly exclaimed. "Bring me 8 tang swords." The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, retrieved 8 tang swords without inquiring about the reason and tossed them to Lin Yu with a smile, saying, "Here you go. A total of 80,000. Lin Yu handed over the payment, slung the swords across his back, bid farewell to the shopkeeper, and hurriedly departed. The old man watched Lin Yu's retreating figure and shook his head with a smile. This lad has been making quite a name for himself these past few days. Quite interesting indeed. At the Awakeners Guild, upon returning to Zhao Ke's side, she noticed the additional weapons on his back and promptly inquired, "Are you tired?" Lin Yu shook his head, asserting that he was not fatigued. "It's getting late. We should set off now." Zhao Ke nodded in agreement, cautioning, "However, once we arrive, don't push yourself too hard, understood?" Lin Yu repeatedly affirmed, "Rest assured, I shall be very mindful." Only then did Zhao Ke feel reassured. Without further delay, the two made their way outside the city, heading straight for the Star Guardian Forest. Both were second-tier awakeners and moved quickly. In just 10 minutes, the Star Guardian Forest loomed before them, with an endless expanse of grassland underfoot and a primitive forest stretching infinitely ahead. Towering trees obscured the sun, while a narrow path, trampled down by many feet, led into the depths of the forest, resembling a gaping maw ready to devour the unwary, sending a shiver down their spines. "Let us go," Lin Yu urged. Zhao Ke responded. The two entered the forest along the path, whereupon the temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. Zhao Ke drew a silvery longsword, remaining vigilant of their surroundings, while Lin Yu conjured a doppelganger to scout ahead. The doppelganger nodded and cautiously advanced with the tang sword Lin Yu had provided. Meanwhile, Zhao Ke and Lin Yu remained alert, scanning their environment. Suddenly, a fierce sound of combat erupted ahead. Something's amiss. The two exchanged glances and quickened their pace. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed the gruesome sight of 3 silver-winged rabbits being dispatched with a few swipes of Lin Yu's doppelganger. The bloody scene momentarily stunned Zhao Ke. "Lin Yu, is your doppelganger a bit too powerful?" Although she had been rescued, she still found it hard to believe that Lin Yu's doppelganger could so easily kill 3 first-tier ferocious beasts. She could manage it herself. But this was merely one of Lin Yu's doppelgangers. If such a being was that formidable, how much stronger must the original be? One should view a person differently after a brief separation. "I have trained in the sensory realm, and my strength has naturally increased," Lin Yu replied with a grin. "You'll have even more to be astonished about in the future." A subtle shift occurred in Zhao Ke's heart as she scrutinized the man before her. When Lin Yu met her gaze, she quickly looked down, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Hey, why are you staring at me?" Lin Yu asked. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Let us hurry and collect the silver-winged rabbit's wings," Zhao Ke hurriedly said. "You rest. I can manage this." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ke felt a warm sensation in her heart. Was he showing concern for her? Such trivial tasks could easily be handled by the doppelganger. They could simply stand by and take a breather. Zhao Ke watched as Lin Yu created several more doppelgangers to gather the wings while she stood by. For reasons she could not comprehend, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over her. Could it be that I am overthinking this? At that moment, Zhao Ke herself was perplexed as to why her usual carefree self suddenly felt a sense of insecurity. Once the spoils were collected, Lin Yu declared, "Let us press on." Just then, a series of howls echoed from ahead. Lin Yu perked up, listening intently, It sounded like wolf howls. He ordered his first doppelganger, accompanied by 4 others, to scout the area. With the doppelganger's perspective, Lin Yu soon realized that a pack of ice wolves was besieging a flame tiger. What is happening up ahead? Zhao Ku inquired. Lin Yu replied, over 30 first-tier ferocious ice wolves are attacking a second-tier ferocious flame tiger, and the tiger is at a disadvantage. Death is merely a matter of time. What do you intend to do? Zhao Ku asked. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Yu continued. Do not engage yet. Your Thunder Emperor is immensely powerful, and I intend to save it as our trump card. Hearing this, Zhao Ku proudly lifted her chin, confidently assuring Lin Yu that she would protect him. Lin Yu smiled. My life depends on your protection. Without you, how would I survive? Such banter. The moment arrived. Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he commanded his doppelgangers to charge. At that moment, on the battlefield, the flame tiger was on the brink of collapse. While the ice wolf pack had dwindled to 10, suddenly, the 10 doppelgangers surged forward like a sharpened blade, causing chaos among the ferocious beasts. 10 fully energized second-tier doppelgangers against 10 weary first-tier ferocious beasts was a trivial matter. With swift strikes, the ice wolves fell one by one. The system's notification sounds rang incessantly in Lin Yu's ears. Ding. Kill an ice wolf. Gain 60 upgrade points. Ding. Kill an ice wolf. Gain 60 upgrade points. In an instant, 600 upgrade points were credited to his account. Lin Yu was elated, but before he could express his joy aloud, an unexpected upheaval startled him. Through the first doppelganger's perspective, Lin Yu saw a hefty rabbit barreling towards them. In its wake, it left destruction, trees were snapped, and wild grasses were flattened. What is happening? He asked, striding towards his doppelganger. He had just spotted the silver-winged rabbit king, towering at 5 meters and seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ku said, wait, don't interfere. Let me show you my power. Lin Yu nodded fervently, assuring her that he would allow her to shine. Before long, they arrived at the encircled silver-winged rabbit king, surrounded by Lin Yu's doppelgangers. System, I wish to check the attributes of the silver-winged rabbit king. Ding. Requires 10 upgrade points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Silver-winged rabbit king. Tier, pre-3rd tier. Skills, silver wing slash, storm breath, sharp claw strike, trample. Not overly formidable, it can be slain. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Roar. With blood-red eyes, the rabbit, enveloped in a green tempest, glared furiously at the doppelgangers. Release collective energy slashes. Instantly, 10 azure energy slashes were unleashed towards the silver-winged rabbit king. With a mighty roar, the rabbit flapped its wings, summoning silver energy around itself. Silver wing slash. 2 3-meter-long silver energy slashes erupted from its wings. Boom. The energy slashes collided with the silver wing slash, producing a thunderous sound. Ultimately, however, the energy slashes prevailed, with 3 striking the rabbit king, only to be absorbed by the tempest surrounding it. The 3 energy slashes hit the silver-winged rabbit king as if pebbles dropped into a lake, creating not a single ripple. At that moment, Zhao Ku stepped forward. Lin Yu, step back. I'll handle this. Lin Yu nodded. Although he could also defeat the silver-winged rabbit king, it would take time. Rather than prolonging the battle, he preferred to let Zhao Ku take the reins. He was eager to witness the true power of her SS-level talent. At that moment, Zhao Ku was enveloped in crackling lightning, her hair standing on end. The azure lightning danced around her, resembling a goddess of thunder. Spear of the thunder god. With a swift utterance, dozens of lightning spears formed around her. Go. With a commanding shout, the lightning spears soared through the air. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately commanded his doppelgangers to encircle the area, preventing the silver-winged rabbit king from fleeing. Roar. Storm breath. The silver-winged rabbit king was enveloped in a tempest, its speed accelerating dramatically as it sought to evade the 10 thunder spears. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The thunder spears abruptly altered their trajectory, doubling their velocity. With a resounding crash, the attack struck the silver-winged rabbit king. Lin Yu observed this scene with a start of surprise. Truly, the SS-level talent was formidable. This strike equated to no less than a Tier 3 combat power, and it was no wonder it could effortlessly subdue Li Kong attack. Lin Yu commanded, and his doppelganger advanced forth, unleashing a torrent of heart fire that forced the silver-winged rabbit king to take evasive action. Boom. A thunder spear descended from the heavens, piercing through the silver-winged rabbit king. Lin Yu swiftly approached, raising his blade to sever the creature's head. Ding. Silver-winged rabbit king slain. 400 experience points awarded. Continue the slaughter. Having vanquished the silver-winged rabbit king was merely the beginning. With his doppelgangers scouting the surroundings, they skillfully evaded danger, allowing the two to thrive within the forest. Zhao Ku's skill proficiency grew increasingly adept, and Lin Yu's experience points soared. By dusk, the two had hunted over 100 silver-winged rabbits. As for other monsters, they totaled in the thousands, elevating Lin Yu's experience points to a staggering 100,000. Ding. Experience points sufficient. Would you like to upgrade your talent? Chapter 26. A thief's heart unyielding, resorting to assassination when unable to confront directly, infuriating. Ding. Congratulations, host talent upgraded to A level. In the next moment, Lin Yu felt a jolt of energy surge through him, and radiant white light enveloped him, rendering Zhao Ke beside him momentarily blinded. Within, Lin Yu sensed a potent force intensifying, eliciting a pleasurable groan from him. After a brief interval, the white light receded, and Lin Yu opened his eyes. Lin Yu, are you alright? Zhao Ke inquired with concern. I'm fine, Lin Yu replied with a smile. My talent was on the verge of transformation. I only regret that it did not succeed. Zhao Ke was momentarily taken aback by his words, gazing at Lin Yu as if he were a marvel. Did you not just undergo a transformation of talent? It has only been a few days, and you are already nearing another transformation? Such luck is unprecedented. However, upon hearing that Lin Yu's transformation had failed, her worry resurfaced. Though I did not achieve the S-level transformation, my talent has nonetheless enhanced, Lin Yu declared with a smile. Allow me to demonstrate my current talent capabilities. As he spoke, he dismissed his doppelganger and summoned it anew. In a flash of white light, 20 doppelgangers appeared around him. I can now summon 20 doppelgangers, each possessing combat strength exceeding that of my main body by 10%. This meant he had 20 doppelgangers more powerful than himself. Should this scene be revealed to others, envy would be an understatement. Most individuals only had a minuscule chance of talent transformation upon breaking through combat power, making Lin Yu's case, strengthening his talent without a combat breakthrough, exceptionally rare. Zhao Ke, initially astonished, soon beamed with joy. Excellent. You've grown stronger. We might attend the same university now, she exclaimed. Lin Yu smiled. Let us hope so. His obsession with attending university was not profound. With the system at his disposal, he could strengthen himself anywhere, merely changing the hunting grounds. Night has fallen. Let us return, Lin Yu suggested. Agreed. Upon returning to the city, they visited the Awakeners Guild to complete their tasks, earning a reward of 100,000 star coins before bidding each other farewell and returning home. In the following days, Lin Yu and Zhao Ke ventured out to hunt daily, returning at dawn and dusk, with Lin Yu's combat power again surging, reaching the late stage of Tier 2. He was busily engaged, the exhilarating sensation of growth coursing through him, rendering him unable to cease. Zhao Ke also reaped considerable benefits, her mastery of skills increasing, and her combat power slightly enhancing. Meanwhile, various factions had begun to compile information on Lin Yu. In the Li family, the third son of the patriarch, known as the third young master, was perusing an investigative report. This Lin Yu, while possessing A-level talent, exhibits combat power comparable to that of S-level talent. Fascinating. However, he has offended that brat Li Wu. Given Li Wu's and Li Tsong's natures, they are unlikely to let this slide. Offending my Li family without consequences would certainly tarnish our reputation. Hey, you are to establish connections in the black market and facilitate opportunities for Li Wu and his cohort to place a bounty on Lin Yu. As the words fell, a figure clad entirely in black emerged from the rippling air behind him. As you command. In a hospital, Li Tsong struggled to turn to Li Wu, saying, "It is unworthy of a gentleman to let this grudge go unavenged. This incident cost me my job and brought shame upon the Li family. Li Wu, go to the black market and issue a bounty. I want Lin Yu's head." Li Wu, harboring deep resentment, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, second uncle. Anyone who offends my Li family will surely meet their end. In the principal's office, the principal set down his pen and inquired, "What has Zhao Ke been up to recently?" Secretary Qian, swaying her ample hips, approached and replied, "She has been with Lin Yu, taking on numerous tasks and hunting outside the city." The principal expressed his surprise. It seems Zhao Ke and Lin Yu share a close bond. He lightly tapped his knuckles against the desk, pondering the implications. Secretary Qian informed the staff to avoid making things difficult for Lin Yu and to extend as many conveniences as possible to him at school. The principal suddenly commanded. Secretary Qian hesitated for a moment before asking, "Is Lin Yu truly that important?" The principal chuckled. It is not Lin Yu's significance that matters, but rather Zhao Ke, an SS-level talent who has been pre-admitted to the top 10 academies. Even among SS-level talents, she is exceptional. We must not neglect her. Secretary Qian understood, casting him a sideways glance before nodding. "I shall take care of it." The principal sighed. "Go swiftly." In a weapon shop, the shopkeeper's grizzled beard trembled slightly. As if sensing something, he stepped outside, closing the door behind him, and headed towards the outskirts of the city. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu and Zhao Ke, a pair of eyes were fixated upon them. However, this gaze bore no malice. Instead, it radiated goodwill. The elder stroked his beard, furrowing his brow. This Lin Yu is indeed a rough gem. To have achieved Tier 3 combat power so swiftly is no less remarkable than Zhao Ke's progress. It appears to be a result of his doppelganger talent. What a pity that an awakener below S-level talent faces insurmountable challenges in entering the Academy of Chaotic Elements. Yet Zhao Ke's potential is boundless. In just a few days, she has awakened 5 skills. Given time, she will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Academy of Chaotic Elements Lightning Division. I must ensure her safety. Otherwise, this old face of mine would be utterly disgraced. In the black market, a new and lucrative bounty appeared on the list. It was a kill order, something that hadn't surfaced for some time. To target a mere A-level talent student and offer such a high reward, how enticing. Several individuals promptly accepted the task, viewing it as an effortless endeavor. These assassins made their way to the outskirts of the city, lying in wait amidst the rocky thicket outside the city gates, a perfect ambush point for an unsuspecting return. In the Bai family's study, the door creaked open, and a youth clad in white entered. "Father, you called for me?" Bai Xiaoshu inquired. He was engrossed in his training when suddenly he was jolted awake, his tone tinged with impatience and a hint of reproach. Bai Qianling chuckled. "You rascal. Are you taking out your frustrations on your father?" "The reason I sought you out is to deliver some rather unfortunate news." Bai Xiaosa, nonchalant, replied. "What bad news could that possibly be? With my father shielding me, I have nothing to fear." However, the grim tidings followed. Lin Yu had been marked with a bounty in the dark market, the reward a staggering 500,000 star coins. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaosa hastily inquired, "If no one has accepted the task, let us quickly spend some money to cancel it." According to the dark market's rules, a bounty could be cancelled for a fee, but once done, the same bounty could not be reissued for a month. In other words, spending a little money could buy a month of safety. Alas, it was too late. A wave of assassins had already exited the city. Hearing this, Bai Xiaosa felt a chill in his heart. Memories of a recent night spent drinking with friends flashing through his mind, causing a sharp pang. "Dad, you can save him, right?" For the first time, Bai Qianling was moved by the expression on Bai Xiaosa's face. "I can save him, but it will incur the wrath of those behind the bounty, and a price must be paid. Father, as long as you assist me in saving him, I vow to heed your every command from now on." Bai Qianling replied, "I will help you, but you must listen to me and head to the Dongshu Academy ahead of time. I promise you." He gritted his teeth in determination. Chapter 27. Assassins, do you think you can drive us away? Dream on. Outside the city, on the return journey, Lin Yu's wristwatch suddenly beeped insistently. Curiously, he opened it to find a message from Bai Xiaosa, which he quickly read. "Beware of assassins on your way back to the city." Lin Yu's brow furrowed as he glanced at Zhao Ke beside him, who was idly admiring the scenery. "Today, you should head back first. I have some matters to attend to and may return late." Zhao Ke questioned, "What matters?" "I'll accompany you. I've had some insights and wish to solidify my cultivation while the day still holds light. You can rest assured, I will heed your every caution and remain vigilant." Lin Yu assured her. Proudly, Zhao Ke nodded in agreement. Yet, she insisted on staying together. After much persuasion, Lin Yu finally convinced her to return alone. Observing his surroundings, Lin Yu noted the absence of others nearby, though he knew Zhao Ke was surely accompanied by protectors. This was his burden to bear, and he did not wish to embroil Zhao Ke in the peril of assassination. Once she had distanced herself, Lin Yu turned back, heading towards the Death Valley. Along the way, he opened his wristwatch and sent a message to Bai Xiaosa. "Lin Yu, what is the strength of the assassins?" "Bai Xiaosa, I just checked. Those accepting the tasks in the dark market are all at least tier 2, with the strongest at tier 4. 16 in total, 1 at tier 4, 6 at tier 3, and the rest at tier 2. The enemy is formidable. Though they all possess B-grade talents, do exercise extreme caution." Lin Yu, thank you for the information. Consider it a favor owed. Bai Xiaosa, we are friends, soon to be sworn brothers, so there is no need for such formalities. I've already asked my father to assist you. Do not return to the city just yet. He will have a way. Lin Yu, please extend my gratitude to your father. Bai Xiaosa, no need for such politeness. Just be careful. Lin Yu, rest assured, I will survive. Bai Xiaosa, I believe in you, but do remain vigilant. I won't disturb you further. Just ensure you return alive. Lin Yu, I will. Closing the wristwatch. Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with determination as he surveyed his surroundings, ultimately setting his gaze towards the direction of Death Valley. Today, I shall traverse the Death Valley and attain tier 3 combat prowess. With that, Lin Yu raised his blade, summoning his doppelgangers, and pointed his sword forward. Charge! Instantly, the doppelgangers divided into 4 squads, each led by their respective numbers, rushing in 4 different directions. The first and second doppelgangers retained their original forms but had grown stronger, their eyes sparkling with vitality, soon to develop independent personalities. Lin Yu eagerly anticipated this transformation. The third and fourth doppelgangers, while slightly less impressive, still stood out among their peers, showing promise. The 4 squads, armed with late tier 2 strength, swept through their surroundings. The creatures of Death Valley were no stronger than tier 2 at their peak and stood no chance against the might of the doppelgangers. With each act of slaughter, Lin Yu felt an exhilarating rush. The system notifications rang in his ears like celestial melodies, intoxicating him with their allure. Ding. Killed a silver skeleton warrior, upgrade points, 20. Ding. Killed a golden skeleton warrior, upgrade points, 50. Ding. Killed a black knight, upgrade points, 100. The outer monsters were quickly decimated, and Lin Yu commanded his doppelgangers to venture deeper. The environment transformed dramatically. Jagged rocks littered the ground, dead trees lay scattered, and crows flew overhead. The slumbering undead were stirred awake by the presence of the living, raising their grotesque heads in unison to gaze at Lin Yu's doppelgangers. The first doppelganger snorted coldly and charged forth, the blade gleaming with a ghostly blue light. Energy slash. The other doppelgangers followed suit, rushing into the fray. The newly awakened creatures were mercilessly slaughtered, returning once more to the netherworld. Ding. Killed a bone knight, upgrade points, 100. Ding. Killed a platinum skeleton warrior, upgrade points, 70. Ding. Killed a red-robed skeleton mage, upgrade points, 80. Ding. Killed a green-haired zombie, upgrade points, 120. Here, various undead creatures gathered, nearly all above tier 1. The doppelganger's eyes shone with fervor as they ruthlessly targeted vital points. Lin Yu, remaining outside the chaos, turned his thoughts towards the assassins. His original plan had been to elevate his combat strength to tier 3, and then harness the power of fusion to confront ordinary tier 4 awakeners. With this fused power, even 10 tier 3s would be no match. He merely needed to be wary of the tier 4 assassin. The mastermind behind it all was likely Li Wu and Li Tsong. Lin Yu pondered. He had only offended these two, and while they would not dare act within the city, they certainly felt no such restraint outside its walls. Vengeful killings were all too common beyond the city limits. In the rocky forest, a dozen masked assassins were alert, their eyes scanning while their ears listened intently for any signs of movement. Suddenly, they noticed a young girl approaching. Hold your fire. That's Zhao Ku, a student of the top 3, with SS grade talent, already accepted early by the Chaos Element Academy. She must be accompanied by protectors. Attacking her is certain death. At this warning, their breaths quickened. Luckily, the warning came just in time. Had they acted rashly, their fates would have been sealed. After Zhao Ku passed, they waited several hours, yet still saw no sign of Lin Yu. Surely he hasn't taken a detour back to the city? A message from their comrades in the city arrived. He had not returned. This meant he was still outside. What could he possibly be doing? Not returning home at this hour? They decided to wait, for this was the only route back to the city. If he didn't return now, he would surely do so by morning. If he perished out there, it would save them the trouble of having to take action. As hours dragged on, someone yawned. Still no sign of Lin Yu. Time flowed slowly. The horizon began to lighten, and the group had kept vigil throughout the night, too wary to succumb to sleep. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, yet Lin Yu remained conspicuously absent. Damn it, where could that rascal have gone? Could he possibly be aware of the assassination plot against him? It seemed likely. Zhao Ku had returned to the city alone, clearly dismissed by Lin Yu. Such a foolish person. If Zhao Ku were here, we would have to exercise caution. The group was now weary, their anger simmering, causing a throbbing sensation in their heads. Their condition was far from optimal. Under normal circumstances, they would have contemplated abandoning their mission. However, they had investigated Lin Yu, a mere second-tier student, and despite their fatigue, they felt no fear. Does he think he can outlast us? Such delusions. In the Death Canyon, Lin Yu's avatars encircled a skeletal knight. The first avatar raised its sword high, then brought it crashing down. Bang! The skeletal knight's head rolled away, its soul fire extinguished, and it breathed its last. Ding! Skeletal knight slain, 100 upgrade points awarded. Lin Yu surveyed the carnage around him, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Time to level up. Ding! It requires 100. 000 upgrade points to enhance your battle power. Proceed? Yes. Chapter 28. What are the consequences? I no longer care, as long as it's exhilarating. On this dark, windy night, a night fit for murder and arson, the city blazed with light while darkness enveloped the outskirts, illuminated only by the faint glow on the horizon. In the thicket of jagged stones, a dozen assassins rubbed their weary eyes, suddenly sensing something amiss. Asan, is that you? One assassin queried into the shadowy void beside him. The only reply was the eerie silence of the air. A shiver coursed through him, heightening his vigilance, when suddenly, a gleaming blade pressed against his throat. You are not Asan. Who are you? He trembled, his voice quaking. Yet, the only answer was death. A flicker of cold light appeared, and a thin line of blood emerged on his neck. With a thud, he collapsed lifelessly. In an instant, 15 such sounds echoed, with only the last fourth-tier assassin managing to evade this fate. Clutching his chest wound, astonishment filled his gaze. Who are you? Why ambush us and attempt to kill us? He demanded, staring ahead. In the distance, Lin Yu controlled the first avatar, declaring, the one who seeks to kill you is Lin Yu. What? This is impossible. He exclaimed in shock, absolutely impossible. You are only second tier. How could you possess such formidable power? Have you broken through to the third tier? The first avatar offered no further response, instead raising its weapon alongside the others, launching a frenzied assault. Faced with Lin Yu's already A-grade talent and third-tier power, the assassin knew his chances were slim. Darkness stealth. The assassin shouted, a shroud of darkness enveloping him, enhancing his speed and attack for a fleeting moment. Though he would reveal himself after a single strike, he was determined to locate Lin Yu's true form. If he could kill Lin Yu, the avatars would naturally dissipate. Little did he know, Lin Yu was positioned 100 meters away. Lin Yu promptly commanded his avatars, release the heartfire. Boom. The heartfire illuminated the surroundings, revealing a shadowy figure next to the third avatar. The third avatar immediately discarded its weapon, using all its limbs to seize the assassin's waist. Let go. The assassin shouted in alarm. You damn it, let me go. He struck desperately at the avatar's waist with his elbows, but the third avatar remained unyielding, gripping him tightly. Die you. Yet, in the next moment, he was met with a flurry of gleaming blades. Swish, swish, swish. A net of energy formed from the barrage of attacks, sealing off the area. The assassin found himself engulfed by the blades, his body marred with wounds, his eyes dimming with despair. How could this happen? We were the assassins. How could we end up losing our lives in such a manner? What a disgrace. This is the shame of being an assassin. The avatars paid no heed to his mental turmoil, striking down relentlessly, ultimately slaying him alongside the third avatar. The third avatar could be revived, but he was permanently lost. Upon witnessing the assassin's demise, Lin Yu issued the command to search for survivors. Following the fierce battle, some assassins were merely gravely injured, not yet at the brink of death. Soon, one such assassin was brought before Lin Yu. With an impassive expression, Lin Yu stated, Tell me, who issued the assassination bounty, and I shall spare your life. What do you say? Please, don't kill me. I will tell you everything I know. The assassin trembled in fear, the specter of death overwhelming him. Previously, he believed himself unafraid of death, but when faced with it, he could not suppress his instinct to survive. I will ask you several questions. I hope you will not deceive me. Ask away. I shall speak without reservation. Where did you accept the mission? Lin Yu inquired. The dark market. Lin Yu was not well versed in the dark market, but he knew it existed within the underbelly, where registered assassins could undertake missions for rewards far surpassing those offered by the Awakener Guild. Unlike the guild, the dark market dealt in clandestine tasks such as assassination and robbery. In fact, Bai Xiaoshu had previously informed him of a bounty placed on him by the dark market. But this inquiry was not his true objective. He continued, I shall give you a task. If you can complete it, I will not kill you. What do you think? I will do it. I will complete it. He replied, desperate to survive, the pain having stripped him of his bravado. Lin Yu whispered a few instructions into his ear. Moments later, the assassin nodded, saying, I will send the message immediately, but what if the other party does not show up? Lin Yu replied with a smile. Then you shall accompany them in death. A chill ran through the assassin, who hurriedly protested, Do not kill me. They will surely come. Thus, Lin Yu began his wait. After killing, how to ensure the completion of the task? They naturally could not bring the bodies into the city, as the intelligence system could detect the presence of corpses. Therefore, they typically took photographs to send to the dark market or required the employer to inspect the scene in person. The message quickly reached the dark market, which then relayed the information of task completion to the mastermind behind it. Li Wu and Li Tsong rejoiced. It's done. Let us head out of the city. I want to stomp on his corpse to vent my anger. He was aware that 16 assassins had been dispatched, including one fourth-tier assassin. So he harbored no fears of Lin Yu surviving. The two exchanged glances, excitement and madness reflected in their eyes. As dawn broke, when they arrived, they beheld the sight of a dozen corpses strewn across the ground, with one figure seated upon a stone at the center, quietly observing them. Li Wu, Li Tsong. Long time no see. Lin Yu regarded them with a smile that held no mirth. They were taken aback. How could you still be alive? Their minds were in turmoil. How had he managed to turn the tables against so many assassins, including a fourth-tier one? Even an S-grade awakened individual could only fight above their tier. Yet he was merely second-tier. Wait, could it be that he had broken through to the third tier? If so, everything would make sense, with his combined power. It was indeed possible to defeat a fourth-tier opponent. Had he lured them both here, perhaps? Lin Yu, you dare kill me? Aren't you afraid of the Li family? Li Wu reacted quickly, questioning arrogantly. Li Tsong, however, completely changed his attitude and said gently, Lin Yu, there is no deep hatred between us. This time, it was our fault. Let us go, and I'll give you all my savings as compensation. How about that? Heh, only now you know fear. Too late. Lin Yu chuckled as he drew his blade. Too much talk leads to mistakes. You can reunite underground. Finish it quickly. Kill. The clones surged forward. Li Wu and the other man, one with first-tier combat strength and one with third-tier combat strength. How could they resist clones that were all at third tier? Screams rang out. Moments later, both had their heads severed. Blood shot high into the air, making Lin Yu frown slightly. Glancing at the brightening sky, he ordered, burn it all. Then he turned and walked toward the city gates. As for the assassin, Lin Yu didn't kill him. Instead, he severed all 4 limbs and threw him by the roadside, leaving him to slowly bleed to death. Chapter 29, by Xiaosa's Clean Departure Creek. The door opened. Lin Yu sat down wearily on the sofa when suddenly his wristwatch began beeping. He opened it and saw a message from Bai Xiaosa. Bai Xiaosa, Lin Yu, where are you? My dad said he has already sent people to meet you. Have you seen them? Lin Yu, no need. The assassins are all dead. Bai Xiaosa, huh? Don't tell me, Lin Yu. I killed them. Lin Yu's calm tone completely stunned Bai Xiaosa on the other end of the line. 16 assassins. And one of them was even a fourth-tier assassin. Even if your clones give you an advantage against being surrounded, how did you kill a fourth-tier assassin? He probably ran back after escaping. He felt it was embarrassing, so he said that, Bai Xiaosa muttered, letting out a breath of relief as he was about to ask more. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Creak. His father walked in. Lin Yu killed all the assassins. I didn't help at all. He also killed Li Wu and Li Tsong, completely offending the Li family. If the Li family traces it back to him, they'll definitely retaliate. I'll protect his life, but you must still go to Dongshu Academy. Bai Xiaosa's father, Bai Qianlang, was also deeply surprised. An A rank awakened, yet he had done something most S rank awakeners couldn't. The shock in his heart was no less than Bai Xiaosa's. Bai Xiaosao exclaimed in disbelief, "That's impossible. You're lying to me, right?" Bai Qianlang sighed. "Just take it as me lying. Pack your things. Senior Changshu from Dongshu Academy is here. You're leaving today." Shaken by Lin Yu's strength, Bai Xiaosao felt the fire to become stronger ignite in his heart. He clenched his teeth and said, "All right, I understand." Bai Qianling smiled. Toward the Lin Yu he had never met, he felt a trace of goodwill. Being able to ignite his son's desire to grow stronger was an unexpected delight. He could finally relax a bit. After all, this vast Bai family would need Bai Xiaosao to inherit it in the future. Bai Xiaosao's awakened talent was a rare I-type talent, exactly what Dongshu Academy needed. The moment the Academy received the Bai family's application, they had already decided to accept him. After all, the heaven-piercing eye was extremely suitable for their academy, and being S-rank fully met the admission requirements. When Dongshu Academy sent the admission notice, Bai Qianlang was overjoyed. Dongshu Academy was one of the 10 great academies. Even if it ranked last, it was still a top 10 academy. Moreover, the academy mainly recruited insight-type awakened talents, so its requirements for talent rank were actually less strict. Many A-rank insight-type awakeners still had a chance to enter, even if the probability wasn't high. For Bai Xiaosao, an S-rank insight-type awakener, the advantage was even greater. His chances were extremely high. The one who came to escort him was an elderly man in a long robe, with flowing white beard. The old man carried an air of refined elegance. His eyes were different from ordinary people's. On closer inspection, faint red light could be seen, and his pupils were shaped like a strange blooming flower. "Senior Changshu, this is my son. He is young and unruly. Today, I entrust him to the academy." Bai Qianlang said respectfully. Changshu smiled. "We all had our youth. I understand a child's heart. No need to blame yourself. With this heavenly eye power, your son's future achievements are limitless. Rest assured, his accomplishments will not be low." Bai Qianlang was overjoyed, unable to suppress the delight on his face. "Senior, this way please." "No need. There are important matters at the academy. I'll return shortly." "Senior, let me see you off." Changshu looked at Bai Xiaosao and smiled. "No need. Child, prepare yourself. We're leaving." With a slight smile, a whisk suddenly appeared beneath Changshu's feet. The whisk glowed, and in the next instant, it transformed into a streak of light, carrying the two of them into the distance. Like a shooting star crossing the sky, they vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only Bai Qianling behind. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "Go learn. Go venture forth. Go become strong." Then he laughed heartily, returned to Bai Xiaosao's room, poured himself a cup of wine, and drank deeply. Only after getting completely drunk did the hollow feeling in his heart ease a little. Over the next few days, everything was calm. The deaths of Li Wu and Li Tsong were not discovered, and Lin Yu finally relaxed. Still, when going out, he was far more cautious than before, disguising himself each time. Zhao Ku went into seclusion again, and Lin Yu hadn't seen her for quite some time. It's time to go back to school and look up some information. In the short term, breaking through in cultivation would be difficult, so Lin Yu decided to study more. Last time in the secret realm, he had planned to create a skill, but lacking the necessary knowledge, he had been forced to give up. This time, he had a deeper understanding of the skill he wanted to create. As he walked toward the school, he pondered the feasibility of elemental clones. To create a skill, the prerequisite is that my energy can freely convert into various elements. First, I must understand the essence of energy itself. Without realizing it, he had arrived at the school. Lin Yu entered the library and placed his ID card on the scanner. Beep. Verification passed. Please enter. Inside the library, he began searching for books that described energy. One book after another was taken into his hands and stacked higher and higher. Carrying the pile toward the reading area, he suddenly bumped into someone with a thud. Lin Yu reacted quickly and caught the falling books. Ouch, that hurts. On the ground, a girl clutched her head, looking miserable. "Are you okay?" Lin Yu asked. Still holding her head, the girl muttered, "I am not okay." She stood up, hands on her hips, looking furious. She managed to look fierce for only a moment before the pain in her head struck again. "Ah, it hurts so much," she said, clutching her small head. Lin Yu laughed. "I'll rub it for you." No. Since he had bumped into her, Lin Yu felt a bit guilty. Seeing that she was petite, only reaching his chin, he realized that was exactly why he had hit her on the head. "Then what do you want?" "It's not money, is it?" Lin Yu asked. The girl puffed out her cheeks. "Do I look like such a vulgar person?" But then her tone suddenly changed, making Lin Yu freeze. "Just 3,000 star coins, and I'll forgive you." Lin Yu chuckled. "So you're just trying to pull a fast one, aren't you? Step aside and don't block my path." As Lin Yu attempted to push past her, the girl suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, wailing, "Wah, you're bullying me." The library, already hushed, was instantly filled with the commotion, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Witnessing the adorable girl sprawled on the floor, they began to chastise Lin Yu. How can you bully a little sister? Don't be afraid, I'll stand up for you. Hey, tell me your class and name. Is that Lin Yu? What? It's actually him. Chapter 30, Learning Energy Conversion. Feng Xiaoyu listened to the murmurs around her, her eyes brightening as she remarked, "You're quite the celebrity. Where are you off to?" she inquired. The surrounding crowd, having witnessed the scene, whispered among themselves, too intimidated to voice their thoughts, for Lin Yu's reputation was formidable. He was the sort who dared to confront teachers, with Zhao Ke backing him up. Who would dare to trip him up? It would only bring trouble upon themselves. Thus, they fell silent, watching Lin Yu, who regarded them as mere background and chose to ignore them entirely. He calmly turned and headed toward a nearby reading room, seemingly unaffected by Feng Xiaoyu's voice. Watching him, Feng Xiaoyu's eyes darted, and a plan formed in her mind as she hastened to catch up. "Hey, wait for me." As Lin Yu truly began to walk away, Feng Xiaoyu scrambled to her feet and scurried after him. The onlookers, initially eager to follow the unfolding drama, were abruptly halted by the late arrival of the librarian, who scolded, "This is a library. No noise allowed. Now disperse." Hearing this, the crowd quickly abandoned their intentions and scattered. They knew the library's rules against noise, but why was Lin Yu exempt? Reflecting on his past exploits, they resigned themselves to the situation, gritting their teeth in frustration. Upon reaching the reading room, Lin Yu placed a stack of books on the table and turned to ask, "Are you done following me? If you want to report me, go ahead." Feng Xiaoyu giggled. "Hee, I just saw the books you picked. They're all college-level content. You're self-studying university courses, aren't you? I happen to know a lot about these topics and can teach you." Hearing this, Lin Yu looked up and replied, "If you truly know, then by all means. 1,000 star coins per hour. How does that sound?" Feng Xiaoyu cautiously suggested. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and ignored her, turning to open a book and read. Undeterred, Feng Xiaoyu settled beside him, peeking at the book he was reading and joining in. The book Lin Yu was perusing was titled The Relationship Between Talent and Energy. After a while of contemplation, he furrowed his brows, encountering numerous perplexities. The text explained that energy derives from the connection between heaven, earth, and humanity, a unique energy generated by the fusion of celestial energy and human energy. This energy was birthed with the awakening of talent, serving as the driving force behind all skills, akin to the relationship between an automobile and gasoline. From where does the energy of heaven and earth originate? And what about the energy within the human body? The book failed to elaborate, leaving Lin Yu in deep thought. Noticing his furrowed brow, Feng Xiaoyu's heart leapt with excitement as she straightened her posture and declared, "You see, you don't understand this, do you? The energy of heaven and earth actually comes from there, and the energy of the human body functions like this." She spoke deliberately to capture Lin Yu's attention. But when he appeared disinterested, she decided to switch to another book for cross-referencing. Feng Xiaoyu, sensing Lin Yu's disregard, pouted, "Humph, consider yourself lucky today. I won't charge you. I've known this knowledge for ages, and I'll only go over it once." She continued, "The energy of heaven and earth comes from the myriad realms. 300 years ago, the myriad realms connected to Blue Star, causing a tremendous transformation. Various energies intertwined, giving birth to this wondrous energy. This energy is highly inclusive. It can drive talent, skills, and various other paths. However, this energy alone cannot awaken talent. It must also combine with the soul energy of the human body. Only through the fusion of these two energies, under the stimulation of the divine platform, can humans awaken their innate abilities. Both elements are indispensable. This is the relationship between talent and energy." After hearing this, Lin Yu set the book down. If what she said was true, then he had grasped the essence of the book's content. Feng Xiaoyu, eager for praise, awaited Lin Yu's commendation. Though he offered none, he pulled out a stack of star coins and placed them on the table, saying, "Thank you for your clarification. Here's 1,000 star coins as your reward." Upon seeing the star coins, Feng Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey as she quickly snatched the coins with both hands. Once in her grasp, she gently blew on them, as if cherishing them dearly. What a little money grubber. After securing her coins, Feng Xiaoyu said, "If you have any more questions, just ask me directly. These books are incomplete, and the more you read, the more confused you'll become." Lin Yu flipped through several books, nodding in agreement. The content was indeed vague, often presenting results without explaining causes or processes, growing increasingly frustrating. He sighed, helplessly placing the book down. "Let me ask you, can the energy within the body be converted into other attributes?" "Of course. Let me explain. The energy that combines heaven, earth, and humanity is devoid of consciousness. While your soul energy carries your awareness, you need to communicate with that part of your energy, using your soul energy as a guide to direct the internal energy to convert its attributes." Feng Xiaoyu continued, "This step is quite challenging. To my knowledge, it's a second-year university course where you'll learn a secret technique to aid in sensing the soul energy within your body." Realization dawned on Lin Yu, and all his queries melted away in that moment. The door to understanding creaked open, revealing a glimpse of the vast world beyond. Closing his eyes, he began to commune with the energy within him. With his newfound comprehension of the essence of energy, he felt a sense of elevation as he perceived the energy within. The soul energy embodied his will, and he needed to guide it to transform all energies. Lin Yu mused. Recalling the instant he released a fiery breath, the energy inside him had instantaneously transformed into fiery energy. At that moment, enlightenment struck him, and he felt a resonance with the energy within him, as if he could see his own will. This will felt faint yet undeniably present within the energy. Having experience in manipulating clones, he found this will akin to the will of a clone itself. Vague and instinctual, lacking wisdom. Yet he could manipulate this will with absolute precision. Energy conversion, Lin Yu whispered. Boom. The energy began to shift, gradually transforming into a crimson hue. Lin Yu opened his eyes, extending his fingers gently, and a flame erupted forth. Feng Xiaoyu, pondering how to further entice Lin Yu for more star coins, suddenly beheld the flame materializing before her. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible, I must be dreaming." Chapter 31. Creating a New Skill, Flame Clone. Feng Xiaoyu gazed at the flame dancing on Lin Yu's fingertip, and despite her inner reluctance to believe, she was forced to confront reality. He had succeeded. Remarkably, he had managed to convert energy solely through her explanation. As per her understanding, even among university students, not everyone is capable of mastering energy conversion. This particular step has hindered many. Numerous graduates are unable to achieve it, underscoring its formidable difficulty. Yet, astonishingly, he succeeded. Feng Xiaoyu displayed an expression of shock. How could you accomplish this so effortlessly? It's simply incredible. Observing her reaction, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy and smiled. This smile harbored no mockery, but rather prompted the question, "It seems you are in dire need of money?" Lin Yu discerned that the girl's attire was somewhat tattered, and she exhibited no discernible energy fluctuations, indicating she was either a freshman or sophomore who had yet to awaken her talents, and thus could not receive the awakener subsidy. She was evidently a person in urgent need of financial assistance. Upon hearing the mention of money, Feng Xiaoyu's eyes instantly brightened. She nodded fervently. "I truly need some money, as my sister's leg requires treatment." Lin Yu observed her demeanor and replied with a smile, "If you assist me in converting energy, I can lend you some money." Recently, Lin Yu had completed numerous tasks and accumulated a considerable sum of star coins, approximately over 1 million. He could be regarded as someone with a modest amount of wealth, sufficient to purchase 5 large houses in this city. Today was a day of joy and smooth sailing. Everything seemed pleasing to his eyes. Of course, if the other party made exorbitant demands, he would not hesitate to turn and leave. Feng Xiaoyu's expression turned serious upon hearing this, and with some trepidation, she said, "I need 30,000. She extended 3 fingers. Cautiously, she regarded Lin Yu. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a more exorbitant request. Yet she only required 30,000, which posed no burden for him. Moreover, he had gained a wealth of knowledge. Although these were subjects taught in university, having access to them earlier was significantly beneficial. Thus, he nodded and said, "Please provide me with your account number." Huh. Feng Xiaoyu was stunned. This was 30,000 star coins, a sum she would typically need 3 years of part-time work to accumulate. The guilt washed over her as she recalled her earlier audacity in asking for such a high tutoring fee. Ultimately, the money was transferred. Feng Xiaoyu felt a mix of joy, surprise, and gratitude, hurriedly expressing her thanks. "Thank you." Lin Yu replied, "All right, the money has been transferred. We are even now." Lin Yu intended it as a gift, yet she believed it to be a loan. The thought of her gravely ill sister made her anxious to return home and seek treatment for her. Lin Yu turned to leave, and she too set off. Soon departing the school, Feng Xiaoyu jogged home, where in the living room, an older girl in a wheelchair remarked, "You're back, Xiaoyu. Sister, I have wonderful news." Feng Xiaoyan smiled. What could possibly be such good news? You look so joyful. Did you find some money? Feng Xiaoyu puffed her cheeks in indignation. "I am not a money grubber. I met a good person today who lent me 30,000 star coins." Feng Xiaoyan's expression changed dramatically, her anger flaring. "Xiaoyu, you didn't tea." Feng Xiaoyu stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Sister, what are you thinking? How could I ever resort to loan sharks? I was tutoring someone, and they lent me the money without interest or a repayment deadline. However, I promise to repay them when I have the means." She then recounted her encounter to her sister. After listening, Feng Xiaoyan finally understood. Lin Yu had been enlightened by her, breaking through his final barrier of understanding. She could empathize with Lin Yu's emotions. The exhilaration of enhancing one's abilities was unparalleled by any other sentiment. Not to mention, many would willingly part with 30,000, with some even more generous, but such affluent individuals were not easily encountered. "Sister, now that we have the money, we can take you for treatment." The thought of her sister's ailment caused her heart to ache painfully. 5 years prior, during a beast tide, Feng Xiaoyan had been poisoned, losing sensation in her legs. At that time, the treatment cost 30,000 star coins, but as orphans, the 2 sisters lacked such funds, and ultimately, they had to delay. This wheelchair had been her companion for 5 long years. Gazing at her sister's pale visage, Feng Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Sister, let us go get treated." Feng Xiaoyan gently patted Feng Xiaoyu's head, nodding. Let us go. She too yearned for the ability to walk again, but after 5 years. Whether her legs could be healed remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Lin Yu returned home, prepared himself, and began to create skills. With a thought, he conjured 20 clones, instantly filling the room to capacity, leaving no space to stand. Observing the overcrowded room, Lin Yu once again felt the urge to purchase a larger home. Brothers, let us all work hard, he called out. Although he was aware that these were merely clones, extensions of his will without independent personalities or consciousness, he still encouraged himself. Closing his eyes, he connected with the energy within, converting it into a fiery attribute. The crimson energy surged with awareness, and he promptly retracted one clone. Sensing the changes within, in an instant, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Lin Yu did not absorb this clone's memories, but rather released another. At that moment, he felt the fire energy within him roiling like magma beneath the surface, his body temperature rising several degrees. As time passed, the intensity of the fire energy swelled increasingly. Lin Yu discerned that under these conditions, releasing the clone skill proved significantly more challenging than in its original energy state. He felt the difficulty acutely. However, as he continued to familiarize himself, the challenge gradually lessened, and the release speed quickened. He began to attempt the fire clone skill, only to experience dizziness and emptiness within. Fatigue and hunger enveloped him, rendering him nearly incapacitated. He shook his head to regain clarity and pressed on with the fire clone skill. As time progressed, his proficiency increased. Finally, a fiery crimson mark appeared in his mind, bringing him immense joy. This mark radiated with brilliance, flooding his vision, and in the next moment, Lin Yu opened his eyes. Before him stood a distinct clone. This entity bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Yu, but with flaming red hair, attire, and even eyes. The fire clone stood silently, devoid of intelligence, and as it stood there, the temperature around it rose. Lin Yu was ecstatic. The fire clone had manifested. Chapter 32, New Developments. Although it was somewhat taxing, the capabilities of the fire clone were formidable. The fire clone possessed 3 new abilities. First, immunity to a portion of fire attribute damage. Second, an enhancement of fire attribute skill potency, approximately by 1/3. And third, ordinary attacks would inflict additional fire attribute damage. Its drawbacks were equally apparent, as it would be countered by water and ice attributes. The elemental cycle dictated that fire could also restrain wood attribute creatures. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with the current strength of the fire clone. With his capabilities, he could summon 10 fire clones at once, significantly augmenting his strategies and power. Next, he would attempt the summoning of clones with other elemental attributes, having successfully converted energy into fire attribute energy. It was merely a matter of time before he could transform into other elemental energies. Lin Yu closed his eyes once more, seeking to comprehend the fluctuations of energy within him. However, after a considerable duration, he surrendered to frustration. The conversion rate was far too sluggish. The reason behind my swift transformation into the fire attribute is fundamentally tied to my flame-jetting skill, which has granted me profound insight into this conversion process. Rather than enduring solitary practice, it would be far more efficient to seek out a skill of a different attribute, thereby significantly reducing my training time. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Yu opened his eyes and summoned all his avatars back. After a brief moment of disguise, he stepped outside and made his way to the black market. The black market was concealed within an underground bar, a realm awash with vibrant lights and thunderous music, yet paradoxically, the interior was cloaked in eerie silence. This was the true black market, where passers-by hurried along, never lingering, all shrouded in anonymity, their identities cleverly concealed. Lin Yu tightened the mask upon his face as he walked along the path lined with vendors hawking an eclectic array of wares, from antiques to the horns and claws of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement upon spotting a vendor selling skill crystals. "Good sir, do you have any attribute-based skill crystals?" he inquired eagerly. The vendor, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes, rasped in response, "There is one. But it has already been reserved by someone else. My apologies." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart soared with joy, only to be swiftly shadowed by disappointment. The drop rate for skill crystals was notoriously dismal. Should he miss this opportunity, another would not present itself. Thus, he pressed on. How much did he offer? "I can pay more." The hooded man narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining silent as he assessed Lin Yu's determination to purchase. Understanding the implication behind the man's scrutiny, Lin Yu, desperate for the skill crystal, nodded and asked, "May I see what skill it is?" The vendor smirked and shook his head. "I'm afraid not. I've promised that individual to keep the contents of this skill crystal confidential." Lin Yu inwardly cursed, feeling utterly vexed. Was this not a deliberate attempt to thwart him? He trusted only half of the vendor's claims about the other buyer, fully aware that deception ran rampant in the black market, where hidden identities thrived and trickery was commonplace. "Then what is the price?" Lin Yu inquired, his resolve igniting excitement within the vendor, who declared 300,000. To Lin Yu's surprise, this price struck him as unexpectedly reasonable. However, It soon dawned upon him that this individual clearly lacked substantial power. Otherwise, he would not have set such a low price after a roundabout negotiation. At that moment, the vendor continued, "The reason I'm willing to sell to you is that, frankly, you seem trustworthy, unlike some buyers who, after acquiring their goods, turn on the vendors, leaving us both bereft." Lin Yu grasped the situation. The vendor was evidently wary of being victimized himself. "Indeed, you are quite prudent," Lin Yu remarked. "Those who are not cautious often meet an untimely end in this chaotic place. Were it not for the reasonable prices here, I would never set foot in the black market." The vendor, harboring some resentment likely born from past injustices, perhaps even robberies, had no bearing on Lin Yu's concerns. "Now where's the item?" Lin Yu pressed. The vendor, sensing Lin Yu's impatience, produced the skill crystal, stating, "Here you go." Lin Yu accepted it, recognizing its authenticity, and promptly transferred the payment. He then placed the skill crystal against his forehead. Water marsh consumes energy to create a pool of water. No wonder it was so inexpensive. This skill was utterly lackluster. Lin Yu felt exasperated, for the skill possessed no offensive capability. The vendor, sensing the shift in Lin Yu's demeanor, remarked, "Young man, one must keep their eyes wide open when purchasing in the black market. Consider this a lesson, and be cautious in the future." Observing the vendor's newfound demeanor, Lin Yu grew suspicious that the earlier attitude had been a mere facade, orchestrated to elicit sympathy from potential buyers. Feeling irked, he committed the vendor's face to memory. "Be careful not to act recklessly. Do you know what kind of place this is? If you dare to misbehave, you might end up being taken away," the vendor warned. A look of vigilance etched across his face. Lin Yu chuckled, "I mean you no harm. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. However, as he exited the black market, he left behind a fiery avatar. Clad in striking crimson attire and hair, the flame avatar approached the vendor. As the vendor glanced up, ready to continue his charade, he was suddenly met with a fist the size of a sandbag. "Ouch, my nose." The fiery avatar unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, each strike imbued with searing damage, causing the vendor immense suffering. "This is for deceiving me, for taking advantage of me." The commotion quickly drew attention, and a patrol team stormed in. Upon their arrival, Lin Yu promptly dispelled his avatar. The fiery figure vanished before the onlookers, while the beleaguered vendor revealed a chubby face. Appearing to be no older than 18 or 19, he cried out, "Who was that? Don't they know not to hit the face?" Returning home, Lin Yu began to meditate on his water avatar. Following the same method, he deftly conjured a water avatar, adorned in azure attire and similarly hued hair, providing a striking contrast to his fiery counterpart. "Excellent. I have mastered 2 types of avatars." Though his realm had not ascended, his prowess had undoubtedly doubled. He yearned for a battle to showcase his newfound strength. Just then, his wristwatch emitted a series of beeps. "Attention, students of the 3rd High School of Jiqing. Breaking news. The SS level awakener, Shi Yifeng, from the 2nd High, has surpassed the 3rd tier in combat prowess, vowing to sweep through all senior students of Jiqing. He has already defeated the SS level awakener, Lu Huan, from the 1st High." Lin Yu had heard of Shi Yifeng, a prodigy known as the Son of the Earth, capable of manipulating soil, stone, and various metals to attack foes, a formidable adversary. Could his next target be Zhao Ku from our school? Very likely. Zhao Ku is widely recognized as the strongest SS level awakener of this cohort. I suspect Shi Yifeng seeks to prove his strength by defeating him. Will Zhao Ku accept the challenge? Lin Yu pondered. While uncertain, he knew Zhao Ku was currently in seclusion and likely unaware of the situation. This incident created quite a stir, quickly becoming the most talked about topic in all of Jiqing, with onlookers eagerly consuming every detail. Lin Yu sent Zhao Ku a message about the news, but it fell on deaf ears, likely due to Zhao Ku's ongoing training. "Let us put this matter aside for now. Today, I shall venture beyond the city to hunt," Lin Yu declared, rising to head for the Awakeners Guild. Task: explore the ruins of the old city located 100 miles south of Jiqing and create a map of the ruins. Reward: 500,000 star coins. Requirement: Tier 3 Awakeners. I am now a Tier 3 Awakeners. I can accept this task. Having accepted the mission, Lin Yu set forth toward the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, at the 2nd High, Shi Yifeng stood atop a stone platform, surrounded by a throng of underlings, proclaiming to the masses, "I shall be the strongest SS level awakener in Jiqing. I intend to make those from the Chaos Element Academy realize that their choice of Zhao Ku over me is a grave mistake. Someone, issue a challenge to Zhao Ku in my name." Beside him, a younger subordinate remarked, "Boss, you are truly formidable. You are the strongest." With pride swelling within him, Shi Yifeng held his head high. Having just vanquished Lu Huan from the 1st High School, he was basking in the glory of his triumph, his confidence soaring as if he believed himself to be the paramount being in existence. The adoration of his numerous followers only served to inflate his ego further. At that moment, a figure approached, prompting the onlookers to instinctively part ways, recognizing him as a student from the 3rd High School. "What brings him to our 2nd High?" Someone wondered aloud. "Are you not aware? During the last Beast Tide, he betrayed a classmate and even caused a death, resulting in his expulsion from the 3rd High. Somehow, He has managed to infiltrate our second high. Is it possible for someone like him to join our ranks? Another questioned, perplexed. Don't you understand? It's all about financial power. He is of the Li family, a direct descendant, named Li Yuan. The crowd comprehended the situation. It was no wonder he had entered the second high, as he hailed from the prominent Li family. If Lin Yu were present, he would instantly recognize this individual, the very same Li Yuan who once sought to pursue Zhao Ku. During the previous beast tide, he deliberately withheld his full strength and, in his flight, betrayed a classmate, using another as a scapegoat to ensure his own escape. Had the others perished, the incident would have left no evidence, and no one would have pursued the matter. However, fate intervened when Lin Yu appeared, rescuing the remaining survivors and thwarting Li Yuan's treacherous plans. Consequently, not only did he harbor resentment toward Zhao Ku and her companions, but his animosity towards Lin Yu intensified, as he held Lin Yu responsible for his current disgrace and infamy. The mere thought of that figure filled him with seething hatred, especially following the mysterious disappearances of Li Wu and Li Tsong, which led the family to speculate that they had met with misfortune. While Li Tsong was of little significance, being merely a B-grade talent, Li Wu possessed A-grade potential and could have become the family's pillar of strength, whether seeking the truth or exacting revenge. Lin Yu had undoubtedly placed himself on the Li family's blacklist. However, orchestrating Lin Yu's demise would not be a simple task. Ambushes would need to be laid outside the city. Yet, Lin Yu was currently exceedingly cautious when venturing outside, often departing in groups and employing disguises, with his doppelgangers and true form heading in different directions, rendering him nearly impossible to track. As a result, multiple assassination attempts had all come to naught. As Shi Yifeng reveled in his victory over Lu Huan, Li Yuan sensed an opportunity. He provided Shi Yifeng with a substantial sum of money, urging him to challenge Lin Yu and even insisting on the latter's elimination. A mere A-grade talent's death would be inconsequential, and it would be unthinkable to hold the SS-grade Shi Yifeng accountable. After all, this would occur in the context of a duel, allowing them to conveniently attribute the outcome to a mere accident. Challenging Zhao Ku was Shi Yifeng's ultimate ambition. To him, killing Lin Yu was merely a minor subplot. Li Yuan stood beside him, whispering a few words into his ear. Shi Yifeng scoffed. Really unable to contact her? None at all, Li Yuan replied. I've heard that Zhao Ku is in seclusion, seemingly breaking through to third-tier combat strength. Shi Yifeng dismissed this with disdain. Then I shall wait until her seclusion ends to challenge her. I want the world to witness that I am the true, strongest SS level. Those around him eagerly praised. Brother Feng is the mightiest. Brother Feng is the mightiest. Observing this scene, Li Yuan felt a twinge of envy, but more so, he remained a detached observer. Coming from a humble background, Shi Yifeng had once been meek and often bullied. However, upon awakening his SS-grade talent, he transformed entirely. Fueled by a thirst for vengeance and retribution, he quickly ascended to the position of leader among the students of the second high. Not only did a multitude of students rally around him, but even the faculty treated him with deference. This newfound power and the allure of his talent did not lead him to arrogance. Rather, he diligently honed his skills and frequently broke through his limits. The accumulation of his recent successes had inflated his ego. Upon achieving third-tier combat strength, he promptly challenged Lu Huan from the first high. And Lu Huan's defeat only exacerbated his arrogance, leading him to set his sights on Zhao Ku. Lin Yu frowned upon hearing this. He was aware that Zhao Ku was in seclusion and would undoubtedly decline any challenge. Nevertheless, he mused to himself that once Zhao Ku emerged, Shi Yifeng's reign would soon come to an end. This matter did not concern him directly. He resolved to use this time wisely to enhance his own cultivation. Shutting off his wristwatch, Lin Yu redirected his attention to the battlefield. At that moment, 20 of his doppelgangers were split into 4 groups, systematically eliminating the monstrous creatures. The old city ruins, where he was currently exploring, were remnants of a modern metropolis prior to the invasion. Following the incursion of various realms, an influx of energy had caused rampant vegetation to overgrow, rendering the skyscrapers unstable and perilous. If the rampant flora were the sole issue, it would not have been so dire. However, the real menace lay within the sewers, where rodents and insects had undergone catastrophic mutations, multiplying their numbers exponentially and enhancing their strength to terrifying levels, leading them to attack humanity in their desperate search for sustenance. The sheer number of creatures was overwhelming, seemingly endless and relentless. Under the relentless assault of the monstrous horde, humanity had no choice but to abandon this location. A portion of the populace remained 100 miles away, establishing the nascent form of what is now known as the City of Records. This marks the origin of the old city. At this moment, some of my avatars began to infiltrate the sewers, ruthlessly exterminating swarms of rats and cockroaches. These creatures, having undergone mutations, possessed combat capabilities comparable to first-tier beings, and their numbers were staggering. Lin Yu advanced while dispatching foes with lethal intent. After a brief period of slaughter, many monsters roared and pursued him. Lin Yu promptly commanded his avatars to return to the surface. Suddenly, he spotted a shop ahead and instructed his avatars to push the door open. Inside, Chaos reigned, shelves lay toppled, and there were no goods to be found. Behind him, the rat swarm surged forth. Damn, these rats hold a grudge, he thought, yet resolved to use the shop as a bastion for his onslaught. With his main body concealed at a distance, he ordered his avatars to commence the attack. 20 avatars converged, wielding their tang swords with deadly precision. The grotesque rat monsters, with blood-red eyes, lunged at him ferociously. However, with his third-tier combat prowess, Lin Yu was able to handle the situation with composure. Though the sheer number of monsters made a swift escape impossible. Kill, he commanded, as blade after blade fell, claiming the lives of the rat monsters beneath his steel. The incessant notifications from the system quickened his heartbeat. Ding. Killed a red-eyed rat monster. Gained 50 upgrade points. Ding. Killed a red-eyed rat monster. Gained 50 upgrade points. The upgrade points from these red-eyed rat monsters were unexpectedly abundant, igniting Lin Yu's excitement as he directed his avatars to continue their massacre. An hour later, the avatars had slain 1,000 rat monsters, amassing over 50,000 upgrade points. 3 hours hence, the surrounding rat monsters had been exterminated entirely, with upgrade points soaring to over 300,000. The total upgrade points had reached approximately 500,000. However, he was still 500,000 points shy of elevating his talent level. Should he enhance his combat prowess or elevate his talent first? Lin Yu found himself in a quandary. 500,000 upgrade points were sufficient to elevate him to the late stage of 3rd tier. Yet they fell short of allowing a breakthrough to 4th tier, as the leap to that tier represented a significant barrier that required a 10-fold increase in upgrade points. Understanding this, Lin Yu pondered briefly before deciding to prioritize the enhancement of his talent. Improving his talent would not only accelerate his cultivation speed, but also conserve a substantial amount of upgrade points. Having made his decision, Lin Yu observed the 3 remaining avatars and reluctantly divided his essence to create 10 more. He then instructed these 10 avatars to map the area, and after a moment, he summoned 5 fire avatars and 5 water avatars, directing the fire avatars to hunt the rat monsters and the water avatars to pursue the cockroaches. With all tasks assigned, Lin Yu concealed himself once more. Before long, notifications from the system flooded his ears, and his upgrade points steadily increased. If only my avatars could operate beyond a certain distance, then I could hunt from the comfort of home. Regrettably, the effective range of his avatars was directly proportional to his mental strength, and with his current capabilities, they could only exist within a radius of 500 meters. Exceeding this range would result in their automatic dissolution. Currently, the only means of enhancing his mental strength, aside from combat and talent transformations, was through the natural growth of his mental powers, or through specialized techniques that could only be learned at a university. It was rumored that in other realms, there existed elixirs capable of augmenting mental strength. However, contemplating such lofty aspirations felt premature. He ought to focus on defeating monsters and leveling up instead. Lin Yu felt a surge of impatience. Time flew by, and another 3 hours passed. Lin Yu's upgrade points swelled to an impressive 700,000. He was on the verge of enhancing his talent, and soon he would attain S rank. What treasures would an S rank school bestow upon him? A grin spread across Lin Yu's face, his inner joy evident. Suddenly, before he could finish his thought, one of his avatars lost connection. Lin Yu was taken aback and swiftly linked to another avatar to investigate. To his horror, he discovered that a massive vine had ensnared the waist of this avatar. The avatar struggled desperately, but the vine was insidious, its thorns piercing flesh and siphoning life energy. In an instant, the avatar's strength was fully drained, leading to its dissolution. Damn creature, perish! He roared. All avatars, subdue this monster at once. The avatars, responding to his command, swiftly converged. Each type of avatar unleashed their abilities, creating a dazzling array of energy that illuminated the sky. Most attacks proved ineffective against the vine, but suddenly, a torrent of flames from a fire avatar incinerated a significant portion of the vine. Seeing this, Lin Yu was elated and immediately instructed the fire avatars to continue their assault. He then withdrew the other avatars and released their abilities once more, but this time, he summoned only fire avatars. Due to the high energy consumption of their skills, he conjured 5 new fire avatars, bringing the total to 10. Attack! With the number of fire avatars doubled, they unleashed a wall of flames that encircled the vine. Hissing and twisting, the vine writhed as if it were Medusa's serpentine hair, inducing a shiver down his spine. A deep, resonant roar emanated from the depths of the earth. Suddenly, the ground split apart, revealing a spherical root structure sprouting dozens of vines, which immediately lashed out at all avatars. Without needing Lin Yu's guidance, the avatars instinctively sensed the danger and retreated to evade the onslaught. Chapter 35, Sword Strike against a 4th-tier beast, learning a new talent. System, analyze the current monster information. Ding. Requires 50 upgrade points for analysis. Proceed? Yes. In the next moment, a translucent blue screen materialized before him. Blood-sucking demon vine. Tier, early 4th tier. Talent, life drain. Talent level, F. Skills, whip strike, paralytic toxin, frenzy, regeneration, vine entanglement. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. A monster with talent. Humans awaken talents through divine platforms. Other beings can similarly attain talents. Of course, they lack divine platforms. Some inherit their ancestral powers through bloodlines, while others acquire talents through fortuitous encounters. The disparity between monsters with and without talents is immense. A fourth-tier monster with talent, could he possibly defeat it? However, upon seeing its F-level talent, Lin Yu felt reassured. I can take it, he thought resolutely. Kill. He issued the attack command, and all avatars immediately launched their offensive. Each avatar unleashed torrents of fire, employing their elemental advantage to inflict considerable damage upon the creature. The monster roared in fury as dozens of glowing vines lashed out. Lin Yu's avatar struggled to evade, and a significant portion perished in an instant, causing him great distress. Gritting his teeth, he replenished the number of avatars. I can't delay any longer. My energy is running low. Unite as one. In an instant, all avatars ceased their attacks, converging around the first avatar, transforming into radiant light and merging into it. The colorful glow enveloped the first avatar, and as the monster roared in anger and charged, multiple arms emerged, seizing the incoming vines. With each vine grasped firmly, the brilliance faded, revealing a remarkable entity. If a time traveler were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "Behold, the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara." This majestic figure, adorned with 1,000 arms and eyes, boasts 9 arms on either side. In its left hand, it holds a string of prayer beads, signifying its ability to guide believers to the embrace of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. In its right hand, it clutches a golden Dharma wheel, symbolizing the ceaseless and eternal rotation of Buddhist teachings. At its center lies another pair of arms, forming the gesture of granting wishes, representing Avalokiteshvara's capacity to fulfill the desires of all sentient beings. The term thousand and thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara can be interpreted both literally and figuratively. In its complete form, the 1,000 arms resemble a spinning wheel, with each palm bearing an eye, perceiving the suffering of the world and vowing to deliver every living soul. With 500 arms on either side, the foremost 2 hands unite in a gesture of reverence towards all beings. Clad in a silken skirt, adorned with a belt of jewels, and draped in 8 distinct garments, this divine being commands respect. Regrettably, Lin Yu's avatars are insufficient in number to replicate the true visage of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. He can only manifest 9 arms on each side, with a single pair at the center, which constitutes his ultimate transformation. Had he possessed over 1,000 avatars, Lin Yu would have been confident in embodying the complete form of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. The spectacle of 1,000 arms launching an assault would surely be breathtaking. Nevertheless, even with merely 20 arms, this manifestation of Avalokiteshvara effortlessly vanquished over a dozen blood-sucking vines. With one hand seizing a vine, the 2 central arms lunged forth, capturing the core of the blood-sucking vine within their grasp and tightening their hold. Bang, bang, bang. The vine struggled desperately, but Lin Yu's grip felt as though it were forged from steel. With a resounding pop, the blood-sucking vine was crushed. A notification chimed in Lin Yu's ear. Ding. Blood-sucking vine slain, 700 experience points awarded. A smile graced Lin Yu's face, and his heart raced with excitement. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as a gem fell to the ground, eliciting a joyous laugh from Lin Yu as he picked it up. To his astonishment, it was an exceedingly rare talent crystal. Such crystals only drop from monsters endowed with exceptional talents upon their demise, akin to skill crystals, granting individuals unique abilities. However, the probability of obtaining a talent crystal is exceedingly low, often considered negligible, and they seldom appear on the market. Even textbooks only mention them in passing. Generally, only higher-tier monsters have a slightly better chance of dropping talent crystals. Thus, for a 4th-tier creature like the blood-sucking vine to yield one is indeed a stroke of fortune for Lin Yu. Eagerly, Lin Yu pressed the talent crystal against his forehead. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. His consciousness seemed to swim through a vast cosmic expanse, surrounded by countless luminous celestial bodies that began to tremble before converging into a colossal star. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu noticed a significantly larger star floating above this massive celestial body. The 2 stars, one large and one small, illuminated the starry expanse before him. So this is the Sea of Consciousness, Lin Yu murmured to himself. The Sea of Consciousness is the ocean of awareness, the realm where one's soul and spirit reside, revealing the essence of one's being, such as talent stars and skill planets. Turning his gaze to the other celestial bodies, he observed that they orbited around the 2 stars, representing the planets of skills. Among them, the planet symbolizing the skill of fusion was the largest, followed by the planet representing the heartfire skill, with the others denoting flame burst and energy slash. While he was silently contemplating, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself expelled from the Sea of Consciousness. Opening his eyes, Lin Yu beheld the blood-sucking vine before him, and an insatiable desire to absorb surged within him. This was the side effect of life absorption. Lin Yu instantly understood the source of this overwhelming sensation. It was intense, akin to the state of hunger, becoming increasingly unbearable. resolute. He stepped from his hiding place and approached the blood-sucking vine, placing his palm upon it, emanating a faint glow. Absorb. He silently intoned, and immediately, a powerful suction enveloped his hand, as streams of verdant life essence flowed into Lin Yu's being, invigorating him instantly. His physical form strengthened, and his mental acuity sharpened slightly. Half an hour later, Lin Yu released his grasp and gazed down at the blood-sucking vine, which had been reduced to a mere layer of skin. What a formidable talent! Lin Yu exclaimed in awe. Although this talent's capability was merely F-grade, requiring half an hour for each absorption, the results were remarkable. Lin Yu could distinctly feel his physical strength enhanced by approximately 10%, with his mental prowess also receiving a slight boost, around 1%. Is this the path of consumption that lies before me? Lin Yu mused with a smile. System, is it possible to elevate the grade of the talent life absorption? Lin Yu inquired of the system. Life absorption undoubtedly held immense potential, and if it could be enhanced through the system, it would be most fortuitous. Host, it is feasible. But only after your primary talent is elevated to S-grade can you bind new talent abilities, replied the system. Surely there could be some leniency? Lin Yu pressed. This system operates under its own rules. No exceptions can be made, came the response. Very well, it seems I must hasten to elevate the grades of my talent avatars. Chapter 36, The Swift Sword, indistinguishable to the naked eye, Lin Yu's astonishment. With the newfound talent of life absorption igniting a bold idea within him, Lin Yu declared, from this day forth, my true form shall embark on the path of consumption. Brothers, do not halt. Continue the slaughter. Upon receiving the command, his avatars dispersed, embarking on their deadly mission, while a cacophony of system notifications filled Lin Yu's ears. The sheer volume of alerts made it impossible for him to meditate and restore his energy, leading him to silence a portion of the notifications. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat cross-legged, focusing on recovering his energy. In the distance, his avatars worked with precision, some engaged in battle, while others meticulously sketched a map of the old city. Additional avatars were tasked with transporting the corpses of second-tier and above monsters, enabling Lin Yu to utilize life absorption to enhance his strength. Thus, a well-coordinated system was established, allowing Lin Yu to recuperate his energy and then use life absorption to amplify his power. 3 hours later, Lin Yu rubbed his temples in exasperation, lamenting, the absorption is far too slow. I've only managed to absorb 10 monsters in 3 hours. Furthermore, the conversion rate was disappointingly low, with those 10 monsters only bolstering his physical strength by 1%, and his mental capacity barely receiving a minor enhancement. Lin Yu felt a pang of disappointment. The rate of improvement was exceedingly sluggish. Unless he absorbed the remains of higher-tier monsters, the process would not only be slow but yield limited benefits. Nevertheless, better to have some progress than none at all. At that moment, one of his avatars reported that the map had been completed. Lin Yu glanced at the sky and then at his experience points. He was nearing 1 million points, just a bit more slaughter, and he would be able to elevate his talent level. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted in the distance, prompting Lin Yu to direct his attention toward his nearby avatars. It seemed a battle had erupted at the center of the city. Is there really someone hunting in the ruins of the old city at this time? Lin Yu pondered, perplexed. The old city ruins, devoid of resources and infested with various mutated insects and rats, had become a relatively safe yet uninviting area for adventurers. They seldom chose to hunt here. They preferred the Star Guardian Forest, where monster meat and blood fetched a good price, making it far more lucrative than battling creatures in this forsaken place. After all, no one wished to consume the rats and insects found here. I must investigate. Lin Yu maneuvered his clone toward the heart of the city. Once a bustling commercial street, it now lay in ruins, overrun with weeds and half-collapsed buildings lining the sides. Various monsters passed him by, swiftly dispatched by Lin Yu's blade, granting him precious experience points. Before long, he arrived at the battlefield's edge, carefully hiding behind a large boulder. Peering ahead, suddenly, he drew in a sharp breath. Hiss, it was a mountain python. He had once encountered a description of this creature in a book. Measuring over 100 meters in length, adorned with a horn resembling a small mountain peak atop its head, its razor-sharp fangs could slice through gold and jade, and it could spew toxic mists capable of corroding iron and gold. An adult mountain python possessed a combat strength of the 6th tier. The one before him was indeed a fully grown specimen. Its colossal form evoked a sense of suffocation. To think such a creature still roamed the ruins of the old city was truly astonishing. But who was the individual daring to confront it? Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the figure, revealing a young man adorned with a wine gourd and a long sword at his waist, his long hair flowing freely, exuding an air of nonchalance. Who is this person? I have never seen anyone like him in the photographs of the higher echelons of G-City. Could he be an outsider? Not one of G-City's own? Perhaps this mountain python had been drawn here by some reason during his travels, provoking this fierce battle. Yet, Lin Yu noticed the young man appeared utterly unfazed, even as the mountain python attacked, leisurely sipping his wine. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. Did he not value his own life? Even a 7th-tier warrior would be gravely injured by such an assault. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The man in the arena did not cease his drinking. Instead, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, only to retract it almost immediately. What was he doing? Had he given up? Yet, in the next moment, Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. A gentle breeze swept through, and in an instant, the mountain python was cleaved into 9 segments, blood gushing forth as it collapsed, teetering on the brink of death. What a formidable and rapid sword technique. Lin Yu was utterly astonished. The speed of that strike was imperceptible to the naked eye. Just what tier of power did this man possess? Lin Yu was both shaken and envious. At that moment, the young man turned lazily to glance in Lin Yu's direction, calmly stating, "Young one, it is quite impolite to spy. Why not come out and meet me?" Faced with such a powerful figure, Lin Yu dared not feign ignorance and could only steel himself to step forward. "I am Lin Yu, honored to meet you, senior. Your sword technique just now left me utterly astounded, and I am in great admiration." Lin Yu bowed respectfully, involuntarily showering him with praise. The young man chuckled heartily. "A silver-tongued lad. You may leave now." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, this was not a bloodthirsty individual. Given the dire circumstances faced by humanity in this era, there were few among the strong who reveled in slaughter, which was why Lin Yu felt a measure of safety. Observing the twitching mountain python on the ground, Lin Yu felt compelled to inquire, "Senior, I am in awe of your swordsmanship and would be most grateful if you could allow me the opportunity to slay this vile beast. To experience the thrill of vanquishing evil as you have." Upon uttering these words, Lin Yu held his breath, watching the young man cautiously. The young man's eyes, resembling twin celestial bodies, scrutinized Lin Yu for a moment before he inquired, "Where is your true body?" Lin Yu was taken aback. This was the first time anyone had seen through the reality of his clone. After all, clones were tangible. Most individuals could not discern them. However, such a powerful being might possess means to pierce the veil of illusion, which was certainly not surprising. Lin Yu carefully replied, "Senior, my true body is some distance away. May I summon it to deal with this serpent monster?" "That is acceptable." The young man replied nonchalantly. He regarded Lin Yu with a smirk, causing Lin Yu to feel a wave of anxiety. Yet, he understood that with his own strength, if the other party harbored ill intentions, even fleeing 10 miles would be futile. The perception range of a warrior above the 6th tier was beyond his imagination. Moreover, this individual appeared even more formidable. Slaying the 6th tier mountain python would not only yield crystals, but also save him considerable effort in accumulating experience points. Lin Yu's true body was merely 300 meters away. In truth, the young man had already noticed it and simply mentioned it out of boredom. He found Lin Yu's boldness quite amusing under normal circumstances. One would have retreated in fear, yet here was Lin Yu, proactively approaching, eager to slay the serpent. He could not fathom what benefit Lin Yu hoped to gain from killing the serpent, concluding that Lin Yu was genuinely driven by a sense of justice. As Lin Yu's true body approached, he performed a grand bow and then drew his tang knife, launching a fierce attack against the serpent monster. Clang, clang, clang. The tang knife struck the serpent, producing a resounding metallic clash. "Young one, your blade is lacking and your strength insufficient to slay a 6th tier monster. You must be able to breach its defenses," the young man remarked, taking a sip of wine and laughing heartily. Lin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat awkward. He had thought he might seize an opportunity, only to find he could not even breach its defenses. "Young one, give it up. This serpent will bleed out and die eventually. Why bother to strike it again? I refuse to believe I cannot break through its defenses." Lin Yu's persistence only earned him further laughter from the young man. The young man had already surmised that Lin Yu's talent lay in his ability to create clones, a typically B-tier gift. To breach the defenses of a 6th tier monster with mere 3rd tier power was an insurmountable challenge. Yet, in the next moment, he displayed a hint of surprise. "Now this is intriguing." Lin Yu unleashed his source clone, transforming into a towering statue of the King of Light, wielding a wisdom sword and bringing it down with tremendous force. Clang! A dull thud resounded, nearly causing the sword in the young man's hand to slip. But what was encouraging was that a deep gash appeared on the serpent's scales. "Goodness, its defense is formidable." Lin Yu marveled inwardly. The young man chuckled. "The mountain python's greatest strength lies in its defense. Your realm is too low. Even with a combined form, you cannot penetrate it." Lin Yu, undeterred, took a deep breath and declared, "I can do it." The young man shook his head, replying, "If you can do it, I shall grant you an opportunity." "What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu responded, "But could you wait a moment? Please allow this creature to remain alive. I need to prepare." The young man laughed. "Do as you wish. This serpent will not die before your return." He had not encountered such an amusing little fellow in a long time, and his playful spirit was ignited. He did not believe Lin Yu could discover a method to breach the mountain python's defenses, but that did not diminish his curiosity. After all, there were always exceptions. Lin Yu dismissed his combined form, sending his clone to slay monsters while his true body entered the fray. He needed 100,000 experience points to upgrade his talent. This was his only opportunity. Chapter 37. Vile beast, dare to insult my clone, die? In the ruins of the old city, Lin Yu traversed through the crumbling edifices. The blade in his hand was akin to the scythe of death. as one monster after another fell beneath his strikes, leaving a trail of beastly corpses in his wake, among which mutated cockroaches and rat monsters were most numerous. The system's prompt echoed in his ears, experience points steadily accumulating, and the threshold of 1 million loomed ever closer. Nightfall approached, enveloping the sky. Roar! The surrounding area was filled with the relentless roars of beasts. The wild creatures that had slumbered throughout the day were now awakening, embarking on their nocturnal hunt. Lin Yu swiftly dispatched a rat monster, earning 50 experience points. Suddenly, a keen sense of awareness prickled at the nape of his neck, compelling him to whirl around. A chilling sound of grinding teeth echoed from behind him, and a wave of hot breath washed over Lin Yu's back. In an instant, he realized that a ferocious beast had emerged, unbeknownst to him, from the shadows. The first companion reacted with lightning speed, positioning himself as a shield in front of Lin Yu, while simultaneously thrusting his Tang Dao towards the menacing creature. Lin Yu, not to be outdone, deftly dodged to the side. Once he had evaded the attack, he finally discerned the nature of the beast that had assailed him. It was a tiger with 4 prominent tusks, resembling a saber-toothed tiger but far larger, measuring a staggering 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height. System. Scan the monster's information. Beep. 5 experience points consumed. Scan successful. 4-toothed wind tiger. Rank. Late stage 3. Skills. Storm, wind speed, gas perception, tiger pounce, roar. Evaluation. This tiger possesses exceptional speed, albeit slightly weaker than you. Its 4 tusks have the power to break spells and serve as excellent materials for crafting. Oh. This time the information is quite extensive. It is due to the beast's inferiority in strength compared to you. The system's voice chimed in. Suddenly, the creature sprang into action. 2 whirlwinds forming beneath its feet, enhancing its speed as it charged towards the first companion. In its perception, the first companion was the strongest adversary. As for why it attempted to ambush Lin Yu, the reason was simple. Lin Yu appeared to be the weakest target. If it had gone unnoticed, it would have struck at the weakest first to diminish the enemy's strength. If discovered, it would have to adapt quickly. At that moment, it could only brace itself to confront the assault from the first companion. The first companion swung his long blade, the azure energy slashing down upon the beast. Thud! The second companion reacted with remarkable swiftness, rushing forward to deliver a blow from the side. The 4-toothed wind tiger roared in fury, while the third companion leaped high, thrusting his blade towards the tiger's neck. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced the flesh of the 4-toothed wind tiger, though it narrowly missed a vital area. A regrettable oversight. Roar! The 4-toothed wind tiger howled in agony, unleashing its skills recklessly. Lin Yu's doppelganger retreated, but the fourth companion dove into the tiger's underbelly, withdrawing his blade to deliver a ferocious strike. With a splatter, blood erupted forth, and the fourth companion seized the moment to strike twice more, causing the creature to emit a final mournful wail before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Beep. 4-toothed wind tiger slain, experience points awarded, 400. Phew, that was terrifying. My first foray into battle almost ended in disaster. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, sighing in relief. At this point, the night had fully descended, and unbeknownst to him, several lights began to flicker around them. Before Lin Yu could scrutinize further, a putrid stench assailed his senses. His doppelgangers rushed forward to shield him against the oncoming beasts. As the creatures drew nearer, Lin Yu finally discerned their identities. They were a pack of corrupted wolves. These wolves appeared to be in a state of decay, yet their eyes sparkled with a menacing sharpness. This is a third-tier corrupted wolf pack, but their numbers are limited. Brothers, let us slay them, Lin Yu declared, leading the charge with his Tang Dao raised. After a fierce skirmish, Lin Yu, panting heavily, finally dispatched the last of the wolves. Just as he began to revel in his victory, a far larger corrupted wolf approached, flanked by several robust corrupted wolves. Howl! The Wolf King raised its head and roared, launching itself at Lin Yu. Source Fusion. Lin Yu immediately invoked Source Fusion, his surrounding doppelgangers dissolving into light and merging with his main body. Unmoved King of Wisdom, you cannot withstand my wrath. In a swift transformation, Lin Yu's form as the unmoved King of Wisdom was now twice the size it had been in the higher secret realm, radiating an aura of formidable authority. His eyes blazed with fiery red flames, manifestations of his 2 fire doppelgangers. In his grasp, the wise sword shimmered with intertwining blue and red energies, born of the fire and water doppelgangers. Furthermore, 6 additional arms sprouted forth, bringing his total to 8, each wielding a distinct weapon. His primary arms held the wise sword and a chain of infernal fire, poised to sever the burdens of anxiety. Slay. Lin Yu's colossal form towered above, raising the 10-meter wise sword high and bringing it crashing down upon the corrupted Wolf King. The Wolf King, startled, exhaled a noxious green mist in a futile attempt to obstruct Lin Yu's strike. However, bolstered by immense kinetic energy, the giant sword cleaved through the air, arriving instantaneously above the corrupted Wolf King's head. Die! The massive sword compressed the air, creating a shockwave that sent everything around it flying. As Lin Yu withdrew his sword, only a puddle of disintegrated flesh remained. Beep. Corrupted Wolf King slain. experience points awarded, 400. With the Wolf King vanquished. Lin Yu exhaled in relief and promptly dismissed the source fusion. It wasn't that he wished to remain fused indefinitely, but the process continuously drained energy, and his reserves could not sustain it for long. Finally, he had accumulated enough experience points. Lin Yu rejoiced inwardly and promptly murmured to the system, "System, upgrade my talent." Beep. Upgrading in progress. Beep. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on elevating your talent level to S rank. In the next moment, Lin Yu's heart raced vigorously, and a brilliant white light enveloped him. This luminescence illuminated the surroundings, rendering him a conspicuous beacon, instantly attracting the attention of the nearby beasts. Upon seeing the source of light, the beasts became entranced, their eyes glinting with greed as they charged fervently towards Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu once again entered the realm of the mind. He stood amidst the starry expanse, where 2 stars, one large, one small, shone nearby, encircled by 4 planets of varying sizes. The entire cosmos began to shift, with the largest star undergoing the most dramatic transformation. That star pulsated like a heart, each beat causing it to swell in size, rapidly increasing tenfold before ceasing its expansion. The cosmos seemed to resonate with this pressure, expanding alongside it, and Lin Yu could distinctly feel his mental energy spiraling outward, multiplying tenfold. Unable to suppress his delight, Lin Yu gazed at the gradually stabilizing starry sky, quickly snapping back to reality and urging himself to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the grim sight of his doppelgangers, nearly all fallen or dissipated. Roar. Kill. At that moment, the doppelgangers were embroiled in a fierce battle against the horde of beasts, their strength surpassing that of the creatures. Yet the overwhelming numbers began to tip the scales in favor of the beasts. As it seemed the doppelgangers were on the verge of annihilation, Lin Yu sensed the impending peril behind him, and despair flickered across the faces of all remaining doppelgangers. Then, Lin Yu's voice resonated with authority from behind. "Wretched beasts. Dare to harm my doppelgangers? You shall perish." Chapter 38. The Netherworld Unveiled. I send you to hell. Beneath the dim night sky, hundreds of beasts assailed the doppelgangers in waves. The doppelgangers strained against the onslaught, losing one after another. As the last doppelganger faced imminent demise, Lin Yu awakened, witnessing the scene unfold before him, and his fury ignited. "Wretched beasts, seek your own demise." With a mere thought, Lin Yu summoned back the last remaining doppelganger. The emotions of this doppelganger instantly resonated within Lin Yu. Witnessing the desperate struggle of his doppelgangers, he felt their despair, fueling his wrath to an inferno. "Let you experience the prowess of my transformed duplication ability." Lin Yu inhaled deeply, silently chanting, "Doppelganger." Boom. In an instant, a fierce white light erupted within 100 meters, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to contain the essence of blades and slaughter. The surrounding ferocious beasts, unwilling to be outdone, roared in unison, fixating their gluttonous gazes on Lin Yu's form, drool escaping their mouths. To their eyes, Lin Yu's flesh exuded an irresistible allure, a voice deep within their souls incessantly urging them, "Devour him, devour him." Desire overwhelmed reason, particularly for these creatures of limited intellect, who had become mere slaves to their cravings. Roar. Unable to withstand their inner thirst any longer, the beasts lunged forward. Just then, the white light dissipated. The creatures, heedless of the danger, charged at Lin Yu's true body, resembling demons drawn to the flesh of a monk, their reckless ferocity surprising to behold. Yet, in the next moment, a flurry of gleaming energy slashes instantly dispatched the dozens of beasts at the forefront. "Dare to challenge my master? You seek your own demise." The chorus of 100 voices reverberated, shaking the very heavens. Lin Yu was equally astonished, realizing he had simultaneously manifested over 100 doppelgangers. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your doppelganger ability has evolved to S rank, allowing the creation of 100 duplicates, each inheriting 150 of your combat power. A new function has been activated, External Avatar. Ding. External Avatar. You can create a permanent doppelganger with an independent personality. The system's voice echoed once more, and Lin Yu instantly absorbed the newfound knowledge of the External Avatar ability. However, the immediate priority was to eradicate these ferocious beasts and quell his inner rage. Annihilate them all, leave not a single one. Lin Yu commanded coldly. Boom. 100 doppelgangers surged forth, all bearing identical faces, creating an eerie spectacle. Yet their strength was undeniably formidable. Each duplicate surpassed him by 50%, posing no challenge to the beasts. Ding. Slain the furious bear, 300 experience points. Ding. Slain the rending skybird, 400 experience points. Ding. Slain the stone scale elephant turtle, 600 experience points. The doppelgangers moved through the fray as if in a realm devoid of opposition, relishing the slaughter. One by one, the beasts that approached were laid to rest, their lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Lin Yu gazed upon the carnage and silently mused, "The scent of blood will attract more beasts. It is prudent to vacate this place." Having ascended in his talent level, he could finally attempt to eliminate the mountain-bearing python. Lin Yu sheathed his blade and sprinted towards the python. Along the way, he dispatched several more beasts, ultimately returning at last. By this time, the mountain-bearing python had staunched its bleeding. Though it remained in 9 severed segments, Lin Yu could distinctly sense its feeble breaths. As he surveyed the surroundings, he finally spotted the elder perched on the edge of a towering structure, sorrowfully sipping from a gourd. "You have returned?" The voice of the youth resonated in his ears. Startling Lin Yu, the youth set down his gourd, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu was astounded. What kind of strength could allow such speed? The mysterious youth's power loomed ever larger in Lin Yu's perception. Could he be at the 8th tier? Perhaps even the legendary 9th tier. "Focus, young one." Lin Yu snapped back to reality, apologizing. "My apologies, elder. I have been remiss." "No matter. You have been out for quite some time, and your strength has notably increased, your aura now far more profound, though your combat prowess remains unbroken. Quite intriguing." The youth stroked his chin, examining Lin Yu with curiosity. He smiled, finding the situation to be quite interesting. Initially, while Lin Yu's aura was impressive, it had not reached a level of astonishment. Now, however, it elicited his surprise. Could this lad possess SS rank talent? He pondered for a moment, recalling the SS rank awakeners in the nearby cities who might fit the criteria. After considerable thought, he shook his head, failing to identify any suitable candidates. However, in Jiqing, there was a girl who had awakened a rare lightning talent. If it were merely SS rank, it would not warrant significant attention, but crucially, it was the Lightning Emperor's talent. Talents named after the Lightning Emperor often harbored secrets. As for the other 2 SS rank awakeners in Jiqing, neither possessed the duplication ability. Duplication talents typically began at B rank. If it truly evolved to SS rank, the difficulty would be immense. Intriguing indeed. He scrutinized Lin Yu from top to bottom, then from behind to the front, nodding occasionally, causing Lin Yu to feel a shiver run down his spine. Surely, this elder did not harbor any peculiar inclinations? "What should I do, young one? The mountain-bearing python is nearing death. If you do not act now, the opportunity will slip away." The youth's reminder jolted Lin Yu back to attention, and he performed a respectful gesture before advancing towards the mountain-bearing python. Doppelganger. With a mere thought, white light erupted, and 100 duplicates materialized around him. Synchronicity. Boom. 100 beams of light converged into his body, enveloping him in a radiant glow that lingered. The youth observed with astonishment, 100 doppelgangers. This young man's talent has indeed evolved. Yet, he pondered, was there truly an SS rank for doppelganger talents? After some contemplation, he lamented that he had seldom focused on such obscure talents. "I must be getting old, my memory fails me. Perhaps I should check online." Upon searching, he was taken aback by the findings. According to online information, throughout the 300 years since the awakening of human talents, not a single SS rank doppelganger talent had emerged, nor even an S rank. The highest recorded was A rank, with fewer than 10 existing in the entire human realm. The rarity of doppelganger talents and their low evolution rate suggested that this young man had indeed transformed his ability to evolve to SS rank or even S rank. This lad was undoubtedly exceptional. When he had 20 doppelgangers, he could manifest a Buddha statue several dozen meters high. Now, what could he create? He found himself rather eager to see. Meanwhile, Lin Yu kept his eyes closed, merging a new image within his mind. This synthesis took noticeably longer than before, primarily due to Lin Yu's lack of proficiency. After 3 minutes of fusion, he finally crafted a new form. As the light faded, a figure emerged from within. Boom. A towering Buddha, radiating golden light that illuminated the surroundings, bore a serene expression. Yet its eyes shimmered with a chilling glint of death as it lowered its compassionate gaze towards the mountain-bearing python. "Until hell is empty, I shall not attain Buddhahood. If you encounter my Kitagarbha, why not enter my hell and cleanse all impurities? Assist me in my cultivation. Infernal beast, the underworld has opened. Perish." Chapter 39. Young one, would you be willing to join my academy? The moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle silver glow. A golden bodhisattva statue stood amidst the ruins, its visage exuding compassion, capable of soothing the most restless hearts. Its majestic presence instinctively inspired a sense of reverence. However, the emergence of the bodhisattva stirred considerable commotion, quickly inciting the distant roars of beasts. Roar! The ferocious creatures gazed up at the towering bodhisattva, howling defiantly, as if challenging its presence. A young man, clutching a wine gourd, instinctively slowed his drinking, surprise flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Yu intoned, "I am the Kitagarbha, grant you passage to the realm of the dead." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden wheel, suspended behind the Kitagarbha, began to spin and flew into Lin Yu's grasp. With a gentle motion of his arm, the wheel spun away at an astonishing speed. Boom! As it accelerated, it shattered the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom. Bang! The wheel struck fiercely against the dismembered body of the 9-sectioned mountain python, and a cacophony of clanging echoed forth. Each strike of the wheel reverberated, producing an incessant clamor. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds persisted as Lin Yu, expressionless, calmly directed the wheel's relentless assault. He sensed that while the wheel was still incapable of easily vanquishing the mountain python, its resilience was sufficient. It was merely a matter of time before the creature would meet its demise. The young man observed this scene, hastening his drinking once more, a tinge of disappointment surfacing in his gaze. He had anticipated that Lin Yu would astonish him with newfound prowess. Yet it appeared that only through high-frequency strikes could such feats be achieved, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, the admiration in his eyes remained undiminished. After transforming, Lin Yu's perception sharpened, allowing him to detect the shift in the young man's expression, prompting him to think, in that case, I shall unleash my full power. Naturally, Lin Yu, with his composed demeanor, was reluctant to exert himself entirely, as it not only drained his energy, but could also incur adverse effects upon himself. However, he now felt compelled to demonstrate his abilities, intrigued by the opportunities the young man had mentioned. Transform, he declared, and the imposing figure of the Xidagarba underwent a metamorphosis. Lin Yu subtly manipulated a fusion technique, causing his form to shift. The Xidagarba now donned a jeweled crown, adorned with celestial garments and splendid ornaments, holding a staff in one hand and a lotus in the other. As he formed a gesture of holding a flower, the lotus unfurled its petals, revealing a blazing flame within. Go forth, Heartfire. Thunderous roars erupted as a searing tongue of flame erupted from the lotus, hurtling towards the mountain python. Lin Yu released the flames in a measured manner, infusing them with the power of Heartfire. Upon contact with the mountain python's battered form, it writhed in agony. This Heartfire could scorch the very soul, and given the python's current mental state, it was ill-equipped to withstand such an assault. Soon, its breath grew faint, signaling its impending demise. Lin Yu exhaled in relief. His enhanced Heartfire technique was vastly superior to its original form. Previously, the Heartfire had limitations, effective only against beings below the second tier, but now, by harnessing the transformative energy within him and integrating it with his spiritual power, he had unexpectedly devised a method that transcended boundaries. However, its limitations were still considerable. It would only yield significant effects against such half-living entities. Should an adversary be in peak condition, it could even backfire on him. The young man regarded the flames in Lin Yu's hand with unexpected admiration, remarking, an improved Heartfire. This lad possesses a remarkable understanding. After a considerable duration, the mountain python was finally incinerated. Ding! You have slain the mountain python, gaining 7,000 upgrade points. A chime sounded as a skill crystal fell at Lin Yu's feet. Dissolving the fusion, he picked up the skill crystal and approached the young man, saying, Senior, I was fortunate to have this skill crystal drop. Please accept it. The young man smiled as he accepted the crystal, clearly pleased with Lin Yu's demeanor. He pressed it to his forehead for a brief moment before handing it back, stating, This skill crystal is unnecessary for me. You rightfully earned it by slaying the mountain python. With the skill crystal returned to his possession, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and promptly bowed in gratitude. I humbly accept your generous gift. The young man replied, Well done, lad. In my travels through 30 cities, you are the most extraordinary individual I have encountered. He marveled at how this seemingly unassuming youth consistently revealed unexpected strength. Just when one might assume he had reached his limit, Lin Yu would demonstrate that he was capable of far greater feats. Such a young man was a rarity in the course of his long life. If he were to assign a label, he would deem him the most surprising of all. This remarkable potential stirred a sense of appreciation in him, prompting the thought that it might be worthwhile to take this young man under his wing. Young man, would you like to join my academy? The young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, moonlight cascading over his white hair, a gentle breeze adding an air of elegance, embodying the demeanor of a sage. Lin Yu paused for a moment before responding respectfully. Senior, this opportunity is mine to seize, or not at all. Should you join my academy, your opportunities will multiply. If you choose not to, opportunities will still arise, though he trailed off. Lin Yu could already surmise that should he decline, the nature of those opportunities might not be advantageous. Pray tell, which academy do you speak of? Lin Yu inquired. As his knowledge of universities was limited, he only remembered the names of the top 10 prestigious schools and a few notable institutions among the hundreds beyond that. The elder before him bore a resemblance to the legendary sages, and entering the academy he spoke of could be a commendable choice. After all, for him, the specific academy he entered was not of paramount importance. Unlike others who relied on resources for cultivation, he possessed a system that would benefit him regardless of location. However, being part of a reputable academy could broaden his horizons, making it a worthwhile consideration. My academy is called the Supreme Academy. It stands as the foremost among the top 10 schools, the young man declared. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly an academy called the Supreme Academy among the top 10? After pondering for a moment, he began mentally scanning the names of the top 10 schools, but regrettably found no mention of such an institution. Moreover, the name Supreme struck him as somewhat cliché. He wondered if it was perhaps a lesser-known academy. Ahem, you need not doubt. The Supreme Academy was once the pinnacle of the 10 great academies. However, 2 centuries ago, It voluntarily relinquished its ranking and has since become a hidden academy. Stationed in the chaotic realm of the Return to the Void, serving as a bulwark against intruders from other worlds, a steadfast anchor for humanity. He was aware that the Return to the Void was a weak point in the Blue Star's spatial fabric, a place where invasions from various realms were most likely, fraught with chaos and peril, frequently besieged by beings from other worlds. Senior, I am willing. Young man, do not heed his empty words. This Supreme Academy has but 2 members, and the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Should you join, it is likely you would never return. Suddenly, a familiar, aged voice echoed in his ears. Lin Yu turned to locate the source of the voice and beheld a white-haired elder approaching from afar. As he drew near, Lin Yu was taken aback to recognize him as the owner of the weapon shop. Young man, how about joining my Chaos Element Academy? You could be with your little girlfriend. Chapter 40. Lin Yu, I have become a coveted prize. The newcomer was indeed the proprietor of the weapon shop from whom Lin Yu had purchased the Tangdao twice. Lin Yu had long harbored suspicions about this individual, contemplating that he might be some venerable figure, perhaps the headmaster of a prestigious high school. Yet he had not anticipated his formidable strength. The basis for his assumption of the elders might stem from the fact that he could fly, an unmistakable sign of 7th-tier combat prowess. Moreover, judging by his tone, it appears he is familiar with the Supreme Academy. Could it be that their strengths are somewhat comparable? Lin Yu stood frozen in place, engulfed by a sensation akin to being caught in a whirlpool. How did he unknowingly become the object of contention between 2 factions? My young friend, you must be astonished. Yes, allow me to reveal my true identity. I am Professor Wang from the Chaotic Element Academy, here in Jiqing to recruit students. Initially, I believed I would only manage to enroll Zhao Ku, but your unexpected appearance has truly taken me by surprise. Professor Wang was genuinely astonished. This young man before him repeatedly defied his expectations. Setting aside his innate talent, his combat prowess had surged remarkably, now reaching the 3rd tier. It is worth noting that Shi Yifeng, who possesses an SS-level talent, had only recently attained this stage. If it were merely a breakthrough in combat power, it would not be enough to ignite his desire to recruit. What truly captivated him was the transformation of Lin Yu's talent. Such a metamorphosis of talent is exceedingly rare, infinitely more challenging than a mere increase in combat power. For him to achieve this remarkable feat not once, but twice, within a span of less than 3 months, was nothing short of astonishing. How could he not be astounded? How could he not be taken aback? Having lived for several decades, he had never encountered a prodigy so unreasonable. Moreover, there was another reason. Lin Yu's talent for creating avatars could very well be the first S-level avatar talent in history, which holds significant intrigue and cultural value. During his journey, he happened upon a colossal statue of a bodhisattva, prompting him to investigate further, only to stumble upon this extraordinary scene. Initially indifferent, he became anxious upon witnessing Lin Yu's transformation. He could not allow Lin Yu to join another academy, particularly the Supreme Academy. That institution had long since declined, ensnared in the treacherous ruins, and he did not wish for this remarkably talented individual to perish there in the years to come. Such a talent ought to be nurtured within their academy, progressing systematically to become the future pillar of humanity. My young friend, what are your thoughts? Lin Yu, upon hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. Both seniors are esteemed figures. Does my decision hold any weight? The young man glanced at Professor Wang, noting the unfamiliar visage, and quietly sipped his drink, saying, I respect your words. Professor Wang scrutinized the youth for a moment, inwardly concluding, this individual must be the current elder brother of the Supreme Academy. His cultivation level on par with mine, yet he does not conform to the rumors of him favoring robes. It seems the rumors are mistaken, after all. It is said that this elder brother seldom ventures out, preferring to remain in the ruins to forge various artifacts. Professor Wang added, I share your sentiments. However, we must also consider your young lady friend's feelings. A great deal can transpire over 4 years of university, and many couples have ultimately parted ways due to distance. You must contemplate this carefully. Lin Yu felt like weeping inwardly. Was this elder truly respecting his decision, or was he coercing him? After studying the two once more, he inquired, I wish to understand more about the Chaotic Element Academy. Could you provide me with an introduction? Upon hearing this, Professor Wang's heart swelled with triumph. He cast a proud glance at the young man and animatedly began. The Chaotic Element Academy ranks 3rd among the top 10 prestigious institutions, primarily catering to element awakeners. We have established contracts with 6 elemental realms, granting us access for training, which yields remarkable results. Moreover, our academy boasts various training secret realms that significantly accelerate the cultivation process. In addition, all students are exempt from tuition fees and receive a monthly stipend of 10,000 star coins. Every enrolled student is allocated a villa, along with 3 servants, and upon admission, is gifted 10 million star coins. After graduation, students can seamlessly enter the military, adventure teams, or government positions, facing virtually no obstacles, making them highly sought-after talents. As for the Supreme Academy, it has long fallen into decline. Currently, it comprises only 2 individuals. Although it remains stationed in the ruins, the mortality rate is exceedingly high, and I would not advise you to attend. Lin Yu felt a flicker of temptation and turned to the young man, who merely smiled faintly, concealing his emotions. Leaving Lin Yu's attempt to discern his thoughts in vain, the young man glanced at Professor Wang and remarked, "It seems you are quite well acquainted with my Supreme Academy. Pray tell, do you know what benefits it offers?" Professor Wang hesitated, shaking his head. In such a perilous location as the ruins, where life was uncertain, what benefits could there possibly be? The inherent danger alone negated any advantages. It appeared that this elder brother's demeanor was quite unlike the taciturn reputation attributed to him. The rumors had misled me. Once this matter concludes, I must pen an article to reveal the true nature of the Supreme Academy's elder brother to the world. The young man chuckled and continued, "Firstly, my academy is situated in the ruins, surrounded by numerous ferocious beasts, making it a rare trial ground that greatly benefits the honing of both character and skills. Secondly, the ruins are a weak point in the Blue Star's spatial fabric, often attracting interdimensional invaders, and occasionally new worlds emerge, allowing us to counterattack and seize resources for ourselves. Thirdly, while the student body may be small, it was once the foremost academy. Fewer students mean a greater average of resources. Once admitted, all facilities at the academy are available for free." The young man took a hearty swig from his gourd, leaving Lin Yu puzzled by how the wine within had not yet run dry. Unfazed, Professor Wang scoffed. "Setting aside all else, the tide of monsters in the ruins is wholly unsuitable for the young. One misstep could lead to a fatal encounter, and death means no future. The Chaotic Element Academy is far safer. Students can cultivate in secret realms without the need to venture out for hunting, progressing several times faster than in the outside world." The young man scoffed in response. "Academy breeds mediocrity." "Why?" Professor Wang's retort was abruptly stifled as a gourd was thrust into his mouth, rendering him unable to speak. "Drink up and say less. Young man, tell me your decision." The young man turned to Lin Yu, inquiring. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then bowed respectfully to Professor Wang. Observing this, Professor Wang's heart soared with joy. This young man was indeed perceptive. Has this matter been settled? However, in the next instant, his expression froze. Lin Yu stepped forward, bowing respectfully before the young man, declaring, "Senior, I choose the Supreme Academy." Professor Wang, Chapter 41. A sword's light chills the 19 prefectures. Are you the sword god, Senior? The night was cool as water, and the three fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Professor Wang felt a pang of emotional injury. This young man had bowed to him, yet ultimately did not choose him. Was he toying with him? In contrast, the young man's mindset diverged. He was somewhat surprised. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous young talents. Yet upon learning of the Supreme Academy's circumstances, they had all rejected it without hesitation. Lin Yu was the only one bold enough to express interest in attending. The young man squinted, scrutinizing Lin Yu, attempting to discern the true thoughts within. In truth, Lin Yu harbored no complex intentions, for he perceived that while the ruins were fraught with danger, they also presented vast opportunities. His system required the slaying of monsters, and the ruins, teeming with ferocious beasts, were the perfect hunting ground. The Supreme Academy could not have thrived there for 300 years without engaging with the external dangers. The so-called death threat was most likely to exist outside the academy. Conversely, choosing the Chaotic Element Academy would make hunting much more challenging. The management within these academies is exceedingly strict. To venture outside, one must not only report their intentions, but also articulate their purpose. This serves as both a protective measure for the students and a means of control. After all, the students within these prestigious institutions represent the future of humanity, and any loss is unacceptable. This does not align with his circumstances, nor does it reflect his aspirations. Young man, I shall grant you another opportunity to choose. Are you truly intent on being obstinate? Professor Wang's countenance darkened, the frustration brewing within him causing his demeanor to falter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu displayed a look of conflict, at which point the young man positioned himself in front of Lin Yu, smiling. Having chosen to join my academy, do you truly wish to undermine my efforts? This lad is quite talented. It would be a waste for him to settle for your Supreme Academy. Professor Wang contemplated resisting further. He was neither willing to concede nor ready to relinquish Lin Yu, a prodigy with a 100 chance of brilliance. However, in the next moment, his gaze was met with a dazzling sword light that seemed to pierce the heavens. A colossal sword, transcending the earthly realm, descended from above, hovering behind the young man, who appeared as if he were a divine being. Do you wish to continue persuading him? The young man spoke softly, his eyes partially closed. Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This display was undeniably ostentatious, impressive indeed. Yet, Professor Wang was drenched in cold sweat, his limbs trembling as he stammered. Why, you are the sword god, esteemed senior? In this world, the only human worthy of such a title, apart from the prodigy known as Li Qinglian, was none other than the individual before him. The young man merely flicked his eyelids in response, offering no verbal confirmation. This gesture, however, solidified Professor Wang's belief that he had tacitly acknowledged it. He hastily bowed and declared, since the sword god has graced us with their presence. I shall not impose any further. I take my leave." With that, he vanished in a flash of light, leaving only Lin Yu and the exceedingly ostentatious young man behind. The young man suddenly opened one eye, glancing at the now empty sky, and quickly reverted to his previous demeanor. "How was that move just now? Would you like to learn it?" he boasted. Lin Yu cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Senior, can you teach me? I cannot. This is an innate ability. However, if fortune smiles upon you and you acquire a talent related to sword intent, I could teach you," the young man responded. Not to mention sword intent talents. Even other mediocre abilities are exceedingly difficult to obtain. These depend on looks, strength, and wealth. Presently, he harbored no extravagant desires. He simply aimed to upgrade his clone talent and enhance his strength. "Senior, are you truly the sword god?" Lin Yu inquired, voicing his inner curiosity. After all, the sword god Li Qinglian was a legend among the human race, having transformed from a mere B-grade talent in swordsmanship to an SS-grade talent in sword intent. However, the sword god must be around 200 years old, yet this young man appears to be only in his 30s. Could he truly be the same individual? Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder, and Lin Yu realized it was the young man's arm. With a cheerful grin, he said, "The dean is far too busy to recruit students. It falls upon me, this unfortunate senior brother, to take on that role personally. You might not know this, but I have traversed 30 cities and encountered many young prodigies. Alas, upon hearing the name of the Supreme Academy, they all fled in terror. Yet you are the most special of all. A fine young man, not only gifted but also courageous. You have a chance to survive 3 or 5 years." Lin Yu, hearing this, pursed his lips. "What kind of nonsense is that? What do you mean by surviving 3 or 5 years? Haven't you lived for decades?" The young man, realizing his slip of the tongue, quickly corrected himself. Misstatement. As long as you remain in the academy, there will be no issues. You can rest assured on that front. Our academy may lack in other areas, but our protective array is top-notch. Even divine beings cannot breach it. Is that true? Lin Yu expressed his skepticism. However, seeing the young man's enthusiasm, he replied with a smile. "So, senior brother, what about the opportunity you promised me?" Upon hearing this, the senior brother paused momentarily before saying, "Oh, we are family now. Let us not mention the matter of opportunities. Come, let's return to the city and enjoy a hearty meal." With that, the senior brother pulled Lin Yu towards the direction of G City. Lin Yu grasped his collar, exclaiming, "Senior brother?" The senior brother, with an unyielding demeanor, turned and grinned. "Do not rush. Once you arrive at the academy, you will understand what I mean by opportunity. Do you think I would deceive you?" Lin Yu shot him a doubtful glance, yet the senior brother ignored him, leading the way toward G City. As for the matter of opportunity, he had yet to formulate a plan. He had merely spoken out of arrogance at the moment. After all, Lin Yu had a while before graduating high school, providing ample time for preparation. For now, it was best to head into the city for a celebratory feast. Having successfully completed his task of finding a student, this was a significant achievement. "Senior brother, the city gate has already closed. How do we get in?" Lin Yu inquired. At nightfall, the gates close, controlled by the city's intelligence system, impervious to any interference. The senior brother chuckled. "This rule pertains to ordinary people. It does not apply to me." Saying this, he produced a black card, waving it lightly at the city gate, prompting Lin Yu's astonishment as the unexpected unfolded. A small door, just high enough for a person to pass through, opened immediately. Ding. "Special privileges detected. The gate has been opened for you. Please enter, esteemed guest." Lin Yu, stunned, followed him into the city, observing the casual demeanor of his companion. A flicker of desire ignited within him. It turned out that all these rules were merely constraints for the weak. The strong enjoyed privileges. He had always understood the principle of might makes right, but within this city, he had not fully grasped its implications until now. The city's public declaration that the gates would not open privately was, in reality, a facade. The powerful possessed sufficient privileges to transcend the rules existing beyond them. This was indeed the realm of the strong. Sooner or later, I too shall be among their ranks. With a sudden clap, a robust arm encircled his neck, disrupting his thoughts, as the young man exclaimed, "Junior brother, take me to the finest tavern to celebrate your entry into our Supreme Academy with a grand feast." Chapter 42. She is a waitress, not a club attendant. Within the tavern, the table was laden with dishes, which the senior brother devoured with fervor. He raised his greasy hand and called out, "Waitress, bring us another feast." Lin Yu's lips twitched as he observed the senior brother, resembling a famished ghost, and felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. It was utterly embarrassing. Moreover, she is a waitress, not a club attendant. Do you truly think this is a club? The waitress, arriving tardily, displayed little emotion, having served here. She had encountered all manner of peculiar individuals and had long since become desensitized. Even when faced with bizarre characters, she remained calm and composed. To put it kindly, she was like a tranquil pond. To put it bluntly, she was simply numb. Soon, another table full of dishes was presented, and the senior brother resumed his whirlwind eating, leaving only half a table worth of food in no time. "Junior brother, you should eat as well," he urged, clutching a chicken leg in his left hand and mumbling. "Senior brother, I am not hungry," Lin Yu protested, but no sooner had he spoken than his stomach growled audibly. Having spent the day hunting, he had yet to consume anything. Although his internal energy sustained his stamina, it could not replace proper nourishment, and hunger would still strike. The senior brother chuckled. "See, your stomach is quite honest. Quickly eat up. Once you are full, take me to your home." "What?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback and inquired. "Senior brother, my home is rather small and cannot accommodate 2 people. "No worries, I shall sleep on the sofa," replied the senior brother, taking another bite of his chicken leg. "Hurry and eat, my dear junior, for this is the only opportunity for me to venture out in a year. I've been cooped up for far too long. By the way, have you ever visited the red light district?" "The red light district?" Lin Yu instinctively flushed and hastily shook his head. "I have never been." "Haha, look at you. Still a novice. How about I take you out for some fun another day?" The senior brother persistently tempted Lin Yu, yet Lin Yu resolutely maintained his composure, remaining unmoved by such provocations. "All right, I shall refrain from teasing you. Phew, I am finally full." With his formidable strength, he managed to consume an entire table's worth of food, while Lin Yu could barely finish half. "Sister, come over to settle the bill." The senior brother's voice boomed, completely shedding any semblance of a refined individual and instead resembling a spoiled rich kid. This time, the server arrived promptly, soon presenting the bill. "Your total comes to 8,600 star coins. A single meal costing several months' wages would have previously caused Lin Yu distress, but now he didn't even bat an eyelash. "Pay up, junior." The senior brother's voice echoed in his ears. "Huh." Lin Yu jolted back to reality, looking at him in confusion. A glance from the senior brother made it clear he was out of money. With no other option, Lin Yu reluctantly paid the bill. How can a prestigious powerhouse be broke? How are you getting by? Lin Yu couldn't help but lament. After settling the payment and stepping out of the restaurant, the two walked shoulder to shoulder, appearing quite the pair of unruly companions. As they made their way home, the senior brother's once lofty image in Lin Yu's eyes gradually faded. Previously, he had viewed him as a distant and aloof figure, handsome, composed, and immensely powerful. Now, he seemed more like a carefree vagabond. With a sigh, Lin Yu opened the door, laid the senior brother down on the bed, and settled onto the sofa, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident, and dawn arrived in the blink of an eye. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yu's watch emitted a sound, awakening him. As he groggily opened his eyes, he cursed under his breath while checking the notifications, discovering messages from the class group chat. What on earth? Disturbing my sleep. Just as he was about to turn off his watch, a particular message caught his attention, causing him to sit upright. Big news. Shi Yifeng from the second high is coming to our third high today. The stage has already been set up, and he claims he will conquer all opponents at third high. It's quite a spectacle over there. Damn, if only I had SS level talent, I would bully others too. What was going on with Zhao Ku? It had been ages without any response. Could she be intimidated? Zhao Ku hadn't seemed to break through to the third tier yet, so it was understandable if she was hiding away. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, thinking, these people understand nothing. He quickly got up, glanced at the senior brother, who was still fast asleep, and freshened up before heading out. Zhao Ku is in seclusion, so I will defeat Shi Yifeng. He snorted as he set off towards the school. On the way, many people rushed past, seemingly heading to third high to witness the excitement. Lin Yu took out a skill crystal, pressing it to his forehead. This was the skill crystal obtained from slaying the negative mountain python, and he hadn't had the chance to examine it yet. Arm of the mountain summons the power of the mountain, enveloping the arm and significantly enhancing its strength and defense. In the next moment, Lin Yu had learned the skill, although he wasn't yet proficient and could only release it simply. He attempted to unleash the skill, and a layer of earthy armor slowly coalesced around his arm. Simultaneously, he felt his arm's strength double, granting him the illusion of being capable of piercing the heavens. What an impressive skill. With this ability, defeating Shi Yifeng will be even more assured. At the martial arts arena, Shi Yifeng stood firmly on the ground, enveloped in a golden-brown glow, allowing a figure shrouded in white light to strike at him. The figure bellowed, and the white light transformed into a crimson hue, significantly increasing his attack speed. Yet, Shi Yifeng remained unfazed, permitting the blows to land. The spectators below were left dumbfounded. What kind of absurd defense is this? Lu Sa's S-level talent, star armor, cannot breach it. Unbelievable. This is bad. Lu Sa's offensive power ranks among the best among S-level awakened beings. If he can't break through, who can? They mused. Unless someone can lift Shi Yifeng off the ground. With his talent as the son of the earth, he not only regenerates stamina continuously, but also enhances all his attributes. With Shi Yifeng rooted to the earth, he was one with it. Unless one possessed immense strength, it was simply impossible. If only Zhao Ku were here, her Thunder Empress could fight above her tier and might defeat Shi Yifeng. Unfortunately, they were unable to reach her. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as Shi Yifeng roared, summoning the earth element to form a colossal hand that struck Lu Sa, sending him flying. Lu Sa crashed to the ground, spitting out blood, his breath gradually weakening. Who else dares to challenge me? Shi Yifeng shouted angrily, his piercing gaze sweeping the area. His disdainful look igniting anger within many. The crowd felt stifled, watching the arrogant figure, each one wishing to unleash their prowess and extinguish his arrogance. Yet, upon reflecting on their own abilities, their fire was extinguished. I'll take him on. A handsome young man in traditional attire, with features as delicate as a peach blossom, soared onto the stage. It was him, the renowned peach blossom prince, Jiang Ruhan. His talent was that of gas flow, reputed to control all gases. Rumor had it he was nearing the 3rd tier. Would he stand a chance? While his talent and combat ability fell short of Shi Yifeng, he likely aimed to wear him down with a tag team approach. In a corner, several S-level awakened beings were strategizing. Indeed, this was their plan. They could not defeat him individually, so they would employ a wheel of battle. Shi Yifeng was human, not a deity. They believed it impossible for him to fight indefinitely. Boom. Just as the Peach Blossom Prince ascended the stage, he was met with a tremendous gravitational force, yanking him down from the air and nearly causing him to crash. Shi Yifeng scoffed, I am the son of the earth. While I may not be as skilled as gravity manipulators, I completely counter you. Pale-faced. The Peach Blossom Prince found his ability to manipulate gas severely weakened in Shi Yifeng's presence. Get lost. Shi Yifeng dismissed him with a wave of his hand, sending a yellow energy arm that sent his opponent flying. Who else wishes to challenge me? I will. As soon as the words left his lips, a young man clad in blue with twin daggers approached the stage, his expression cold and resolute. The crowd gasped in surprise. It was Lin Yu, who had been hunting and honing his skills in seclusion, rarely seen in public. The emergence of this martial enthusiast was truly astonishing. Yet, could he truly compete? The pressure of realm disparity loomed over them. With a stoic expression, Lin Yu regarded the burly Shi Yifeng and calmly stated, let us battle. Shi Yifeng casually waved his hand, and the earth element transformed into armor that enveloped him entirely. I have heard your name. Your twin daggers possess formidable power. I shall proceed with caution. Enough of the chatter, let us fight. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Your combat power is inferior to mine, so I will restrain my strength, ensuring your defeat is both comprehensive and enlightening, illustrating the vast chasm that exists between talents of differing tiers. Let us engage in battle without further ado. The double-bladed youth, Lin Yu, uttered with a cold snort. With a light step, he activated the ethereal blue glow emanating from his twin blades, swiftly pivoting his body as the weapons fused into a whirling lance, lunging forward with tremendous ferocity. His speed was so astonishing that onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimpse of white light before he vanished from sight. The crowd gasped in awe, exclaiming, what incredible speed. At that moment, Shi Yifeng crossed his arms defiantly over his chest, summoning a dusty yellow shield that materialized before him. With a resounding crash, the sharp blade struck the shield, producing a jarring sound. Your speed is impressive, but you shall not breach my defense. Shi Yifeng smirked, a manic laughter escaping his lips as he stomped his right foot. Now, it is my turn to retaliate. No sooner had he spoken than spikes of earth erupted from the ground, surrounding him in a 10-meter radius, transforming the area into a veritable kingdom of soil spikes. Lin Yu was taken aback, hastily dodging to evade the onslaught, and after several agile maneuvers, he finally landed at a distance. However, before he could catch his breath, a shadow loomed above him. Behold my heavenly king's sword. A glow of earthy yellow light flickered upon the ground, as the elements of the earth and the sky converged frantically, swiftly forming a colossal sword measuring 10 meters in length, aimed directly at Lin Yu's head. The speed of the attack left him unprepared, and though he possessed remarkable swiftness, he was still struck in the right arm. Observing the blood gushing from his wound, Shi Yifeng declared, you have lost. Step down now, for you are no match for me. A sense of helplessness welled within Lin Yu. His opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, exerting comprehensive pressure upon him. This engendered a profound sense of defeat. Was this truly the might of an SS-grade talent awakened? Did we truly stand at such a disparity? Though he felt a surge of unwillingness, a clearer realization dawned upon him, and he resolved to cleanse the humiliation of this day. With a slight bow, he descended from the stage. Who else dares challenge me? He called out, his laughter echoing with arrogance. Silence enveloped the crowd below. In the distance, the principal stood by the office window, gazing at the martial platform, and remarked, have we yet to reach Zhao Ku? Secretary Qian, flipping her hair, replied. According to her family, Zhao Ku is currently in seclusion and cannot be contacted at this time. The principal sighed, a frown creasing his brow as he observed Shi Yifeng flaunting his prowess within the school. Although this was a contest among the younger generation, he felt a deep sense of discomfort at the loss of face. Besides Zhao Ku, who do you believe can win? The principal inquired. Secretary Qian shook her head. The disparity between S-grade and SS-grade talents is immense, not to mention the considerable difference in realms. Unless Zhao Ku intervenes, I see little hope for victory. The principal sighed. If it were another SS-grade awakener, a battle of attrition might hold some merit, but Shi Yifeng, being a child of the earth, can continuously replenish his energy and stamina simply by standing on the ground. He could fight for 3 days and nights without fatigue. Principal. While we may face defeat this time, once Zhao Ke concludes her seclusion, she can challenge him, returning the favor. Upon hearing this, the principal considered the suggestion. A smile breaking across his face, you speak wisely. Let us proceed with this plan. Ha! As he resumed his seat, a thought struck him, by the way. What of that boy with the duplication talent? How has he fared lately? He was a man who held grudges. Recalling the recent humiliation inflicted by Lin Yu, he felt compelled to inquire. Are you referring to Lin Yu? Secretary Qian recalled the youth. Impressed by Lin Yu's remarkable feat of defeating a third-tier teacher at the second tier, a memory that lingered vividly. Moreover, with Zhao Ke advocating for him, Secretary Qian had made a note of him. Yes, indeed. What is his current status? The principal questioned. Secretary Qian responded, before Zhao Ke entered seclusion. The two were often seen hunting together. After a few days of her absence, Lin Yu ventured out alone and encountered assassins, all of whom perished. Not only that, but Li Wu and Li Tsong also went missing. She reflected on the matter, noting the irony of Lin Yu facing assassination after provoking the Li family, yet emerging unscathed. Who could have slain them? If it were Lin Yu, it would indicate his strength is far beyond what it appears. If not, it suggests he has formidable allies. Either scenario piques curiosity. The principal raised an eyebrow. The assassins were likely dispatched by Li Wu and Li Tsong. The fact that they failed to kill him suggests their ranks were too low. Perhaps, Secretary Qian mused uncertainly. The principal waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this. A mere A-grade talent holds little value for our attention. We should concentrate on devising a strategy to regain our dignity once Zhao Ke emerges from seclusion. Secretary Qian nodded in agreement, though a nagging feeling lingered that Lin Yu was not as simple as he appeared. On the opposite side of the building, Li Yuan stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man, stating, "Third uncle, that is Lin Yu." He pointed excitedly at Lin Yu, who was observing the match below. His tone laced with anticipation for vengeance, even longing for Lin Yu's demise. The middle-aged man was none other than the third young master of the Li family. It was he who had instructed Li Yuan to eliminate Lin Yu. He had already thoroughly investigated Lin Yu's background. An orphan with no parents, he had only Zhao Ke, a classmate of no blood relation, as a companion. Dealing with such an individual required little more than to ensure cleanliness and execution, leaving no trace behind. Once Lin Yu was dead, who could prove their involvement? Surely, when Zhao Ke learned of Lin Yu's demise, her ire would be directed toward Shuri Feng. Yet both were SS-grade talent awakeners, unable to harm one another. Moreover, according to the rules, any death during a match was deemed unfortunate luck, with no one else to blame. Third uncle, look. Every S-grade talent awakener has fallen. Chapter 44. Lin Yu takes the stage. Brothers, let us strike him. Upon the martial platform, a brawny youth surveyed the audience below with a triumphant expression, his demeanor exuding arrogance. The onlookers, incensed by his hubris, felt their faces flush with anger, yearning to unleash their power and send Shi Yifeng flying. Shi Yifeng laughed raucously. The so-called elite are merely namesakes. Dozens of S-grade awakeners have fallen before me in this battle. They are trash. He spat contemptuously onto the ground, the disdain evident in his gesture, provoking the ire of the crowd. Shi Yifeng, you are far too arrogant. Though I am merely an A-grade awakener, I shall challenge you. Yes. Though I am but a B-grade awakener, I fear not the fight. I shall risk my very being to defend the honor of the elite. Hundreds of voices rose in a cacophony of challenges, merging into a tidal wave that shook the heavens, their fervor momentarily eclipsing the disparity in strength. Shi Yifeng, taken aback, felt a flicker of surprise but quickly reconsidered, realizing this could serve his purpose. His original intent was to eliminate Lin Yu, and under these circumstances, he could deftly maneuver the situation to have Lin Yu ascend the stage to challenge him, thus paving the way for his demise. Ha! Truly, the heavens favor me. I am indeed the child of destiny. He reveled in excitement, a maniacal laugh escaping his lips. Humph, such insignificant beings dare to challenge me. The disdain etched across his face was unmistakable, his sarcasm palpable. The emotions of the crowd below were ignited in an instant. Although they were not particularly gifted, they possessed a sense of dignity, and it was a rare few who could maintain their composure when that dignity was so brazenly trampled. Shi Yifeng, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do not presume that your high talent grants you the liberty to act as you please. Such rampant arrogance will inevitably lead to your demise at the hands of someone stronger. Shi Yifeng chuckled derisively. You are all too weak to warrant my attention. As for my fate, you are not worthy to utter a word. The disdain he exhibited towards the people below was palpable, and the frustration they felt was evident. Though they were not hailed as geniuses, they were the backbone of the human race. When had they ever been subjected to such scorn? However, if you insist on fighting me, I shall oblige. I hereby challenge all A-class awakened individuals from the three highs. Step forth, one by one. Let me enlighten you on the vast chasm that separates us. He held his head high, exuding an imperious demeanor that completely disregarded the others. This provoked a mixture of anger and urgency in the crowd, with one individual unable to restrain himself, leaping forth to shout, I challenge you. No sooner had he ascended the platform than a colossal energy hand struck his face with ferocity, sending him hurtling backwards at an even greater speed than he had arrived. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath growing weak as he clearly suffered severe injuries. Trash. He surveyed the surroundings, his expression one of haughty disdain. Is this the level of the three highs? To boast of defeating me? You are utterly deluded. I suggest you return home to cultivate sweet potatoes instead of wasting food by attending school. The crowd's faces flushed crimson with rage as they pointed at Shi Feng, hurling insults. Shi Feng, your arrogance cannot last long. Once Zhao Ku emerges from seclusion, she will surely crush your insolent head. Furthermore, we have the genius Lin Yu, who, despite not possessing your level of talent, is undeniably a true prodigy. Humph, your pride is fleeting. Soon enough, someone will put you in your place. For fortunes ebb and flow. Though their words were filled with fervor, an undercurrent of uncertainty plagued their hearts. For sure Feng was undeniably formidable. The disparity in talent and combat prowess loomed before them like an insurmountable chasm. Listening to their taunts, Shi Feng scoffed. I wonder if the illustrious Lin Yu, the one who could defeat a teacher, dares to confront me here and extinguish my arrogance. Ha ha ha. His voice was loud, and his laughter boisterous. As his companions joined in mockery, I heard that Lin Yu possesses but a mere A-class talent, and a mere division-type ability at that him? Huh. I wager he will crumble after a single strike. I bet he will be so overwhelmed by my dominating presence that he will kneel and call me big brother. Their laughter pierced the air, yet it was irrefutable. With only an A-class talent, even if Lin Yu were to fortuitously reach the third tier, how could he possibly contend with Shi Feng's SS-class prowess? At that moment, the eyes of the crowd were filled with despair, rage, and humiliation. Yet they felt powerless to resist. This sense of helplessness left them trembling with anger. In a corner, Lin Yu observed the one-sided spectacle, a cold smile gracing his lips. He felt no joy. Who would be pleased to be looked down upon so brazenly? He stepped forward towards the battle stage. Along the way, he silently chanted, Doppelganger. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the temperature to drop several degrees, raising goosebumps on their skin. Boom! In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped a 100-meter radius, nearly dazzling the eyes of the spectators. They looked around, astonished, murmuring amongst themselves. What is this? Why is there suddenly so much white light? I can feel an energy fluctuation. Someone is activating their talent. Could it be Zhao Ku has emerged from her seclusion? Ha ha. I knew she would come. I shall once again behold the visage of my goddess. Wait, this is not Zhao Ku. Look, has someone appeared beside you? What the hell? When did this person appear? This is too bizarre. They all look identical, like clones. The white light appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. And when 100 doppelgangers finally materialized, the light dissipated, leaving the onlookers in shock. It was Lin Yu's doppelganger ability. When had his talent become so formidable? At least dozens of doppelgangers had emerged. Had he undergone a breakthrough? He had grown stronger. He was now challenging Shi Feng. As Lin Yu listened to the astonished murmurs of the crowd, he calmly approached the stage. He raised his head to regard the arrogant Shi Feng. So, you wish to challenge me, do you? Very well, I accept your challenge. His tone was casual, as if addressing a mere passerby, devoid of any hint of reverence or respect. This infuriated Shi Feng, who was accustomed to being revered. Who do you think you are? A mere A-class talent. Daring to speak to me in such a manner? If it weren't for someone wanting your life, you wouldn't even have the chance to lay eyes on me. Huh. Just wait. Before your demise, I shall reveal the truth to you, allowing you to die with your eyes closed. You are Lin Yu, are you? Your strength may be lacking, but your entourage is not to be underestimated. In battle, should I happen to slip, your little life could be snuffed out in an instant. Shi Feng taunted. Lin Yu chuckled. Rest assured, I have purchased ample insurance. Should I perish, I will still collect a handsome sum. But what about you? Have you secured your insurance? If not, I happen to know an insurance broker who is particularly skilled. Allow me to recommend a suitable plan for you. How about this accidental decapitation policy? What do you think? You little sharp-tongued brat. You'll have your moment to weep soon enough. Shi Feng's fury surged, vowing to tear Lin Yu's tongue from his mouth. Lin Yu looked up at him and asked, Are we fighting or not? If not, I shall return home. I have a senior brother to attend to. You're as good as dead. Prepare to face my fist. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent. You are flustered. Lin Yu's main body gradually retreated, gesturing to his doppelgangers. Broth in summary, while some eagerly await the outcome, others regard it with disdain. Yet on the whole, the consensus is that Lin Yu lacks the capability to triumph. Their hope lies merely in Lin Yu managing to endure a few exchanges, sparing them the embarrassment of their esteemed reputation. Meanwhile, within the principal's office, the headmaster gazes, astonished, at the multitude of avatars on the martial stage. Secretary Qian squints his eyes, his curiosity about Lin Yu intensifying. Could it be that Lin Yu's talent has undergone a transformation? Secretary Qian mutters softly. The headmaster, overhearing, snorts derisively. After a month, it is impossible for one's talent to continue evolving. It must be a mutation. Though numerous, they are mere hollow shells. Possessing only a fraction of the original S power, the headmaster is reluctant to acknowledge Lin Yu's talent. Not only because Lin Yu once embarrassed him, but also due to his repeated disdain for Lin Yu. Admitting Lin Yu as a genius would imply his own lack of discernment. However, before he could finish his thoughts, he was struck with a harsh reality. On the performance stage, Lin Yu commands his avatars to attack. 100 avatars, led by 10 prominent ones, converge from all directions to besiege Shi Yifeng. Slightly taken aback, Shi Yifeng dismisses the threat, thinking Lin Yu's mere A-level talent ensures these avatars are weak. Just a bunch of lowly creatures. Watch me shatter them with a single punch. Yet, in the next moment, his hand recoils as if struck by lightning. How painful. The opponent was none other than Avatar 1, inheriting Lin Yu's formidable strength of 150. Its power nearly touching the threshold of the 4th tier, capable of shattering even boulders. Given that Shi Yifeng only possesses early-stage 3rd tier strength, being forced back by an avatar is entirely reasonable. Anger flares within Shi Yifeng. He believes he has underestimated the situation, allowing an avatar to repel him. Shaking his hand, he sneers coldly. It seems this avatar is no mere facade. Very well, I shall reveal my true prowess. Suddenly, a yellowish glow envelopes him, as earth elements coalesce into a stone armor that towers 3 meters high. In his hand, a stone sword radiates a chilling light. This is my adamantine armor, and beneath me lies the power of gravity. My stone sword is sharper than steel. Prepare to receive my strike. He lifts his sword and sweeps it violently through the cluster of avatars. The avatars, seasoned in combat, evade effortlessly despite the interference of gravity. At this moment, Avatar 2 launches a surprise attack from behind. Boom. 10 fiery tendrils infused with heart fire erupt forth. How despicable, a sneak attack. Shi Yifeng, enduring the searing pain of heart fire, thrusts his sword forward. However, Avatar 2 does not flinch, meeting the onslaught head-on with 10 avatars. Observing this scene, Lin Yu shakes his head, remarking, these avatars are still too cautious, treating Shi Yifeng as mere prey. Boom. 10 fists collide with Shi Yifeng, shattering large chunks of rock and revealing the figure hidden within the stone armor. Shi Yifeng is taken aback. What tremendous strength. How is it possible that mere avatars can match him in power? Just how formidable must Lin Yu be in his original form? This cannot be the strength of an A-level awakener. No, it must be an illusion. Gritting his teeth, he channels the earth elements around him, tapping into the power of the ground. A series of yellow elements envelop him, and soon his armor is restored to its former glory. Not to mention his injuries and stamina returning to peak condition. As the son of the earth, standing upon the ground allows for a continuous replenishment of strength and even healing. This is the might of an SS-level talent. Witnessing this, Lin Yu is slightly taken aback and chuckles. You truly are an indomitable cockroach. Haha, brothers, let us all join in and give him a proper welcome. The avatars, receiving their orders, rush in from all directions. 100 avatars besiege a single individual, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Each avatar is no weaker than Shi Yifeng. And throughout the battle, Shi Yifeng finds himself unable to eliminate even one avatar, forced to fend off attacks from all sides. This prompts Lin Yu to shake his head in disappointment. You are too weak, failing to meet my expectations. Lin Yu had anticipated a battle with Shi Yifeng filled with ups and downs, but the overwhelming one-sidedness of the encounter took him by surprise. Enough. Let us conclude this battle. I tire of playing with you. Lin Yu gestures. Unleash the arm of stone. Boom. Yellowish light gathers, and each avatar's right arm is encased in stone, forming a colossal 2-meter-long arm. In an instant, the strength of their arms doubles. The avatars calmly move to strike at Shi Yifeng. Boom. The ground of the martial stage trembles violently, cracking beneath the onslaught. Shi Yifeng, caught in the storm of attacks, finds his armor shattered into dozens of pieces. The immense kinetic energy transfers to the ground, creating a deep crater. Avatar 1, cold as ice, stretches out the arm of stone and seizes Shi Yifeng by the neck, lifting him into the air. Deprived of contact with the earth, Shi Yifeng's vitality begins to wane. Lin Yu approaches with a smile. Below, the spectators are left in stunned silence. Each one rubs their eyes, unable to believe the scene before them. No way. Did Lin Yu win? Am I dreaming? Unbelievable. Lin Yu has actually triumphed over Shi Yifeng, and his avatars possess such strength? Wow, so impressive. From this moment on, Lin Yu is my idol. Shock, disbelief, and astonishment intertwine within the hearts of the crowd, leaving them speechless. So powerful. The original form did not even engage, nor did it employ that formidable fusion skill, yet he effortlessly defeated Shi Yifeng. The encounter felt as though he were battling an ordinary person rather than an SS-level awakener. Incredible. Among the crowd, Luan watches Lin Yu's remarkable display, the shock lingering in his heart. A month prior, he had sought to recruit Lin Yu. Yet now Lin Yu has ascended to the status of an esteemed genius. As for him, he remains as he was, unnoticed by his family, endlessly striving with little to show for it. Drifting aimlessly through life, he wonders when it will ever end. Feng Xiaoyu gazes adoringly at Lin Yu. Though it has been over 10 days since they last met, She remembers his help vividly. Alas, her sister's leg has missed the optimal window for treatment and cannot be healed. Nevertheless, her gratitude towards Lin Yu remains, a mingling of appreciation and admiration that fills her with excitement. The headmaster, too, is left dazed. After a long pause, he lights a cigarette and sighs. Secretary Qian. Have I grown old? Secretary Qian muses. You not only appear aged, but also somewhat muddled. Only now do you realize? Yet he replies aloud. Headmaster, you are not old. You simply viewed a genius through the lens of the ordinary, which is not your fault, but rather the fault of the common perspective. The headmaster chuckles. Well said. Prepare. We shall soon meet with Lin Yu. Secretary Qian's lips twitch slightly. The headmaster truly changes his mind faster than one can turn a page. Meanwhile, atop another building, Li Yuan drops his food with a clatter. The young master of the Li family stands frozen in place. No way. His lips move, his pupils narrowing. Absolutely impossible. There must be some mistake. Yes, a mistake. Chapter 46. Sudden turn of events. New form of Xuanwu. On the martial stage, a colossal arm, encrusted with rugged stones, clutched the neck of a robust youth, lifting him effortlessly into the air while he flailed his legs in vain. This scene appeared frozen in time, indelibly etched in the minds of onlookers. The stone-clad arm, a manifestation of earth elemental prowess, held the son of the earth suspended, a bitter irony indeed. Lin Yu gazed at him with a sorrowful expression and remarked, You, so feeble, should refrain from such arrogance. The sardonic tone nearly sent Shi Yifeng into a fit of rage. Despite his desperate struggles, Shi Yifeng's efforts were futile against Lin Yu's S-rank doppelganger, a being who had undergone 2 additional metamorphoses beyond the norm. In truth, his innate talent had long surpassed the SS rank, coupled with his secondary talent, life absorption, which enabled him to devour numerous ferocious beasts. His combat prowess was significantly heightened compared to his peers. Ultimately, the doppelganger inherited a combat strength of 150, eclipsing Shi Yifeng's capabilities. When the disparity in strength becomes so vast, even the most elaborate techniques become mere facades, easily shattered. This was precisely the predicament Shi Yifeng found himself in. He felt stifled, as he had been decisively defeated without fully unleashing his power, leaving him thoroughly vexed. Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. I initially intended to wait for Zhao Ke to emerge from her seclusion to teach you a lesson. But your arrival was so swift that I must take matters into my own hands. Lin Yu's demeanor was somewhat mischievous, infuriating Shi Yifeng even further. He struggled against the grip, but with his power diminished by the loss of contact with the ground, he was no longer a match for Lin Yu. Under the might of the stone arm, he was rendered utterly powerless. The emotions of Shi Yifeng's subordinates oscillated dramatically, starting from arrogance and pride to a profound sense of despair. It was utterly unreasonable. How could he have lost? Was Shi Yifeng truly so inept? Yet, that could not be. Those who had fallen to him were anything but weak. Their feelings were complex, tinged with fear of Lin Yu's potential retribution. Lin Yu scanned the crowd and declared, I anticipated a fierce battle, yet this lad is so pathetically weak, it leaves me quite disappointed. Upon hearing this, the S-rank awakeners who had been bested by Shi Yifeng flushed with embarrassment. Was Shi Yifeng weak? Not in the slightest. At least, they could not best him. Yet, such a formidable individual had succumbed so easily to Lin Yu, who clearly had not exerted his full strength. The mixture of emotions within them was akin to a tumultuous blend of flavors, ultimately coalescing into a resigned sigh. Ah, he is a genius, we cannot compare. Many felt this sentiment arise within them. Others, however, were ablaze with ambition, muttering, I shall take his place. But after uttering such words, uncertainty crept in, prompting a hesitant addition. One day, surely, Lin Yu was not adept at humiliating others. After all, resorting to verbal insults would be beneath him. Instead, he preferred to demean through action. Let us hold him aloft for 3 days and nights, Lin Yu stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shi Yifeng's face flushed crimson as he glared at Lin Yu, appearing as though he wished to devour him whole. Lin Yu burst into laughter. Your impotent fury is utterly amusing. If I were to truly hold you for 3 days and nights, I would tire long before you would. Are you not submitting? Silence speaks volumes. Shi Yifeng, eyes shut tightly, gave the faintest of nods. The gesture was so slight, it was nearly imperceptible. His face turned an even deeper shade of red as he nodded more vigorously. Lin Yu grinned in satisfaction. Such understanding. I shall show mercy and release you. I hope you learn to conduct yourself properly and refrain from bullying those weaker than yourself. Look at me. I do not bully you. Farewell, farewell, farewell. Lin Yu waved to the crowd below, reminiscent of a departing star, eliciting laughter from many. As he turned to descend, his doppelganger dispersed to clear the path for him. With a serene smile, Lin Yu ventured forth, radiating an air of tranquility. To any observer, he would appear as a formidable leader of a faction making an exit. Behind him, Shi Yifeng glared at Lin Yu's retreating figure, expelling a breath of pent-up frustration. I will have your life. He seethed through clenched teeth. He then drew a finely crafted dagger from his pocket, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he pressed a concealed button on the hilt. Suddenly, The dagger shimmered ominously, and with a swift motion, it shot forward, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. The dagger's speed was astonishing, covering the distance of several dozen meters in an instant. Lin Yu, sensing a shift, turned just in time for his doppelgangers to disintegrate around him. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Yu quickly crouched down, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Yet, before he could revel in his narrow escape, the dagger reversed course, hurtling back towards his head. Lin Yu's heart raced. He could barely perceive the dagger's trajectory and thought, what kind of fiend is this? Fusion of origin. Recognizing the peril as his doppelgangers fell, Lin Yu knew he could not remain passive. He immediately activated his source fusion. A radiant light enveloped him, causing his form to expand. Damn it! I can only play the turtle this time. Lin Yu cursed inwardly, manipulating his doppelgangers to merge into a formidable defensive beast form. The dagger incessantly circled and attacked, with doppelgangers falling one after another. Fortunately, this beast form was relatively simple, allowing Lin Yu to complete the fusion swiftly. As the white light dissipated, a scene emerged that left the spectators astounded. A small dagger clanged against the shell of a gigantic tortoise, which towered 30 meters high and stretched 50 meters long, occupying a vast area. Although the creature resembled a tortoise, its tail was serpentine, a fusion of snake and turtle. Lin Yu had transformed into the form of the wuxianovel. While the source fusion lacked divine powers, the form granted him substantial defensive capabilities. The dagger incessantly clanged against the tortoise's shell, producing only a metallic sound, utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu laughed. This tortoise form was not so bad after all, as it at least ensured his survival. The onlookers were taken aback by Lin Yu's fused form, with some gasping in awe and others bubbling with excitement. Look, this is Lin Yu's fusion skill. Last time he fused into a giant Buddha. How did he turn into a tortoise this time? That's the wuxianovel, you dolt. Did you not see the serpent tail? It feels incredibly powerful, but that dagger is so treacherous. It's intent on killing Lin Yu. Thank heavens for his fusion skill, otherwise, he would be in grave danger. Who seeks to kill him? I swear, if I find out, I will dismember them. Everyone scoured the area, determined to uncover the mastermind behind the attack. Lin Yu, meanwhile, subtly raised the serpent head, searching for the source of the assault. After a brief moment, a figure came into view, half reclining on the ground, gripping the hilt of a blade devoid of its body, eyes locked on Lin Yu with malevolent intent. By the heavens, it was this scoundrel who attempted to assassinate me. Lin Yu realized with a jolt. This rogue was audacious. After he had shown mercy, they dared to strike at him. Such a bizarrely powerful weapon could not be solely his. Was there another force lurking behind this? I shall take a moment to conceal myself and observe my surroundings, hoping to uncover the puppet master behind these machinations. The defensive strength of the turtle shell is formidable. Lin Yu only hears the clanging sounds, yet feels no impact whatsoever. As time passes, the speed and power of the little sword diminish, and Lin Yu finally perceives something amiss. He spots a familiar figure atop a nearby building, gazing in his direction. Li Yuan, truly an insidious character, a member of the Li family, and likely the one plotting against me. Damn it, if I get the chance, I must eliminate him. Having identified the mastermind, Lin Yu inwardly resolved, it is time to retaliate. Though the turtle can endure, there is no need for perpetual patience. Moreover, I possess the serpent's attributes. Anyone who strikes the turtle shall inevitably face the repercussions of its retaliatory damage. With the threat looming, I prepare for the impending confrontation. Manipulating the serpent's tail, I gather strength. Boom. The sound of air being split resonates as the serpent's tail, stretching dozens of meters, instantaneously traverses the space and viciously strikes Shi Feng. Chapter 47. Release him if the payment is adequate. A searing pain erupts, and Shi Feng cries out in agony. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu exerts tremendous force, coiling the serpent's tail around Shi Feng's neck, effortlessly lifting him into the air. This scene, though seeming prolonged, transpires in an instant. Onlookers merely observe Lin Yu under attack, hastily shifting to defense, and then swiftly retaliating. Soon after, they hear Shi Feng's wails of despair. Before long, they comprehend the entirety of the situation. Damn, this fellow is truly treacherous. Having clearly lost, he resorts to a sneak attack. This is what one calls being driven by humiliation, with a perspective far too narrow. A despicable and shameless scoundrel. Lin Yu, eliminate him. Yes, eliminate him. At this moment, Shi Feng's face flushed crimson, gasping for breath as he forced a grim smile. Lin Yu, if you have the guts, kill me. You dare not. Ha ha ha. Even if you defeat me, what of it? I am an SS level awakened. My future is exceedingly bright, while you possess merely an A level talent. Even if you momentarily gain the upper hand, it is but fleeting. In the future, you will not even be worthy of carrying my shoes. He laughed with arrogance. And despite his pallor, he steadfastly believed Lin Yu would not dare to harm him, even ridiculing Lin Yu's inferior talent. Confronted with such a person, Lin Yu often sought to silence him. The most effective way to silence him is through death. Thus, his countenance darkened as he raised his head, a hint of a smile appearing as he gazed at him. Heh, if you wish to die, I shall grant your desire. No sooner had the words left his lips than a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had been paused. Let the experience commence. I shall allow you to undergo the entire journey from life to death, suffocating bit by bit. Relish it well, for I wish to see just how resilient your words truly are. Lin Yu's voice pierced Shi Yifeng's ears, sending a chill coursing through him, causing his entire body to tremble. His life had only just begun. He had barely escaped a life of poverty and was on the brink of rising to prominence, living a life above others. He did not wish to die, desperately struggling, yet only tightening the serpent's grip around his neck. The sensation of suffocation surged forth, the agony of not being able to breathe overwhelming him, his vision beginning to blur. Whimpering sounds escaped his lips, drifting through the air, awakening the onlookers from their stupor. They gazed at the once mighty figure, now reduced to a mere dog, at the mercy of another's whim. A chill coursed from their feet to the crown of their heads, each body trembling violently. Lin Yu is truly ruthless. He must not be crossed. Each person silently admonished themselves. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal rapped on the window frame, his expression a portrait of anxiety. This rascal, a competition is one thing, but to kill someone? He had prepared himself mentally, intending to befriend Lin Yu after the competition concluded, yet he never anticipated such a turn of events. In truth, he understood that this could not be blamed on Lin Yu. If someone sought his life, he too would retaliate, and in kind, tenfold. However, should Shi Yifeng of the second high perish at the hands of the third high, regardless of Shi Yifeng's faults, they would still bear responsibility, and he, as principal, would shoulder the greatest blame. After all, when calamity strikes, someone must bear the consequences, and he is undoubtedly the prime candidate for such a role. No, I refuse to shoulder this blame. Let anyone else take it. He shook his head, resolutely denying the burden. Secretary Qian, with her curvaceous figure, approached the principal and said, "Principal, your intervention is essential. At the very least, we cannot allow anyone to die on our campus." Upon hearing this, the principal replied immediately, "You must hurry to the training platform and prevent Lin Yu from doing anything reckless." The secretary paused momentarily and asked, "Won't you go personally, principal?" The principal chuckled wryly. "What if my presence leads to adverse consequences? After all, Lin Yu and I have a bit of a history. You must go quickly." Secretary Qian silently scoffed but nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall proceed at once." On the opposite building, Li Yuan's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. From initial elation and anticipation to subsequent disappointment and despair, and now, back to a sense of hopelessness, all within mere minutes, as though he had traversed years of hardship. "Third uncle, what shall we do now?" Li Yuan exhaled a deep breath, seeking to calm his tumultuous feelings. The third young master of the Li family furrowed his brow. This plan was of his own design, deemed foolproof, yet it had unraveled unexpectedly. He had intended to use a blade to eliminate an enemy, only to find the weapon shattered. This situation had spiraled beyond his control, stirring a deep agitation within him. Though the Li family is powerful, entanglement in the death of an SS-level awakened one would bring dire consequences. One would not escape unscathed. Each SS-level awakened is a beacon of hope for humanity, a representative of future strength. Even those in power dare not extinguish the budding flowers of mankind. However, should death occur in a battle of equal rank, there would not be excessive scrutiny, as it would fall under the umbrella of superiority and skill, no blame to be assigned to others. Yet, if it is discovered that there are machinations behind the scenes, the ramifications could be grave, and he certainly would not evade the law's retribution. What to do? His gaze drifted outside, when suddenly, a figure caught his eye, and upon seeing this person, a smile spread across his face. "Do nothing, simply observe the unfolding events." Li Yuan was taken aback by this response. "But third uncle, look at that woman. Is that not Secretary Qian?" "Indeed, it is her. Could she be here to thwart this situation?" "It is highly likely, for if Shi Yifeng were to perish at the third high, the principal of the third high would become the prime scapegoat. He cannot allow this to transpire here." Hearing this, Li Yuan was overjoyed. Splendid. No matter how powerful Lin Yu may be, he cannot possibly kill Shi Yifeng. The third young master of the Li family chuckled. This world is not solely governed by brute force. Lin Yu is but a reckless fool. Both shared a hearty laugh, feeling a wave of relief wash over them. Secretary Qian finally reached the training arena. Observing the oppressive atmosphere, she called out, "Lin Yu, I am Secretary Qian. May we discuss matters in detail?" Lin Yu, hidden within the protective shell of the Xuanwu turtle, gradually intensified the serpent's grip. At this moment, Shi Yifeng was already seeing stars, his head spinning. With just a little more time, Shi Yifeng would undoubtedly meet his demise. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief. Damn, what took her so long? Lin Yu mused inwardly. He feared not the act of killing, but he was unwilling to engage in mindless slaughter. He was no hot-blooded protagonist. Why engage in senseless murder? There are myriad ways to take a life. Should one desire to eliminate Shi Yifeng, a more clandestine method would certainly be favored, as there exists no necessity to commit such an act in plain view of the public. Now that those intent on halting him have arrived, it perfectly aligns with Lin Yu's scheme, as he plans to feign compliance. This individual has threatened my life on multiple occasions, a matter not to be trifled with. Lin Yu resolutely declines, prompting Secretary Qian to urgently inquire, what will it take for you to release him? The possibility of release is non-existent. Lin Yu reiterates with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Secretary Qian stomps her foot in frustration, causing her chest to heave, which captures Lin Yu's attention momentarily. Nevertheless, being a man of virtue, he swiftly diverts his gaze, internally lamenting, this girl is truly unyielding. Why not propose terms yourself? Lin Yu, we are all aware of Shi Yifeng's transgressions, yet I implore you to entrust us with this matter. Do not embroil yourself in further complications. This is for the greater good of the school, and for your own benefit. Secretary Qian begins her earnest plea. Lin Yu internally scoffs. Such grandiloquent reasoning is universally understood. Do you really think I need your instruction? Sighing, he resolves to provide her with a nudge in the right direction. Stealthily, he conjures a doppelganger, hidden at a distance, and instructs it to shout, Lin Yu, let us negotiate earnestly. Our school possesses abundant resources. Release Shi Yifeng, and we shall offer you any sum you desire. The proclamation ignites the students of the second high school, who echo, yes, do not act impulsively. Any amount will suffice, provided you do not harm anyone. Secretary Qian, regaining her composure, adds, Lin Yu, if you release him, the school will compensate you. And we will personally negotiate with the leadership of the second high school to ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. The doppelganger clandestinely calls out, Lin Yu, do not be rash. I believe Secretary Qian can secure at least 50 million star coins in compensation for you. We must trust her. Desperate to save the situation, Secretary Qian hastily agrees. As a representative of the principal, I assure you that this matter will be resolved, and should it not, the principal will personally cover the costs. I do not believe your words. Lin Yu bellows. Growing frantic, Secretary Qian insists, I would never deceive you. The doppelganger immediately interjects, Lin Yu, you must trust Secretary Qian. She would not lead you astray. Secretary Qian, quickly contact your principal to secure a personal guarantee. Awakening to the urgency of the situation, Secretary Qian casts a grateful glance toward the doppelganger and swiftly initiates a video call with the principal. The connection is established, and upon learning of the guarantee he is expected to provide, the principal is filled with reluctance but ultimately consents, realizing that failure to do so could result in Shi Yifeng's demise. I assure you, I will secure at least 50 million in compensation for Lin Yu, and we will ensure the second high school provides a satisfactory resolution, the principal affirms. We must also impose a deadline, 1 month. Lin Yu interjects. I guarantee that within 1 month, at least 50 million will be procured for Lin Yu, and a satisfactory resolution from the second high school will be assured. The principal confirms. Lin Yu further insists, if the deadline passes without resolution, you will personally bear the costs. The principal's lips twitch in dismay. Yet the pressure of the situation compels him to comply. Regarding the resolution, Lin Yu expresses indifference, but the financial compensation remains crucial. Upon receiving this assurance, he decides to relent. After a moment of silence, he sighs. It is often said that heaven shows mercy to the living. In ancient times, the Buddha sacrificed flesh to feed an eagle, embodying compassion. Today, I, Lin Yu, will overlook past grievances and allow the mouse to return to the mountains. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. With that, he releases his grip. Chapter 48. The senior brother is hungry, urging Lin Yu to return home to cook. Shi Yifeng, having narrowly escaped death, kneels on the ground, coughing violently. In this moment, all grievances, all grudges, and all notions of glory pale in comparison to the profound relief of life after death. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, a madman's laughter. Ha, ha. Then, he stumbles towards the exit, his silhouette imbued with a sense of desolation and solitude. What has happened to him? Has he lost his sanity? Such a pity. What is there to lament? Have you not endured enough torment at his hands? This man, once in power, turns his back. I have heard from friends at the second high school that he is particularly tyrannical there, openly demanding protection fees, and those who refuse are met with violence. Truly a villain. It is no wonder he resorted to ambush after losing a duel. He is not a good person. Yet Lin Yu is different. He is handsome and possesses a gentle demeanor. Although somewhat aloof, at least he does not bully others. At this moment, Lin Yu has dispelled his combined form and stands before the alluring Secretary Qian. He has long heard of her reputation, known to be the principal's relative, though the exact nature of their kinship remains a subject of speculation. Due to her voluptuous beauty, many boys view her as the epitome of their dreams. As the saying goes, the topics of discussion among men rarely stray from the subject of women, and for the boys of the third high school, that subject is invariably Secretary Qian. This is the first time Lin Yu finds himself so close to her, observing Secretary Qian. He notes her skin is as smooth as cream, her features exquisite, and her figure perfectly proportioned, embodying the essence of a mature woman. Truly, not a single aspect of her is lacking in allure. Lin Yu gazes at her with an enamored expression, eliciting a sense of pride in Secretary Qian. No matter how formidable you may be, you ultimately succumb to my beauty. However, The next comment she hears instantly ignites her embarrassment and anger. Secretary Qian, I have heard you are already 27 years old. Why remain unmarried? Shall I introduce someone to you? At the sound of his words, Secretary Qian's expression shifts perceptibly. What business is it of yours? I merely inquired. Why such a fierce reaction? Lin Yu protests, feeling unjustly accused of curiosity. Secretary Qian's chest heaves with indignation. But recalling that Lin Yu is merely a recently minted adult, she decides it is not worth her ire. After all, his youth renders him oblivious to the complexities of a woman's heart. Lin Yu pouts and states, Secretary Qian, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. My senior brother is waiting at home. He hasn't uttered a word since leaving, and I wonder what he is doing now. Surely he must be awake by now, as the sun is already high in the sky. Secretary Qian interjects, do not be in such a hurry to depart. Has your talent not undergone another transformation? Lin Yu nods, responding, indeed, it is now at S rank. Secretary Qian discreetly acknowledges his advancement, stating, since you have attained S rank, let us assess your level and update your talent information. I will then inform you of the privileges accorded to S rank awakeners. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart races with excitement. The opportunities afforded by his A rank talent had inspired him to develop the skill of creating elemental doppelgangers in the Ling spirit secret realm. Although it is still in the nascent stages of development, it holds significant potential. What, then, might the opportunities of S rank entail? He is filled with anticipation. Will you take me to assess it? Lin Yu inquires. Secretary Qian gently nods. Very well, I shall accompany you. Let us proceed. Navigating the familiar pathways through extensive buildings, Lin Yu arrives once more before the divine altar, placing his hand upon it with practiced ease. A brilliant light erupts, and Lin Yu's consciousness blurs, faintly revealing a jade door that ascends into the clouds. In the next instant, he is jolted back to reality, hearing Secretary Qian's voice. Talent, doppelganger, level, S rank. Your talent level has been confirmed as S rank. Now, I shall inform you of your special privileges, Secretary Qian announces. S rank awakeners are entitled to two major benefits, a reward of 100,000 star coins and a single opportunity to enter the Ling spirit secret realm. Two significant rewards presented themselves before Lin Yu, yet the 100,000 star coins held little value for him. What truly captivated Lin Yu's interest was the opportunity to enter the spirit realm. Curiously, he inquired, is the spirit realm akin to the sensation realm? Secretary Qian nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, but its effects are double that of the sensation realm. However, the spirit realm is quite diminutive, allowing only one individual to enter at a time. Fortunately, all other S-class awakened have already utilized it, so you can choose to enter the spirit realm at any moment. I wish to use it now, Lin Yu declared. Secretary Qian cautioned, do not be so hasty in your decision. You have just fought a battle and should take a day or two to rest. Lin Yu acquiesced with a nod. Although he was not physically fatigued, the myriad tribulations he had faced had worn upon his spirit. Very well, where is the spirit realm? It is located at the Advanced Realm building on the back mountain. Simply go there and request entry permission from the supervising teacher. I understand, Lin Yu replied. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds interrupted him. He noticed a call coming in and, upon glance, saw it was from his senior brother. He answered the call. Where have you been, you rascal? I'm hungry. Hurry back to cook. Forget it. Just tell me where you put the money. I'm going downstairs to buy some food. The voice on the phone was not loud, but it was sufficiently audible for Secretary Qian to overhear. With a sly smile, Secretary Qian squinted, her amusement evident. A sound of laughter that even Lin Yu could perceive. Lin Yu's expression darkened as he retorted, Senior brother, you are the adult here. I am but a child. Why does it seem as though I am the one playing the parent? A prolonged silence ensued from the other end, causing Lin Yu's heart to race as he mused. Could senior brother be upset? After a brief pause, a languid voice finally emerged from the phone. I, your senior brother, possess the stature of an adult but the heart of a child. You must take good care of your senior brother. Do not let him go hungry. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, gaining a deeper understanding of his senior brother's temperament. All right then, I shall return home to prepare a meal for you. Please wait a moment. He then ended the call. Letting out a sigh of exasperation, Lin Yu turned to Secretary Qian and said, my apologies, my senior brother is hungry, and I must return home swiftly. The thought of his senior brother filled him with both amusement and exasperation. Just yesterday, he had been a sage, and today he had transformed into a rather unreliable figure. Alas, I truly have a burdensome fate, having to support my senior brother, he lamented inwardly. After bidding farewell to Secretary Qian, he hurried homeward. Upon arrival, before he even pushed the door open, it swung open of its own accord. In the next instant, a slightly weathered but handsome young man peeked out, scanning Lin Yu's hands with disappointment. Where are the groceries you bought? With a wry smile, Lin Yu replied. My living space is too small to cook. Let us eat out instead. His senior brother's eyes brightened. The food at that tavern last night was quite delightful. Let us return there. Lin Yu could only express his exasperation. Chapter 49. Senior brother, you truly can eat. At the tavern, they found themselves in the same private room, attended by the same server, and greeted with an abundance of dishes. His senior brother, lacking any semblance of decorum, sat at the table, his chopsticks never pausing in their relentless pursuit of food, his mouth glistening with grease as he relished the feast. Before long, the table was cleared of its offerings. Lin Yu, resigned, set down his chopsticks, deciding to wait until his senior brother was satiated before he himself indulged. "Miss, please bring out another table of dishes," his senior brother called out. With a professional smile, the server bowed slightly and replied, "Please wait a moment, sir. I will fetch your dishes right away." She then exited to relay the order. Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch at the ease with which his senior brother commanded the server's attention. Yet he maintained a smile and inquired, "Senior brother, do you consume this much at every meal?" "Indeed, I do," his senior brother replied while dabbing at the grease on the corners of his mouth with a napkin. "Rest assured, this indulgence is merely a city delight. Once I reach the academy, a single spirit food pill will suffice for an entire day without hunger. However, while the flavors are varied, they do lose their charm after excessive consumption. If one is not averse to the hassle, consuming higher-grade beast meat would be preferable, as it is rich in energy and fills one easily. This city of G is rather small, with food of poor quality and insufficient energy, necessitating large quantities to compensate." Understanding dawned upon Lin Yu. However, observing his senior brother's oil-slicked visage, he surmised that the academy's fare likely left much to be desired as well. With a creak, the door opened, and the server re-entered. "Gentlemen, your requested dishes have arrived." Soon, another table of food was laid before them. This time, Lin Yu wasted no time and joined his senior brother in the hearty feast. To his surprise, the flavors were indeed exquisite. As the two dined heartily, the entire city of G buzzed with a singular piece of news. "What? SS-class talent Shi Yifeng was defeated by an A-class awaken from the second high school? Your information is outdated. It has been confirmed that he is currently S-class talent. I heard that this individual has metamorphosed from B-class to S-class in just over a month. Goodness, how impressive. This is what one might call a true prodigy." Among the idle townsfolk, Lin Yu's exploits became the subject of lively discussion. Many of these residents, lacking the courage to venture beyond their comfort zones, led mundane lives, and though their talents were modest, their lives were relatively secure. They admired and envied Lin Yu's genius, yet felt no kinship with him, as Shi Yifeng was a natural-born talent, favored by fate. Conversely, Lin Yu's journey from B-class to S-class talent struck a chord with the citizens of similar or lesser talents, inspiring them with a sense of hope. Many even regarded Lin Yu as an object of admiration. Opinions among the populace varied. Some dismissed him as merely fortunate, yet overall, the sentiment was one of cautious respect. In addition, various factions had placed Lin Yu's information at the forefront of their considerations, even assigning personnel to analyze his character and predict his actions, preparing for potential investments and recruitment. The Lu family, one of the prominent families in G City, operated the Lu Group, which spanned multiple sectors including education, healthcare, and equipment, solidifying its position as the foremost family in G City. At this moment, within the Lu family's conference room, the head of the family, Lu Da, gazed intently at Lin Yu's information, his expression grave. After a lengthy silence, he raised his head to address the others, stating, "Lin Yu, an orphan raised in a welfare institution, left at the age of 15 to rely on government subsidies for survival. Just over a month ago, he awakened with a B-class talent, and this morning, during a provocation from Shi Yifeng of the second high school, Lin Yu turned the tide and effortlessly defeated Shi Yifeng, who possesses SS-class talent." Upon the conclusion of his remarks, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Lu Da inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "A genius, a prodigious genius. To evolve twice within a month, conservatively estimated to possess third-tier combat strength, and to surpass Shi Yifeng, a talent of a higher grade. What does this signify? It is akin to a child defeating an adult in a wrestling match, utterly unfathomable. I demand that you thoroughly investigate Lin Yu's actions, analyze his principles, and then approach him for potential investment and recruitment. Other factions will undoubtedly seek to recruit Lin Yu. I implore you to devise the most formidable plan that allows us to stand out amidst these forces. If he desires wealth, we shall provide it. If he seeks allies, we shall deliver them. Whatever he wishes, we shall strive to fulfill. Such a prodigy must not be offended but rather courted. Do you comprehend?" Lu Da, as the patriarch and chairman of the Lu Group, commands profound respect, and none dare oppose him, a testament to the authority he has cultivated over the years. The numerous Lu family members and executives of the group nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Bai Qianlang, the head of the Bai family, had just taken a sip of wine, momentarily dispelling the solitude and loneliness left by his son's departure. Suddenly, a frail voice pierced through the air. The sound sent shivers down his spine, evoking memories of a tumultuous childhood. "Father, what brings you here? How is your health?" Bai Qianlang gazed at the newcomer, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, sternly entering with a cane, exuding an air of authority. The old man, with a grave expression and devoid of humor, surveyed the dishes on Bai Qianlong's table and scoffed, "If I do not intervene, this Bai family will inevitably be squandered under your stewardship." "Father, what do you mean? Even if I err, you are here to back me up, right? By the way, What brings you to see me? Bai Qianlang spoke cautiously in the presence of his father. In his youth, he had been mischievous and often punished, and now, when faced with his father's wrath, he instinctively trembled, a habit formed from years of fear. Humph, do you know Lin Yu? Are you referring to the charming friend? The one with remarkable abilities? Yes, precisely him. Of course, I know him. He possesses commendable talent and formidable combat prowess. He once saved our Bai family's reputation. And when the Li family attempted to assassinate him, I even rushed to his aid, albeit too late, as the assassins had already perished. But why do you mention him? How long has it been since you last ventured outside? Just yesterday, I indulged a bit too much and have only just awakened. Humph. I must inform you that Lin Yu has just triumphed over the SS class awakened one, Shi Yifeng, of the same realm. It has now been confirmed that Lin Yu is an S-class awakened. What? This is inconceivable. To surpass an opponent of equal standing while transcending the tier of talent is exceedingly rare and astonishing. Furthermore, Lin Yu has undergone 2 transformations in his abilities within a month. This seems implausible. The elder, witnessing his son's astonishment, could not contain his frustration. How many times have I told you that as the head of the family, one must not display emotions overtly? Look at your shocked expression. It is utterly disgraceful. Now, do you comprehend what you must do? Bai Qianling nodded vigorously, saying, I understand. I shall endeavor to recruit him. With our connection to the Bai family, we have a distinct advantage. Humph, then be swift about it. Chapter 50. Lu Huan vows to challenge Lin Yu. Zhao Ku emerges from seclusion to teach a lesson. Today is destined to be extraordinary. From the powerful factions to the common folk, all are engrossed in discussions about Lin Yu. Subsequently, through media embellishment, Lin Yu was elevated to prominence, while Shi Yifeng, who fell to Lin Yu, was trampled underfoot. Shi Yifeng's downfall was his own doing, but what irked Lu Huan of the first tier was that he, too, found himself beneath the heel of another. After all, he had lost to Shi Yifeng. Thus, a hierarchy of disdain emerged. The second tier looked down upon the first, and the third upon the second. Damn it! What have I done to deserve this? Why must I always be the one to suffer? In a dormitory of the first tier, a young man curled up in his bed, filled with resentment. This was Lu Huan, since his defeat at the hands of Shi Yifeng. His life had taken a downward turn. Previously, his classmates regarded him with admiration, but now they began to question his true capabilities. Just days ago, someone had even dared to challenge him. What have I done to provoke this? So what if I lost to Shi Yifeng? We were all awakened at the same level. Losing is not a disgrace. Yet, upon hearing the news of Lin Yu's victory over Shi Yifeng, he became the subject of ridicule. Labeled as the defeated dog of Lin Yu, a term that filled him with indignation. Lin Yu has brought me such misfortune. I must see what sort of person you truly are. Shi Yifeng likely lost due to a mismatch of talents, but I shall not. With a furious kick, he threw off his covers and stormed out towards the third tier. Meanwhile, at Zhao Ku's residence, a strikingly graceful girl, adorned with a gentle smile, opened the door as sunlight bathed her face, illuminating her with a saintly aura. Finally, I have emerged from seclusion. It is regrettable that I did not break through to the fourth tier. The transition from third to fourth is more challenging than I anticipated. I wonder how Lin Yu has fared during my absence. Has he been diligently training? A smile graced Zhao Ku's face at the thought of Lin Yu. I should visit the school. It has been many days since I last attended. Traversing through towering edifices and crossing 2 streets, she arrived at the third tier. Upon entering the school, she immediately discerned a notable change among her peers. Each student radiated joy, walking with heads held high and a noticeable spring in their step. What has transpired? I have only been in seclusion for 5 or 6 days. How has everything changed so drastically? Zhao Ku rubbed her eyes, struggling to believe the scene before her. She stood frozen, uncertain of her next move. Just then, a lean youth approached, visibly incensed. Striding to the center of the crowd and shouting, "Where's Lin Yu? Bring him forth, I wish to challenge him." As his words echoed, a wave of commotion erupted around him. Is he serious? Challenging Lin Yu at this moment? Who does he think he is? Wait. Isn't he the defeated dog of the first tier, Lu Huan? He cannot even best Lin Yu, and yet dares to seek humiliation. Does he truly believe he can defeat Lin Yu? This is nothing short of a joke. Someone from the first tier, you should save yourself the embarrassment and return home. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Lu Huan's chest tightened with anger. Bring Lin Yu out. He dares not face me, does he? Lu Huan ground his teeth in frustration. Had Shi Yifeng emerged victorious, he would have remained inconspicuous. But now that Shi Yifeng had lost, he found himself thrust into the spotlight, crushed beneath the weight of humiliation. This must be avenged. Moreover, even if he were to lose again, what of it? He had already lost to Shi Yifeng. Losing to Lin Yu would worsen his situation. Yet unbeknownst to him, a girl was watching him with a frosty demeanor. Zhao Ku's expression was as cold as ice, and with a crack, she unleashed a tempest of thunder that enveloped her, creating a storm of electricity that rendered her almost divine. If you wish to challenge Lin Yu, first you must defeat me, Zhao Ku declared, pointing at Lu Huan with authority. As Zhao Ku made her presence known, the crowd quickly recognized her, erupting in exclamations. Zhao Ku has emerged from seclusion. Zhao Ku. Teach him a lesson. Show him your strength. How dare he think he can challenge Lin Yu? This is utterly laughable. Yes, don't hold back. Let him understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Strike him until he leaves in disgrace. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Zhao Ku remained stoic, her icy demeanor unwavering. While Lu Huan's fury reached a boiling point, he yearned to unleash his wrath upon those who mocked him. Fine, Lin Yu may not be here, but I shall take you on. Once I defeat you, I will challenge Lin Yu, and I will show you all that I am not the weakest, Lu Huan declared. Zhao Ku furrowed her brow upon hearing the words. What on earth has transpired in these recent days? Never mind, she thought. It would be futile to dwell on it now. This individual seeks to challenge Lin Yu, but given Lin Yu's prodigious talent, she firmly believed Lin Yu to be no match for him. Therefore, she resolved to decisively defeat Lu Huan, ensuring Lin Yu's safety. Let the battle commence. The confrontation between the two unfolded casually on the school playground, encircled by an eager throng, each person transfixed by the duel between two SS-level awakened beings, a spectacle rarely witnessed. At that moment, Zhao Ku was eager to see Lin Yu, prompting her to pursue a swift resolution. She raised her right hand, unleashing a tempest of lightning that coalesced into a black vortex. With a calm demeanor, she proclaimed, during my recent seclusion, I not only ascended to the 3rd tier, but also comprehended a new skill, aptly named Thunder Black Hole. Boom. As the Thunder Black Hole materialized, it voraciously absorbed the ambient lightning elements, conjuring a tempest of electric fury around them, with countless bolts of lightning dancing and intertwining in a breathtaking display. Opposite her, Lu Huan refused to be outdone. My talent is Dragon Flame Armament. After my defeat to Shuri Feng, I immersed myself in study and have since mastered a new skill. He was enveloped in dragon-shaped armor, flames coalescing in his grasp, gradually solidifying into the form of a Western dragon. This technique is called Dragon's Descent. The dragon grew ever larger, and soon Lu Huan held its tail, the colossal creature extending over 30 meters into the air. Its body wreathed in flames that morphed into magma as it surged towards Zhao Ku. In response, Zhao Ku hurled her Thunder Black Hole into the fray. Boom! The collision of the Thunder Black Hole and Dragon's Descent erupted like a volcanic explosion, flames erupting in all directions, transforming the vicinity into a molten expanse. I shall triumph. Lu Huan bellowed in fervor. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he stood transfixed, for an indistinct figure had materialized before him. This figure towered at least 10 meters high. Its features obscured, rendering it impossible to discern gender or form. It floated silently behind Zhao Ku. Suddenly, it moved, leaning forward. It extended an arm and gently scooped up the Thunder Black Hole, which returned to its grasp as if drawn home. Go, Zhao Ku commanded coolly. With a delicate touch, the figure transformed the Thunder Black Hole into a spear. Then, it gripped the spear and hurled it forward with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. Yet the spear itself was invisible. In the following moment, a chilling scream pierced the air, and only then did the onlookers realize the battle had concluded. Lu Huan clutched his chest, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Zhao Ku. How could you be this powerful? Zhao Ku retracted her ability, casting a cool glance back at him as she departed, leaving behind a parting remark. This is precisely why I was admitted early. While you must adhere to the conventional examination process. Chapter 51, The First External Incarnation. Lu Huan's rage simmered, his psyche and spirit suffering a devastating blow. After all, he was an SS-level awakened, one of the 3 great SS-level prodigies of Jiqing. How could he be reduced to such repeated failures? At least when he battled Shuri Feng. Their strengths had been comparable. Shuri Feng had merely edged out a victory due to his slight advantage in realm. How had he so easily succumbed to Zhao Ku? Without even a chance to retaliate? The absurdity of it left him bewildered and unwilling to accept the reality. Zhao Ku paid no heed to his turmoil. Having triumphed over him, her eyes glinted with indifference as she inquired, why did you challenge Lin Yu? Did Lin Yu provoke you? Unbeknownst to Zhao Ku, who had just emerged from seclusion, Lin Yu had already become a prominent figure in Jiqing. The moment her question was posed, Lu Huan's expression shifted dramatically. Oh, so you 2 desk mates are deliberately attempting to humiliate me. He glared at Zhao Ku, seething with indignation. You 2 are intolerable. With that, he turned and departed. Yet his forlorn silhouette and the quivering of his shoulders suggested he might well have been on the verge of tears. Zhao Ku, perplexed, sought clarification from her classmates. And only then did she grasp the situation. Upon hearing their accounts, she stood momentarily stunned. Lin Yu was indeed formidable, a fact she had long recognized. But she had presumed his strength was solely derived from his realm's superiority, akin to the time during the fiery locust beast tide. However, the realization dawned upon her that Lin Yu had not revealed his full prowess before her, or perhaps he had made further breakthroughs during her days of seclusion. The thought filled her with both shock and joy. With Lin Yu's growth, they could traverse the path of cultivation together. Blushing at this realization, she smiled radiantly and strolled out of the school. As soon as she exited, news of Zhao Ku's effortless victory over Lu Huan spread like wildfire online, generating a buzz among the citizens who relished the escalating tales of their local prodigies. The goddess has emerged, Lu Huan suffers another defeat. At this rate, Lu Huan was swiftly becoming a mere stepping stone for others. Indeed, we cannot compare, but at least we possess resolute knees, unlike certain individuals. The ceaseless debates characteristic of the internet raged on, where every opinion, once voiced, devolved into a mire of hostility or unfounded malice, with participants oblivious to the nuances of truth lurking beneath the surface. This was also the reason Lin Yu seldom engaged with the online community or its discussions. At that very moment, Lin Yu and his senior brother had finally indulged in a hearty meal. The two sat on a wooden bench in the park, their stomachs full. Having spent over 10,000 star coins on this feast, Lin Yu glanced at his wallet, only to realize he could barely sustain his senior brother for a month. When would the promised compensation of 50 million arrive? Just then, Lin Yu's wristwatch emitted a series of beeps. Upon opening it, he discovered a call from Zhao Ke, which filled him with delight as he hurriedly answered. Lin Yu, I've emerged from seclusion. Zhao Ke's voice came through, brimming with excitement. Where are you? Allow me to welcome you properly, Lin Yu replied. There's no need. I've heard of your accomplishments. You are truly remarkable now. Keep it up. Why not consider joining the Chaos Element Academy? Before Lin Yu could respond, his languid senior brother sat up straight, addressing the wristwatch. Little sister, Lin Yu is now part of my Supreme Academy. You should abandon this notion. Who are you? Zhao Ke's cool voice echoed from the other end. Upon hearing her voice, as frigid as a winter's gale, the senior brother paused, glancing at the exasperated Lin Yu, suddenly understanding that this girl only displayed warmth toward Lin Yu. Zhao Ke, did Professor Wang send you to persuade me? Lin Yu inquired abruptly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a brief silence ensued before a somewhat aged voice responded. Professor Wang here. Lin Yu, I hope you will reconsider. Before Lin Yu could utter another word, the call ended abruptly, with a sigh of resignation. He was unaware that his senior brother was seething with righteous indignation beside him. How outrageous. This scoundrel remains undeterred, daring to vie for my disciple. Junior brother, I shall step out for a moment. I will return shortly. Senior brother, do not act impulsively. However, before Lin Yu could finish, his senior brother had already dashed off, his speed akin to instantaneous teleportation, leaving Lin Yu rooted in place. Such swiftness. Only Lin Yu remained in the spot. He sighed and sat in a daze. After a considerable time, he exhaled deeply. Forget it. I shall not concern myself with this matter. My senior brother is a person of discernment. Oh, I still possess an external incarnation. Should I manifest it now? When Lin Yu's talent ascended to the S rank, he became capable of creating a permanent doppelganger with an independent persona. However, he had yet to finalize his decision, thus it remained unactualized. Moreover, the multitude of events that transpired from last night to today left him no time to ponder. Now, with tranquility finally enveloping him, he began to contemplate the matter of his external incarnation. System, if the external incarnation slays monsters, will I receive upgrade points? Indeed. Distance is disregarded? Affirmative, host. Lin Yu was overjoyed and exclaimed, then let the external incarnation hunt beyond the city, while I recline and gain upgrade points. After all, if the external incarnation perishes, I can always create another. In that moment, Lin Yu grasped the terrifying potential of his incarnation ability. If he could manifest 1,000 or 10,000 external incarnations, it would indeed be a life of effortless existence. The true highlight of this talent lies in the permanent doppelganger, essentially splitting his life into two, akin to acquiring an extraordinary advantage. An incarnation that disregards distance, possesses an independent persona, and remains utterly loyal is far more reliable than any subordinate. With his eyes gently closed, Lin Yu communicated with his innate ability. Utilize the external incarnation, he silently intoned. In the next moment, a cocoon of light enveloped Lin Yu, as the energy within him began to surge wildly outward, merging into the luminescent cocoon. Not only that, but his mental energy swiftly depleted as well, all flowing into the cocoon. As if that were insufficient, his life energy commenced its consumption, entirely absorbed by the glowing chrysalis. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu had undergone a complete transformation. His cheeks were sunken, his form emaciated, his hair brittle, and his eyes devoid of spirit. At this moment, he felt utterly exhausted, both hungry and fatigued, his vision flickering, as if his body could collapse at any instant. In this state, no one would believe this was the physique of an 18-year-old youth. They would sooner believe it belonged to an octogenarian, for he was woefully frail. Lin Yu was now exceedingly weary and famished. He fumbled to open his wristwatch, intending to call Zhao Ke, but his feeble limbs lacked the strength. Just then, an arm extended towards him, offering support. Is that you, my true self? Indeed, I am your external incarnation. Assist me in returning home. Certainly. Upon returning home, Lin Yu slumped onto the sofa and instructed his doppelganger to procure food. As the sustenance arrived, he began to devour it with great fervor. Each morsel was rapidly digested, as if his body were a parched land eagerly absorbing water. With each bite, Lin Yu's physique began to rejuvenate, his once gaunt form gradually becoming plump, his sunken cheeks filling out, and his eyes regaining their former brilliance. Half an hour later, he ceased his consumption. At this point, he had returned to his original appearance. albeit slightly fatigued, as eating too is a physical endeavor. Meanwhile, his external incarnation remained steadfast by his side, continuously procuring food and offering him water. It was then that Lin Yu found the time to observe his external incarnation. He noted that they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Yet Lin Yu discerned a difference in their gazes. His own eyes reflected a reserved, composed caution, while the incarnation's eyes sparkled with vivacity and curiosity. If Lin Yu exuded maturity, then his external incarnation radiated youthful exuberance, a stark contrast between the two. This is quite advantageous. If my external incarnation possessed only a single life, I might find his temperament irksome, as it could easily lead to trouble. However, given that he can resurrect, this personality is rather favorable. My surroundings have been too stagnant and could benefit from a lively element, Lin Yu mused. Lin Yu could sense the presence of his external incarnation and exert control over its life and death, a sensation akin to directing a mere shadow. Yet, while the doppelganger was like a blank canvas, easily manipulable, the external incarnation possessed an independent persona. Thus Lin Yu's control was occasionally impeded by its emotions. Nevertheless, a mere thought could cause the external incarnation to vanish, and this ability disregarded distance, providing him with peace of mind, as he need not worry about it being usurped in the future. Do you have a name? Lin Yu inquired, gazing at him. Chapter 52. The name of the external incarnation, Senior Brother's battle against Professor Wong. The external incarnation harbored an independent persona, its physical structure intertwined with Lin Yu's energy, spirit, and life force, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a real human. It possessed a soul and its own thoughts, aside from its close connection to Lin Yu. It was a complete individual. Lin Yu had no intention of treating the external incarnation as a mere tool. Hence, it must bear a name, a reflection of its independent identity. Furthermore, Lin Yu intended for it to choose its own name. This was also a small test for Lin Yu, as he wished to gauge the personality of his external incarnation, and a name often encapsulates one's character. After pondering for a moment, the external incarnation's eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a radiant smile that showcased 2 rows of pearly teeth. I shall be called Lin Fan. What do you think, true self? The name, upon hearing it, seemed to resonate with a sense of protagonist. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but he was soon enchanted by the incarnation's innocent smile and replied, very well. You shall be named Lin Fan. However, your character suits a light-hearted novel's protagonist. In this world, such a demeanor could lead to numerous untimely demises. Lin Fan placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, striking a pose reminiscent of his sunny youth, as if basking in sunlight. But you are here, true self. I fear not death. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Lin Yu felt considerably lighter, akin to having gained a younger brother. From now on, when others are present, refer to me as elder brother, Lin Yu proclaimed. If anyone inquires about your origins, tell them you are my long-lost twin brother. Understood, true self. You are the elder brother. And I shall have a 3rd brother, a 4th brother, a 5th brother, endless siblings. Lin Fan replied eagerly. That is good to hear. Yet, I currently lack any form of identification, Lin Yu remarked, suddenly realizing the predicament. Strictly speaking, Lin Fan was now an independent life form, yet he remained an undocumented entity. Without an identity card, he could not enter or exit the city. In that moment, Lin Yu mused that while technological advancements were remarkable, they also rendered information excessively transparent. I will devise a plan for this matter. I intend to arrange for you to hunt outside the city. What do you think? Lin Yu posed the question in a tone of consultation rather than issuing a command. Understanding Lin Yu's intention, Lin Fan replied with a smile, true self. I comprehend your thoughts, but I do not wish to spend all my time battling monsters. It is far too monotonous. I yearn to learn a craft, open a shop, and lead a leisurely life as a shopkeeper. Lin Yu shook his head and said, I shall assist you in fulfilling that dream, but for now, we are still too weak. We must first endure these trying times before pursuing our desires. Wouldn't you agree? You have successfully persuaded me, true self. When shall I venture outside the city to hunt? Lin Fan contemplated before consenting, as his external incarnation would always prioritize Lin Yu's interests above all. Time is of the essence. We shall depart today, Lin Yu declared. But how can I leave without an identity card? Once senior brother returns, I will borrow his black card. We shall venture out tonight. Agreed. Having made their arrangements, Lin Yu, noticing that senior brother had yet to return, felt a twinge of concern and opened his wristwatch, intending to make an inquiry. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars reverberated through the sky, a sound so deafening that the windows trembled in response. What could it be? Was it thunder or an earthquake? Damn it, who could be so malicious? If I end up impotent because of this, I will not let it go. The police have been notified. It has been confirmed that illicit activities are occurring here. Kid, brace yourself for arrest. Look outside the city. There is quite a commotion. Inside his house, Lin Yu could hear the cacophony outside, as the crowd buzzed with excitement. But ultimately, their attention was drawn to the disturbances beyond the city walls. Lin Yu hurriedly opened the window to gaze outside, where a fierce battle was unfolding. 2 figures soared through the sky, their punches and kicks imbued with immense power. The air around them rippling as the residual energy reverberated against the protective shield above G-City, the very cause of the earlier tremors felt within. The security personnel inside the city were in a flurry, drenched in sweat. Quickly, maintain order. Which two esteemed individuals have decided to engage in combat, so close to the city? Can't you fight a little further away? Hurry and find cover. Let us hope the city's protective barrier can withstand this. The battle outside shook the very fabric of the air. At that moment, Lin Yu, filled with curiosity, saw the two figures clearly, and upon recognizing one of them, he was instantly taken aback. It was his elder brother, and the one being overpowered appeared to be Professor Wong. In that instant, Lin Yu finally comprehended the reason for his elder brother's hasty departure. Suddenly, his elder brother's voice boomed, resonating like a great bell, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. Wong dog, let me reiterate, Lin Yu has joined my Supreme Academy. If you dare to undermine me again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. At that moment, his elder brother bore hundreds of swords, each radiating a silvery glow, ready to unleash a torrent of blades at his command, sealing the heavens and earth. Previously, he had masqueraded as his master, the sword god, scaring off Professor Wong. Upon learning the truth, Professor Wong was consumed with fury, feeling humiliated by his retreat that day, which spurred him to incite Zhao Ku to recruit Lin Yu. When Zhao Ku discovered that Lin Yu could enter the Chaotic Element Academy, he was elated, oblivious to the ramifications, eagerly questioning Lin Yu. Yet, he never anticipated that Lin Yu would be with his elder brother, and that his elder brother would overhear. Having traversed through 40 cities, his elder brother finally encountered a talented youth willing to join the Supreme Academy, only to have someone attempt to poach him. The indignation was palpable, leading to the earlier spectacle. As the two titans clashed, the entire city trembled in fear. The city lord gazed at the two figures in the sky, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Please, finish your fight quickly and depart. My little city cannot withstand such turmoil. The principals of various high schools looked on with expressions of longing. G-City, being a remote town, had its strongest individuals at only level 6. While level 7 was their aspiration, the first step towards breaking free from gravitational constraints. This step had halted countless talents, with many S-rank awakeners among them. At that moment, the two combatants in the sky were undeniably powerful beings above level 7. With such strength battling nearby, how could the citizens not be apprehensive? As the populace heard Lin Yu's name, they fell silent. In the few days since Lin Yu had arrived in G-City, his popularity rivaled that of a major celebrity. Simultaneously, the name of the Supreme Academy reached their ears. Lin Yu had joined the Supreme Academy. What kind of place was that? I just looked it up. It was once the foremost academy, but after guarding the abyss, many students and teachers had perished or withdrawn, leaving only 2 behind. Lin Yu dares to venture to the abyss? He must have no fear of death. Talents relish challenges that ordinary folk cannot comprehend. Look, the battle is about to conclude. The crowd turned their gazes, witnessing Professor Wong clutching his chest, plummeting from the sky, a spurt of blood escaping his lips, leaving a crimson trail in the air. Chapter 53. Gifts from all, accepted without hesitation. The battle had detonated like a bomb in the stagnant waters of G-City, awakening all the influential figures. With the conclusion of the fight, Lin Yu's elder brother emerged victorious. Professor Wong, consumed by shame and anger, felt a sense of bitterness at being bested by someone younger, despite his greater age and experience. However, upon reflecting that his opponent was the direct disciple of the legendary sword god Li Qinglian, he begrudgingly accepted his defeat. Who among the human race does not know of Li Qinglian? He is a living legend, having evolved from a mere B-rank talent to an SS rank. His combat prowess unrivaled among humanity, guarding the abyss and making extraordinary contributions. Thus, it was only natural that his disciple would triumph over him. Coming to terms with this, he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I admit my inferiority. I assure you, I will no longer attempt to recruit Lin Yu. Farewell. With that, he took flight like a wild goose, disappearing from sight in an instant. Lin Yu's elder brother sheathed his sword and took a hearty swig from his gourd, his peripheral vision catching sight of several furtive figures. You wish to drink? He tilted his head towards the moon, the wind tousling his hair as the moonlight illuminated him, exuding an aura of grandeur. The newcomers were none other than the city lord, heads of various families, and school principals, who had come to forge connections. The city lord, being the highest authority present, respectfully stated, No, we merely wish to inquire if there is anything we can assist you with in preparation. Lin Yu's elder brother pointed towards the heavens, speaking cryptically. How about you pluck the bright moon from the sky for me? Huh. The crowd was taken aback, momentarily perplexed. In the next instant, Lin Yu's elder brother had vanished from their sight. What did that mean? Clearly, he did not wish to engage with them. Moreover, his refusal to accept their gifts might indicate his disdain for their offerings. I think he simply does not want us to disturb him, and of course, it serves as a warning. Sigh. Never mind. The temperament of the strong can be quite peculiar. Let us tread carefully and avoid provoking him, understood? After all, he is a disciple of the sword god. Who would dare offend him? As for Lin Yu, the crowd turned their gaze towards the head of the Li family, whose expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling slightly as he exclaimed, "It is all the fault of my rebellious son. I will ensure he seeks forgiveness from Lin Yu." The head of the Liu family chuckled. Now that a rift has formed, how could it be so easily forgiven? The head of the Li family gritted his teeth, declaring, "I am willing to offer 1/3 of my family's wealth to Lin Yu." 1/3 of his family's fortune was an astronomical sum. The city lord nodded in approval. "Well, since you have such intentions, prepare it promptly, lest you anger that esteemed individual." "Yes," the head of the Li family agreed. Suddenly, the city lord recalled something and turned to the principal of the second high school. "I remember you owe Lin Yu 50 million star coins. Have you settled that?" The principal of the second high school forced a wry smile. He had unwittingly signed that amount, and it was entirely due to Shi Yifeng's folly. Why should he, as the principal, bear the burden? Yet, in the face of Lin Yu's formidable backing, he had no choice but to endure. "I will return and pay him immediately." Without delay, the principal of the second high school gritted his teeth. The city lord nodded in satisfaction. "Your willingness is commendable." The crowd internally scoffed. Realizing they lacked such willingness, they were merely compelled by circumstance. "All right, disperse." The crowd began to scatter. The senior brother triumphed over Professor Wang, but it left him quite fatigued. Upon returning to Lin Yu's residence, he collapsed onto the sofa and began to sip on some liquor, causing a few drops to spill onto the fabric, which prompted Lin Fan to exclaim loudly, "I say, senior brother, your drinking lacks decorum. You resemble a drunken man more than a deity of wine," Lin Fan remarked. It was only then that the senior brother noticed Tu Lin Yes in the room and inquired, "Who is he?" Before Lin Yu could respond, Lin Fan interjected, "I am his fraternal twin brother, Lin Fan." Upon hearing that he was Lin Fan's brother, the senior brother's interest waned, and he resumed drinking. Lin Yu, feeling exasperated, said, "Lin Fan, go buy some snacks. Senior brother, you cannot drink without food." "Very well, I shall heed your words." "Lin Fan, hurry along and fetch some provisions," the senior brother urged. Lin Fan grumbled as he descended the stairs to buy food, leaving only Lin Yu and the senior brother in the room. Once Lin Fan departed, the senior brother suddenly became serious and said, "I just engaged in a fierce battle with Professor Wang, showcasing my prowess. The various factions in Jiqing will likely seek to befriend you. How do you intend to proceed?" The multitude of factions in Jiqing was considerable. While Lin Yu did not wish to refuse their advances, as more friends could lead to more opportunities, he was concerned that this would consume a significant amount of his time and impede his cultivation. Furthermore, notoriety often brings trouble, which may not necessarily be a boon. "I do not wish to meet them." Lin Yu shook his head, stating, "For now, my sole focus is on enhancing my strength. I will endeavor to avoid these trivial matters. Give me a day, and I shall manage it." The senior brother, upon hearing this, silently nodded before shaking his head and saying, "Actually, I have a suggestion for you. Would you be willing to listen?" "Speak freely, senior brother. These individuals who come to befriend you will undoubtedly bring gifts. What I mean is, you should accept them all without refusal." "Huh, do not be alarmed. They merely seek peace of mind. By accepting their gifts, you will also have some funds to acquire things you desire, which can enhance your strength." "I see. So it's a matter of keeping them in suspense." "Do not phrase it so cynically. We are merely rationally increasing our income." "Indeed, senior brother, you speak wisely." At that moment, the door creaked open, and Lin Fan entered, balancing a substantial amount of food. "Phew, I am exhausted. What have you been discussing so mysteriously?" The senior brother took the food with a smile and replied, "We are moving to a larger house." Hearing this, Lin Fan was overjoyed, nearly leaping with excitement. "That is wonderful. This house is so small. I fear I might break the ceiling just by stretching my arms." Lin Yu teased, "Do you possess extendable arms? Do you fancy yourself as Luffy?" "Who is Luffy?" the senior brother asked, puzzled. "Just a rubber man I saw in a comic." Lin Yu dismissed. "Now let us eat." While they enjoyed their meal, the atmosphere grew heavy elsewhere. At the Li family estate, the third young master of the Li family and Li Yuan, bare-chested and bound by thorns, with hands restrained, approached Lin Yu's home, their faces etched with indignation. Behind them, the head of the Li family sighed, clutching the asset transfer documents in his hand. The Li family, having existed for over 2 centuries, had never produced any extraordinary talents. Yet it remained a prominent family within Jiqing. Nevertheless, they had provoked the ire of those they should not have, a consequence of the prolonged peace that had lulled the clan into complacency. Today, they could only grit their teeth and sacrifice something in hopes of resolving this enmity. Otherwise, the very existence of the Li family was uncertain, for he understood deeply that rules bind the weak, while the strong can transcend them. Should one truly desire to annihilate the Li family, there are countless methods to do so. Meanwhile, the principal of the second high school had finally persuaded various leaders to allocate school funds, amassing 50 million star coins. Although this decision left the school's finances strained, establishing a good relationship with Lin Yu was deemed necessary. Holding the check for 50 million, he made his way to Lin Yu's residence. Not only he, but also prominent families like the Liu family had prepared lavish gifts and were heading toward Lin Yu's home. Chapter 54, Those with grievances against me, die. Lin Yu's residence was situated in an aged 6-story building. At this moment, outside Lin Yu's door stood a group of people, among whom 2 men, bare-chested and bound by thorns, were particularly striking. Behind them stood numerous dignified elders, clearly not of ordinary standing. This scene was both mesmerizing and bizarre, causing the local residents to wear expressions of confusion. They inhabited the lower strata of Jiqing, and such a spectacle was unprecedented for them. They began to murmur amongst themselves. What are they here for? That old man with the goatee resembles the principal from the first high. Indeed, it is him. Wait. That household appears to belong to Lin Yu, right? Lin Yu, that's him. Many suddenly recalled that this was Lin Yu's home, and upon this realization, they felt a wave of regret wash over them. Each uttered exasperated sighs. Once, a sincere friendship was laid before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only when I reflect do I realize my profound regret. There is no greater sorrow in life. The reason the neighbors were unfamiliar with Lin Yu was simple. He was quite reclusive and rarely spoke with them. Over time, they had come to overlook his presence. Perhaps they would exchange polite greetings if they crossed paths, but that would be the extent of it, often leaving them puzzled about his name. It was only upon witnessing the throng gathered at Lin Yu's door that they realized he was indeed Lin Yu, the one who transformed from a B-grade talent to an S-grade talent, who had defeated the SS-grade genius Shi Yifeng, and was coveted by both the Supreme Academy and the Chaotic Element Academy. In that moment, the hearts of the onlookers were tumultuous. At this juncture, the head of the Li family nervously knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Fan, go open the door, Lin Yu's voice called from within. With a creak, the door opened slightly, revealing Lin Fan's head peeking out. He scanned the crowd before quickly closing the door again. The assembled individuals had just lifted their voices to speak when they were abruptly silenced. Inside, Lin Fan announced. They've arrived. I caught a glimpse, at least a dozen people, some of whom are familiar faces. The senior brother chuckled. Some are fearful, while others wish to befriend you. What are you planning to do? Lin Yu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before suddenly raising his head and declaring, those with grievances against me, die. Those with kindness towards me, reward. Those with no connections or debts to me, befriend. Senior brother, do you understand my meaning? The senior brother shot him a glance, replying, I do not. Lin Fan, utterly bewildered, wondered what sort of riddle these two were speaking. However, he shrugged it off, thinking it was none of his concern, and began to contemplate his future life in the wilderness. The thought of being released into the wild for hunting that evening made him feel as though he would soon face great hardships. Senior brother, I am counting on you. Lin Yu's gaze flickered as he spoke to the senior brother. This time, the senior brother nodded solemnly. Lin Fan, open the door, Lin Yu instructed. With a creak, the door swung open again, and this time it was Lin Yu who stepped outside. He surveyed the crowd, recognizing many familiar faces, but even more unfamiliar ones. Once, these individuals had been those he looked up to. Now they stood smiling and flattering him. At that moment, an elder kicked down 2 men and pointed at them, declaring, during my seclusion, this ungrateful wretch conspired against the young master. Such treachery is utterly unforgivable. Today, I bring them to apologize, and I leave their fate in the young master's hands. Lin Yu lowered his gaze to the 2 individuals before him. One was the 3rd young master of the Li family, a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other was a familiar face, Li Yuan, who had once pursued Zhao Ku and betrayed her to others. Lin Yu had caught a glimpse of them on the day of the martial arts competition. His memory was sharp, and he had etched their appearances into his mind. Have they wronged me? How have they wronged me? Lin Yu observed the head of the Li family with an expression that was both a smirk and a smile. Faced with this inquiry, the Li family patriarch faltered for a moment, but upon seeing Lin Yu's expression, he understood the intent behind it. Unfilial son, do not hesitate to confess the vile deeds you have committed, he scolded fiercely. Hearing this, the 3rd young master of the Li family was filled with rage, his eyes blazing with fury, while Li Yuan trembled, unable to withstand the pressure. With a loud thud, he prostrated himself, exclaiming, I confess. It was all orchestrated by my uncle. Initially, Lin Yu had struck Li Tsong and Li Wu, and my uncle dispatched someone to establish connections in the black market, prompting Li Wu and Li Tsong to issue assassination bounties. Later, when all the assassins met their demise, and with Li Wu and Li Tsong missing, my uncle suspected Lin Yu's involvement. Thus, he commanded me to secretly collude with Shi Yifeng to challenge Lin Yu, intending to kill him accidentally. All of this was orchestrated by my uncle. I was coerced. He wept, his body trembling, yet the expressions of those around him were cold and indifferent, revealing only disdain. At that moment, the 3rd young master of the Li family glared at his nephew with hatred. Suddenly, he dropped the pretense and laughed maniacally, saying, yes, it was I who did it. Go on and kill me. I only regret not having killed you myself. Otherwise, we would not be facing this outcome today. He cackled wildly, causing the patriarch's expression to shift dramatically. He had intended for his son to admit his fault, but this was clearly not an admission. It had only escalated the conflict. The 3rd young master continued to laugh maniacally until he suddenly fell silent, looking down at his chest where a sword had pierced through. Blood began to flow from the left side of his chest. You have wronged me, and I have wronged you in return. Your failure is my success. You ought to accept this, Lin Yu stated expressionlessly as he withdrew the sword. With a thud, the third young master of the Li family coughed up blood. His eyes wide in disbelief as he collapsed, unable to comprehend that Lin Yu had dared to kill him, especially since he had come to admit his faults. Though his demeanor had been somewhat arrogant, he had always possessed such a nature. Why could they not understand and empathize with his arrogance? To draw a sword and kill him was too barbaric. As his last breath faded, the third young master paid the price for his arrogance. Third son. The patriarch of the Li family cried out, his eyes reddened as he gazed at his fallen son in anguish. This scene shocked everyone present. They had assumed that a mere admission of fault, along with some compensation, would suffice to resolve the matter. However, no one could have anticipated Lin Yu's fierce temperament, leading to such a hasty and impulsive act of violence. It seemed all their experiences had failed in the presence of this cold youth, and they began to reevaluate him. Lin Yu sheathed his sword and remarked, his arrogance warranted his demise. It was a path he chose for himself. Have I erred in killing him? Indeed not. Lin Fan stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, my elder brother's actions are justified, for they are rooted in reason. The patriarch of the Li family felt his chest heaving violently, his hand trembling as it hovered near his sword, but the thought of the presence within Lin Yu's residence made him abandon the dangerous notion. The prospect of eliminating Lin Yu was fraught with peril, risking his own life. With age, the fear of death had only intensified, and he was a living testament to that. Lin Yu cast his gaze over the crowd and declared, my second brother speaks truthfully. If someone seeks to harm me, and I do not resist, would I not be deemed a coward? The fault lies with that individual, not with me. I hope you all understand. A person may harbor murderous intent, and one must not blame the tiger for preying on the sheep. The death of the third young master was entirely self-inflicted. What say you, patriarch of the Li family? The patriarch's eyes were filled with tears as he replied, young master Lin speaks the truth. Observing the patriarch's demeanor, Lin Yu erupted into laughter, saying, indeed. Now all of you, kindly set down your gifts and take your leave. He turned and walked into the house, commanding, Lin Fan, close the door. Chapter 55, A Review of Gains. This conclusion caught everyone by surprise. As they stared at the firmly closed door, the patriarch of the Li family felt a tumult of emotions within him, rage towards Lin Yu, self-reproach for his inept parenting, and the profound sorrow of losing a beloved son. He glanced down at Li Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, his teeth clenched in anger. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and with a resounding slap, struck Li Yuan's head. Bang! The immense force of the strike was beyond Li Yuan's capacity to withstand. Before he could even react, his skull was shattered, and he fell lifeless to the ground. This scene elicited a collective sigh from the onlookers. Perhaps Lin Yu had spared Li Yuan knowing he would meet a similar fate. The patriarch felt no joy in having killed Li Yuan. Instead, his sorrow deepened. He bowed slightly towards Lin Yu's door in a gesture of respect, placing a document of asset transfer on the ground before turning to leave. As he exited, the crowd parted to allow him passage. Once he had distanced himself, they began to murmur among themselves. What a pity! Li Yuan was the strongest talent of this generation of the Li family. Such is fate. Once one is gone, everything is lost. Who could have anticipated Lin Yu's temperament? We must be more cautious in the future. We should not abuse our power over others. Let us keep a close watch on our own descendants. Otherwise, we might inadvertently invite calamity upon ourselves. Sighing at the thought of their own wayward offspring, they resolved to return home and implement strict measures, ensuring that such reckless behavior would no longer be tolerated. It had been many years since a talent like Lin Yu had emerged unexpectedly. Over the years, they had grown accustomed to arrogance, once unleashed. Such behavior is difficult to rein in. Now, they dreaded the thought of their spoiled children unwittingly offending someone, thereby bringing disaster upon themselves and their families. With this realization, they grew eager to return home, hastily setting aside their gifts, bowing courteously, and departing. Once they had left, the entire G city would soon be swept into a whirlwind of activity. All the unruly youths were placed under house arrest, commencing months of educational reform. The children of affluent families became quite subdued, and even when encountering individuals of extraordinary demeanor from humble backgrounds, they sought to befriend them, treating beggars on the street with suspicion, wondering if they might be some hidden masters. This transformation puzzled the citizens. How had these once arrogant youths become so courteous? How could those once scorned beggars now be the subject of such scrutiny, being regarded as potential sages? Most astonishingly, the orphans of G City were all adopted by various noble families, leaving the welfare institution completely empty, much to the astonishment of the teachers and directors there. Yet, this was indeed a positive turn of events. They sensed that something significant had transpired in G City, yet remained oblivious to the specifics, leading to a flurry of rumors that were as varied as they were confusing. At this moment, Lin Yu gathered the gifts into the house, most of which comprised checks and asset transfer documents, an impressive collection that cluttered the floor. Lin Fan excitedly sifted through the items, exclaiming, brother, the Li family has shown great sincerity. Look, they have directly donated a third of their assets. Lin Yu wore a faint smile. as the gift presented by the Li family was indeed the most extravagant. As one of the premier families in G City, the Li family's wealth permeated the entire city, and even a third of it amounted to a staggering sum of billions. Wow, this is a check for 50 million. Brother, we are wealthy now, he exclaimed. Additionally, there was a rare fruit of mental energy, which, although it only provided a slight enhancement to one's mental prowess, remained a precious commodity. This sword appears rather antiquated, yet it seems quite sharp, Lin Fan remarked with curiosity, examining each gift, nearly dazzled by the array before him. The senior brother, however, paid no attention to the offerings, continuing to sip from his wine gourd, which, despite its modest size, seemed inexhaustible. Lin Fan leaned closer and inquired, "Senior brother, could this gourd be a spatial artifact?" The senior brother cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Do not disturb my drinking." "Senior brother, this cannot truly be a spatial artifact, can it?" Lin Yu interjected. The senior brother set down the gourd and smiled. "Indeed, it is a spatial treasure, but it can only hold wine. It was a gift from the headmaster long ago." Lin Yu, intrigued, asked, "Senior brother, do you possess any spatial treasures?" "None," came the curt reply. "Really? The headmaster has a spatial ring. A spoils from slaying a 9th-tier otherworldly powerhouse. Do you wish for it? Then first slay a 9th-tier otherworldly being," he added dismissively. "Then I shall forego that. It is beyond my current capabilities." The senior brother shot him a disapproving look, silencing further conversation. Lin Yu gathered the gifts, placing the checks together, totaling 60 million star coins, with plans to exchange them for currency at the bank. As for the other treasures, he intended to consume the edible items immediately, while setting aside those of use and storing the rest for later, earmarking items useful to Zhao Ko. After classifying the treasures, he took the mental energy fruit and consumed it, feeling a slight increase in his mental energy, albeit minimal but nonetheless beneficial. He then picked up an ancient sword inscribed with the characters for 3 lives, thus naming it the 3 Lives Sword, a rather bold claim. Aside from the money, the rest of the items are not particularly valuable. "Once we reach the academy, you will truly discern what constitutes genuine treasures," the senior brother remarked languidly. Lin Fan set aside the items he was holding and asked, "Senior brother, what treasures can we find at the academy? Do enlighten us." The senior brother replied, "You are not even a member of the academy. Would my words be of any use to you?" Lin Fan pouted, adopting a woeful expression. "Senior brother, could you not show a little pity for your younger brother?" "No pity for you. That is mere pretense," the senior brother responded, unfazed. Lin Fan's expression shifted rapidly, his frown morphing into a grin. "Senior brother, how about I join the Supreme Academy?" His words grew increasingly nonsensical. "You, a mere external incarnation, lacking in talent. What place do you have in an academy? Focus on slaying monsters with your true self." Lin Yu interjected to prevent Lin Fan from continuing. "Senior brother, it is time for you to step out for a while." The senior brother, suddenly realizing, chuckled softly and rose. "Very well, I shall visit the Li family." After his departure, Lin Fan, looking aggrieved, lamented, "True self, you are being rather inconsiderate. I am doing this for your benefit. Do you not wish to learn about the Supreme Academy in advance?" Lin Yu tapped his head, asserting, "I do not wish to. Truly not. Indeed. I do not believe you. Believe it or not." Lin Fan huffed. Lin Yu disregarded him, departing for the bank to exchange the checks for digital currency. He spent considerable time accepting the assets gifted by the Li family, which consequently elevated his holdings to several billion. As night fell, a creak announced the opening of the door. "I am back," the senior brother's voice echoed. Chapter 56, The Turn of Events. Under the lamplight, the senior brother took a sip of wine and declared, "The deed is done." Lin Yu exhaled in relief, stating, "I owe you a debt of gratitude, senior brother." The senior brother remained silent, continuing to drink. Observing this, Lin Yu felt a pang of guilt. It was his own matter, yet the senior brother bore the burden, leaving him with a sense of guilt. "Senior brother, I understand." Before he could finish, the senior brother abruptly set the wine gourd on the table. With a resounding crash, the table split in two. Lin Fan gasped, exclaiming, "Oh no, my beloved table, you shattered so terribly." Lin Yu chose to overlook him and asked, "Senior brother, what exactly transpired?" At that moment, the senior brother's face darkened ominously, akin to a thunderstorm brewing, instilling in him a sense of foreboding. Noticing the tense atmosphere between the two, Lin Fan obediently closed his mouth. In Lin Yu's eyes, the senior brother was sometimes like a celestial being descended to earth, other times a mischievous child of the world. This was the first time he had witnessed such fury from him, leaving Lin Yu feeling somewhat apprehensive. The senior brother remained silent, and the tension thickened. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled sharply and gritted his teeth. "The Li family must perish." Those four succinct words seemed to encapsulate all the Li family's transgressions. Lin Yu surmised that something significant had occurred. He had merely requested the senior brother to eliminate the Li family patriarch to preempt future troubles. However, it appeared the senior brother had taken many lives. If he were to eradicate the entire Li family, both young and old, he would find it a daunting task to carry out such a ruthless act. Yet, the current situation seemed to be markedly different. "Senior brother, Please calm your emotions and share what has transpired with the Li family, Lin Yu inquired gently. The senior brother's countenance remained grim, flames of fury igniting in his eyes, his tone calm, but his heart tumultuous. The Li family has colluded with the realm of the undead. Those few words carried staggering implications. On Blue Star, humanity occupied but a minuscule corner, establishing 300 cities that constituted less than 1/10,000th of its territory, not to mention the forces assembled by the various invading otherworldly races. Even the native evolved beasts posed an insurmountable challenge for humanity, leading to countless deaths at the hands of otherworldly beings or savage creatures each year. Over the past 3 centuries, innumerable battles had been fought, deepening the enmity between humans and otherworldly races, particularly with the realm of the undead, ruled by death itself, which harbored the deepest resentment. This realm's undead sought to transform Blue Star into their dominion, creating a fundamental opposition between life and death, a primal hatred that had sparked countless wars throughout the years. Now, with the Li family's treachery against humanity, how could it not incite the senior brother's wrath? He and the Sword God had defended the Wuxianovel, warding off the incursion of otherworldly beings into Blue Star. Yet there were those who dared to collude with the enemy, igniting his fury. The Li family are traitors. Lin Fan's heart raced with shock, akin to tumultuous waves, swiftly replaced by a surge of righteous anger. Such a family must be exterminated. The senior brother should annihilate the Li clan. Lin Yu concurred, but reason dictated caution. He advised, senior brother, for prudence's sake, the matter of extermination should be left to the enforcement department. This is a grave issue, and the Li family is doomed. It is too late. I have already eradicated them. The senior brother replied with an unusually calm tone. The elder brother, preoccupied with his drinking, exhibited a flicker in his gaze, betraying an inner turmoil. As a guardian of the return to the void, he harbored profound sentiments of kinship. Yet the presence of the Slayer clan left him feeling uneasy, prompting him to ponder whether the human race was still worthy of protection. Never mind, he resolved. If matters arise, I shall bear the brunt. Should there be punishment, I shall accept it. His tone remained calm, as if the situation held no weight for him. The elder brother possessed an air of fortitude, as if he had cast aside any fear of life or death. At that moment, he radiated a brilliance that commanded respect. Elder brother, I will not allow you to be captured, Lin Fan declared, his face flushed with determination. Lin Yu suggested, elder brother, if things become dire, you should return to the void. With the dean present, no one would dare to harm you. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the catastrophic repercussions of the massacre, which could potentially reverberate throughout the entire human race. Should malicious individuals spread rumors, any unfavorable remarks against the elder brother could inflict a devastating blow to his reputation. Even if it were eventually revealed that the Li family was culpable, critics would seize the opportunity to argue that the annihilation of a clan should be the concern of law enforcement, not a hero. During this period, the human race exhibited unity, yet this was only in comparison to 3 centuries prior. Regardless of the era, there have always existed petty individuals who, disregarding the truth, assail their enemies, allowing bias to dictate their reasoning and dividing good from evil based on factional lines. The elder brother could easily become a victim of such machinations. These adversaries might stem from the elder brother's foes or from those who oppose the dean. The human race has never known peace. Unity is but a relative concept. As Lin Yu contemplated these matters, tears welled in his eyes. Had he not implored the elder brother to act, none of this would have transpired. Do not blame yourself. I will be fine. The elder brother reassured him. Do not speak of this any longer. Quickly contact the Sword God. He will surely protect you. It is futile. The law enforcement team has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than the door was forcefully flung open. A middle-aged man entered first, with a pale face and an authoritative gaze that exuded an aura of justice. Zhou Yang, he proclaimed, in light of your transgressions, we must temporarily detain you. Please do not resist. The law enforcement team wielded considerable power, operating independently of the local government. They could intervene in any criminal matter, possessing the authority to detain before conducting investigations, a department of immense authority. This time, they had identified Zhou Yang, the Sword God's prized disciple, as the perpetrator behind the Li family's massacre, leaving them in a quandary, to apprehend or not. Ultimately, they sought guidance from their superiors. However, the higher-ups were equally indecisive and escalated the matter further up the chain, until a command was finally issued. Detain him first. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Lin Yu, witnessing the law enforcement team, asserted, the Li family colluded with the realm of the dead. My elder brother is ridding the world of harm. You cannot arrest him. Whether they indeed colluded with the realm of the dead must be thoroughly investigated. For now, we have clear evidence regarding the Li family's annihilation, irrefutable and beyond dispute. Junior brother, do not worry about me. I will not perish. Let them investigate. It will end soon. However, I regret that I will not be able to accompany you during the upcoming month of your high school journey. You must cultivate diligently, and I shall await you at the Supreme Academy. The elder brother spoke with nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by his fate, as he willingly approached to don the handcuffs before departing with a hearty laugh. Watching the departing figures, Lin Yu's heart was tumultuous. "Elder brother," he called out, lifting his head, his lips trembling, "my opportunity." His heart ached with sorrow. Chapter 57. Reactions from all sides. Lin Yu's generosity. The Li family, a prominent clan in Jiqing, was annihilated overnight, triggering a tremendous uproar. Whispers in the streets were rife with speculation. Some claimed a ferocious beast had attacked. Others suggested they had offended a powerful figure, while some even alleged that it was the doing of Lin Fan's elder brother. In any case, the rumors, a blend of truth and falsehood, became less credible, with the townsfolk merely engaging in idle chatter, displaying little concern for the actual truth. The demise of the Li family elicited a sense of relief among many. Indeed, some secretly cursed them for their fate. The impoverished often harbor little sympathy for the wealthy. Even if a rich individual had once aided them, they would still deride them in times of misfortune. Moreover, the Li family, known for their arrogance and poor reputation, found themselves subjected to disdain. It would be considered courteous not to dance on their graves. The Li family's downfall was seen as just retribution for their haughty and tyrannical behavior. Isn't it curious that the Li family, after offering apologies to Lin Yu, was then annihilated? Could it truly be Lin Yu's doing? Unlikely. Lin Yu would not go so far. The consequences would be too severe, and besides, he lacks the capacity for such actions. Let it go. Let's play cards. Meanwhile, various factions received the true information, causing them to sweat and feel anxious. In the Liu family, the patriarch paced restlessly in his chamber, deeply concerned. Quickly investigate whether there are any arrogant descendants among the younger generation. Any such progeny must be brought back to the family for strict discipline. Additionally, do not disturb Lin Yu, nor spread any negative news about him. The Li family's annihilation may have hidden implications, and Lin Yu's backing remains intact. Act swiftly. Elsewhere, Bai Qianlang, the head of the Bai family, paused mid-motion upon reading the intelligence. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "The Li family was actually wiped out just like that?" At that moment, his father approached and remarked, "I received some news from a contact in the enforcement department. It is said that the Li family colluded with the realm of the dead, attempting to resurrect the deceased third young master of the Li family." In a fit of rage, Zhou Yang, the elder brother of the Supreme Academy, discovered this and annihilated them. Bai Qianlang expressed his surprise. What a fierce temperament. The elder patriarch of the Bai family nodded, harboring a deep admiration for Zhou Yang. Such a relentless character, who loathes evil, is something every young person has experienced. Yet as one ages, one often becomes more circumspect, conducting affairs based on self-interest rather than principle. Indeed, much like the temperament of the sword god in his youth, it is a pity that he has fallen into the hands of the law enforcement team. Whether they will handle the matter impartially remains uncertain. The elder patriarch sighed, recognizing the immense power wielded by the enforcement team, whose internal workings were exceedingly complex. Whether someone would exploit this incident to tarnish the sword god's reputation was difficult to ascertain. Bai Qianlang, puzzled, questioned, "Father, can the enforcement team truly distort justice?" Being in his 30s, he lacked the extensive experience of the elder patriarch, who was in his 60s or 70s. The elder patriarch replied, "In his youth, the sword god offended countless prodigies. Although they were not as powerful as him, many have since risen to prominence. Do you think they would refrain from using this incident to attack the sword god?" The sword god, a paragon of strength for humankind, was beloved for his valor in defending the return to the void. However, his adversaries were not insignificant. Should they coordinate against him, while they may fail to defeat him outright, they could still tarnish his reputation. If a disciple were to annihilate a clan out of vengeance, how could the master's reputation remain intact? Bai Qianlang felt a chill run down his spine as he grasped the underlying implications, yet he remained skeptical of such darkness. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Surely they would not be so bold." "Who knows?" The elder patriarch sighed. Both fell into a contemplative silence, harboring a pessimistic outlook on the unfolding events. At that moment, a servant approached the door and tapped on the doorframe. Upon hearing the sound, the two individuals inquired, "What is it?" The servant replied, "Old master, there is a gentleman named Lin Yu who wishes to see you." The words hung in the air, and both men were momentarily taken aback. Bai Qianlang glanced at his father, who nodded and said, "Please invite Mr. Lin to the parlor and ensure he is treated with the utmost courtesy." The servant bowed respectfully and responded, "Yes, old master," before slowly retreating. Once the servant had departed, the two exchanged glances. Bai Qianlang remarked, "Could it be that Lin Yu seeks our assistance in rescuing someone? We hardly possess such power. After all, it was a massacre, and the victims were none other than the esteemed Li family of Jiqing. It was a matter beyond their involvement." The old master of the Bai family furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, "If he truly seeks our help, we shall initially refuse. Should he persist in his request, and we find it impossible to decline, we will acquiesce, but we must delay our involvement as much as possible. Let us avoid entanglement in this matter, yet do not offend Lin Yu. You must go to the parlor and act as I have instructed." "Very well, father." In the parlor, Lin Yu took a sip of tea, yet the turmoil within his heart remained unresolved. His senior brother was responsible for the annihilation of the Li family, a burden he bore heavily. Initially, he had implored his senior brother to eliminate the head of the Li family, reasoning that witnessing the death of his own son would leave him consumed by vengeance, thus seeking to eradicate future threats. However, he had not anticipated the Li family's collusion with the realm of the dead, attempting to resurrect their deceased son, which incensed his senior brother. Having long safeguarded the return to the abyss, he could not tolerate such an affront and, in a fit of rage, vanquished all adversaries. This act, while brutal, also served as a form of retribution. Collaborating with otherworldly forces, particularly the realm of the dead, was an egregious betrayal of humanity, and once discovered, all would be condemned. If the reasons behind this were to be uncovered, Lin Yu believed his senior brother would face no repercussions. He had come, hoping to utilize the Bai family's connections to inquire about his senior brother's situation and to seek assistance in a personal matter. My dear nephew Lin has arrived. I apologize for my tardiness due to pressing affairs, Bai Qianlang said, dressed in an elegant robe, bowing gracefully as he approached. Lin Yu quickly rose and returned the gesture, saying, Uncle, do not mention it. I am the one who must apologize for intruding. Bai Qianlang was momentarily taken aback by the term uncle, realizing that Lin Yu, despite his seemingly upright demeanor, was quite adept at forging connections. However, as he was a friend of Xiaosuo, addressing him as uncle was not inappropriate. Pray tell, dear nephew, what brings you here? Nothing of great importance, merely a visit to see you, uncle. By the way, I have brought you a few gifts, please accept them. Lin Yu produced a check and gently slid it across the table towards Bai Qianlang. Bai Qianlang hesitated slightly, though he was not overly concerned. After all, what could money truly offer? He had encountered wealth before. However, as he lowered his gaze and caught sight of the staggering sum, he nearly gasped in astonishment. Goodness! Lin Yu is quite generous. This amount is merely a deposit. Should you be able to assist my senior brother in his predicament, I shall present a reward tenfold the deposit afterward. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianlong's breath quickened. He thought to himself, Lin Yu has recently come into a fortune and is not hesitant to offer it for the sake of someone he has only known for a few days. This young man possesses a commendable sense of loyalty and righteousness. Uncle, Lin Yu called, prompting Bai Qianlang to snap back to reality, offering an apologetic smile. However, recalling his father's words, he steeled himself and responded, It is not a matter of reluctance on my part, but rather that we are simply unable to intervene. Not only my family, but even the mayor's office cannot involve itself in this matter. I hope you can understand, dear nephew. Lin Yu felt a pang of disappointment. He was aware of the immense authority wielded by the enforcement team, making external intervention exceedingly difficult, yet he had not anticipated the extent of their limitations. With the Bai family unable to assist, he would have to seek help elsewhere, as this journey was also to alleviate his own regrets. Uncle, I have another matter to discuss, and I hope you can assist me. What is it? Speak freely. The Li family once bestowed upon me considerable assets, and I wish to sell them all. I wonder if you could lend me your aid in this. Bai Qianlang exhaled in relief. This task was trivial for him. He nodded and said, My family possesses an auction house. You may list them there for sale. What say you, dear nephew? Let it be as you have suggested. I shall take my leave. Chapter 58. The resolve to grow stronger, no longer to delay. As Lin Yu walked home, he could only hope that the individual he sought would be able to offer assistance. He opened his wristwatch, accessing the chat with Zhao Kuo, intending to initiate a voice call. Seeing the comforting messages she had sent, warmth spread through his heart. The presence of a friend who could offer solace felt profoundly uplifting. He smiled and initiated the voice call. After a lengthy conversation, Lin Yu set down his wristwatch, only for it to ring again shortly thereafter. He answered, Hello. Is this Lin Yu? Greetings, Professor Wang. I understand your purpose for calling. I will report this matter to the Academy, and I hope to establish contact with the Sword God. This situation is complex, and I urge you not to continue your investigation. It is beyond your current capabilities. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Wang. I shall remember your kindness and repay it one day. The matter of repaying kindness can be addressed now. Would you consider coming to my Chaos Element Academy? Lin Yu was taken aback. Professor Wang was quite insistent, yet he declined. Professor Wang, undeterred, expressed admiration, saying, You are a loyal and principled young man, a promising talent. I hope to see you standing at the pinnacle of humanity in a few decades. I will not disappoint your expectations. That day shall not require decades. Professor Wang paused, chuckling. The confidence of youth. It is a good thing. Press on. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist. After hanging up, Lin Yu arrived home, pushing open the door to find Lin Fan clutching a wine gourd, drinking. Where did you get that? That belongs to my senior brother. Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise, for it was a cherished gourd that his senior brother never parted with. Lin Fan pointed toward the door and replied, It was outside. Perhaps it was left here by my senior brother before he departed. This gourd is truly remarkable. The wine never seems to run out. Lin Yu rapped his knuckles against Lin Fan's head, taking the gourd from him. This belongs to my senior brother. I shall safeguard it. As for you, you are coming with me out of the city today. This incident had profoundly impacted him, igniting his desire to grow stronger. If he were as powerful as the Sword God, the enforcement team would not dare to apprehend anyone. Ultimately, he realized he was still too weak. I lack proper identification, and my senior brother is unable to leave. I will accompany you instead, Lin Fan retorted. Not a chance. Acquiring identification is merely a matter of spending some money. I can easily assist you with that, Lin Yu countered, shattering Lin Fan's delusions. Ah, please no, Lin Fan protested. Ignoring him, Lin Yu dragged him to the black market. With money paving the way, the process was surprisingly effortless, and soon they had secured the necessary identification. Holding his ID card aloft, Lin Fan gazed skyward, adopting a tragic expression as he sighed. Here I am, Lin Fan, destined to traverse the seas, yet now forced to wander the wilderness, reduced to a vagabond. Oh, fate! Why dost thou treat me so unjustly? Lin Yu delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, exclaiming, Stop dawdling. Depart the city at once. I don't demand much of you. Simply earn no less than 10,000 upgrade points each day. Surpass that threshold, and I shall grant you a reprieve. Otherwise, you may find yourself forever wandering in the wilderness. Lin Fan lamented, tears streaming down his face. But Lin Yu paid no heed to his theatrics as she dragged him out of the city. Will you not accompany me, my original self? I have matters to attend to at school. Very well, original self, but must we part without a warm embrace? Quickly now, stop your lamenting. There's no need for concern. You can always resurrect. I shall miss you, Lin Fan sighed. Lin Yu, weary of his dramatics, turned and left him behind, prompting Lin Fan to gaze longingly after her. Upon returning to the city, Lin Yu made her way directly to the third high school. After arriving, she headed straight to the back mountain. At the entrance to the back mountain, she presented her identification card. Beep, identity detected. Third high student Lin Yu, please enter. The gate opened, and Lin Yu stepped into the back mountain, navigating with ease towards the advanced secret realm building. Upon encountering the duty teacher, the teacher was taken aback to see Lin Yu, who wasted no time in stating her purpose. I wish to access the spirit realm. Oh, of course. Please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, the teacher returned with a token, stating, Take this token to the westernmost area of the secret realm, and you shall gain entry to the spirit realm. Lin Yu accepted the token with a stoic expression and proceeded towards the realm. As soon as Lin Yu departed, the duty teacher's office buzzed with chatter. Have you heard that his senior brother has been captured, yet he still has the composure to cultivate? What nonsense. He is a disciple of the sword god. His character is beyond reproach. Perhaps he will be released in a few days. I wonder if Lin Yu will choose the Chaos Element Academy? After all, the Supreme Academy has fallen from grace. If it were me, I would select the Chaos Element Academy. Such meddling. Have you finished your work? The onlookers fell silent as a stern figure appeared at the door, and they quickly returned to their tasks. In the spirit realm, the scene revealed only a stone platform, measuring 10 meters square. Beyond the platform lay an expanse of mist, a shroud emanating from the spatial barriers. At the center of the platform rested an exquisite meditation cushion, with naught else in sight. What a minimalist setting. However, this simplicity was conducive to focused cultivation. He settled into a cross-legged position and began his meditation. In the next moment, he felt countless specks of light dancing in the darkness, rushing towards him in a frenzy. He absorbed each one, gradually enhancing his cultivation level. The surge of power invigorated him, nearly eliciting a moan of pleasure. Indeed, the spirit realm offered an astonishing pace of cultivation. Simultaneously, he noticed an increase in his comprehension. His cognitive activity had heightened. This bore a resemblance to the sensory realm, which also enhanced one's insight. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu began refining his previously developed elemental clone skill. Although he had created water and fire clones, they proved impractical in combat due to their excessive energy consumption. As these were not innate skills, he had yet to optimize them, leading to their high energy costs. Now, he took advantage of this moment to enhance the skill. As time passed, his insights accumulated, and the elemental clone skill became increasingly refined. After a considerable duration, he opened his eyes. At last, I have optimized it to its current limit. With Lin Yu's present capabilities, further enhancement was unattainable. The release speed had increased, and energy consumption had decreased. It now required merely 50% more energy than a typical clone, making it viable for combat. With ample time remaining, he resolved to continue optimizing his other skills, dedicating the remainder of his time to cultivation. With that thought, he closed his eyes again, resuming his skill refinement. Meanwhile, outside the city, Lin Fan embarked on his journey of slaughter, as he had yet to fulfill his daily quota of 10,000 upgrade points. With each kill Lin Fan made, a notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Beep. Killed a buck-toothed rabbit, upgrade 0.1. Beep. Killed a vine demon, upgrade 0.5. Beep. Killed a red-eyed fish, upgrade 0.1. Chapter 59, Framing and Escorting to Central City. At this moment, in the Enforcement Bureau of Jiqing, the director, clad in black, stood with a respectful demeanor before a projection of an elder who was speaking. The director fidgeted, nodding continuously, perceiving the elder's voice laced with uncontainable joy. Do you understand what I require? The elder inquired. The director nodded fervently, responding respectfully, Elder son, I comprehend your directives. However, should the sword god learn of the truth, The sword god was a hero of the human race, renowned for his illustrious achievements, having transformed from a B-level talent to an SS-level genius. His reputation was unparalleled, and anyone mentioning the sword god would inevitably raise a thumb in admiration. Yet now, the disciple of such a flawless individual was to be framed. The director felt a pang of remorse. Nevertheless, when he recalled the promotion promised by the elder, he gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed. Fortune favors the bold. Should this endeavor succeed, your rewards will be plentiful. Promotion and increased salary are merely the baseline. The elder's words were like honey, stirring the bees of ambition within the director's heart. Having served for a decade in Jiqing, the prospect of promotion had long seemed distant. Now presented with this opportunity, despite the inherent risks, he recognized that he had little choice, given the elder's initiative. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Sunday. I shall exert myself to the utmost, and I will not disappoint your expectations. Very well, we shall await your good news. Farewell, Elder Son. As the video call ended, the director slumped into his chair, drenched in sweat, his heart racing. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and dialed several trusted associates. Gather in my office, promptly, he commanded, his tone serious. The others quickly assembled. 4 individuals stood before him, his 4 captains, aligned in a row, awaiting their superiors' instructions. The director cleared his throat and spoke. You have acquired definitive evidence, correct? The Li family has not conspired with the Netherworld? The 4 exchanged glances, aware that they had indeed obtained evidence of the Li family's collusion with the Netherworld. Yet, under the director's subtly warning gaze, they quickly grasped the underlying meaning of his words. The middle-aged man on the far left, with a sharply defined face, spoke first. Report, Director. Upon investigation, the Li family has not conspired with the Netherworld, and Zhou Yang's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents warrants execution. I recommend immediate action. Next to him, a youth in his late 20s hesitated, understanding the implication but finding himself unable to voice it. The other 2 exchanged knowing glances and chimed in unison. Report, Director. Following our thorough investigation, we found no criminal wrongdoing by the Li family. Zhou Yang's massacre warrants execution. What a splendid inversion of truth, completed with such ease. Should an outsider witness this scene, they might believe the fabrications to be genuine. Each of these individuals was a master of theatrics, outdoing one another in their performances. The director, with righteous indignation, reprimanded. If that is the case, then hastened to condemn Zhou Yang and escort him to Central City. The young man, aged around 27 or 28, named Wu Zheng, spoke up. Director, the Void Train operates once a week, and it will be another day until the next one arrives. The Void Train, an upgraded version of the high-speed rail, does not traverse the ground but soars through the sky, connecting the 300 cities of humanity. However, due to the remote location of G City, it only sees a single stop each week. To reach the central capital of the human race, they must rely on the Void Train, for the wilderness is fraught with peril. Without the protection of the train, their strength would be insufficient to reach the central city. The director, upon hearing this, was reminded of the predicament, yet the youth's earlier hesitation left him feeling somewhat irked. He cast a glance at the young man and declared, On this journey, you shall personally escort Zhou Yang to the central city. Should anything go awry, you shall bring your head to me. The young man was taken aback. The journey was perilous, and escorting a 7th-tier powerhouse could lead to dire consequences with a single misstep. Reluctant to accept the task, he lowered his head under the director's menacing gaze and replied, Yes. Very well, you may leave now. Once they had all departed, the director sank back into his chair, lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze flickered momentarily before solidifying into resolve. The following day, outside G City, a colossal object gradually approached from the distance. It was a silver-white train, resembling a high-speed rail but towering 3 meters high and stretching over 1,000 meters in length, consisting of 10 carriages. The streamlined body exuded a sense of cutting-edge technology, yet the train's front bore the fierce visage of an alien bird's head, creating an oddly unsettling juxtaposition. Outside the city gates, a considerable crowd had gathered, comprised of those intending to board the Void Train to other cities. In a corner stood 11 individuals surrounding a young man of remarkable demeanor, whose hands and feet were shackled, indicating he was the prisoner they were escorting. Yet, in the face of this scene, the young man remained remarkably composed, his eyes radiating tranquility, seemingly unconcerned for his safety. Let us proceed. Wu Zheng grasped the chain and made his way toward the slowly descending Void Train. His failure to assert himself earlier had incurred the director's ire, and now he found himself assigned this arduous and perilous task, leaving him quite dissatisfied. Although he knew Zhou Yang would not attempt an escape, after all, he had surrendered willingly, unease still gnawed at him. He was aware that the man before him was innocent, wrongfully condemned by others. Yet he swiftly steeled himself against the pangs of guilt. Better to make another's life difficult than to allow my own to suffer, he resolved inwardly. The Void Train descended gently, landing on the vast wasteland outside G City. With a thunderous roar, it stirred up clouds of dust. After a while, as the dust settled and the train came to a halt, the sound of doors clicking open echoed, and a steward emerged from each carriage, guiding the passengers inside. Wu Zheng and the others followed suit. After a 2-hour wait, with no additional passengers boarding, the train doors began to close slowly, accompanied by the gentle voice of the steward over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Void train, Golden Rock, crafted by Void technology. This flight travels from G-City to Central City. To ensure the normal operation of the train's navigation and communication systems, please refrain from using wristwatches during takeoff and landing. The train is about to depart, and our cabin crew is conducting a safety check. Please take your seats, fasten your seatbelts, and stow your seatbacks and tray tables. Kindly ensure your carry-on items are securely placed in the overhead compartments or under your seats. Smoking is prohibited throughout this journey. The head attendant, along with the entire cabin crew, is dedicated to providing you with attentive service. Thank you. The routine announcement played 3 times before the train finally took off. Swiftly entering a smooth flight, Wu Zheng remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yang, who, with a faint smile, asked, "Is there any alcohol?" "Huh, given your circumstances. You still wish to drink?" Wu Zheng replied, shaking his head in earnest. Upon hearing the absence of alcohol, Zhou Yang's craving stirred, and he scanned the surroundings until he spotted a steward approaching. He waved, the clinking of his shackles punctuating his call. "Miss, could you bring some fine liquor?" Silence. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere became hushed, all eyes turning toward him, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and disdain upon seeing his shackled state. The steward quickly regained her composure, her smile professional as she responded, "Sir, we do not recommend drinking alcohol on the train. You may indulge at a tavern upon arrival. Additionally, we do not serve alcohol on board. Do you have any other inquiries?" Her response was logical, courteous, and left Zhou Yang feeling somewhat embarrassed. He instinctively reached for his waist, wishing to take a sip to mask his awkwardness, only to remember that his wine gourd was no longer with him. Alas, a journey without wine will be quite arduous. He waved dismissively. "Miss, you may go about your duties. I have no further matters." The steward, still smiling, turned to leave. Meanwhile, Wu Zheng observed Zhou Yang with a peculiar expression. The man was truly extraordinary. While he had encountered many who enjoyed drinking, he had never seen someone so obsessed with it, seemingly unaware of his own predicament. The others around them were equally bemused, their silence echoing the absurdity of Zhou Yang's demeanor in the face of his situation. Suddenly deprived of alcohol, Zhou Yang transformed into a different figure altogether. He grew taciturn, gazing dreamily out of the train window at the passing scenery. On the other side, within the spirit mystic realm, a 10-meter square platform was crowded with identical figures. As a day passed, the usage time of the spirit mystic realm was drawing to a close, and Lin Yu finally opened his eyes, concluding a day of meditation. Releasing a breath of stale air, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, the sorrow from his senior brother's capture temporarily subdued. He looked up at the numerous avatars still seated in meditation, contemplating the mysteries of their skills. With a thought, all the avatars transformed into beams of light, merging back into his being. Simultaneously, a multitude of folders appeared in his mind, each numbered from 1 to 100, corresponding to the experiences and insights of each avatar. This method proved superior to the shadow clone technique he had known in his previous life, minimizing the risk of being overwhelmed by an influx of information. Immersed in concentration, he opened each folder, absorbing the valuable experiences and insights contained within. As these experiences melded into his consciousness, his proficiency and understanding of various skills rapidly improved. While each avatar lacked wisdom and independent personality, their pure essence often captured nuances he might otherwise overlook. Suddenly, he halted, exclaiming, "This technique is remarkable." The third avatar had conceived an idea regarding avatars, the instantaneous movement technique. This concept was straightforward, enabling the main body to instantly shift between avatars. Akin to the body flicker technique in Naruto or the divine fire clone technique in Xin Yuan's sword, the Sky's Trace. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. If this technique could be successfully developed, it would significantly enhance his safety. He meticulously studied the insights from the third avatar, but upon fully absorbing them, he sighed in disappointment. It cannot be accomplished. The art of teleportation is a fusion of 2 distinct skills. To master this technique, one must first acquire the ability to teleport and subsequently merge these 2 disciplines. Thus, I find myself in need of a teleportation-related skill, Lin Yu murmured to himself. He pondered for an extended period, his furrowed brow remaining tense and unyielding. Where could one possibly seek a teleportation skill? Not to mention the elusive nature of spatial techniques. Even ordinary skill crystals are scarce and highly coveted. Perhaps I shall peruse an auction, he contemplated inwardly. As fate would have it, an auction is scheduled for this evening, where the assets of the Leaf family that I have put up for auction will also be featured. I hope to encounter something suitable at the event. Lin Yu resolved firmly, glancing at his watch. The time had arrived. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the resonant chimes of a bell echoed through the air. Lin Yu rose and ventured outside. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by an awaiting instructor. "Student Lin, please return your badge," the instructor requested. Lin Yu produced the badge and handed it over. The instructor inspected it meticulously, confirming its integrity before respectfully stating, "You may proceed." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement and continued on his way. Exiting the school, he traversed a series of streets. G-City remained as bustling as ever, the murmur of discussions swirling around him. Though he typically paid little heed to such chatter, upon catching snippets of conversation, his heart raced, and he halted abruptly. "Did you hear? Zhou Yang has been convicted." "Who is Zhou Yang?" "He is the eldest senior brother of the Supreme Academy, the 7th-tier powerhouse who triumphed in battle against Professor Wang just days ago." Gasps of disbelief and murmurs of sympathy filled the air. Some expressed schadenfreude, while others lamented. "Oh, I have met Zhou Yang. He always seemed so principled. Who would have thought he could commit such a heinous act? One cannot judge a book by its cover. I may appear rather fearsome, yet my heart is pure. I don't judge by looks, but I do value height. My brother stands at 6 feet 3 inches. What do you think? I not only consider height, but also wealth. If one lacks the latter, there's no discussion." As Lin Yu made his way, the rumors surrounding Zhou Yang's conviction and subsequent transport to Central City for punishment grew increasingly rampant. Frowning throughout, a small flame of indignation ignited within him. And by the time he exited the street and arrived at the G-City Square, his expression was ominously dark. Why? There must be more to this than meets the eye. Lin Yu cast a glance ahead, feeling as though he were shrouded in mist. His countenance grim as he headed home. Upon returning, his watch began to beep insistently. Opening it, he found numerous messages awaiting him. He perused each one, his mood lifting slightly. "Zhao Ku, do not concern yourself with the rumors. I believe that the disciple of the sword god would not slay innocents without cause. There must be some misunderstanding. Do not let them sway you. The truth will ultimately come to light." He replied with gratitude for her concern. Being an orphan, Lin Yu had always been reticent, preferring solitude and exhibiting a touch of aloofness. The friendship he had forged with Zhao Ku stemmed from 3 years as desk mates and her relentless encouragement. Otherwise, he would not have sought to engage with others. Regardless of his previous incarnation or this life, his nature remained solitary. Now, feeling dejected, Zhao Ku's concern acted as a much-needed tonic, brightening his spirits. He opened another message. "Professor Wang, this matter is fraught with uncertainties. You need not worry. From what I gather, Zhou Yang is not the type to annihilate entire families, and I suspect there may be elements of framing involved. Rest assured, do not let this disrupt your training." Lin Yu, thank you for your concern. I understand. Having previously lacked friends, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to receiving care from others. He continued to navigate through various chat windows. "Feng Xiaoyu, big brother, you must stay strong." Lin Yu chuckled wryly, replying with a smile, "As if I am not strong." "Secretary Qian, let us go out for a drink." Lin Yu, "No thank you." He had no inclination for alcohol. "Secretary Qian, come on, I have some information that might interest you." Instantly intrigued, Lin Yu sat up straight. "Lin Yu, where?" "I'll head over right away." Secretary Qian, the Hero Tavern. Chapter 61. A political contest. The Hero Tavern, a quaint establishment nestled in the western part of the city, near the city walls, is rather secluded and receives a limited flow of patrons. The first floor houses the kitchen, while the tavern resides on the second. Lin Yu ascended the stairs and was greeted by the charming proprietress, who was engrossed in her accounts. Accustomed to visitors, she didn't bother to look up and asked, "Are you here to meet someone or for a drink?" "I'm here to meet someone," Lin Yu replied. The proprietress glanced up momentarily before returning to her calculations. Lin Yu proceeded into the inner chamber, which was modestly sized, featuring 3 private rooms and a common area spanning over 100 square meters. Although named the Hero Tavern, it was merely a small tavern. After a brief search, he soon spotted a voluptuous woman sitting at a small table by the window in one of the private rooms, raising her glass and sipping her drink intermittently. As he approached, the sound of his footsteps caught her attention. Secretary Qian turned, and upon recognizing Lin Yu, smiled. "Have a seat." Lin Yu sat down, and Secretary Qian continued. "I sought you out not only to share information, but also to inquire if you still intend to pursue admission to the Supreme Academy." The Supreme Academy comprises merely 2 individuals, Lin Yu included, making a total of 3. Though the esteemed sword god, Li Qinglian, serves as the headmaster, the academy's low enrollment, situated in the perilous realm of Guaishu, has resulted in few students surviving to graduate over the years. Consequently, the Supreme Academy has struggled to attract new students. Conversely, the Chaos Element Academy, which actively seeks Lin Yu, ranks 3rd among institutions and, alongside 2 other prestigious academies, safeguards Central City, boasting a venerable status and excellent faculty, serving as a crucible for the strong of the human race. Her visit was not solely to inquire about Lin Yu. She was also acting on behalf of her headmaster. Though she held little regard for the headmaster's directives, viewing them as mere formalities, her primary goal was to provide Lin Yu with valuable intelligence. As a headmaster, having more students enter a prestigious school would bring him prestige and, consequently, greater rewards. Rewards that even he, a headmaster, could not refuse, potentially leading to a breakthrough into the 7th tier. This elucidates why, despite being a 6th-tier powerhouse, he willingly accepted the position of headmaster at a small high school in a remote city. Should he successfully cultivate a multitude of talented individuals, the rewards from Central City, along with those from the respective academy, could offer him the chance to breach the 6th-tier barrier. Alas, it is an arduous endeavor reliant on fortune. For many years, this current cohort of students represents the closest opportunity he has encountered. Lin Yu is the key. If he can secure Lin Yu's admission to the Chaos Element Academy, his achievements would be sufficient for him to gain the opportunity to ascend to the 7th tier, and should fortune favor him, he may join the ranks of the human race's elite. This is not merely the allure of extended lifespan, but also the promise of a radiant future. Lin Yu lowered his gaze, taking a sip of the mild wine, murmuring, Secretary Qian, sensing the weight of his words, refrained from pressing further and instead inquired. You could easily gain admission to the Chaos Element Academy. Why do you insist on attending the Supreme Academy? Lin Yu replied, perhaps it is my desire for battle. I relish the thrill that comes from life and death. Secretary Qian was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflecting on Lin Yu's character, she found it quite unsurprising. A reclusive individual perhaps truly does not belong in bustling environments. Having attended university herself, she was well acquainted with the myriad of disheartening incidents that transpired within its walls. The rivalries among romantic competitors, the contests for popularity among campus beauties, the jealousy erupting among men, and the underhanded tactics employed for rankings. Just the thought of such matters was enough to induce a sense of vexation. Lin Yu, however, was not preoccupied with these trivialities. His initial choice of the Supreme Academy was motivated by its proximity to the abyss, teeming with countless monsters, which was ideal for his quest to level up. Yet, as time progressed, the reasons had evolved beyond mere practicality. Lin Yu asked straightforwardly, you summoned me here not merely to pose these questions, I presume? The information I seek remains undisclosed. Secretary Qian replied, this information is not to be shared with others, but I can assure you that your senior brother will be unharmed. Why? He inquired. She glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and whispered, because this incident targets the sword god. Someone intends to tarnish his reputation. And your senior brother is merely collateral, even a pawn in their game. They will not eliminate him, as that would escalate the conflict beyond repair. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu paused briefly, but then nodded, as this conspiracy theory aligned with his suspicions. The prospect of a complete breakdown in relations would be detrimental to both parties, fundamentally. This was a political struggle, and whether the Li family had colluded with the realm of the undead held little significance to certain individuals in power. Secretary Qian continued her hushed explanation, and Lin Yu, after absorbing her words, came to understand. Indeed, the wrath of a powerful individual is not something to be trifled with. And the political maneuvering often devolves into a matter of leverage, akin to a game of cards where stakes are raised and tables cannot be flipped. Otherwise, the game becomes untenable for all. Yet, Lin Yu despised such dynamics. Were he in charge, he would undoubtedly overturn the table. Nonetheless, he felt a measure of relief knowing his senior brother was safe. He raised his gaze and scrutinized the woman before him. In her late 20s, she was rumored to be a relative of the principal, and possessing such information made her identity seem far more than that of a mere secretary. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and sighed. Thank you for the information. Secretary Qian responded. In truth, you are still quite vulnerable. It is best to refrain from entangling yourself in these political affairs. Otherwise, you may meet an untimely and inexplicable demise. Some rules bind the weak, not the strong. When you grow stronger, those rules will become your weapons. Do you understand? Lin Yu nodded, once again assessing her, which made her cheeks flush slightly. Why do you stare at me so? Is there something on my face? Lin Yu suddenly chuckled. I didn't realize you possessed such extensive knowledge. I had previously underestimated you. At this, Secretary Qian's demeanor shifted, her tone sharp as she retorted, you underestimated me before? Lin Yu was about to nod with a smile when he sensed the atmosphere had grown tense. Just then, the proprietress approached with a platter of snacks, cheerfully remarking, drinking on an empty stomach is harmful. Here are some complimentary snacks from the establishment. Do enjoy. Setting down the platter, she departed, not forgetting to cast Lin Yu a knowing glance, which he instantly deciphered. He promptly uncorked a bottle of wine, poured himself a full glass, and downed it in one gulp, saying, I misspoke earlier. I apologize. Secretary Qian chuckled, playfully chiding, you little rascal, I shall overlook your transgressions. Since you are unwilling to abandon your pursuit of the Supreme Academy, I shall return to inform my uncle, the principal. With that, she began to leave. Lin Yu suddenly grasped her hand but immediately realized his impropriety and released it, asking, I have long been curious about your relationship with the principal. He is my 7th uncle. Oh, your grandmother is quite prolific, having borne 7 children. I have 8 grandmothers. Lin Yu, Chapter 62, The Sword God. The auction house. Deep within the abyss, a sword of monumental proportions descended from the heavens, piercing a grotesque beast adorned with bony spikes. The beast emitted a heart-wrenching cry. But in the next moment, the sword was wrenched free, its blade slicing through the air as the creature's blood gushed forth like a fountain. With a swift motion, the sword danced in the air, shaking off the remnants of blood with an almost sentient grace, before being grasped by a young man clad in a blue robe. This ninth-tier ferocious beast had been hunted for 3 months, and now it lay defeated. He sheathed the sword, standing poised against the moonlight with an air of elegance. Suddenly, his wristwatch beeped, and upon glancing at it, a radiant light enveloped him as sword chi manifested in the air, coalescing into solid giant swords that, with a resonant sound, plunged into the ground, transforming the surrounding area into a veritable forest of swords. How dare you lay a hand on my disciple? With that declaration, the sword moved of its own accord, reducing nearby rocks to mere dust in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was a streak of light, soaring toward the central city. In Jiqing, at the auction house, Lin Yu had barely stepped inside when he was recognized by members of the Bai family. Please, this way. The master has instructed that a private room be prepared for you, the attendant said respectfully. Lin Yu nodded, replying, lead on. Ascending to the second floor, the attendant opened the door to room 201, saying, I shall not intrude further. If you require anything, simply call for me. I will be waiting outside. Very well. You may leave, Lin Yu responded. Once the attendant departed, Lin Yu began perusing the auction catalog laid out on the table. In addition to the 3 main items up for bidding, the catalog featured a total of 27 other items, complete with images and descriptions. As he flipped through the pages, his disappointment grew. While some precious items were listed, none were what he sought. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Yu set down the catalog and called, come in. In walked a petite girl dressed in a server's uniform, balancing a tray as she averted her gaze. Sir, here is your fruit platter, placed upon the table. As the platter was set down, Lin Yu caught a glimpse of the girl's profile and exclaimed, it's you, Feng Xiaoyu. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Feng Xiaoyu looked up in surprise, her face lighting up. Wow, big brother, it's you. Are you here for the auction as well? Of course. What else would I be doing here? Lin Yu thought to himself, bemused by her naivety. But you, how did you end up as a server? He asked. Feng Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks, declaring, I'm helping out at home. I'm now in my 2nd year of high school. And once I awaken my talent in the 3rd year, I can hunt outside the city and earn even more. She envisioned herself surrounded by wads of cash, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Yu found her enthusiasm amusing and said, well then, I wish you an early awakening of a high-level talent. Thank you for your blessings. Big brother. Just as she finished speaking, her wristwatch chimed, prompting her to glance at it. I apologize, but the guests next door require a fruit platter. Big brother. Please excuse me. Go ahead, Lin Yu replied. As Feng Xiaoyu departed, he munched on the fruit while contemplating various matters. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, disrupting his train of thought and causing him to furrow his brow. Rising, he opened the door to investigate, only to find 2 youths engaged in a heated exchange, their voices raised as they were pulled apart by an attendant. Lu Huan, you have bullied me again. You've been tormenting me since childhood. What have I, Luan, done to provoke you? You just take pleasure in tormenting me, don't you? Luan's face was a mask of indignation. The mere thought of how this person had always picked on him in their youth made his teeth grind in frustration. Now that they had grown up, not only did Lu Huan possess superior talents, but he still continued to bully him. How utterly outrageous. It was infuriating. Luan, how can you even say such a thing? Are you suggesting that the hair in my wine glass was placed there by me? Luan recalled how he had mercilessly mocked Lu Huan when he awakened the ridiculous talent of hair proliferation. Now, with hair unexpectedly appearing in his own glass, he couldn't help but suspect Luan's involvement. You're talking nonsense. I, Luan, am upright and principled. I would never stoop to such behavior. You are slandering me. Fine. If you're so adamant, let us check the surveillance. Lu Huan retorted defiantly. At that moment, 2 elderly gentlemen arrived on the scene, their expressions grave. One of them firmly grasped the other's arm, and they admonished in unison, this is absurd. Upon recognizing the 2 elders, both Luan and Lu Huan immediately fell silent, though their expressions betrayed their lingering resentment. Lin Yu, witnessing the scene, felt an odd sensation wash over him. The 4 individuals included the principals of the 1st and 3rd high schools, with Lu Huan being an SS class awakener from the 1st high school, while the rotund Luan was the very individual who had acquired the skill crystals some time ago. It appeared that they were not only acquainted but had an antagonistic history from childhood, with Lu Huan having bullied Luan. It seemed that Luan had indeed used his hair proliferation ability to ensnare Lu Huan. However, the actual circumstances remained unclear to Lin Yu. As the commotion subsided, Lin Yu returned to his room, only to be taken aback by the subsequent events. On his way to the restroom, he encountered several familiar faces, including the principal of the 2nd high school and his defeated SS class awakener, Shuri Feng. Furthermore, on his return, he ran into several notable figures, all leaders of prominent families. They paused momentarily upon seeing Lin Yu, offering polite smiles and greetings, to which he responded with a smile of his own. As they passed each other, Lin Yu returned to the private room. Seated upon the sofa, he plucked a grape and placed it in his mouth, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Today's grand auction item was likely extraordinary, otherwise, it wouldn't attract such illustrious figures. Just then, a ringing sound resonated through the air. The next instant, a colossal light screen appeared on the auction stage below. Then, Bai Qianlang, the head of the Bai family, clad in traditional attire and wielding a folding fan, greeted the audience with a warm smile. "Good evening, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen." He unfurled the fan, waved it once, and snapped it closed with a flourish, continuing, as the majestic peaks pierce the clouds and the pen stands proud against the frost. "Let the ink's fragrance entice the dancing butterflies. Welcome, everyone, to this grand auction this July evening, where we shall revel in the artistry and brilliance of this gathering." With a few claps of his hands, the projection behind him suddenly transformed. Not only did it change, but it also expanded, soon enveloping the entire auction hall. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a gasp of awe escaped the lips of the attendees. This must be a holographic projection. To cover the entire auction hall, what a magnificent display. The Bai family truly lived up to their reputation as a prominent family in G City. They were indeed affluent, as this equipment must have cost tens of millions. Look, the projection has unfurled. What a breathtaking landscape. At that moment, the scenery before everyone's eyes morphed dramatically. A towering, elegant mountain rose majestically, and an ethereal elder, one hand behind his back and the other wielding a brush, gracefully painted in the air. The ink cascaded down, transforming into a blanket of white as frost descended, blanketing the world in snow. "This is the majestic peak, standing proud against the frost." Bai Qianlong's voice resonated. In the next heartbeat, the scene shifted. The elder's brushstroke transformed the ink into vibrant butterflies fluttering about, while the air became filled with colorful pages of paper, folding into flowers that danced alongside the butterflies. The sight was both magical and spectacular, exquisite yet grand, leaving the audience in awe. Even Lin Yu felt profoundly moved. The technology in this realm is truly advanced. Without the existence of awakeners, it would shine even brighter. He murmured to himself. Suddenly, all the butterflies and flowers retreated to the sides, and the audience realized they were seated atop the peak, while Bai Qianlang stood confidently on a cloud, fanning himself. With an air of flamboyance, he declared, "I hereby announce. The auction officially begins." Chapter 63, A Windfall, the 10,000 Treasures Condensation Technique. Bai Qianlang pointed with his folding fan and called out, presenting the first auction item. With a rhythmic tap of footsteps, a beautiful maid approached, gracefully holding a tray. She placed the tray into Bai Qianlong's hands and elegantly withdrew. Bai Qianlang unveiled the black cloth covering the item, announcing, "This first auction piece is a third-tier sword-shaped weapon, unnamed, awaiting its destined owner." He grasped the long sword and swung it a few times, instantly revealing its gleaming blade, sharp and formidable, indeed a fine sword. The starting bid is 1 million star coins, with increments of no less than 100,000 star coins. Let the bidding commence. Barely had he finished speaking when bids began to flow. The auction house's protocol typically dictates that the first item is a mid-tier offering, not too poor nor overly impressive, designed to catch some attention while maintaining interest in subsequent items. Ultimately, this nameless sword was acquired by a wealthy merchant. The second item followed, a lesser piece, an antique confirmed by experts to be porcelain from an ancient dynasty predating the cataclysm, its rarity rendering it quite valuable. It was ultimately claimed by an antique collector. As the third item was presented, one by one, items were auctioned off, yet Lin Yu remained silent until the 20th item came up. Upon seeing Bai Qianlang holding a scroll of bamboo slips, the system's voice echoed in his ear, causing Lin Yu's spirits to soar. He resolved to acquire this item. This too was an antique, though not unearthed from Blue Star, but from a civilization of another realm. The writing upon it was obscure and cryptic, and after expert decryption, it was revealed to be an ancient bamboo scroll advocating benevolence, dated to be 3,000 years old through carbon-14 testing. The starting bid, 1 million. Subsequent bids must not be less than 100,000. As Bai Qianlang concluded his announcement, only a few sparse bids were heard from the audience. He remained unhurried, confident that despite its niche appeal, it would sell. Indeed, shortly thereafter, someone made a bid. The guest in room 201 bids 3 million. Is there a higher offer? As his words fell, he glanced toward room 201, pondering, what does Lin Yu intend to do with this item? He is not a collector. I'll offer one. For million. This is also an antique. I hope my friend in room 201 can grant me this favor. An elderly man with white hair and dim eyes, clearly in the twilight of his years, spoke calmly. His voice resonated among the crowd, and many recognized him as a venerable elder in G City. Dubbed the mediator elder for his frequent role in settling disputes, he was also a passionate antique collector. Had it been anyone else, they would likely concede to his request, given that it was merely an antique. 5 million. Lin Yu disregarded the elder's reputation and directly countered the bid. The elder was momentarily rendered speechless in his indignation. Bai Qianlang announced, this esteemed guest bids 5 million. Is there a higher offer? The hall fell into a profound silence. Many individuals were not in want of wealth, yet they refrained from spending on items of no utility. 1,500,000, going once. 1,500,000, going twice. 1,500,000, going thrice. With a crisp clap of his folding fan, Bai Qianlang proclaimed, "Sold. Congratulations to our friend in box 201 for acquiring lot number 20. Shortly, a servant will deliver it to your door for a face-to-face transaction." Some prominent figures appeared to have lost their interest. They were not particularly captivated by the 27 lots on offer, for their purpose in attending was to secure the final 3 headlining items. Otherwise, such an assembly of the city's elite would not have gathered here. As the auction proceeded to the 21st lot, Bai Qianlang invited the next item. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Lin Yu called, "Enter." The door creaked open, revealing a man and a woman who respectfully announced, "Mr. Lin, this is the item you successfully bid on, totaling 1,500,000 star coins. You are required to settle the payment to complete the transaction." Lin Yu nodded and proceeded to inspect the item. As he did, a notification from the system chimed in his ear, instilling a sense of assurance within him as he made the payment. Once the servants departed, a smile broke across Lin Yu's face. Ding! A fragmented martial arts manual has been detected. Would you like to consume upgrade points to complete it? This was the source of Lin Yu's exhilaration. System, you possess such a feature? He inquired. This system has many capabilities. Do not be overly astonished, host, it replied. Having grown accustomed to its responses, Lin Yu asked, "How many upgrade points are required for completion?" "The manual is significantly incomplete. The host may complete it in stages." "Very well, let it be as you say." Ding. Completing the first level of the martial arts manual requires 10,000 upgrade points. Do you agree? Yes. In the next moment, golden light enveloped the tattered bamboo slip, which miraculously sprouted additional sections. Not only that, but the text transformed into characters recognizable to Lin Yu. "System, I did not expect you to be so considerate," he remarked. The system is aware that the host cannot comprehend the foreign script, hence the translation fee has been automatically deducted, it replied. "System, you stingy creature. You have moved me unnecessarily. This system lacks emotions. Please refrain from self-indulgent sentiments, host." Lin Yu sighed. This system is as acerbic as ever. Nevertheless, I shall disregard it for now. He picked up the bamboo slip and began to read from the first section, titled 10,000 Treasures Condensation Technique. Through his study of its contents, Lin Yu learned that this technique allowed the consumption of internal energy to condense into tangible artifacts. The manual comprised 10 levels, with each level corresponding to a tier of equipment. The first level enabled the condensation of first-tier weapons or armor. However, could the 10th level allow for the creation of divine artifacts? Lin Yu mused, excitement bubbling within him. Divine artifacts, renowned as weapons wielded by deities, possess powers that transcend the mundane, endowed with various miraculous abilities. This revelation alleviated his concerns regarding weapons and armor for his clones, sparing him the burden of carrying a multitude of Tang's swords. Glancing at his balance of upgrade points, Lin Yu discovered he could complete the manual once more. Thanks to Lin Fan's diligent efforts, which had amassed his current total to 150,000 points. "System, let us complete another level," Lin Yu commanded. Ding. Consuming 100,000 upgrade points. Completion successful. The bamboo slip revealed additional sections, and Lin Yu began to practice according to the newly unveiled content. Yet, the technique proved to be obscure and challenging to grasp. After some time, Lin Yu reluctantly set the bamboo slip aside, conceding, "The skill crystals are far more convenient. I shall leave this learning to my clones." He then divided himself into 10 clones to facilitate their study of the martial arts technique. At this juncture, the auction was nearing its conclusion, with only the final 3 items remaining. Lin Yu had auctioned off all of the Li family's assets, augmenting his account by over 200 million star coins, bringing his total to nearly 300 million. He had undoubtedly transformed into a bona fide magnate. The moment of climax in the auction was upon them. Now let us introduce the headlining items. Bai Qianlong's voice resonated, inciting a wave of excitement throughout the venue. The 3 featured items were displayed, shrouded in black cloth, varying in size. The influential figures of Jiqing had long been aware of these treasures, their primary objective for attending being to secure these final pieces. As the moment they had awaited approached, their anticipation surged, and discussions erupted around them. Finally, it begins. "I have waited so long for this moment," a voice from box 203 declared, belonging to a principal from a prestigious university. In box 204 sat another elder, the principal of a second university, who derisively retorted, "Old two, with your financial prowess, how dare you compete for the headlining items? You truly bring laughter to the crowd." Principal 2 of the first university shot back, "Old go, are you in a position to mock me? We are equals in this regard. I see you are itching for a fight. Beware, I may not spare your head." The second principal, surnamed Go, bore a lifelong grievance in his rivalry with Principal 2, and the clash of the butcher and Old Go was destined to be anything but harmonious. At that moment, Principal Qian from the third university interjected, "Are you two quite finished?" Both Principal 2 and Principal Go simultaneously retorted, "Silence." Principal Qian was left feeling awkward. While they appeared to be enemies, they were, in truth, more like old rivals. Had he known, he would have refrained from involving himself. This was merely a brief interlude. Other influential figures in the surrounding boxes began to prepare themselves, checking their available funds multiple times before settling down. Bai Qianling chuckled. It seems this auction has garnered considerable interest. Let me introduce the 3 headlining items, starting with the first. He unveiled the first item, revealing a blood-red elixir the size of an adult's fist. Confusion rippled through the crowd. How does one consume such a large pill? Bai Qianling explained. This is a third-tier blood-flesh pill, albeit its concoction method is somewhat brutal, involving the extraction of an entire ferocious beast's life essence, combined with various herbs through a special process to forge this pill. However, its efficacy is astonishing. This third-tier blood-flesh pill is effective for awakeners of Tier 7 and below. For Tier 3 and below, it can enhance strength by 1,000 pounds. Though the effects diminish with higher tiers, a Tier 6 awakener can expect an increase of 300 pounds. That said, encountering a blood-flesh pill in Jiqing is a rare stroke of fortune. This particular item is being sold by a merchant from outside the city who urgently needs funds. Ladies and gentlemen, seize this opportunity. It may not come again. The starting bid was set at 10 million, with increments no less than 1 million. As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere thickened, breaths quickened. This was a pill that could directly augment one's strength. Many had heard of it, but had never seen it. The chance to acquire such a pill in Jiqing was indeed a matter of luck. Bai Qianling was correct. Missing this opportunity would make it challenging to encounter another, especially for those at Tier 6 who had reached a bottleneck. The next step was Tier 7. Yet the barrier was formidable, with some having been stuck for decades. Although this blood-flesh pill might not allow for a breakthrough, it could still enhance strength. 300 pounds of additional power was irresistible. No one could refuse the allure of increased power. Moreover, for these individuals, it had been far too long since they had felt the thrill of growing stronger. Many had already rolled up their sleeves, determined to secure this blood-flesh pill. Bids commenced from the crowd below. However, those in the upper boxes remained silent for the time being. Bai Qianling unfurled his folding fan, languidly fanning himself, exuding an air of flamboyance as he observed quietly. Lin Yu, on the other hand, refrained from placing a bid, remaining unhurried. The dozen or so individuals on the second floor would eventually exit the fray. He was uncertain how many prized items his funds could procure, so he chose to bide his time and watch the unfolding events. He pondered whether the flesh and blood pill could be absorbed by his life-draining talent. This life-draining ability, acquired from the blood-sucking vine, was classified as an F-grade talent and had once been nearly forgotten due to its minimal efficacy and sluggish absorption rate. Suddenly, he recalled that his primary talent had now reached S-grade, and according to the system's rules, upon attaining this level, he could upgrade to a new talent. Noticing that the bidding continued below and showed no signs of concluding soon, Lin Yu inquired, System, to what level can I upgrade my life-draining ability with my remaining upgrade points? Host, it can be upgraded to B-grade. Proceed with the upgrade, Lin Yu commanded. Ding, 50,000 upgrade points have been deducted, initiating upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. Your second talent, Life Drain, has been upgraded to B-grade. The B-grade Life Drain talent bestowed the following effects. It enhanced the absorption efficiency and speed, enabling the consumption of any substance containing life energy. Upon absorption, it would significantly bolster the host's physical constitution and marginally enhance mental power. At that moment, Lin Yu once again delved into his consciousness sea. Within this realm, the star representing his life drain talent pulsated like a beating heart, swelling with each throb until its volume increased by hundreds of times. Although it appeared diminutive compared to the star of his avatar, it loomed large in comparison to other skill planets. Simultaneously, a torrent of information regarding the life drain talent flooded Lin Yu's mind. With a flicker of thought, he exited the consciousness space, raising his palm to summon a small black vortex into existence at its center. As he invoked his talent, an overwhelming hunger surged within him. Consume, consume. This insatiable desire echoed like the whispers of a demon in his mind, relentlessly urging Lin Yu to devour the essence of life. Quickly, he deactivated the talent, causing the black vortex to vanish, along with the frenzied hunger. The skill's consumption has increased, but so have the side effects, Lin Yu remarked. Nonetheless, he mused, the life drain should now be capable of absorbing the flesh and blood pill, no longer confined to the remains of biological entities. He resolved that the flesh and blood pill would be his. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the individuals on the upper floor had joined the bidding. The principal of the first high school bellowed, 36 million star coins. This is the entirety of my life savings. I fear no battle. At that moment, the head of the Liu family raised his bidding card, laughing, 50 million. Instantly, the principal of the first high school fell silent. While he indeed possessed 50 million, it would require considerable sacrifice. Was it worth it? The principal of the second high school, Gua, derisively chimed in, feeling deflated, are we? I bid 51 million star coins. As soon as he spoke, a hush fell over the crowd. Everyone seemed disinclined to continue bidding. Gua realized he had overstepped, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Wait. He hastily interjected. Bai Qianling, perplexed, inquired, Principal Gua, what are you doing? Nothing. I simply find my pockets not as deep as I thought. I acted impulsively, my apologies, the principal of the second high school stammered awkwardly. Seeing the situation unfold, Bai Qianlang was not at all perturbed. He smiled and declared, since you are withdrawing from the bidding, a breach of contract penalty of 5 is required, totaling 2.55 million star coins. Principal Gua felt a wave of regret, but could only agree begrudgingly. 50 million from the Liu family head. Is there a higher bid? Bai Qianlang called out. Silence enveloped the room. The principal of the first high school smirked, scoffing, huh? A pig with a green onion in its nose acting pretentious, ridiculous. Principal Gua, humiliated, plugged his ears and retreated into silence, having suffered a significant loss of face. After a moment, the principal of the first high school, seeing Gua's lack of response, found the exchange lacking in amusement and quieted himself. 51 million. The guest in room 201 bids 51 million. Is there a higher offer? 55 million. 60 million. At this announcement, the atmosphere in the venue shifted once more. Chapter 65, the final auction item, and the crowd erupted with excitement. The boldness and financial prowess of room 201 were impressive, capable of competing with the Liu family head. Who was this individual? The voice sounded youthful, yet it was clear they had disguised their identity, seemingly wishing to remain anonymous. After all, the flesh and blood pill, once consumed, would be gone. There was little need to conceal one's identity. What if they were indeed a thief? The gathered crowd murmured among themselves. They were all affluent individuals in Jiqing. Yet their wealth paled in comparison to Lin Yu and his companions. If one were to classify the economic classes, they would belong to the middle class. While Lin Yu and his peers occupied the upper echelons, the impoverished were not even permitted entry, ensuring that no destitution lingered within these walls. The occupants of the private box wore expressions of confusion, unable to discern the identity of their counterpart. Moreover, since the flesh and blood pill was not a necessity for many, they lost interest quickly. Ultimately, Lin Yu secured the flesh and blood pill. Bai Qianlang cast a surprised glance towards room 201 before snapping his fan with a resounding clap. Congratulations to the friends of room 201 for acquiring this precious third-tier flesh and blood pill. A servant will soon deliver it to you. Please hold on a moment. Bai Qianlang placed the flesh and blood pill back into its box and handed it to a servant before proceeding to the second auction item. The highly anticipated final 3 items had long been awaited by the crowd. Many had already learned of the details surrounding these items. Yet as they observed Bai Qianlang's leisurely demeanor, frustration brewed within them. Could you hasten your movements? Bai Qianlang, wearing a smile, relished the attention. Feeling as refreshed as one might after sipping a cool beverage on a scorching summer day, he raised his hand slowly, drawing the gazes of the crowd along with it, only to suddenly retract it and switch to his other hand, swiftly unveiling the black cloth. This sudden motion caught everyone off guard, causing their hearts to skip a beat as they inwardly cursed. Are you toying with us? Their irritation mounted, wishing to seize Bai Qianlang and deliver a sound thrashing. This second auction item, he bellowed, elongating his voice. Some could no longer contain themselves, cursing, you wretched scoundrel, can you not hurry? Bai Qianlang, startled, quickly adopted a serious demeanor and cleared his throat. This is yet another pill. Not daring to hesitate at the sight of the audience's hostile gazes, he hurriedly added, however, this pill is not for consumption. It is a 5th-tier fire poison pill, capable of serving as a grenade. Within a 10-meter radius, everything will wither. And even a 6th-tier awakener, if caught unaware, may sustain serious injuries. This fire poison pill originates from merchants of a friendly foreign realm allied with our blue star human race. It is said to be a unique product of their world, having sold well across several realms. Of course, I cannot vouch for its authenticity. You may discern its worth for yourselves, but it is not something you will find elsewhere. It is the ultimate means of self-preservation for those venturing into perilous lands. Do not let this opportunity slip through your fingers, for to miss it is to harbor regret. The starting bid is set at 20 million, with increments no less than 1 million. However, as the words echoed, the anticipated fervor was conspicuously absent. Not only the esteemed guests on the second floor, but even those in the first floor hall showed little inclination to bid. One individual remarked, I am of the scholarly ilk, seldom venturing out to hunt. This item holds little utility for me, so I shall defer to my esteemed colleagues. Principal Gao from the first high school lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating whether to make a purchase, recognizing this as a prime opportunity. Meanwhile, Principal Go from the second high school sat on the edge of his seat, nervously bouncing his leg, caught in a dilemma. The fire poison pill, while impressive, lacked the allure of the flesh and blood pill for the crowd. Ultimately, he concluded, it is not worth it. Some ceased their finger drumming, others stopped their leg shaking, and a few raised their bidding paddles. A bid of 21 million emerged from room 201. Would there be higher offers? If not, this precious fire poison pill would belong to the individual in room 201. As this was announced, a palpable tension arose among the attendees. But the exorbitant price caused many to hesitate, particularly the few prominent figures at the top, whose funds were reserved for vying over the final item. In their eyes, Both the flesh and blood pill and the fire poison pill paled in comparison to the last auction piece. It appeared that fate had favored the individual in room 201. Congratulations were in order for acquiring a fifth-order fire poison pill. Shortly, a servant would arrive to facilitate the transaction. Kindly hold on for a moment. Subsequently, the auctioneer closed the lid and handed the box to the servant. At this juncture, all eyes turned to the final item for auction, whether affluent or merely spectators. Everyone awaited with bated breath, eager to discover the treasure that had drawn the leaders of the foremost factions to participate in the bidding. Bai Qianling leisurely turned. Yet his slow movement incited a wave of discontent. Some were audibly cursing him, though from afar he could not hear, yet their lips formed the words. He mused internally. This last item must not be shrouded in mystery any longer. With that, he restored the normal pace of his arm and slowly unveiled the black cloth. Let us witness the moment of unveiling the final auction piece. As the cloth fell away, it revealed a glass case containing a stunning crystalline stone. Upon sighting the gem, some attendees gasped, their breaths quickening. This luster, this magnitude, it's a talent crystal, someone exclaimed. Skill crystals are already rare artifacts, but talent crystals are even scarcer. So much so that one could spend a lifetime battling monsters without ever encountering a single one. Furthermore, it is known that the beasts possessing such talents are typically formidable, and only the awakened with considerable strength can access these types of creatures, thereby making it exceedingly difficult for the weaker individuals to obtain talent crystals, effectively sealing off one avenue of acquisition. And yet, a talent crystal has now appeared before us, set to be auctioned off. Who is so extravagant? Is it not usable for oneself? With sufficient strength, what could one possibly lack? Bai Qianling chuckled. I am certain some of you are perplexed as to why it is being sold. The answer is quite simple. This talent crystal is only of E grade. Another reason is that the seller is in urgent need of funds, hence the painful decision to part with it. This particular talent is named Sparrow's Step. According to the seller, it was sourced from a bird-like beast endowed with spatial abilities, and the function of this Sparrow's Step is straightforward: teleportation. He hesitated to add that it should be more aptly named Inch Move, for each use of the talent permits movement of merely a few inches. Using it for travel is out of the question. The mention of teleportation ignited an immediate fervor in the room. For 3 centuries, an abundance of talents have awakened in humanity, yet those related to space, time, causality, and even rules are exceedingly rare. Even when they do emerge, few exceed A grade. It seems that such talents are intrinsically limited by the unseen laws of the universe. Teleportation, being the most common ability among spatial talents, would undoubtedly enhance one's combat prowess significantly. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. The individuals on the second floor began to prepare for a monetary showdown. The starting bid is set at 50 million, with increments no less than 10 million. Bai Qianling snapped his fan shut and stepped aside, awaiting the fervent bidding from the crowd. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million. The price swiftly ascended to a staggering height. Chapter 66. The talent crystal secured. The auction concludes. 120 million. Just as this astonishing figure was announced, it was ruthlessly eclipsed. 140 million. Head of the Liu family declared in a deep voice, esteemed guests. All are men of wealth. Why not make each increment no less than 20 million? His words instilled a sense of pressure among many. At this level, merely the breach of contract fee would require 10 to 20 million star coins, far exceeding the total wealth of most attendees, leaving those lacking sufficient funds merely as spectators. Enviously observing the unfolding events, the Liu family head displayed audacity, and my city lord's mansion shall follow suit. A commanding voice resonated from a private room on the second floor, startling the crowd, recognizing it to be that of the city lord. The presence of the reclusive city lord, seldom seen, heightened the allure of the talent crystal. The city lord, twirling his prayer beads, declared with a smile, I bid 160 million. It is now your turn. Liu family head. He seemed to call out the price casually, as if the cash in his grasp were of no consequence. The Liu family head lightly tapped the table, maintaining a serene facade. I shall match that with 180 million. Upon hearing the price, breaths quickened in the room. Such a figure was exorbitant. It is known that the Li family's assets are worth over 200 million star coins, and collectively, their wealth is approximately 700 million, which is comparable to the Liu family's scale. Yet now, to spend 1/4 of their fortune on an E-grade talent crystal, albeit one of precious spatial abilities, many felt they were being excessively extravagant. It is important to remember that assets are one thing, while liquid capital is another. Some may have assets in the millions, but find themselves unable to produce even 100,000. Similarly, while these families may have temporarily allocated liquid funds prior to the auction, the time was too short to guarantee they possessed sufficient liquidity. Those who knew the circumstances shook their heads in disbelief. These two must be putting on a facade. Is a talent crystal truly worth such a price? I bid 200 million star coins. If Liu brother continues to raise the bid, then this item shall belong to him. The city lord, still twirling his beads, proclaimed loudly. As his words fell, there was a momentary pause among the crowd. The the city lord's forthrightness was rather refreshing. However, this also shifted the pressure squarely onto the Liu family head. Should the other party raise the bid, he could gracefully withdraw from the competition without losing face. Should the other remain silent, he would secure the talent crystal. This was his psychological threshold. Any higher would not justify the expense. At this moment, the Liu family head was tapping his fingers, his brow furrowed deeply. He had proposed an increment of 20 million to exert pressure on others. Yet now the pressure had shifted to him. To bid or not to bid? Is our cash flow sufficient? He inquired of his companion, head of the family. It is insufficient. The Liu family head's heart sank as he surveyed the hall, where discussions were now rife. The battle of finances between the two magnates had become the most significant spectacle of the year. Uncertain whether the Liu family patriarch would continue to raise the bid, one could only ponder the implications of a staggering 220 million. Surely, such a sum would strain the Liu family to its limits. Having purchased the talent crystal, it was likely that their business would contract by a quarter. Look, someone exclaimed, the Liu family head is gazing this way. Is he about to place a bid? The crowd turned their attention to the private room occupied by the Liu family patriarch, who leaned out, surveying the surroundings with a furrowed brow, clearly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. He was about to instruct someone to fetch an additional 20 million star coins when a familiar voice broke the tension. Everyone froze, mechanically turning their heads toward the unexpected room. Room 201. Came the announcement. The friends in room 201 have raised the bid by 30 million, bringing the total to 230 million star coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, this final highlighted item shall fall into the hands of our friends in room 201. At that moment, a peculiar expression spread across the crowd. Who on earth is in room 201? With this additional 30 million, their total expenditure today nears 300 million. Even the most prestigious families in Jiqing cannot amass such cash. Where does this individual derive such wealth? Many harbored a curiosity that transformed into a desire to investigate the occupants of room 201. The city lord, momentarily taken aback, then sighed in resignation. Alas, I cannot compete. If I raise the bid further, my formidable matriarch will be displeased. Despite his esteemed position as the city lord and highest administrative officer, he was but a transplanted official lacking the deep-rooted heritage that the Liu family possessed. Ceasing his fidgeting with the prayer beads, the city lord called out, "Might this esteemed friend step forth for an introduction? It would be my honor to extend my hospitality." He had evidently assumed that the individuals in room 201 were outsiders. Upon hearing this, some in the crowd exchanged furtive glances toward room 201. "There's no need," Lin Yu replied calmly, his tone distant and inscrutable. The Liu family head halted his drumming fingers on the table, exhaling heavily. "This item is not meant for me. I shall withdraw." With both of the primary bidders conceding, the precious crystal ultimately found its way into Lin Yu's possession. White Qianlang, somewhat surprised, glanced in the direction of room 201 and mused inwardly. Lin Yu is truly generous. Having just acquired a fortune, he spends it all without hesitation. With a swift motion, he closed his fan with a snap and proclaimed, "Congratulations to our friend in room 201 for acquiring the final item, and for securing the 3 most coveted treasures of this auction. A servant will soon deliver the items to you for a face-to-face transaction." The fact that all 3 highlighted items had been claimed by an unknown individual piqued the curiosity of the crowd. The Liu family patriarch commanded his aides, "You there? Stand guard outside room 201. Should he appear, capture his image and follow to ascertain his background." The city lord echoed similar instructions to his subordinates. "You too. Position yourselves at the entrance. If he makes an appearance, remember to be amicable. Do not offend him." Not only they, but several others also took action. Such occurrences were common at the conclusion of auctions, an inevitability when wealth was at stake. Lin Yu received the talent crystal from the servant, paid the sum, and completed the transaction. Just as he was about to depart, the servant remarked, "Mr. Lin, my master wishes for you to exit through the secret passage, as there are individuals waiting for you outside." The head of the Bai family was well aware of the temperaments of the leaders of various factions. Those who achieved such positions often had a ruthless edge to maintain their authority. Unlike him, who had the support of his venerable ancestor, few dared to defy his orders. Given the extraordinary value of the final 3 items, it was plausible that someone might resort to desperate measures to seize them. Hence, he had arranged for Lin Yu to exit discreetly, to avert potential calamities. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "Please extend my gratitude to your master." Grasping his acquisitions, he followed the servant through a concealed exit. Midway, he discreetly activated his doppelganger technique, allowing his true self to blend into the bustling hall while his clone accompanied the servant along the secret passage. As the crowd dispersed, his true form seamlessly exited the auction. This unfolding did not escape anyone's notice. It wasn't that he doubted White Qianlang. Rather, caution was paramount. Survival depended on vigilance, a principle often instilled in him by Zhao Ku. Successfully departing the auction, Lin Yu returned home as night descended. Meanwhile, the Liu family patriarch frowned. What? He hasn't emerged? The city lord retracted his people, and others followed suit. In a fleeting moment, the tale of the mysterious guest in room 201 who had spent 300 million on 3 items, circulated widely, igniting speculation about his true identity. Some surmised he might be an adventurer from another realm, while others suggested he was a scion from a grand city. A few even speculated he was Lin Yu, but this hypothesis was met with laughter. Chapter 67. Lin Yu, drawing a grand vision for Lin Fan. Lin Yu meticulously arranged the items on the table. He first picked up the initial object and activated the talent life absorption, placing the black vortex upon the flesh and blood pill. Instantly, a powerful suction emanated from his palm, drawing strands of life essence from the pill. As the life energy coursed into his body, Lin Yu felt his physical and mental fortitude fortifying. 10 minutes later, only the outer layer of the flesh and blood pill remained, while Lin Yu's physical strength had increased by 1/3. Although his mental power saw a modest enhancement, it expanded his control over his doppelgangers by approximately 10 meters. The life energy within this flesh and blood pill was exceedingly pure, enabling such rapid absorption. This boost had augmented his strength by at least 2,000 pounds, enhancing both his recovery and defensive capabilities by 30%. The effects were far superior to direct consumption. This singular flesh and blood pill was tantamount to a breakthrough of half a minor realm, augmenting Lin Yu's prowess by roughly 30%. He then took hold of another item. Talent Crystal, Fluttering Steps. Upon placing the talent crystal against his forehead, it dissolved in radiant light and integrated into his being. In the next moment, Lin Yu found himself in the sea of consciousness once again. Within the universe of the consciousness sea, 2 talent stars rotated serenely. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through, forming a smaller star alongside the 2 existing ones. Concurrently, new information regarding Fluttering Steps flooded Lin Yu's mind. Fluttering Steps, E-grade talent ability, consuming energy, allows for a brief delay followed by a 3-inch teleportation. 3 inches? Lin Yu's expression turned quizzical. No wonder the seller wished to part with it. This was merely a minuscule shift. 3 inches equates to 10 centimeters, a distance hardly larger than a step, and with a wind-up to boot. It was no surprise the item was up for sale. However, while this talent might be seen as trivial by others, Lin Yu recognized its potential. For he possessed the system that could upgrade and enhance the teleportation distance. Once I elevate this talent ability, I can amalgamate it with the doppelganger technique to explore doppelganger teleportation techniques, Lin Yu mused internally. System, can I upgrade my 3rd talent now? Host. It is currently not feasible. You must elevate your 2nd talent to S-grade to unlock the 3rd talent upgrade. Understood. It appears I must expedite the enhancement of my 2nd talent, life absorption, Lin Yu resolved silently. Pressure and motivation must be applied to Lin Fan. Lin Yu closed her eyes, communicating with her gifted avatar. At this moment, 30 miles away in the wilderness near G City, Lin Fan sat cross-legged in a cave. A roaring campfire before him, a massive leg of lamb roasted over the flames, and he tore off a chunk of meat, stuffing it into his mouth with a muffled grunt. As he chewed, he grumbled, "When will I be able to return my true self? I miss home." With a loud crunch, he bit down again, his cheeks bulging as he continued, "Humph. While I toil out here, you're at home sleeping. I eat, I eat, I eat." After gorging himself, he patted his round belly, collapsing onto the ground with arms outstretched, exuding an air of melancholy. "My true self demands I earn 10,000 upgrade points a day, yet I amassed 100,000 yesterday. When will you contact me? I long to rest at home." Reflecting on the day's monster-slaying endeavors, a wave of homesickness washed over him. The harsh conditions of the wilderness were unbearable, and he was utterly deprived of conversation. As a chatterbox, a day without speaking left him feeling stifled. "True self, if you do not reach out soon, I shall go on strike," he shouted, his voice reverberating within the cave. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, causing him to sit up straight. "You wish to strike?" Lin Yu's voice resonated within Lin Fan's consciousness. Upon hearing her, Lin Fan felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly responded with a nervous laugh. "True self. How could I dare to strike? I was merely jesting. I did earn 100,000 upgrade points yesterday. Surely I deserve a vacation?" The thought of exceeding his target and the prospect of his true self contacting him for a reward filled him with hopeful anticipation. "I exceeded my performance by 90,000 points. Could I possibly have 9 days off?" His mind began to wander to the possibilities of vacation adventures. If Lin Yu knew of his thoughts, she would surely reprimand him for his lack of ambition, a stark contrast to her own diligent nature. Lin Yu continued, "I now present you with 2 choices. Option 1. Take a 3-day vacation. Option 2. Achieve 1 million upgrade points. And I shall grant you the opportunity to learn a skill of your choosing." Without hesitation, Lin Fan replied, "I choose option 2. He harbored dreams of becoming a shop owner, and acquiring a skill would enable him to realize that ambition. Lin Yu encouraged him, "Hurry now. The faster you complete your tasks, the better skills you can learn." Excited by this prospect, Lin Fan thumped his chest, vowing to accomplish his tasks swiftly. Lin Yu did not depart, but instead concealed herself within Lin Fan's consciousness, observing his subsequent actions. Lin Fan's expression grew serious as he extinguished the campfire, brandished his Tang Dao, and strode toward the cave entrance. As he walked, he muttered encouragingly to himself, "Lin Fan, you can do this. Go forth and slay." As an external manifestation, he inherited all skills except for Lin Yu's gifted abilities. With the Tang Dao in hand, a brilliant blue aura enveloped the blade, poised and ready. When confronted by a ferocious beast, he struck decisively. With a thunderous crash, a radiant blue energy surged forth, cleaving a beast in two, swiftly ending its life. In the next moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Black-bellied ring snake defeated, 10 upgrade points earned. Lin Fan wielded his Tang Dao, making quite the commotion and attracting a multitude of ferocious beasts that howled in response. With swift strikes, another beast fell to his blade. Lin Yu observed with satisfaction. This was precisely what an external manifestation ought to be doing. As it was impossible for him to perish, he could afford to unleash his full potential. Though he lamented Lin Fan's somewhat erratic and lazy demeanor, listening to the continuous notifications from the system, a smile crept across Lin Yu's lips as she withdrew her awareness. Lin Yu regarded the cramped room before stepping outside. Traversing several streets, he arrived at a luxurious traditional Chinese villa. Producing a key, he unlocked the door. This villa was among the more impressive gifts bestowed by the Li family, and he decided to cultivate here for the time being. This residence, one of the assets given by the Li family, was a haven he had set aside for himself. The small house could hardly accommodate 100 avatars. This place was sufficiently spacious. With a smile, Lin Yu unleashed his avatar skill. Instantly, a brilliant white light erupted, revealing numerous identical figures surrounding him. Brothers, go learn the 10,000 treasures condensation technique. The avatars nodded in agreement, each finding a spot to sit cross-legged. Delving into the intricate teachings of the 10,000 treasures condensation technique. This method was notoriously complex and not easily mastered. However, with 100 avatars comprehending it simultaneously, the speed of learning would increase exponentially. Lin Yu then settled down, beginning his meditative practice. As an S-rank awakened being, and having undergone several transformations of his abilities, his cultivation speed was hardly slower than that of an SS-rank awakened individual. The next day, at Lin Yu's doorstep, a beautiful girl knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, receiving no response, she grew anxious. She raised her arm, summoning blinding lightning, preparing to smash the door open when a neighbor emerged and remarked, "Are you looking for Lin Yu? He left last night. Do you know where he went?" The girl inquired. The neighbor shook their head. "No, I don't know." "Oh," she replied coldly, turning to leave. The neighbor watched her retreating figure, murmuring, "What a frosty disposition. Wait, she seems to be Zhao Ke." Zhao Ke sent several messages to Lin Yu, but received no reply, causing her heart to fill with worry. At that moment, Professor Wang called. "Stop searching. I've already located him. Lin Yu is currently in seclusion and cannot be disturbed for the time being. You should return to the academy with me." Professor Wang had received a message from the academy urging his immediate return. Concerned for Zhao Ke's safety without protection, he intended to escort her back to the academy. After all, Zhao Ke had already been admitted early, so whether she arrived sooner or later made little difference, and Ji City had little left to offer her growth. Except for one person, Lin Yu. This concern was understandable, and he respected Zhao Ke's choice. However, he did not anticipate Lin Yu's seclusion. Would the two inevitably miss each other? Professor Wang shook his head and chuckled. The youth of today. Zhao Ke replied, "I want to wait for him." Her response was icy, a tone Professor Wang had long since grown accustomed to. "By tonight at the latest. Otherwise, you must come with me. No exceptions," he insisted. All right. Time flew, and soon it was afternoon. Lin Yu awoke from his meditation. Sensing the enhanced energy within him, a smile instinctively spread across his face. Beep, beep, beep. The watch emitted a sound. Lin Yu glanced down. After a long moment, he murmured, "Zhao Ke." Rising, he made his way outside. By the moonlight lake, Lin Yu and Zhao Ke stood face to face. The setting sun cast a crimson hue across the lake, reflecting upon their hair. Zhao Ke brushed her hair back and said, "You know I must leave for the academy soon." Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, I am aware." All the reasons had already been conveyed through messages on his watch. Zhao Ke acknowledged with a sound, turning to face the lake and the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two figures. Zhao Ke broke into a radiant smile, saying, "I shall come to see you in the future." Lin Yu responded with a smile of her own, "I will too." With a gentle nod, she unwittingly found their hands intertwined. The youthful pair, blissfully unaware of the complexities of deeper emotions, instinctively grasped each other's hands as their hearts connected in a moment of sincerity. This nascent affection, pure and beautiful, is a treasure worthy of a lifetime of reminiscence. As the sun dipped lower, their hands parted, yet their hearts remained united. Outside the city, Lin Yu gazed at Zhao Ke's receding silhouette, feeling an emptiness within. After a final wave of farewell, lingering until he vanished beyond the horizon, Lin Yu reluctantly turned to return. Back at the villa, he found it impossible to calm his restless spirit, splitting his focus to allow a projection of himself to study the 10,000 treasures condensing technique. Meanwhile, he picked up some miscellaneous books to pass the time. Central City. A beam of sword light descended before the city gate. "Welcome, Sword God Senior, please enter." Chapter 68. The Divine Sword of Slaughter, Shrouding Heaven and Earth. Central City. with its towering walls and bustling population, stands as the epicenter of human politics, economy, and culture. Countless merchants, adventurers, and travelers traverse its thoroughfares daily. At that moment, as the automated announcement at the city gate concluded, many passers-by were momentarily taken aback, then looked up in search, and upon recognizing the identity of Li Qinglian, gasps of astonishment erupted. It truly is the Sword God Senior. I haven't seen him in years. He still appears so youthful. They speculated. Has the Sword God come to save someone? Look, the Sword God has entered the city. We should hurry to follow. The city gate graciously parted to allow him passage, and Li Qinglian walked in with an air of tranquility. In no time, news of the Sword God's arrival spread like wildfire across the internet. The editors worked swiftly, crafting numerous articles that surged onto various online platforms, igniting a frenzy of sharing among netizens. These articles ranged from speculations about the Sword God's intentions to explorations of his legendary exploits, as well as contributions from younger individuals who possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the Sword God. The online atmosphere buzzed with excitement, not only among the citizens of Central City, but also from netizens in the overseas Sanxian City, who fervently expressed their opinions. I maintain my stance that Zhou Yang is not a bloodthirsty individual. There must be a conspiracy at play. Those who indulge in conspiracy theories harbor dark hearts. Nonsense. As a 7th-tier expert, what advantage would Zhou Yang gain from annihilating the Li family? I've long doubted the veracity of this case. Indeed, while Zhou Yang's cultivation level may be modest, his skills are exceptionally refined, particularly in crafting, approaching a master level. At merely 29 years old, his future is exceedingly bright. There is no need for him to eradicate an entire family unless the Li family's actions infringed upon his boundaries. All of you are merely conjecturing. I firmly believe the Law Enforcement Bureau cannot err. Discussions regarding Zhou Yang and even the Sword God intensified online. However, they soon quieted down. A live broadcast commenced, and an influx of viewers flooded into the stream. Those present in Central City also initiated their broadcasts. On the screen, Li Qinglian, clad in a green robe with flowing hair, bore a blood-red long sword at his waist. That is the Divine Sword of Slaughter. Someone noted regarding Li Qinglian's weapon. The Divine Sword of Slaughter? Shouldn't it be the Divine Sword of Qinglian? That was its former name. It was once a green sword called the Qinglian Sword. But since the Sword God took up residence in the Guaishu, the sword has transformed, perhaps due to the excessive bloodshed, its blade shifting from green to red, thus renamed the Sword of Slaughter. Those who lack this historical knowledge are undoubtedly youthful. In the past, the ancestors of humanity fought fiercely against the various races from other realms, staining the battlefield with blood, and countless lives were lost to secure the happiness of today. It is lamentable that many are oblivious to this, consumed with idol worship. The Sword God earned his title through relentless battles, yet regrettably, the prolonged peace has caused many to forget his heroic deeds. Conversely, the elders who participated in those wars remember it all too vividly, upon seeing the Sword God. Their eyes misted with tears. It was this very figure who had shielded countless humanity from invaders. In those days, the Sword God, alongside Yan Jun, Yu Zhe, Shen Song, Fu Yaozi, and others, sacrificed their lives and blood to protect humanity, enduring over 2 centuries of intermittent conflict with foreign tribes, finally achieving stability several decades ago. Many had participated in that harrowing battle, a memory so vivid it remained etched in their minds. Witnessing any disrespect towards the Sword God ignited their fury. When they learned that their grandchildren were involved, those grandfathers did not hesitate to take action, capturing them and administering punishment. In an instant, millions of grandchildren across 300 cities were reduced to tears, their cries echoing with a haunting intensity. The brutality of that war was unparalleled. With rivers running red and mountains of corpses, now that they had finally found their footing, they must not forget the deeds of their forebears. Thus, after disciplining their grandchildren, they began recounting stories from those days, igniting a sense of valor among countless youths, prompting them to venture forth for hunts or enlist in the military. At this moment, Li Qinglian furrowed his brow slightly, displaying a hint of impatience towards the throng of live streamers surrounding him, yet he did not dismiss them. To him, it was not a significant issue. Upon entering Central City, the first sight to greet him was a wide, straight thoroughfare, flanked by towering skyscrapers, while luxury flying cars wove between the buildings and the sky, where road administrators clad in orange uniforms maintained order. It was a realm of prosperity, far surpassing the likes of Jiqing. At this juncture, a beautiful maiden, guided by an elder, finally arrived in Central City. Awestruck, she exclaimed, "What a magnificent sight!" Professor Wang replied with pride, "The academy is even more splendid and luxurious. Do try not to drop your jaw." Witnessing Zhao Ke's astonished expression was a rare delight. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, prompting him to frown and inquire, "What is happening?" "The Sword God Senior has arrived." Zhao Ke resumed her aloof demeanor, stating matter-of-factly. Professor Wang, astonished, asked, "How do you know?" "The news." She indicated towards her wristwatch. Embarrassed, Professor Wang activated his watch, and indeed, the news of the Sword God's arrival was prominently displayed, complete with live coverage. At that moment, every live stream was overflowing with viewers on screen. The sword god bore a serene expression, yet his tightly knitted brows betrayed an inner unrest. Professor Wong admired the sword god's demeanor, feeling an immense respect for him. Just then, the sky darkened unexpectedly. Startled, Professor Wong trembled slightly, glancing upward to find a massive red sword hovering, blocking out the sun. Let us go take a look. Professor Wong, filled with curiosity, suggested. Zhao Kun nodded and followed suit. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around the sword god Li Qinglian. All eyes fixated on the colossal red sword above him, murmurs of awe and concern filling the air. What is the sword god senior planning? Could there truly be a battle about to commence? It cannot be. After all our struggles for peace, we cannot plunge into civil war. Master Jinshan, please. Remain calm and think this through. At that moment, Jinshin Li Qinglian took a small step forward. Boom. As his foot struck the ground, the enormous sword above him suddenly expanded by 10 meters. He began to stride slowly towards the enforcement bureau. With each step he took, the giant sword grew larger, casting more shadows and dimming the daylight, until, when he reached the entrance of the enforcement bureau, the sword completely obscured the sun, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The onlookers were left in awe, their minds shaken, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the giant sword, which seemed to stretch infinitely beyond their sight. Clad in azure robes, Jian Shun halted before the enforcement bureau and called out, "Sun Zhe, come forth." As his voice resonated, the sound waves lingered, soaring towards the bureau. Inside the conference room of the enforcement bureau, Sun Zhe was presiding over a meeting when the sudden voice pierced through, causing his heart to race. He has arrived. What does he intend to do? A direct assault? Rather than being alarmed, Sun Lao felt a surge of joy. If it came to a forceful attack, then the rationale would crumble. He thought to himself, followed by a wave of exhilaration. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Let us go and meet Li Qinglian." With that, he stepped towards the door, and the others, upon witnessing this, followed suit. Yet, as they reached the entrance of the bureau, confusion washed over them. Sun Zhe questioned, "When did it become so dark?" Others exchanged puzzled glances, unaware of the reason, until someone glanced upwards at the sky, their hands trembling, their hearts gripped by fear. They pointed at the heavens, stammering, Look, the sky." Chapter 69. Holding One's Breath, the Reactions of All Beings. At the entrance of the enforcement bureau, a line was drawn. Outside stood Jian Shun Li Qinglian, accompanied by a throng of spectators, while inside were Sun Zhe and numerous high-ranking officials and guards. One side bore a colossal red sword overhead, while the other gazed in trepidation, their eyes locked across the threshold. Clad in azure, with only the sword sheath remaining at his waist, the immense sword above him seemed to breathe in the tempest, poised to descend at any moment. The sword was so vast that should it truly fall, the devastation it would wreak was unimaginable. In the live stream, billions of viewers across the human race's 300 cities were captivated by the unfolding scene. As they witnessed the gravity of the moment, many held their breath. The barrage of comments flew by at a dizzying pace, so dense that the images became obscured. Surely they are not about to fight? No, please. Is this person out of their mind? Their disciple has been taken, and yet they expect Jian Shun to remain composed? What of Zhou Yang, Master Jian Shun? Forsaking the proper channels and resorting to brute force to rescue someone is a violation of the rules. You accuse me, yet blame me when I refuse to play along? What kind of logic is that? Moreover, this case is riddled with uncertainties. There may be deeper implications. If it were someone else, they would remain calm. But Jian Shun is a figure of justice, a great hero safeguarding humanity. How could he endure such indignity? Enough with the clamor. Are you not weary of this incessant bickering? Many voices debated, with the majority hoping that Jian Shun would refrain from action, for peace was a hard-won treasure. Even those who had never experienced war understood this truth. Yet, some yearned for Jian Shun to strike, to dispel the turmoil that had lingered for 3 centuries, to restore clarity to the world. In ancient times, 300 years signified the cycle of a dynasty. In the present, it marked the onset of decline. At this moment, among the 2 billion humans, countless individuals were fixated on this matter, voicing their opinions. If I were Jian Shun, I would cleave him down with a single stroke, regardless of the consequences. Do you not see that external forces are keenly watching us? I mean, if not for the pressure from outside, Jian Shun would have already struck down with his sword. Sun Zhe was once the defeated foe of Jian Shun. Now, the gap is even greater. He cannot hope to contend with Jian Shun. It remains to be seen whether Jian Shun will choose to slay him. The cabinet and various departments will not remain idle. Just wait, they will soon make their presence felt. The factions within the 300 cities reacted differently upon hearing of this event. While they had heard whispers of Zhou Yang's imprisonment, many were disinterested in the truth of the matter, instead focusing intently on Jian Shun's response. Would he strike? Or would he refrain? The outcome would undoubtedly trigger profound repercussions. Overseas, in the 3 Immortals City, at Dongshu Academy, ranked 8th among the 10 prestigious schools and founded by Fuyazi, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe was engrossed in the live broadcast. As he beheld the unfolding scene, memories of past events resurfaced. The image of that lone figure wielding a sword, cutting through the armies of the alien realms, remained vivid in his mind. This intermittent war spanning over 2 centuries had cost them dearly. Some had perished, while others continued their legacy. Yet, whether deceased or forgotten, none should be treated as mere sacrifices or pawns in others' games. He empathized with Jian Shin's sentiments, just as he, the founder of Dongshu Academy, would feel furious if his disciples were wronged. Alas, had I not ventured into the Guishu back then, Sun Tzu would never have climbed to such heights. He muttered to himself. Once upon a time, Jian Shin established the Supreme Academy, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of educational institutions. However, following the upheaval in Guishu, he voluntarily relocated the academy there, marking the beginning of its gradual decline. An unforeseen incident had transpired, resulting in the deaths and departures of many faculty and students, leaving the academy with only 2 remaining. Despite this, he knew that as long as Jian Shin stood, the defenses of Guishu would remain impregnable. Regrettably, today, he had furiously departed from Guishu. Whether this would prove to be a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Well, I shall make the journey. Let us hope conflict does not arise. Otherwise, both sides will suffer, and not only will we become the laughingstock of the realms, but it will also drain our potential as a race, he pondered. In the next moment, his eyes transformed. The stark contrast of black and white gradually morphed into a shimmering silver, speckled with twinkling stars. Such were the enchanting eyes that, upon gracing a beautiful or handsome visage, would be even more captivating. The following instant, with a slight movement of his eyes, a vortex appeared before him. Stepping into the whirlpool, he vanished from sight. In Central City, home to the 3 foremost academies among the top 10, namely the 3rd-ranked Chaos Element Academy, the 6th-ranked Yuju Academy, and the 10th-ranked Awakening Academy, all stood sentinel. At Chaos Element Academy, a young man in a crimson robe furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scene unfolding in the city. It has been far too long. Your temper remains as sharp as ever, like a sword, he murmured to himself, recalling the days when he fought alongside Jian Shin. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Yet, you remain as impulsive as back then, charging forth with your sword. While exhilarating, it tarnishes your reputation." In those days, Jian Shin was known for his cold demeanor yet warm heart, wielding his sword against any intruder with unwavering resolve, never retreating, always pressing forward. From possessing B-level talent, he transformed into an SS-level powerhouse, not merely due to his exceptional understanding, but also due to his unwavering obsession with the sword. You tend to overlook the details. Perhaps I should make a trip to G-City, akin to the times I once assisted you, he sighed. Glancing toward the direction of Jiqing, flames erupted beneath his feet, roaring forth with a thunderous sound, soaring into the sky like a rocket, its velocity astonishing. Meanwhile, at the Yuju Academy, ranked 6th and founded by the Yuja, the institution's most formidable discipline is that of the Yuja, defined as awakened beings capable of manipulating matter and life. This academy is the epitome of aspiration for summoners and the most coveted institution for telekinetics. At this moment, within the academy, some students soared through the sky riding swords. Others flew with their beasts, while some levitated in midair, propelled by their mental powers. Lin Yu, lacking a system, would find this academy to be the most suitable for him, as he too could be classified as a Yuja. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the back mountain of the academy. "What did you say? Qinglei has arrived?" a young man exclaimed with joy. They had not seen each other for several years, and he missed him dearly. Standing before him was a white tiger, who remarked, "Not only has he arrived, but he also intends to kill someone. Why not go see for yourself?" "What? No way. Killing in Central City. Even he would ruin his reputation. Alas, he remains so impulsive. Why not simply seek assistance from us, his old friends?" "Humph. If he were to ponder matters with the caution you do, his swordsmanship talent would have reached its limit," the white tiger teased. "You're right. Let us go find him and bolster our old friend's might. If anyone dares to bully him, you shall bite them, understood?" commanded the Yuja. The white tiger rolled its eyes and replied, "Understood, you big coward. One more word, and I will send you back to the summoning space." "No, dashing Yuja, I shall heed your every command." The white tiger shivered at the thought of the summoning space, not wishing to return to that dreary place. "Lie down. I wish to fly with my beast," the Yuja instructed. With a resigned smile, the white tiger complied, allowing the Yuja to mount its back. Let us set forth. At the King Kong Academy, ranked 10th among the 10 great academies and established by the divine monk, the institution resembled a grand Buddhist temple, with pagodas dotting the landscape and temples scattered throughout. The student body was sparse, numbering only in the hundreds, yet each student was a master of body refinement. With the Academy's King Kong series techniques, they could forge their physical forms into indestructible bodies, making it the foremost academy for close combat among the human race. At that moment, a middle-aged monk suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed at the students outside and inquired, "What is the matter?" "The sword god has arrived, and he comes with great fury. There may be a battle. The elders of the cabinet request your intervention, hoping you can stabilize the sword god and prevent a tragic internal conflict among the human race." The divine monk remained unmoved as the students outside held their positions, unwavering. After a while, he rose and proclaimed, "Amitba, this matter shall be handled by this monk. You may leave." Once the students had departed, he stepped out of the grand hall and cast his gaze toward the sky. It had been many years since they last met. It was time to reminisce. With that, his entire being transformed into a radiant golden hue, legs slightly bent. With a thunderous roar, he leapt into the air. Chapter 70, Decapitation. Before the Law Enforcement Bureau, the sword god Li Qinglei furrowed his brow slightly as he slowly raised his arm. This motion instantly terrified everyone present, who held their breath, fearing that when his arm descended, the colossal slaughtering sword in the sky would fall as well. After a moment, his arm lowered, and the giant sword remained suspended in the air, not plummeting. Only then did the crowd exhale, believing they were about to witness a peaceful resolution. Suddenly, piercing sounds filled the air, reverberating in everyone's ears. SSSSS. It was as if metal were scraping against metal, an unknown source drilling into their ears, causing some to bleed. The sound was excruciating, testing the limits of human hearing. "Quick, cover your ears," someone shouted. The sound came swiftly and departed just as quickly. And when the crowd lowered their hands from their ears and looked up, they were astonished to find themselves in a bizarre realm. Beneath their feet lay blood-red soil, while the sky featured a crimson moon casting a faint red glow over the landscape. The giant sword still loomed overhead, and all around was a sea of red. "Where's this? How did we suddenly arrive here? I don't want to be here. Please, sword god," they lamented. "Oh no, what if I meet an unfortunate end? Will my tombstone read, 'Died from watching'? I must reduce my consumption of gossip. They say it decreases the likelihood of encountering misfortune. I can't believe that." Suddenly, someone shouted, "This is a domain. This is the sword goddess' sword domain." Recognizing their surroundings, a wave of exclamations erupted. A domain is a powerful skill awakened by only a rare few ninth-tier experts, and the world before them was evidently the sword goddess' sword domain. A sword domain isolates individuals from the real world, so what intentions does the sword god harbor? They watched the figure of the sword-wielding god in green robes with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Meanwhile, the boundary of the great door had vanished, and Sun Tze and his companions now stood face to face with the sword god, with no barriers remaining between them. Sun Tze was no weakling. He quickly discerned the might of this sword domain, realizing it far surpassed his capabilities. Fear gripped his heart as he shouted, "Li Qinglei, do not stray further down this misguided path. If you kill me, you will violate the regulations. Others will follow your example, and the human system will descend into chaos. For the sake of humanity, we must not resort to violence." Yet, no matter how loud his voice became, it could not impede the sword god's advance. He raised his arm, slowly approaching Sun Tze. The others in Sun Tze's faction trembled in fear at the approaching figure of the sword god. "Sword god, please reconsider," they pleaded. "Yes, sword god, you are my idol. You cannot take a life." They quivered as they beheld the sword god drawing closer. When one's life hangs by a thread in another's hands, all schemes become insignificant, leaving only a singular thought in their minds: survival. "Run," someone shouted, unleashing their innate abilities and fleeing into the distance. The others followed suit, scattering in all directions. Only Sun Tze remained still, knowing escape was futile. This was a sword domain, a world forged by the power of the sword, a technique mastered by only a handful among humanity. His limbs trembled, betraying his inner turmoil as he watched the sword god approach, the threat of death looming ever closer, causing his heart to race. Suddenly, the sword god halted 3 meters before Sun Tze. Seeing the sword god stop, Sun Tze felt a wave of relief. The pressure he had felt moments ago was overwhelming, making him fear for his life. Observing the sword goddess' furrowed brow, he assumed a negotiation was at hand. He quickly interjected, "Humanity has its laws. If you can refrain from wrongdoing, it would be a blessing for our race. All transgressions shall be judged by law. Zhou Yang's offenses can be lightly mitigated. Simply recommend me to the cabinet, and I will release Zhou Yang immediately. You had no intention of joining the cabinet anyway. You may guard your realm while I enter my cabinet, and we shall not interfere with one another. What do you say? You have finally articulated your intentions." The sword god replied coolly. Sun Tze chuckled, "This is beneficial for both of us, is it not? As long as you..." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, for the scenery before him had drastically transformed. Here, Sun Tze was taken aback. The slaughter prison. After the sword god spoke, he continued in a detached manner, "I guard the return to ruins, having slain countless aberrant beasts and formidable entities from other realms. The resentment of these foes has been absorbed into the slaughter sword, which I have confined within the sword domain, delineating an area that forms this prison. This place is the prison within the sword domain, prepared expressly for you. Here, you shall relish the thrill of life and death. For those who are my enemies, death is the most gentle of conclusions." It was rare for him to articulate so much, but considering Sun Tze's impending demise, he felt compelled to express certain thoughts. "Go on, unleash your grievances." With a gentle wave of his hand, he released all the cages, and countless vengeful spirits surged forth. Then, he turned and walked away. With each step he took, the colossal slaughter sword in the sky diminished in size. Meanwhile, in the slaughter space, innumerable grotesque souls howled and charged towards Sun Tze in a frenzy. Sun Tze was horrified and cried out, "I do not wish to die. Release me, and I shall immediately free Zhou Yang." However, the sword god had already drawn his sword, and there was no turning back. Sun Tze activated his innate skill, summoning a verdant divine figure behind him. The figure wielded its hand, unleashing waves of azure slashes that felled the monsters. Yet, the sheer number of vengeful spirits was overwhelming, emerging from all directions, even from beneath the ground, in an unending tide. Exhausted, Sun Tze felt his energy deplete. Covered in wounds, he cried out in anguish, "Why? Why? Why must you turn the tables? We could have negotiated, just as I do with others. You disregard the rules. Why must you slaughter so many monsters and imprison so many vengeful souls? Ah, it hurts. Is there no end to this? Just how many have you killed in the return to ruins?" In his final moments, a flash of clarity struck him, and he recalled his youthful days when he was an SS level awakened, brimming with vigor, until he encountered that person, after which all of it vanished. And he forever remained a defeated pawn beneath that individual's shadow. Later, when the human race's system was established, he frantically climbed the ranks, aspiring to enter the core and become a person of significance. Although the sword god held no official position, his reputation loomed large, and every word and action commanded attention. What he said carried immense weight, which was precisely why Sun Tze sought to scheme against him. He wanted to enter the cabinet, and the sword god's words would lend significant influence. Thus, the plot against Zhou Yang was conceived, initially thought to be a tug of war, ultimately leading to his entrance into the cabinet. Little did he expect the table to be flipped, and not only that, but now he faced the threat of losing his head. How ironic. The clever fell victim to their own cunning. He let out a bitter laugh as he was overwhelmed by the vengeful spirits, collapsing to the ground. Roar! The spirits, having perished at the hands of the sword god, surged forth in a frenzy, devouring him and releasing a torrent of resentment. Flesh and blood were gradually consumed until only a pale skeleton remained. With a soft thud, it fell to the ground. Sun Tze was dead. With a mere thought, the sword god caused the sword domain to vanish. He raised his arm, and the now normal-sized slaughter sword flew into his palm like a dragon. Gripping the sword, he sheathed it in one fluid motion. Looking up, he noticed many had arrived. Chapter 71. Subsequent Troubles, the potent Yin Jun. They have returned, finally returned. You frighten me. The sword god did not trouble us. Thank you, sword god. By the way, where did the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau go? Someone posed this question, and many fell silent. Although they had not witnessed Sun Tze's demise, it was not difficult to surmise that his fate was dire. Alas, what a pity. After so much effort to reach this level and ascend to such heights, he ended up being slain by a person. At that moment, many re-entered the live broadcast room, and the scene reappeared, flooding in. What happened? Why did the network suddenly cut off? I thought you were attacked by the alien races. What isolation array cut off the network? Hey, where did the giant sword go? Where are the others? Are they all gone? No way. Did the sword god slay them? Streamer, please explain. Countless questions welled in the minds of the crowd, urging the streamer to clarify the situation. The streamers were equally bewildered. Where's Sun Tze? They did not know, but they were aware that Sun Tze's colleagues had fled moments ago. Thus, the streamers could only divulge what they knew. It's likely he's dead. I bet $10 that Sun Tze is dead. If I'm wrong, everyone in front of the screen can split my $10. If I win, each of you owes me $10. What do you say? Go to hell. How rude. Look, someone is coming. In the sky, 3 streaks of colorful light flew in. They moved with incredible speed, having been far away just moments ago. Now they were right before them in the blink of an eye. Zhao Ku and Professor Wang mingled within the crowd, their expressions of astonishment unyielding. Whether it was the immense red sword that had previously spanned the sky or the sword god's domain, they were realms beyond their current grasp. Even Zhao Ku's astonishment lingered on her face. However, she quickly regained her composure and made a phone call. In the distant G city, within a villa. Since Zhao Ku's departure, Lin Yu had felt a tinge of loneliness, his heart feeling hollow. He had lost interest in cultivation, passing the time with miscellaneous reading. At that moment, a split body suddenly awakened. He then realized that the split body had mastered the first layer of the 10,000 treasures condensation technique. Lin Yu was overjoyed, quickly retracting the split body and merging its memories. He swiftly grasped the essence of the technique, only lacking in proficiency. His internal energy transformed into fire attributes, and then utilizing the 10,000 treasures condensation technique, flames converged in his palm, and soon a fiery longsword took shape. The weapon radiated a fiery red hue, reflecting a crystalline sheen. He attempted to wield it, finding it indistinguishable from a real weapon. The only drawback was that without a continuous infusion of energy, it would gradually dissipate. The first layer of the technique could only condense first-tier equipment, but it was sharper and sturdier than a Tang Dao. However, it still fell short of breaching the defenses of high-tier ferocious beasts. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the assistance of the split body in training, Reaching the 10th layer of the technique was merely a matter of time. He would no longer lack equipment. Lin Yu was elated, wielding his weapon. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds rang out. Lin Yu set the long sword aside and checked his wristwatch. Discovering it was a call from Zhao Ku, he clicked to answer. The sword god has arrived in Central City. The head of the law enforcement bureau may already be dead. Quickly opened the live broadcast software. Lin Yu replied, that was fast. Indeed. Ever since I arrived in Central City, my heart has been racing wildly. New developments have emerged. You must enter the live broadcast room and observe the sword god's skills. It will aid your cultivation. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Yu opened the live broadcast software, indeed discovering a multitude of sword god live streams. He casually clicked to enter a live broadcast room, only to find the barrage of comments densely packed, obscuring the streaming screen. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Yu had no choice but to disable the comments. At last, he beheld the visage of the sword god, Li Qinglian, clad in a cerulean robe. With a green ribbon adorned with azure lotuses tied around his waist, his long hair cascaded over his shoulders. Beneath his brows lay a pair of melancholic yet radiant eyes. His tall and slender figure exuding an air of charm and elegance. What a youthful appearance. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh softly. At that moment, the sword god suddenly gazed skyward, prompting the crowd to follow suit, and the camera shifted to the heavens. Someone was approaching. Central City. The sword god lifted his gaze towards the sky. 3 streaks of light soared down, and upon witnessing these luminous trails, he exhaled a breath of relief, feeling a slight easing of his heart. A while later, the 3 colorful beams of light landed not far from the sword god. A smile graced his lips as he spoke. You have arrived. The trio surveyed the scene and silently concluded that everything had come to an end. However, given the sword god's temperament, it was hardly surprising. Fuyozi, donned in a Taoist robe and holding a compass, appeared as a middle-aged man and chuckled. Upon hearing news of your plight, I came to lend you my assistance. The monk, also resembling a middle-aged man, stood tall at nearly 2 meters. His muscular frame akin to that of a Vajra. He recited a Buddhist chant, Amitabha, my benefactor, you remain as unworldly as ever, possessing a pure heart. Which is the essence of Buddhism. I am in admiration. The sword god replied with a smile. You, monk, are still so solemn. This is my sword heart. Not a Buddhist heart. Do refrain from labeling everything with your Buddhist perspective. The monk chuckled and recited another Buddhist chant. You are indeed correct. It is I who has erred. A young charioteer riding a white tiger interjected. This monk has fallen back into his old habits. Qinglian, no matter what transpires today, I stand firmly by your side. All 3 were prominent figures, heads of prestigious institutions, and founders of renowned academies, their strength undeniable, making them significant players within the human realm. Their presence alleviated much of Li Qinglian's pressure, underscoring the depth of their camaraderie. The sword god smiled and declared, with your aid, any trouble shall dissipate. The charioteer concurred. Qinglian speaks true. Even if the cabinet elders were to arrive today, we shall not retreat an inch. It is a disgrace that Sun Tzu dares to bully our Qinglian. His failure to act is evident. If he dares to come, I shall confront him myself. After speaking, he patted the head of the white tiger, projecting an air of fearlessness. Suddenly, a voice, ancient and imposing, resounded from behind him, causing him to shudder. He turned stiffly to see a familiar elder, who, now smiling, regarded him with amusement. The charioteer awkwardly stammered, Elder, what brings you here? What I just said was mere nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. Ha ha ha. With that, he hastily took refuge behind the sword god. Within the human realm, the sword god was universally acknowledged as the foremost in offense, while the elder was reputed to be the pinnacle of defense. However, he had once sustained grievous injuries while safeguarding humanity, which had drastically shortened his lifespan, leaving him a white-haired elder at just over 300 years old. Among them, the elder was the oldest, surpassing the sword god and the others by 30 or 40 years. With a smile, he inquired, where is Sun Tzu? Dead, the sword god replied nonchalantly. Do you acknowledge your transgressions? The elder questioned sternly. What crime do you wish to accuse me of? The sword god countered. The elder paused momentarily, about to erupt in anger, when suddenly a red streak of light shot in from the distance. The crowd looked up as the light swiftly descended. Yan Jun threw several individuals to the ground and declared, Elder, you must sharpen your vision and not slander the innocent. I specifically visited the scene of the incident to investigate the truth. Behold, these individuals are part of the faction that falsely accused Zhou Yang. You may interrogate them. Chapter 72. Yan Jun and his companions fight a host. Fuyozi emerges victorious. A golden radiance materialized in the elder's hand. The moment this golden light appeared, it transformed into a massive hand that tore through the air and seized the individuals, pulling them before him. He commanded in a deep voice, Speak of all that you know. The elder's mood was far from tranquil. The Enforcement Bureau's mishap was not a singular occurrence, and likely, numerous similar incidents had transpired prior. As the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, the apex of power in the human realm, his failure to detect such matters in a timely manner was also a dereliction of duty. Coughing violently, He felt a pang of pain in his chest, causing his complexion to pale. Meanwhile, the officials from the Enforcement Bureau kneeling on the ground trembled in fear, under the pressure of the crowd's questioning. They recounted the events once more. Elder, we were all coerced. If I do not comply, my career would be over, and I could even face dire consequences. But I have family to support. I had no choice. I am guilty. I beseech your leniency. His words were accompanied by tears, yet none expressed sympathy. To show compassion would be to inflict harm and insult upon the victims. Their actions were a blatant frame-up. And to accuse the sword goddess disciple was a testament to the precarious position of all others who had been wronged. On the internet, a storm of outrage erupted. Those who had once believed in the Enforcement Bureau's impartiality fell silent. I knew Zhou Yang was wronged. This case is riddled with inconsistencies. And yet no one dared to speak out. It is disheartening. The sword goddess character is so noble, his disciple cannot possibly be a villain. I misjudged Zhou Yang. I must reflect on my error. We demand the elder to thoroughly investigate the Enforcement Bureau and restore justice to the world. Had this incident occurred to another, it would have truly been hopeless. Therefore, I implore reform. Netizens witnessed everything unfold, transitioning from indifference to righteous indignation, calling for reform. Faced with such overwhelming public sentiment, the elder could no longer ignore it. He proclaimed, "Bring them in for detention. They shall be executed publicly in 3 days, and furthermore, Zhou Yang is to be released immediately." This command served as a concession to the populace, yet discontent lingered. "Why do you have the authority to arrest and release at will?" "Elder, what about compensation?" Someone shouted. "Yes, you cannot imprison someone for days without providing any compensation." Another retorted, "And if this has happened once, it will undoubtedly happen again. You cannot limit your investigation to this single incident. Shouldn't past cases be overturned and re-examined?" Someone suggested. The elder replied solemnly, "I acknowledge your requests. We will organize personnel to conduct a thorough investigation of the Enforcement Bureau, eradicating all wrongful accusations. Additionally, we have prepared a grand gift for Zhou Yang." He produced a 7th-tier skill crystal, declaring, "This is a 7th-tier skill crystal, and it serves as our compensation to Zhou Yang." Only then did the crowd relent. A 7th-tier skill crystal transcended monetary value, and the elder's willingness to present such a reward demonstrated his sincerity. Zhou Yang was soon released and received the skill crystal. He approached the sword god respectfully, saying, "Master, indeed, you have handled this matter commendably, and I am pleased." The sword god responded. To receive praise from his master filled Zhou Yang with joy. "It is all thanks to your excellent teachings, master," he replied. With a swift motion, the sword god's arm patted Zhou Yang's head, admonishing, "Have you not committed a grave error in slaughtering the Li family?" Zhou Yang shook his head and said, "They conspired with the realm of the undead, attempting to resurrect the deceased third young master of the Li family, with the lives of hundreds of humans as their sacrificial offerings. My actions in slaying them were for the greater good, and I bear no guilt." The sword god nodded, but soon shook his head again, coldly scoffing. "You have slaughtered the entire Li family. I am gratified, for it proves that your heart is filled with righteousness. However, when the Law Enforcement Bureau came to apprehend you, why did you not resist?" "Master," Zhou Yang replied, his heart heavy with bitterness, "the reason I did not resist is that I have a clear conscience. Yet I did not foresee the filth entangled in this matter. After all, I am but 29, and you, sword god, have lived for 3 centuries. The disparity in our experiences is vast. Let this be the last time." The sword god cast a glance around, proclaiming, "If I ever discover again that you place your hopes on the righteousness of others, you shall retreat to the depths of the Guishu for 3 years before returning." At his words, Zhou Yang's mind conjured images of the Guishu's depths, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He shook his head. That place was hardly fit for human habitation. "Master, I acknowledge my error and shall not repeat it," he said, lowering his head in contrition. The sword god replied, "Indeed, I hope this is the final instance." "Certainly." Zhou Yang responded immediately. Just then, the charioteer approached, standing beside the sword god and stating, "Zhou Yang has suffered an injustice. How can you scold him? Come, let us go to my charioteer academy, where I shall offer both of you a warm welcome." The monk intoned a Buddhist chant and suggested, "Esteemed patrons, why not visit my Diamond Academy instead?" To which Fuyazi laughed, "The Diamond Academy serves only vegetarian fare. What delights could there possibly be? Given the unpleasant memories this central city has left you, why not join me at my overseas 3 immortal city, Dongshu Academy instead?" Yen Jun rebutted, "Let us rather go to my Chaos Element Academy. There are plenty of lovely maidens and abundant wine." Upon hearing the mention of wine, Zhou Yang's mouth watered, and the sword god, noticing his eagerness, frowned slightly, dismissing the notion of visiting the Chaos Element Academy. The sword god declared, "This place is a sight of sorrow for my disciple. Let us depart, Fuyazi, and take us to the 3 immortals' city." Fuyazi, pleased, cast a triumphant glance at the others, his spirits lifted. "Stand together. I shall use void movement to escort you," he instructed. At that moment, the elder approached, saying, "Sword god, you have endured injustice. I apologize." The sword god coldly retorted, I am aware that your burdens are not light. Yet please do not allow the flames of conflict to engulf me and my disciple. I hope this is the last time. Are you still angry with me? The elder sighed. The sword god replied, let bygones be bygones. There is no need to dwell on past matters. Fuyazi, lead us away. Fuyazi nodded. Elder, do visit me in the Three Immortal City when you have the time. I shall take my leave first. With that, his eyes transformed, and he unleashed his innate ability, causing the air to warp and form a vortex of space, tall enough for a person. Yen Jun, the monk, the charioteer, Zhou Yang, and Fuyazi entered in succession, with the sword god remaining behind. He turned and said, take care, before stepping into the spatial vortex. The elder stood in a daze, watching the direction they had departed, memories flooding his mind. After a long while, he sighed, I owe you an apology for the events of that year. Chapter 73, Deceiving Lin Fan Again. Lin Yu hunts outside the city. In Jiqing, Lin Yu set down his watch. The recent events in the live stream had impacted him profoundly, though the outcome was ultimately gratifying. Lin Yu smiled. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. By the way, how is Lin Fan faring? Thinking of Lin Fan's temperament, Lin Yu worried that he might abandon his efforts, so he activated his innate ability to connect with Lin Fan. At that moment, in the desolate outskirts, Lin Fan's Tang Dao had shattered into two halves. He discarded the broken weapon and resorted to using energy to vanquish his foes. After killing for an extended period, he grew weary and decided to rest on a large stone. He took out food from his backpack and bit into it vigorously, muttering, where have you disappeared to? My true self? You could at least inform me of how many upgrade points I possess. He had been slaying for a day and a night, and now his clothes were stained with congealed blood, accompanied by a pungent odor that made him long for Lin Yu's modest abode. Though the hut was simple, it offered a bed and the luxury of bathing, unlike this forsaken place where one had to be wary of insects while washing. I miss home. Please contact me. True self, he prayed, then took another hearty bite of meat. As he continued to grumble while eating, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, bringing him immense joy. True self, is that enough? Lin Fan immediately inquired. Lin Yu glanced at the upgrade balance and shook his head, saying, not yet. You have only completed 30%. Lin Fan's face fell. True self, I am about to eradicate all the ferocious beasts in this area. I must relocate. Or can you perhaps make an exception? Lin Yu suggested, not a chance. You should head to the ruins of the old city instead, where the mutated rats and insects abound in droves. Lin Yu recalled encountering his senior brother in the old city ruins, a place teeming with ferocious beasts, all in swarming packs. Furthermore, the rats and insects were of little value, and adventurers rarely ventured there for hunting, leading to an overwhelming increase in the ferocious beast population, which even posed a threat of spreading. With a grimace, Lin Fan replied, true self, you had a clone to assist you before. Now, I am going alone. If I get surrounded, it will be disastrous. Lin Yu chuckled. Do not fear death. Should you perish, you can always return. Now go to that location without hesitation. Lin Fan nodded reluctantly. When his true self spoke, resistance was futile. By the way, I have an update regarding your skills, Lin Yu announced. He then activated his innate ability to synchronize the newly learned skills to Lin Fan. Due to the vast distance, the transmission was arduous, taking Lin Yu a full 2 hours to complete this task. However, it was still easier than recalling Lin Fan and then resplitting. He shuddered at the memory of almost being drained while splitting off Lin Fan initially. Alright, you have now mastered the 10,000 treasures condensation technique, and your strength has significantly increased. You may proceed with confidence, Lin Yu declared. Noticing Lin Fan's still lackluster demeanor, Lin Yu knew it was time for a morale boost. Lin Fan, this time you have endured much hardship. Once you complete your mission, I have decided to procure a talent crystal for you, granting you innate abilities. What do you say? Really? Lin Fan exclaimed with uncontainable joy. As a manifestation outside his true self and not a natural life form, he could not awaken his innate abilities through the divine platform. But he could utilize skill crystals and talent crystals. His greatest anguish and shortcoming was the absence of innate abilities. Although he possessed numerous formidable skills inherited from his true self, skills were ultimately not as effective as innate abilities. Utilizing innate powers was seamless, whereas relying on skills involved additional processes, making it much more laborious. Indeed, it is true. Although I do not currently possess a talent crystal, I will certainly acquire one in the future. You know I already have 3 innate abilities. How far can the 3rd talent crystal be? Lin Yu's words were highly enticing to Lin Fan. He immediately thumped his chest, declaring, do not worry, true self. I shall head to the old city ruins right now. Very well, go forth, but do not let me down, Lin Yu encouraged. I will not disappoint you, Lin Fan affirmed. Watching him depart, Lin Yu withdrew his consciousness with a sense of satisfaction. He mused, is Lin Fan too easily deceived? Oh well, he cannot die, and I will always be watching over him. It is only I who shall deceive him. Deceiving my own manifestation. Does that even count as deception? Clearly not. Rising to his feet, he strode towards the door. The doppelgangers seated in the courtyard simultaneously opened their eyes, transforming into radiant streams of light that soared into Lin Yu's body. Relying solely on Lin Fan would prove to be too sluggish. It was time for me to depart the city. Upon arriving once more at the Awakeners Guild, Lin Yu was immediately recognized upon his entrance. Lin Yu has arrived. Greetings, Mr. Lin. Are you here to accept a mission or to assess your combat prowess? Mr. Lin, did you catch yesterday's live stream? It was absolutely thrilling. The sword god is incredibly powerful. From now on, he shall be my idol. How enviable it is that Mr. Lin has entered the Supreme Academy and become a student of the sword god. Make way for Mr. Lin. Allow him to select his task first. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an impact from yesterday's broadcast. He did not hesitate, walking directly to the mission board, his finger gliding across the screen in search of a suitable task. Hunt the Earth Horn Bear. Requires the Earth Horn Bear to be intact, particularly the bear's horn, with no damage whatsoever. Upon accepting the task, the location of the Earth Horn Bear will be provided. Requirement: 4th tier combat power. Recovery elixir recipe. Seeking to procure the recipe for the recovery elixir. Price negotiable. Requirement: none. 100 Flower Valley. Collect 30 varieties of demonic flora from 100 Flower Valley within 10 days. Reward: a plant encyclopedia. Requirement: 3rd tier combat power. This one will suffice. Lin Yu clicked to accept the task. Ding. You meet the requirements. Please complete the task within the stipulated time frame. Having accepted the mission, Lin Yu departed the Awakeners Guild and made his way towards the outskirts of the city. As he left, murmurs began to circulate. Initially, I believed his support had crumbled. Yet I now realize how shallow my understanding was. The sword god, once merely a name to me, now embodies greatness. After all, he was among the first cohort of human powerhouses who survived the tumultuous era. None among them were weak. A sense of envy began to brew for Lin Yu. But why envy him? The mortality rate in the Return to Ruins is alarmingly high. He might not return alive. True enough. 100 Flower Valley was a gorge teeming with demonic plants. Demonic vines, flowers, and trees flourished throughout the ravine. As he surveyed the lush greenery, he understood the lurking dangers. Those verdant plants, though appearing benign, were perilous. Lin Yu chose not to enter the gorge himself, but instead dispatched his doppelgangers to hunt within, ensuring they remained within his control to prevent their dissolution. He retained several doppelgangers nearby for his protection, then concealed himself in a secure, hidden spot, activating his wristwatch to browse the news. At that moment, the wristwatch chimed, revealing a call from his senior brother. Hadn't he gone to the Cave Void Academy? What could he possibly want? He clicked to answer. The holographic projections of the two appeared above their respective wristwatches. Little junior brother, allow me to introduce you to your uncles, he said, gesturing drunkenly towards several distinguished deans beside him.